On the inaugural day of the academic year, Jiang Qiu was unexpectedly confessed to by the illustrious campus beauty driving a supercar. Will you marry me? I am 3 years your senior. A woman 3 years older brings prosperity. I have never been in a romantic relationship. You are my first. I do not require a betrothal gift. I possess a car and a house. Jiang Qiu replied, I am sorry. You are truly a good person. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have activated the perfect life system and received the blessing of destiny. Chapter 1. The beginning with a collision, activating the perfect life system in Magic City, Jiangnan University. Today is August 30th, the day for freshmen to report for enrollment. Due to the commencement of the school season, the campus was teeming with students and parents from across the nation. At the school gate, Jiang Qiu stood alone, dragging his suitcase, gazing at the towering and majestic entrance, unable to suppress his emotions. Jiangnan University, I have finally arrived. Just as he prepared to cross the street, a piercing car horn suddenly blared, accompanied by the startled gasps of passersby, as a pair of Adidas sneakers flew through the air. At that moment, Jiang Qiu lay in the grass at the school gate, his consciousness sinking into an abyss of darkness. Whoa, did someone just fly past? Isn't this a movie? The special effects are too realistic. Are you blind? That person was clearly struck by a vehicle. Instantly, numerous onlookers gathered around, pointing and chattering, yet not one approached to check on the injured party. Ding dong, host detected to have suffered a violent impact, activating the perfect life system automatically. At this moment, a prompt voice suddenly echoed in Jiang Qiu's mind. A system. Jiang Qiu's consciousness gradually returned. He intended to utter something, but found his body exceedingly weak, insufficient for extensive contemplation. Ding dong, host detected to be severely injured. The system automatically opens the novice gift package. Congratulations, host. You have received the blessing of destiny. The system will automatically repair the damaged functions of the host body and elevate them to perfection. The perfect life system revealed more information within Jiang Qiu's mind. Host, Jiang Qiu. Physique, 30 points. Charisma, 75 points. Intelligence, 75 points. Remark, the blessing of destiny has been activated. Body restoration is in progress. 1.10.50.90.100. Restoration complete. At this moment, Jiang Qiu felt as though his body had completely healed, even possessing more vitality than before. This sensation was akin to dining at a restaurant, where one could consume an entire cow alone. However, he suddenly recognized a significant issue. With his tall and handsome stature, sharp brows, and starry eyes, how could his charisma be a mere 75 points? As he pondered, the system interface opened once more in his mind. Host, Jiang Qiu. Physique, 90 points. Charisma, 90 points. Intelligence, 90 points. Skills, none. Special effect, blessing of destiny. Meanwhile, outside, almost simultaneously, the Ferrari that had struck him came to a rapid halt. Subsequently, a tall girl emerged from the vehicle. Oh, isn't that our campus beauty, Chu Yanxi? Why has she switched cars again? Ah, you wouldn't understand the world of the wealthy. Today, Chu Yanxi wore a white V-neck chiffon blouse paired with a blue skirt, her long, fair thighs perfectly aligned and elegantly straight. Her exquisite features and beautiful visage made hearts flutter. Around her neck hung a gleaming silver platinum necklace, and at her waist was a 3-finger-wide brown belt. She wore sheer stockings complemented by a pair of ochre deerskin loafers, her slender, porcelain-like skin contrasting beautifully with her blue veins, a captivating sight. Amidst the gazes of the onlookers, Chu Yanxi hurried toward the scene of the accident. Classmate, are you all right? Seeing Jiang Qiu lying on the ground, she quickly crouched down, shaking his body. Passers-by witnessing this scene couldn't help but smirk. A bystander, unable to bear the sight, spoke up. Young lady, a person struck by a vehicle shouldn't be shaken like that. Before he could finish, Jiang Qiu, who had been lying on the ground, emitted a groan. As he opened his eyes, the first thing he beheld was a pair of long, beautiful legs. Looking up, he seemed to glimpse something he ought not to see. What a transgression! Jiang Qiu quickly covered his head and stood up. Hiss! The nearby onlookers were left dumbfounded. Could it be that the news reports were false and the person struck was unscathed? I sincerely apologize. I was in a hurry and accidentally. Chu Yanxi, seeing him stand, hurried to apologize. However, when she clearly saw Jiang Qiu's face, her heart involuntarily skipped a beat. Could it truly be him? Chu Yanxi's mind was engulfed in a cacophony, seemingly halting her ability to think. She even forgot to breathe, unable to believe that this scene was real. Are you all right? At this moment, Jiang Qiu appeared somewhat bewildered. He had been the one struck. Why was she so agitated? Did she recognize him? Jiang Qiu racked his brain, confirming he had never met her before. What could this mean? Was she merely feigning familiarity to avoid a financial claim? The thought made him glance once more at the girl before him. He couldn't help but admit she was truly stunning. Such a beautiful girl must be adept at deception, he mused. On the other hand, Chu Yanxi was striving to regain her composure. Hello, my name is Chu Yanxi, and I am also a student at Jiangnan University. After this simple introduction, she inquired with concern, I see you are injured. Should we go to the hospital for a checkup? Jiang Qiu was about to agree, but suddenly realized that his body had completely recovered, with not a single injury remaining. If he went to the hospital, wouldn't he be mistaken for a panda? Never mind, I am fine. Jiang Qiu brushed off the dust from his clothes. For some reason, since catching sight of the girl, named Chu Yanxi, he felt an inexplicable sense of unease. This vague feeling troubled him greatly. Thus, he decided to dismiss such thoughts, picking up the suitcase that had been knocked away and turning to head toward the school. Jiang Qiu's action left the surrounding crowd in stunned silence. What was happening? Shouldn't he be rushing to the hospital? Surely this child must have suffered some issue. He seemed rather abnormal, perhaps even injured his brain. Alas, the young man was quite handsome. What a pity. Classmate, please do not leave. Let us go to the hospital for a checkup. Hearing the commotion, Chu Yanxi was filled with concern. However, at that moment, Jiang Qiu only wished to depart swiftly from the scene. Little did the others know, he was eager to find a secluded spot to delve into the newly emerged system. I deeply apologize. If you are unwilling to go to the hospital, please leave your contact information. Chu Yanxi called out loudly, but Jiang Qiu remained unresponsive, merely waving his hand as he quickened his pace to leave. Observing this, Chu Yanxi grew frantic, stamping her foot. Jiang Qiu, do not go. This. Jiang Qiu halted abruptly, his expression quite peculiar. How did she know his name? Jiang Qiu found himself perplexed. He could swear this was his first encounter with a girl named Chu Yanxi. Out of curiosity, he stopped, turned, and faced her. Hello. I will not pursue this matter. Do you have anything else to say? Indeed, there is something else. Please go on. Will you marry me? Chu Yanxi took a few steps closer, gazing into Jiang Qiu's eyes, bashfully yet resolutely proclaiming. Chapter 2. You are a good person. Refusing the school bell's confession at this moment, Jiang Qiu was utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? Suddenly, she approaches me and proposes marriage? Is this some sort of local custom, where one must pledge themselves after a car accident? Meanwhile, the crowd nearby, drawn in by the spectacle, fell into a stunned silence. Who is Chu Yanxi? The belle of Jiangnan University, revered as the unparalleled goddess who captivates the entire school. Not only is she strikingly beautiful, but she also excels in various domains. She serves as the president of the student council, and has even founded her own company outside of school. Such a girl can indeed be described as a paragon of excellence. Yet, here she is, making advances? The hearts of the onlookers bled with envy. How could such a stroke of fortune not befall them? Jiang Qiu glanced once more at Chu Yanxi and absent-mindedly touched his ear. He was beginning to suspect that he might be suffering from some sort of after effect. Though the system was quite impressive, what if it had a bug? That would spell disaster for him. It was hardly surprising that Jiang Qiu harbored doubts about the system. The absurdity of the situation was simply too far-fetched. Even those bloggers on Zhu wouldn't dare concoct such a tale, would they? Pardon me, what did you just say? Jiang Qiu instinctively sought clarification. I said, I want to marry you. Chu Yanxi inhaled deeply, speaking with unwavering determination. I'm in my 3rd year, and though I'm 3 years your senior, as the saying goes, a woman 3 years older brings gold bricks. I will take good care of you. I have my own company outside of school. I own a car, I have a house, and I can provide you with ample pocket money. I have never been in a relationship, so you need not worry about me having any flings with other men, nor should you fear that I am using you as a shield. Furthermore, I do not require any bride price from you. Let us start as boyfriend and girlfriend, and once you reach the legal age, we shall promptly register our marriage. If you have any other demands, feel free to voice them at any time. With that, Chu Yanxi flashed a smile. So what do you think? My terms are rather appealing, wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing her words, the people around them could not help but gasp in astonishment. These terms were not merely appealing. They were downright perfect. All eyes turned to Jiang Qiu, their envy palpable as they drooled at the prospect. Ding dong. Random selection. Do you accept Chu Yanxi's confession? Option 1. The host agrees to the confession, receiving a monetary reward of 1 million and the honorary title of Coddle Prince. Option 2. The host declines the confession, receiving a Tesla Model X and an advanced driving skills reward. Note 1. The system's monetary rewards stem from various investment markets, classified as untraceable legal funds, posing no financial or legal risks. Note 2. The titles bestowed by the system possess distinct attributes. Once bound, the Coddled Prince title increases the host charm by 10 points. Note 3. The advanced driving skills reward will be acquired through a combination of memory transfer and muscle memory, ensuring no adverse reactions. The host may use it with confidence. Indeed, the perfect life system presented two enticing choices. Should he choose the first, Jiang Qiu would not only win the affections of beauty, but also gain an additional income. He would achieve financial freedom instantly and lead a life devoid of worries. As for the second reward, while it might seem slightly less appealing, a Tesla Model X is no small matter. Particularly, the advanced driving skills are an exceedingly practical skill that would last a lifetime. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Qiu made a difficult decision. His reasoning was simple. With the system at his disposal, he would surely never lack for money. If that were the case, why should he sacrifice his own allure to marry into wealth? While being a son-in-law might be momentarily gratifying, it would cost him long-term freedom, and even his future children would not bear his surname. Moreover, Jiang Qiu had no interest in the title of coddled prince. Given the current circumstances, everything felt so bizarre. He hardly knew Chu Yanxi, and as the old saying goes, a marriage devoid of affection is akin to deception. I choose the second option. Upon reaching his decision, Jiang Qiu organized his thoughts. He looked at Chu Yanxi and slowly stated, "Thank you very much. You are indeed a good person. All you need to do is agree. What I fear is," just as he spoke, Chu Yanxi suddenly froze. She had assumed Jiang Qiu would undoubtedly agree. But did that last statement imply he was rejecting her? "Jiang Qiu, what do you mean by that?" Chu Yanxi asked, her voice laced with anxiety, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. "What I mean is, you are genuinely wonderful, but we are not suited for each other." Jiang Qiu shrugged, repeating himself with a hint of resignation. An immediate silence enveloped the scene as the onlookers displayed expressions of disbelief. The goddess of the school, openly confessing, "I've been turned down? My goodness, what has happened in this world? Am I hallucinating? What manner of boy is this? Does he prefer men?" After a moment of silence, Chu Yanxi furrowed her brows and inquired, "Why? Can you give me a reason?" In truth, there was no particular reason. He simply wanted to focus on his studies and temporarily put such matters aside. Jiang Qiu began to fabricate a serious explanation. Everyone was stunned. Even Chu Yanxi was taken aback. Had she been too hasty and disrupted Jiang Qiu's studies? After a brief pause, Chu Yanxi finally regained her composure. She extended a finger, as white as jade, pointing at her own nose. "Are you saying you are rejecting me?" That's roughly the idea." Jiang Qiu scratched his head, unable to suppress his reluctance to live off another. Now that he had the system, opportunities for making money would abound in the future, allowing him to live freely without constraint. "If there's nothing else, I'll be heading to school now." With a slight smile, Jiang Qiu turned to leave. This time, Chu Yanxi did not stop him. Watching Jiang Qiu's retreating figure, she fell into a daze. Her alabaster face and neck were tinged with a faint blush. Rejected? How embarrassing to confess in front of so many people only to be turned down. Had she been too eager? 3 years. Chu Yanxi had waited for 3 long years. Today, she finally encountered the person she had longed for. Yet, upon their meeting, her confession was met with rejection. Chapter 3. Past Lives and Present. So she has been reborn in a parallel world, in the emergency room. Jiang Qiu. My greatest regret in this life is not being able to hold a grand wedding with you. I truly wish to wear a wedding gown for you and bear your child. Promise me, after I am gone, you will live well. If there is a next life, I will certainly seek you out again. This time, I won't make you wait so long. You must be obedient. Yanxi, please stop saying that. You will be fine. I promise you, I promise. Hearing Jiang Qiu's voice, Chu Yanxi managed to force a smile. In her final moment of breath, she seemed to glimpse a white light before losing all consciousness. When Chu Yanxi opened her eyes again, she found herself back in her university days. Indeed, she had been reborn. In her previous life, Jiang Qiu and Chu Yanxi met in the university campus. At that time, Chu Yanxi, a third-year senior, was the school's belle and goddess, while Jiang Qiu was merely a freshman who had joined the student council and became her capable aide. The relationship between the two began in university, where Chu Yanxi was always willing to bring him along, whether it was for meals, drinking, or even when she needed him to fetch sanitary napkins during her menstrual cycle. After graduating, Chu Yanxi transformed into a workaholic. With her exceptional work abilities, she quickly made a name for herself in the company and ascended to management. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiu found himself limited in what he could do, often silently supporting her from behind. As the years passed, Chu Yanxi accumulated substantial wealth and connections, ultimately deciding to establish her own company. However, human energy is finite. One cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Engrossed in her work, Chu Yanxi failed to notice that the time she spent with Jiang Qiu was dwindling. After several more years, during a family visit for the new year, Jiang Qiu's parents began to press him about whether he had a girlfriend and when he intended to marry. Faced with this question, he hesitated. With Chu Yanxi's company thriving, it was a crucial time for her to focus on her career. He did not wish to impede her professional growth because of his own desires. Most importantly, neither of them dared to express their feelings. Neither had broached the topic of taking their relationship further. Jiang Qiu was deeply troubled, genuinely uncertain whether Chu Yanxi wished to be with him. Thus, he resolved to give himself some time to cool off, suppressing his impulses to reach out to her. Initially, Chu Yanxi did not notice anything amiss. Even during the new year, she remained busy with projects at the company instead of returning home. It wasn't until a month later, when her company successfully went public, granting her immense wealth and financial freedom, that she first sought to contact Jiang Qiu to share her joy. However, she found that she could not reach him. In that moment, panic surged within her, as if a piece of her heart had been hollowed out, leaving her feeling lost and uncertain. Unable to contact Jiang Qiu, she immediately reached out to his parents. When the call connected, it was Jiang Qiu's mother who answered. Yanxi, I know you two have had a good relationship over the years, but there is something I must mention. I understand you are busy with your career, but money is not an infinite resource. Relationships require nurturing. Of course, if you have other choices, I harbor no grievances. But I hope you can clarify your situation soon to avoid wasting each other's time. At that moment, Chu Yanxi was suddenly filled with dread at the thought of losing Jiang Qiu. Memories of their past flooded her mind. She had always held deep affection for him. However, since graduating and entering the workforce, their time together had diminished. Originally, Chu Yanxi's ambition had been to work hard and earn money to lead her company to a brighter future. Yet now, everything seemed to pale in comparison to her feelings for Jiang Qiu. In that instant, she was engulfed in tears, realizing that she had long regarded Jiang Qiu as her other half. Sometimes, love is like this. When one is immersed in it, they remain unaware. Only upon losing it do they recognize its true essence. Subsequently, disregarding the projects at her company, she drove frantically to Jiang Qiu's home. Upon meeting, they mutually confessed their feelings for each other. Chu Yanxi even brought her household registration book, ready to marry Jiang Qiu on the spot. However, fate intervened, and the heavens did not grant them the opportunity. 3 years prior, at the moment of her rebirth, Chu Yanxi was eager to find Jiang Qiu and boldly express her feelings. In this life, she resolved not to miss her chance again. She yearned for a sweet romance, to savor the beautiful moments she had previously overlooked. Yet, at this juncture, she was not the wealthy female CEO of her past life, but merely an ordinary college freshman. Chu Yanxi recognized that seeking out Jiang Qiu now would hold no significance. He was still in high school. Even if she found him amidst the vast sea of students, what could she truly accomplish? For the sake of their future, she stifled her longing, preparing to wait for Jiang Qiu at university. During these 3 years, Chu Yanxi utilized her spare time to embark on her entrepreneurial journey, drawing on her memories from her past life. She seized the opportunity presented by short videos and established ByteDance. The company's products, including Dian, Jinri Taoxiao, Donggache, Xiaoxigua Video, and Dafinki novels, garnered immense popularity. In just 3 short years, although the company had yet to go public, authoritative evaluations indicated that Chu Yanxi's net worth had already reached hundreds of billions. It was clear that once publicly listed, she might very well become the wealthiest individual. Yet, all of this was merely a byproduct of her efforts. What did company valuations and IPOs matter in comparison to Jiang Qiu? Chu Yanxi understood that in her past life, she had invested too much energy into her work, neglecting Jiang Qiu's feelings, which led to their misunderstandings. Thus, in this life, she intended to use the time apart to build a successful career for him. Only then could they truly relish the sweet moments they had previously missed when they reunited. Today, the moment Chu Yanxi laid eyes on Jiang Qiu, her heart melted. Watching his departing figure, her cheeks flushed a deeper crimson. Rejected in her confession, it mattered little. After waiting for him so long, a few more days felt inconsequential. She instinctively pressed her lips together, suppressing her desire to taste the sweetness of Jiang Qiu. Chapter 4. The Low-Key Jiang Qiu, High-End Tesla Model X Ding Dong. The system is processing rewards. The Tesla Model X is expected to be delivered by this afternoon. Please await further notifications from the system. The system has issued the Advanced Driving Skills reward, and it has been successfully distributed. Suddenly, Jiang Qiu felt a surge of information flooding his mind, all pertaining to driving techniques. Simultaneously, he sensed changes within himself. He was now certain he could indeed drive and possessed exceptional driving skills. The system was remarkable, truly a perfect life system. Upon claiming his rewards, Jiang Qiu made his way to the freshman registration point. With the assistance of an enthusiastic senior, he completed all enrollment procedures, paid his fees, and received his supplies. After finishing all his tasks, he headed to the boys' dormitory in Building 12, room 302. It was a four-person dormitory with bunk beds and desks, equipped with a private restroom. The room had air conditioning, and the living conditions were quite decent. Being the first to arrive, Jiang Qiu found his bed and opened his suitcase, unpacking his clothes into the wardrobe. He then took stock of the missing supplies, noting them down on his phone for later shopping. Just then, a fellow student entered the room. Upon seeing Jiang Qiu, the student greeted him with a smile. "Hello. I thought I was early enough. I didn't expect you to be even more proactive." Hearing the voice, Jiang Qiu stood up to size up the newcomer. The student wore a rare domestic streetwear brand, CLOT, designed by Chun. Even a simple t-shirt from this label cost over 1,000 yuan. The suitcase he dragged was also quite luxurious, an LV classic checker design, priced around 20,000 yuan. Rich. This was Jiang Qiu's immediate reaction. After all, such designer attire spoke volumes. "Hello, Jiang Qiu. Imikian Shengqian." Caught off guard by the name, Jiang, he nearly burst out laughing. Qian Shengqian. Money on top of money? Without needing to see him, it was evident from his name that he came from a well-off family. After the two individuals introduced themselves, Qian Shengqian pulled a pack of cigarettes from his bag and casually tossed one to Jiang Qiu. The market price of these cigarettes stands at 700 yuan per pack, with each individual cigarette valued at 70 yuan. During their university days, presenting a casual gift worth 70 yuan was a rarity indeed. Jiang Qiu reaffirmed the identity of his affluent counterpart. Evidently, the name Qian Shengqian was not without merit. "Thank you, but I've quit, so I won't waste it," Jiang Qiu replied. Smoking often leads to the desire for a second, and he had never been particularly fond of the taste of nicotine. Now, in this new environment, he resolved to abstain altogether. "Quit already?" Qian Shengqian was momentarily taken aback. "Isn't that a bit early? I tried a few times and found it uninteresting," Jiang Qiu said with a smile, recalling the numerous videos he had seen on Douyin about the dangers of smoking just days prior. "You don't mind if I smoke, do you?" Qian Shengqian asked as he lit up. "Not all. Feel free," Jiang Qiu responded, shaking his head with a smile. He understood that everyone has different choices, and he could not impose his own on others. Meanwhile, Qian Shengqian opened the balcony window of their dormitory and stepped outside to enjoy the thrill of nicotine. "By the way, brother, have you prepared everything for your accommodation?" he inquired while smoking. "Most of the big items are taken care of. I'll buy the smaller necessities at the nearby mall shortly," Jiang Qiu replied with a grin. "What about you? Want to join me?" "Sure. Why don't we wait for everyone to arrive and go together?" Qian Shengqian suggested. "Sounds good." Jiang Qiu agreed readily, finding Qian Shengqian's character quite amiable. He believed they would get along well over the next 4 years. Before long, the other two roommates arrived. Chun Hongliang, a local from the bustling metropolis, and Zhao Mingrui, hailing from the capital. After exchanging pleasantries, they quickly grew familiar with one another, young and residing in the same dormitory. It was only natural for them to relax and be at ease in each other's company. However, Jiang Qiu was astonished to discover that his new roommates appeared to come from privileged backgrounds. Chun Hongliang was clad in an Armani bespoke summer outfit, exuding an air of nobility, while Zhao Mingrui sported the latest Burberry short-sleeve t-shirt adorned with a playful overlapping teddy bear logo, designed by the renowned Ricardo Tisci, retailing at around 10,000 yuan. Additionally, he wore fashionable LV mesh sneakers, effortlessly stylish. In contrast, Jiang Qiu, dressed in casual sportswear, seemed to be the most understated of the group. Yet, even though he was not a rich second-generation heir, he possessed a perfect life system, something wealth could not buy. "Does anyone need to purchase anything? How about we head to the mall and then enjoy a nice dinner tonight?" Jiang Qiu suggested, glancing at his three roommates. "Sounds great. I need to buy some toiletries," Chun Hongliang quickly responded. "Sure, let us enjoy some drinks tonight," Zhao Mingrui added. "I'm not bragging, but I can drink without backing down." Qian Shengqian, feeling competitive, jumped up, raising a finger. "Coincidentally, I can drink just as well. Tonight, let us see who can last longer." Laughter and playful banter filled the dormitory. At that moment, Zhao Mingrui winked and proposed. "How about we rank ourselves based on our drinking capacity tonight?" "No way." Chun Hongliang, who had remained quiet until then, waved his hands. "I genuinely lack the capacity for alcohol. If we're competing, I'll have to take the last place." He then glanced at Jiang Qiu. "Jiang Qiu, how is your drinking ability? If it's not great, we can be companions and replace alcohol with tea." It was the first day everyone met, and sharing a few drinks was certainly within reason. Jiang Qiu chuckled. "As for my drinking ability, I'd say it's just average." "Huh, who would have thought Jiang Qiu is quite the hidden gem?" Chun Hongliang remarked meaningfully, ultimately agreeing to the proposed ranking system. "Deal." Qian Shangxian decisively declared, establishing that the one with the best drinking ability would be the dormitory leader, with others following suit. This method would foster camaraderie without causing discord. And no one voiced any objections. Let us hurry and get our things. The sooner we leave, the sooner we return. Everyone was eager to set off, gathering their belongings as they headed downstairs. Ding dong. The system notification chimed, announcing that the Tesla Model X had been delivered. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but feel curious about how the system would present its rewards. Chapter 5. Chu Yanxi's subtle intentions a ride along. After the system notification, Jiang Qiu received a call from an unfamiliar number. Hello, is this Mr. Jiang? This is SF Express. You have a package that has arrived at your dormitory. Is it convenient for you to collect it now? On the other end was an SF delivery person. No problem. I'm already down at the entrance, Jiang Qiu replied, marveling at the system's efficiency in locating his dormitory address. Jiang Qiu, is something up? Qian Shangxian, noticing Jiang Qiu's recent phone call, approached him with curiosity. Just a moment, my package has arrived. Just as he spoke, the delivery person arrived on a bicycle, handing Jiang Qiu a parcel. As Jiang Qiu had anticipated, inside the package was a Tesla car key. The moment he picked up the key, the system chimed again. Ding dong. The Tesla Model X is parked in the Jiangnan University faculty parking lot, spot 888. Note, the system has provided a parking space and charging station for permanent use. Upon receiving this message, Jiang Qiu couldn't help but give a mental thumbs up to the system. How thoughtful. Not only had the car key been delivered, but a parking space and charging station were also prepared. Jiang Qiu, this model you bought online looks impressive. Indeed, it appears quite realistic. Wait a moment. The more I look, the more it resembles a real car. My dad has one too, oh my goodness. Could this really be genuine? All three roommates were discerning individuals. Initially mistaking it for a model, they soon realized the truth. Jiang Qiu, no, brother Qiu, Qian Shangxian exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. How did he realize you'd arrived at school with a car on the first day? It's just a grocery getter. Jiang Qiu waved his hand dismissively. Let us go. We'll take my car. The earlier we leave, the earlier we return. All right. The group was secretly astonished, yet no one dared to pry further. In other dormitories, some might inquire about Jiang Qiu's circumstances, eager for gossip. However, in this particular dormitory, everyone was relatively well off. For these affluent second-generation individuals, having their family purchase a car was hardly a challenge. What surprised them was that despite Jiang Qiu's modest attire, he was capable of driving a vehicle worth millions. Truly, he was the epitome of low-key elegance. Minutes later, they arrived at the parking lot. Following the system's instructions, Jiang Qiu found a brand new Tesla Model X parked in the designated spot. The car featured a stunning and innovative front design, with a panoramic windshield that offered an expansive view, making the interior feel even more spacious. Coupled with the latest Falcon Wing doors, it exuded an aura of high-end sophistication. Moreover, the license plate was particularly meaningful. MO-AJQ 888. The JQ was an abbreviation of Jiang Qiu's name, while the 888 was a coveted number. Jiang Qiu found himself increasingly enamored with the vehicle. Although its price cannot be compared to luxury vehicles such as Ferrari or Maserati, its significance is truly extraordinary. Qiuge, I suddenly feel disinclined to strive. Oh, could I be the ornament hanging from your leg? If I possessed such a car, I would undoubtedly captivate all the girls in the school. The three dorm mates nearby began to jest around this vehicle. Although they were not financially lacking, it was the beginning of the semester, and their parents were not inclined to let them drive to school. Thus, seeing Jiang Qiu's car, it would be disingenuous to claim they were not envious. Let's go, we're off. The group climbed into the car, with Jiang Qiu taking the driver's seat. His seasoned driving skills had allowed him to master the vehicle's performance completely. Jiang Qiu felt a surge of confidence, believing he could even compete in professional racing and secure a place. Having a car is truly convenient. I used to have a second-hand Audi that my father discarded. But unfortunately, my mother wouldn't allow me to drive it to school. Chen Hongliang, seated in the back, shook his head in resignation. Indeed, I've been considering purchasing a car soon. It would make it easier to charm girls on weekends. Qian Shangxian was also unable to contain his excitement. Zhao Mingrui, smirking, joked, just let me know when that time comes. I'll buy a matching couples model with you. Upon hearing this, the group erupted in laughter. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but reflect on how they were all affluent. Purchasing a car seemed as casual as buying groceries. When they discussed cars, there was no pretense, as they all shared a comfortable financial standing, leading to more common topics in the future. As the car started, Jiang Qiu skillfully maneuvered out of the parking lot. At that moment, a Ferrari LaFerrari parked by the roadside caught everyone's attention. Wow, someone at school actually drives such a luxury car? No way. I thought Qiuge was already rich, but it seems there is someone even wealthier. This Ferrari is worth over 20 million, a dream for every man. The group began to chatter excitedly, prompting Jiang Qiu to reduce his speed. As they drew nearer, they noticed, to their dismay, that the front of the 20 million renminbi luxury car bore a dent. What on earth happened? Such a waste. Qin Shengxian rolled down the window to get a better look. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiu glanced at the car and felt an unsettling sensation. This car looked strangely familiar. Jiang Qiu. Just then, the door of the Ferrari swung open. Chu Yanxi stepped out, her eyes lighting up as she spotted Jiang Qiu in the driver's seat. He looked so handsome when he focused on driving. Hello, is there something you need? Jiang Qiu felt a bit odd, recalling what had happened at the school gate earlier. She's so beautiful. She must have no shortage of admirers. So why confess to me? It's nothing. Chu Yanxi started to shake her head, but then realized if she said it was nothing, Jiang Qiu would likely speed away. That foolish boy. No, there is something. My car broke down, and I was hoping to hitch a ride with you. After saying this, she pointed at the dent on her Ferrari's front. For Chu Yanxi, this minor issue was hardly significant. A simple phone call to the repair company would suffice. Initially, she had done just that, letting the towing company take her car away, but then she regretted it. To her, that car was a testament to her first encounter with Jiang Qiu and held significant sentimental value. Thus, she called back the towing company, intending to keep the car as a cherished memory. Goodness, if others knew of this thought, their jaws would surely drop. Chapter 6. How I Long to Embrace Jiang Qiu. In the Tesla, her friends were astonished. Xiuge, do you two know each other? Qian Shengxian, Zhao Ruiming, and Chun Hongliang appeared visibly shocked. Today had certainly brought them an abundance of surprises. Well, I suppose we do. Jiang Qiu nodded, glancing at Chu Yanxi outside. So where are you headed? My car is full. How about wait? I'll squeeze in the back with my buddies. It's no problem. Before he could finish, Qian Shengxian swiftly opened the passenger door and darted to the back seat. Although it was a bit cramped, it was certainly preferable to being in the front as a third wheel. Jiang Qiu felt a wave of exasperation while Chu Yanxi seamlessly settled into the passenger seat. Senior, where are you going? Without waiting for a response, Jiang Qiu continued. We were planning to go to the mall to shop for some daily necessities. He presumed that upon hearing this, Chu Yanxi would likely shy away. Yet once again, he was left disappointed. Sounds great. I'm going that way too. Chu Yanxi fastened her seatbelt, gazing at Jiang Qiu with an unusually content expression. After 3 years, she had rediscovered a sense of warmth. With Jiang Qiu nearby, she felt an undeniable sense of security. How I longed to embrace him. Had it not been for the 3 third wheels in the back, she might have lost control of herself. In the back seat, her 3 roommates were utterly astonished by the unfolding scene. Although they were initially taken aback by Jiang Qiu driving a luxury car, they weren't envious. However, witnessing such a goddess-like classmate being so proactive was truly enviable. The most infuriating part was that Jiang Qiu seemed rather reluctant about it. How can anyone else survive this? Thus, the atmosphere in the car grew rather peculiar as they drove on. After half an hour, they finally arrived at the mall. Chu Yanxi reluctantly exited the vehicle, adding Jiang Qiu on WeChat as she departed. Watching Jiang Qiu and his roommates enter the mall, she couldn't help but clench her fist. You want to escape my grasp. Subsequently, Chu Yanxi casually found a cafe within the mall for afternoon tea. After sitting down, she pulled out her phone and sent a message. Come find me. It's important. The message included her location. About 20 minutes later, a slightly chubby girl with a decent appearance walked in. What is going on, sister? This girl, Li Lingling, was a friend Chu Yanxi had known since childhood. They both attended the same university, but had chosen different majors. Li Lingling was now a small internet celebrity, boasting over 100,000 followers on her Douyin account. She was one of Chu Yanxi's few friends, often consulted for advice. How can I make a guy fall in love with me quickly? What? Upon hearing Chu Yanxi's words, Li Lingling jumped up, reaching out to touch her forehead. No way, Chu the boss, what has got into you? I was rejected. What happened? Did a deal fall through? No, I was turned down when I confessed. Oh, I thought it was something serious. Li Lingling was about to nod in agreement when she suddenly froze. Wait, confessed? Who did you confess to? At that moment, Li Lingling's face lit up with excitement as she propped her chin up, ready to indulge in the gossip. Who would have thought that the ever-disinterested Chu Yanxi had someone she liked? Do you have a photo? Let me see. Is he handsome? He seems quite handsome. Chu Yanxi twirled her hair and sighed softly. I've always liked him. We've just barely crossed paths. What do you mean? Li Lingling was utterly bewildered. As one of the few friends Chu Yanxi had, she had never known that her friend had harbored feelings for someone all along. Moreover, what does just met even mean? Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. Chu Yanxi took a deep breath. The usually impassive expression on her face now bore traces of excitement. Anyway, what you need to know is that the person I like has appeared. That's wonderful. Li Lingling exclaimed, genuinely happy for her dear friend. But my confession was rejected. Chu Yanxi's brow furrowed with worry. One must understand, she had never before taken the initiative to confess her feelings to anyone. Whether in the past or now, her heart had been wholly devoted to her work. She had never been proactive in matters of affection. No way. Someone actually rejected you in this world? Li Lingling was astonished. Quick, tell me how he turned you down. He said, you're a good person. Chu Yanxi replied solemnly. I know I'm a good person. But why would he say that? Oh my, you actually got the infamous nice guy card. Li Lingling gasped dramatically. Chu Yanxi nodded helplessly, feeling utterly humiliated by the incident. Why? I finally met him, but he rejected me. What do you think I should do? She lamented, tears brimming in her eyes. Li Lingling pondered for a moment before asking, where did you meet him? Were you perhaps too hasty? Chu Yanxi recounted the encounter at the school gate. Upon hearing the story, Li Lingling's expression twisted into one of disbelief. No way, sister. You actually made a move on a freshman heartthrob. And you bumped into him and already want to marry him? Even the most melodramatic romance novel authors wouldn't dare write such absurdity. Gritting her teeth, Chu Yanxi retorted. Enough nonsense. Help me figure out how to make him accept my confession. Tisk, you're so desperate. You haven't even started dating him. And you're already so fierce with me. If you two get together, I'll surely be bullied to death. Ah, careless friendships, prioritizing romance over friendship. Li Lingling feignat surou dramatically. It seemed the DN traffic support plan's roster might need some adjustments this time around. After finishing her words, Chu Yanxi cast a threatening glance at her best friend. As the CEO of ByteDance Group, the DN company naturally fell under her jurisdiction. At work, Chu Yanxi always maintained the icy, aloof demeanor of a quintessential CO, only allowing herself to joke around with those closest to her. Please, sister, I admit I was wrong. Li Lingling immediately wilted, earnestly confessing. Then hurry up and help me come up with a plan. Chu Yanxi demanded. No matter how challenging a project or financing deal was, Chu Yanxi never once furrowed her brow during work. Yet now, whenever she thought of Jiang Qiu, worry clouded her face. As long as one's thoughts don't falter, there are always more solutions than difficulties. Li Lingling waved her hand confidently. Leave this to me. I'll personally teach you some surefire flirting techniques and guarantee you win over that young man. Chapter 7. Random Task, Frenzied Shopping. Achoo! Jiang Qiu sneezed. Brother Qiu, are you alright? Qian Shangqian approached him with concern. Maybe someone is gossiping about me behind my back. Jiang Qiu shook his head, silently thinking the rumors were unlikely to be flattering. Upon arriving at the mall, the group of four began shopping for their respective necessities. Since they only intended to purchase everyday items, they didn't need to scrutinize too closely. How is this brand? Good, and the price is reasonable. I'll get it. Nice, I'll take one too. Ding dong. Random task. The system detects that the host is shopping. Please select goods worth more than 100,000 yuan within 30 minutes. Task reward. Complete the task within the stipulated time to receive a primary random shopping cashback card. Failure penalty. None. Primary random shopping cashback card. After task completion, the host will receive a cashback equal to 10 times the amount spent. The exact multiplier is randomly generated. Upon discovering the perfect life system task, Jiang Qiu couldn't help but feel exhilarated. A task with rewards, but no penalties was truly splendid. Another chance to earn some windfall. The only problem was that this mall lacked luxury brand boutiques. Jiang Qiu and his roommates had only come out to buy daily necessities. Who would have expected the system to issue such a challenge? Otherwise, they could have easily exceeded the 100,000 yuan mark by casually purchasing some luxury items, and perhaps even more. Checking the time, only 30 minutes remained. Jiang Qiu greeted his roommates and decided to roam the mall alone. He certainly wouldn't disclose the system's existence to others. So he had to act solo now and find an excuse later. After wandering around, Jiang Qiu arrived at the Huawei specialty store. Hello, may I assist you with anything? The clerk greeted warmly upon seeing a customer enter. Just browsing, Jiang Qiu replied nonchalantly. All right, feel free to call me if you need anything. The clerk smiled politely before stepping away. The courteous yet unobtrusive service left a favorable impression on Jiang Qiu. Nowadays, many domestic brands were on par with international ones, especially in terms of customer service, which had advanced considerably. After a brief inspection, Jiang Qiu signaled the clerk once more. Hello, could you tell me which is the most expensive phone in your store? Sir, our priciest model is the Huawei Mate X2 foldable phone, the clerk replied, leading Jiang Qiu to the central display case. This phone features the Kirin 9000 chip, ultra-sensitive Leica quad camera, and seamless eagle wing folding. Notably, it boasts a colossal 512 GB memory capacity, more than sufficient to meet all your needs, as well as a massive battery. Wait, how much is this phone? Jiang Qiu interrupted, uninterested in the technical details. Time was of the essence. Price was paramount. The clerk quickly responded, Sir, this phone comes in 4 colors, glossy black, crystal blue, glazed white, and auspicious red. The most expensive is the glossy black, retailing at 19,699 yuan. All right, I'll take that one. Jiang Qiu nodded casually. Huh? This? The clerk was momentarily stunned. This nearly 20,000 yuan phone had never sold a single unit in this store before. Its high price deterred many customers, and the store never expected anyone to buy it. Usually, it sat in the display case merely as a showpiece. Are you sure you want to purchase this phone? The clerk sought confirmation, mindful of the substantial cost. Yes, quickly please. Don't waste time, Jiang Qiu affirmed. At last, the clerk was convinced that this customer was no ordinary spender. Perhaps this was the legendary tycoon who could effortlessly rake in millions or even tens of millions. By the way, how much is this laptop? Help me pick the most expensive one. Jiang Qiu pointed to a nearby notebook. Since the system prohibited purchasing multiple items of the same category, he shifted his attention to other products. Indeed, without this restriction, he could have completed the task easily by buying 5 phones alone. The Perfect Life system cleverly avoided this loophole, dashing Jiang Qiu's hopes for shortcuts. Yet, enjoying a broader shopping experience was the system's true intention. Sir, our priciest laptop currently is the Huawei MateBook X Pro, the clerk announced. This computer boasts a 31K original color full-screen display, combining a lightweight and high-performance design, weighing a mere 138 kilograms, making it exceptionally portable. Most importantly, it functions as a super terminal, facilitating cross-screen collaboration, cross-end searches, and file transfers across devices. Now, may I inquire about the price of the highest configuration? Jiang Qiu once again interrupted the salesperson's presentation. All right, sir, I shall be brief. The salesperson swallowed hard and quickly responded, the top model, featuring a 2022 i7 with 16 gigabytes RAM and a 1 terabyte Jade Cool storage, is priced at 12,289 yuan. Fine, I'll take one. Jiang Qiu nodded, displaying no hesitation in his purchasing decision. Excellent, I will prepare that for you immediately. The salesperson was elated to encounter such a decisive customer. However, Jiang Qiu was not yet satisfied. He glanced at the time, noting approximately 15 minutes left on the countdown. It was unlikely he could make it to another store in time, so he resolved to continue shopping here. By the way, what other products do you have? I want one of each. Jiang Qiu's declaration instantly attracted the attention of those around him. Where did this tycoon come from? Is he truly going to take one of everything? Surely he must be mistaken, thinking Huawei is a marketplace. Indeed, this was a moment of unparalleled humiliation for Huawei. Chapter 8. Is it not reasonable for a student like me to become a millionaire? At this moment, the salesperson's heart soared with joy as he quickly summoned help to bring forth all the products in the store. There was a pad priced at 8,699 yuan, a smartwatch at 5,699 yuan, and Bluetooth earphones for 3,999 yuan. Additionally, numerous cutting-edge smart home products from Huawei were available, including smart refrigerators, washing machines, air conditioners, robotic vacuums, home treadmills, stationary bikes, and air purifiers. Sir, do you wish to purchase all these? The salesperson, adhering to a responsible approach, confirmed once more. Yes. Let's expedite the checkout process. Time is of the essence. Jiang Qiu urged, genuinely anxious that a delay might result in significant loss. However, to onlookers, his actions appeared astonishing. Purchasing without a moment's hesitation and urging the merchant to hasten the transaction was indeed unprecedented. Right this way, please. I will proceed with the checkout immediately. Upon hearing Jiang Qiu's confirmation, the salesperson felt a wave of satisfaction as he produced his handheld cash register, beginning to scan each item. Given the multitude of products, it took 5 minutes to complete the scanning process. Sir, your total expenditure amounts to 99,830 yuan. We be paying by card or WeChat. The salesperson presented the final bill, handing it over to Jiang Qiu. Wait a moment. Is there anything else in the store that I have not purchased? Jiang Qiu inquired, furrowing his brow as he examined the bill. By a stroke of luck, the total was a mere 170 yuan short of his 100,000 yuan goal. Sir, what do you mean? The salesperson felt a pang of anxiety. If the customer was dissatisfied and decided against the purchase, it would be a significant loss. Let us round it up to 100,000 yuan for simplicity. The salesperson was once more taken aback. Perhaps for the wealthy, the difference between 100,000 yuan and 10 yuan was negligible. Sir, I see we still have a AX 3 gigabit router priced at 399 yuan. The salesperson quickly added, that would bring the total to 229 yuan. We can offer you a discount on the excess, allowing you to pay a clean 100,000 yuan. Ding dong. The system detected that the host had selected 100,000 yuan worth of products within 30 minutes, completing a random shopping task. Congratulations, the host has received a basic random shopping cashback card. Basic random shopping cashback card. The host will receive a cashback amounting to 10 times the corresponding expenditure, with the exact multiplier generated randomly. Would you like to claim your reward immediately? Upon hearing that familiar voice, Jiang Qiu opted to claim his reward at once. Congratulations. The host has received a 10x shopping cashback reward, amounting to 100,000 yuan. Would you like to withdraw this amount to your bank card immediately? Jiang Qiu nodded. Of course, let us process the withdrawal now. At that moment, he felt a rush of emotions. His bank account had only held a few thousand yuan in pocket money. And now he suddenly had 1,000,000 yuan in cashback rewards, a true overnight fortune. The next moment, Jiang Qiu received a text notification. Your joint business bank card ending in 1209 received a transfer of 100,000 yuan on August 30th at 1508. Seeing such a substantial sum credited to his account, Jiang Qiu cautiously wondered, could there be any issues with this money? Rest assured, host. Every penny awarded by the system is traceable and constitutes legitimate income. Indeed, the perfect life system had earned Jiang Qiu's internal praise. After settling the payment, he still had 900,000 yuan remaining. Jiang Qiu provided an address, as the store offered home delivery services, especially for large items like treadmills that he could not transport himself. The salesperson, upon seeing the address of Jiangnan University, dormitory number 12, couldn't help but marvel at the wealth of today's students. After leaving the specialty store, Jiang Qiu quickly reunited with his roommates. By this time, they had mostly completed their shopping, their cart overflowing with various bags. Qiu, you're back. We've got everything for you. Let us go. I can't wait to drink. After a flurry of activity, they loaded the items into the vehicle and returned home. Once back in the dormitory, Jiang Qiu organized his purchases and took a shower. Hurry up, Qiu. You're all sweaty. I need a shower too. The group busied themselves. And after everyone had showered, the time was nearly upon them. It's almost 5 o'clock. Let us get ready to head out. Qian Shengxian exclaimed excitedly. I can't wait to drink. All right, let's hope you don't need to be carried back tonight. Zhao Mingrui, confident in his drinking capacity, bantered back. Jiang Qiu felt no pressure. After all, he had no interest in vying for the title of dormitory leader. It was merely a label, and, at that moment, he wasn't particularly invested. Wait for me. Meanwhile, Chun Hongliang changed into a different outfit and suddenly suggested, why don't we buy a washing machine for our dorm? It will be quite convenient. Qian Shengxian eagerly agreed. I was just thinking the same. Zhao Mingrui nodded in agreement, adding, I think we should also get a small refrigerator to keep some beer, drinks, and bottled water cool during the summer. Let us each pitch in a bit of money as a communal fund for the dorm, and we can deduct from there for any group activities. After Qian Shengxian proposed, he turned to Jiang Qiu. What do you think, Qiu? There is no need for such trouble. Jiang Qiu shook his head. I visited the Huawei specialty store today and saw many new smart home products, including refrigerators, washing machines, air conditioners, and robotic vacuums. I calculated that our dorm could use them all, so I bought everything. They should arrive tomorrow. Wow. ISNT Huawei, just a phone manufacturer? Goodness. They even sell refrigerators and washing machines. Huawei is impressive, and so is Qiu. The dorm mates were thoroughly impressed. Although they weren't short on money, the disparity became evident when compared to Jiang Qiu. Encountering such a remarkable roommate at the start of the school year left them feeling somewhat odd. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiu was not overly concerned. He casually shifted the conversation. I just checked, and there's a food street near the school. What shall we eat tonight? As soon as food was mentioned, the group erupted into lively discussion. Barbecue or hot pot? I'm fine with anything except stir-fried dishes. They don't pair well with alcohol. Then let us go for barbecue. I want some lamb kidneys to revitalize myself. Huh. Your words have made my mouth water as well, but I must confess, I have a greater fondness for lamb testicles. Chapter 9. Jiang Qiu dominates the scene. The four of them exited the university and ventured to the commercial street outside the West Gate, selecting a well-rated barbecue establishment to settle down in. Boss, bring us 2 cases of beer to start. Qian Shengxian could hardly contain his excitement. Certainly. Take a look at the menu while I fetch the drinks. The proprietor, brimming with enthusiasm, handed them the menu before hastily retrieving the beer. As this was their first visit, they ordered a selection of the restaurant's signature dishes. Approximately 10 minutes later, a bountiful array of dishes adorned their table. Shall we begin? Come on, let's do this. Cheers. The sound of clinking glasses resonated, devoid of any insincere pleasantries. Their camaraderie was felt through the drinks. As a few rounds of liquor were consumed, the atmosphere around the table grew increasingly vibrant. Jiang Qiu discerned that none of his roommates were lightweights. Initially, he believed that Qian Shengxian and Zhao Mingrui had the best tolerance for alcohol, only to discover that Chun Hongliang was no less formidable. With the liquor flowing, they began to share snippets of their lives. Chun Hongliang, a native of the bustling metropolis, hailed from a family that owned a thriving tea company. He epitomized the archetype of a wealthy second-generation heir, poised to inherit the family business upon graduation. Zhao Mingrui's parents were influential figures within the political arena, and it was evident that their familial stature held considerable weight in the capital. Qian Shengxian, on the other hand, was a Tianfu native raised in the northeast, with his family engaged in real estate, having reaped the benefits of the country's initial wave of economic reform. His parents had intended to send him abroad for further studies, but due to the flu pandemic, they ultimately decided against it, prioritizing safety over distance. Listening to his roommates' backgrounds, Jiang Qiu couldn't help but feel a twinge of awe. Here he was, surrounded by a bureaucrat's son and 2 signs of affluence. It was indeed impressive. Thankfully, he possessed the perfect life system. Otherwise, he would have found himself feeling quite inadequate. With a chuckle, Jiang Qiu remarked, "Ahem, I really don't have much to say. I come from a modest family. Quite ordinary. Come on, I can't believe that." Qian Shengxian exclaimed, unable to restrain himself. "You rolled up to school in a million-yuan Tesla right at the start of the semester. When did the standards for an ordinary family become so elevated?" "Exactly. I could only get my family to buy me a modest vehicle. I can't even begin to compare to you, autumn brother." Zhao Mingrui joined in, egging him on. "Guys, I used to think my family was fairly well off." Chun Hongliang lamented. "But after seeing your car today, I was left utterly speechless." Laughter erupted around the table. "I assure you, I truly come from an ordinary family. As for the car I drove today, I purchased it with profits from stock trading." Jiang Qiu fabricated a casual excuse, knowing full well he could not divulge the existence of the system. Why stock trading instead of winning the lottery? Please. In this day and age, no one is that naive. The idea of winning the lottery is something one might tell an old man, but in reality, it's simply unattainable. While stock trading isn't foolproof, it does present opportunities for profit if one is fortuitous. "Wait, you made money from stock trading?" His 3 roommates were taken aback. "Brother, autumn brother, you must be quite the expert." "No way. I tried my hand at it during the break, and I ended up losing my shirt." "Autumn brother, no, please. I beg you to teach me." Ding dong. System task. Display your brilliance. The host must achieve a return on investment exceeding 10 in the stock market within 3 months. Completing this task will reward the host with a basic stock information trend card. Hidden option. You may choose to involve your roommates in this venture. If successful, you will receive an additional special gift pack reward. Note 1. The system will issue special gift rewards of varying levels based on the host's profit margins. Note 2. All rewards from the system are classified as untraceable, legal funds, and will not incur any financial or legal risks. Yet another task had been triggered. Jiang Qiu had initially planned to engage in stock trading alone, but this system task was indeed fortuitous. Furthermore, with a hidden option to include his roommates for a special reward, he felt compelled to accept. "No problem. After I conduct some research, we'll seize the opportunity to earn some money together." Upon hearing this, Qian Shengxian, Zhao Mingrui, and Chun Hongliang erupted in cheers. Though they were accustomed to the privileges of their affluent backgrounds, they had always been the envy of others. Now, Jiang Qiu had left them utterly astonished. For these privileged youth, their previous bravado stemmed from their parents' wealth, but Jiang Qiu's accomplishments were entirely his own. In that moment, the 4 of them raised their glasses in a toast to Jiang Qiu. "Thank you, autumn brother. Cheers." Jiang Qiu accepted every toast with grace, downing cup after cup. Thanks to the system's blessing of destiny, his physical constitution had been elevated to 90 points, allowing him to drink without intoxication. "Allow me to propose a toast. We come from all corners of the earth, and the fact that we are gathered here is fate." Jiang Qiu lifted his glass, downing in one go, then continued. "I'll start the round. I'm genuinely delighted today and hope we can be lifelong friends." With this, Jiang Qiu initiated a round, matching each of his companions in 3 consecutive drinks. His generosity further endeared him to the others, who followed suit, mimicking his actions. In a short span, each of them had consumed 18 cups of liquor. If one were to factor in their earlier drinks, it was roughly equivalent to 10 bottles each. How many could boast such a tolerance? Zhao Mingrui was the first to succumb. Surprisingly, Chun Hongliang, who had previously claimed he couldn't hold his liquor, turned out to be quite resilient, while Zhao Mingrui, who had boasted of his capacity, was the first to fall. Meanwhile, Qian Shengxian, though still able to drink, began to feel the effects. Reluctantly, the two conspired to launch an all-out offensive against Jiang Qiu, persistently toasting him. Facing this 2-on-1 scenario, Jiang Qiu remained unfazed. The perfect life system rendered him impervious to intoxication, allowing him to handle the relentless barrage of toasts with ease. After downing at least 5 more bottles, Qian Shengqian and Chen Hongliang finally began to waver. Want another? Jiang Qiu inquired with a smile. No more, no more. Chen Hongliang admitted defeat, truly unable to continue. He had underestimated Jiang Qiu's strength, intending to conceal his own prowess before making a grand reveal. Little did he anticipate that Jiang Qiu would prove to be so formidable. With everyone else having indulged, why was it that Jiang Qiu showed no signs of inebriation? I'll take the challenge. Qian Shengqian's face glowed with determination. He had boasted earlier and could not afford to concede now. All right, I think we've had enough for today. Let us go all in for the final showdown. Jiang Qiu chuckled. How about we each take a bottle and down it directly? What do you say? With that, he cracked open a case of beer and handed a bottle to Qian Shengqian. What could Qian Shengqian say? Though he claimed he could drink, his mind was racing with apprehension. If it were 1 cup at a time, he could manage, but Jiang Qiu's audacious proposal shattered all expectations. All right then. Qian Shengqian had no choice but to acquiesce. Regret washed over him as he thought about why he had felt the need to show off. If given a second chance, he would never challenge Jiang Qiu to a drinking contest. Alas, there were no second chances. After 2 bottles, he was finished. Jiang Qiu had carried the entire affair. Chapter 10. Additional rewards. The onlooker, Li Lingling Ding Dong. Congratulations to the host for achieving ultimate victory in this group battle, triggering a random reward. The system is currently calculating the rewards. Reward 1. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a basic attribute enhancement card, with a permanent boost to your physique of 1 point. Reward 2. In light of the host's exceptional performance, you have additionally received the title of drunk but unfallible. Upon hearing the system's notification, Jiang Qiu couldn't help but marvel. The perfect life system is indeed considerate. The ability to enhance one's physique through drinking is rather commendable. However, what on earth is this drunk but unfallible? It seems the system has sensed his thoughts and promptly provided a warm prompt. Drunk but unfallible. After consuming alcohol, the host automatically activates their physical potential. This includes, but is not limited to, increases in length and girth, enhancement of the host's combat power, and ensuring the body remains upright at least 9 times. After digesting this explanation, Jiang Qiu was taken aback. Is that even possible? The perfect life system is impressive. Jiang Qiu silently gave a thumbs up to the system in his mind. Subsequently, he checked his current physical status. Host, Jiang Qiu. Physique, 91 points. Charm, 90 points. Wisdom, 90 points. Skill, advanced driving technique. Special effects, blessing of fate, drunk but unfallible. Account balance, 9,032, 885 yuan. Phew, not bad at all. Jiang Qiu took a deep breath. Tonight's drinking session was exceptionally enjoyable. Now it was time to disperse. It was already past 11 p.m., and if they didn't return to the dormitory soon, the doors would be locked. At present, Zhao Mingrui was sprawled on the table, fast asleep, even snoring. Meanwhile, Qian Shengqian, with the assistance of Chen Hongliang, was off to the side, violently purging his stomach. Jiang Qiu first settled the bill and then roused Zhao Mingrui, who had been asleep for over 2 hours. Upon waking, he stared blankly at Jiang Qiu. Brother Qiu, don't stop me, I can still drink. Jiang Qiu patted his shoulder and said earnestly, how about I go to the supermarket and buy some more alcohol? No. At that moment, Qian Shengqian returned from his bout of vomiting. Upon hearing Jiang Qiu's suggestion to buy more alcohol, he instantly became more alert. Brother Qiu, don't buy any more. Just let me be. Qian Shengqian had attended countless drinking parties since childhood, and until today, he had never tasted defeat. But today he was utterly convinced. After all, who could withstand bottle after bottle? Haha, Brother Qiu is amazing. On the other side, Chen Hongliang was equally impressed. Thus, the dormitory hierarchy was established based on this drinking session. Leader Jiang Qiu, second place Qian Shengqian, third place Chen Hongliang, and fourth place Zhao Mingrui. As midnight approached, the groups supported each other toward the school. Along the way, Zhao Mingrui wobbled erratically, while Qian Shengqian staggered and retched. Chen Hongliang was somewhat stable, but he could barely take care of himself. This left Jiang Qiu overwhelmed, being the only sober one, as he supported both of them, one on each side. In this manner, Jiang Qiu exerted tremendous effort, finally managing to get all his roommates back to the dormitory. The journey there had taken 10 minutes, but returning took over half an hour. Such is the irony of life. Upon returning to the dormitory, Jiang Qiu immediately took a shower. After freshening up, he lay on his bed and picked up his phone, noticing numerous unread WeChat messages. Are you there? What are you doing? Why haven't you replied to my messages? Simultaneously, across from Jiangnan University, in Building 8 of Area Binhai International Villa, Chu Yanxi, clad in a limited edition Hello Kitty X Chanel pajama set, lay on the living room sofa, intently staring at her phone screen. Beside her was Li Lingling, munching on a watermelon slice. Since Chu Yanxi began earning money, she had purchased a villa near the school, where she usually resided. As for Li Lingling, she had volunteered to move in, claiming it was to keep Chu Yanxi company. In reality, she was merely there to enjoy free food and drinks. This watermelon is delicious. After devouring half a watermelon, Li Lingling let out a satisfied burp. What? Lingling, didn't you hear me talking? At this moment, Chu Yanxi was extremely irritated. She stood up from the sofa, ready to take action. No. I meant, miss, it was just one slice of watermelon. After saying this, Li Lingling noticed Chu Yanxi's furrowed brow and sensed the tension. Quickly, she composed herself and said seriously, ahem, I meant to say, your little Qiu must not have seen your messages, which is why he hasn't replied. Don't worry. Upon hearing this, Chu Yanxi's furrowed brow relaxed, and she replied, Lingling, I didn't catch what you said. Could you repeat it? Huh? What did I say? Li Lingling pondered for a moment. I said not to worry. He must be busy and hasn't seen it. No, the previous sentence. Chu Yanxi's face was full of anticipation. I said, your little Qiu. At this point, Li Lingling finally realized, and upon seeing Chu Yanxi's beaming smile, she couldn't help but exclaim, no way, sister, come on. Li Lingling felt as if she had been hit by love's leftovers, her heart in a tumult. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just then, Chu Yanxi's phone suddenly rang. She quickly unlocked her phone and hurriedly opened the unread WeChat messages. Jiang Qiu. Sorry, senior. I just got back to the dorm after the night's gathering. Seeing this message, Chu Yanxi's mood brightened instantly. So Jiang Qiu hadn't replied, because he was busy. No worries. Did you drink at the gathering? Did you overdo it? After swiftly composing her message, Chu Yanxi hit send. At this moment, Li Lingling leaned over and, upon seeing their conversation, couldn't help but exclaim, I say, miss, you've been waiting all night, and it's just brushed by like this? Heh, willing. Chu Yanxi retrieved her phone and then turned back to her bedroom. Oh no, poor choice in friends. Li Lingling held her forehead, unable to suppress a sigh. Back in her room, Chu Yanxi quickly reopened her phone, fearful of missing anything. Jiang Qiu, at a little, not a big deal. Chu Yanxi couldn't help but laugh. She was well aware of Jiang Qiu's drinking capacity. In their previous life, whenever they attended gatherings together, Jiang Qiu would always shield her from alcohol. Back then, his tolerance was quite average, yet he would go to great lengths for her. It was precisely from that time that their feelings began to take root and blossom. Chu Yanxi began to daydream. Thinking Jiang Qiu's message indicating it was not a big deal was perhaps to spare her concern. One must admit, girls in love often oscillate between hope and anxiety. If her subordinates were to hear her thoughts, they would likely be taken aback. Outsiders could never comprehend why the female CEO of a multi-billion-dollar company would be so enraptured by love. However, for Chu Yanxi, Jiang Qiu was her everything. Thus, the two continued their conversation for a while, until Jiang Qiu felt drowsy, wished her good night, and fell asleep. Meanwhile, Chu Yanxi, holding her phone, soon drifted off to a peaceful slumber. This sleep was undoubtedly the most restful she had experienced in 3 years. Chapter 11. Heartfelt Breakfast. Chu Yanxi's feeding the next morning. Jiang Qiu was roused by the blaring alarm, and soon the entire dormitory was in disarray. Oh no, we're going to be late. Brothers, it's the first class meeting today. Oh no, making a bad impression on the girls on the very first day. After a flurry of activity, the group finally completed their morning routines. At this point, no one had time for breakfast, as being late to the first class meeting was not an option. Exiting the dormitory, they dashed off. One must say, the recovery speed of youth is astonishing. Despite last night's revelry, they were still full of vigor the next day. Upon entering the teaching building and traversing a lengthy corridor, Jiang Qiu was on the verge of reaching the classroom when he noticed Chu Yanxi standing at the door. Today, she was adorned in a deep blue suit skirt, with slender legs encased in sheer black stockings and perched atop a pair of elegant high-heeled shoes. Her attire was a stark contrast to the previous day's casual ensemble, exuding a professional and dignified aura reminiscent of a sophisticated urban career woman. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but inhale sharply, captivated by her stunning figure. However, what was she doing here? Simultaneously, several of his roommates recognized Chu Yanxi. Isn't that the senior from yesterday's ride? Qian Shengqian remarked, casting a knowing glance at Jiang Qiu. It seems so. Qiu, have you committed some heinous act that would cause such a beauty to pursue you to the classroom? Zhao Mingrui chimed in, jesting. No, I haven't done anything of the sort. Stop spreading nonsense. Jiang Qiu waved his hands in denial, fervently rejecting the insinuation. Qiu, are you not aware that a double negative implies an affirmation? Chen Hongliang shrugged, adding, don't blame us for lacking loyalty. We are simply powerless to assist. With that, the three of them slyly slipped into the classroom. Jiang Qiu, you've arrived. At that moment, Chu Yanxi noticed him and strode over. Hello, senior. Jiang Qiu greeted with a smile. What a coincidence to run into you here. Not at all. I was specifically waiting for you, she replied, revealing a large bag of breakfast from behind her. Here, take this. After last night's drinking, you must eat breakfast. Ah, this. Jiang Qiu was about to refuse, but she promptly thrust the bag into his hands. Take it. Eat it while it's warm. This feels a bit inappropriate, he protested. I think it's quite fine. If you don't like it, you can simply discard it, she retorted. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiu's expression darkened. Discard it? To avoid wasting food, he reluctantly accepted. Well, I suppose I'll keep it. Thank you, senior. Great. Let us head into the classroom and eat while it's still warm, Chu Yanxi said, visibly pleased that he accepted her breakfast. All right, senior, I'll go in first. Jiang Qiu nodded and entered the classroom, clutching the hefty bag. The room was already filled with students, and he was the last to arrive. The girls mostly occupied the front rows, while the boys settled in the back. Jiang Qiu made his way to the rear, where Qian Shengxian and the others had saved him a spot. Qiuge, why did you bring so much food? Hey, this is from Dawen Junkin. ISNT it? That's the popular internet cafe, right? How fortunate. My stomach is delicate, but I do enjoy soft food. Jiang Qiu remained composed and ignored their banter. Once seated, he opened the bag, revealing an array of breakfast items, pan-fried buns, wontons, flaky pastries, deep-fried dough sticks, soy milk, egg pancakes, and century egg congee. Good heavens, am I meant to burst from this feast? Jiang Qiu mused as he selected a dough stick, a portion of soy milk, and a pan-fried bun, distributing the rest to his roommates. As they ate, the conversation turned to their class dynamics. Looking around, our class has some attractive girls, Chen Hongliang noted quietly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiu looked up. The girls indeed possessed a commendable level of beauty. A few caught his gaze long enough to linger. However, in comparison to Chu Yanxi, the disparity was glaring. Not bad. What is the plan? Are you going to pursue anyone? Jiang Qiu inquired. No. Chen Hongliang shook his head vigorously. I adhere to the principle that one should not graze where one sleeps. It's best to steer clear of the class flower. Why is that? Zhao Mingrui asked, puzzled. Consider this. If you date someone from class, everyone will know. If you argue, the whole class will be aware. And if you break up, the embarrassment is palpable, Chen Hongliang elaborated. Thus, we should keep our options open and seek partners from other departments or schools, allowing for personal space. Even if a breakup occurs, it won't hinder finding the next one. Wise words indeed. You're quite the sage, second brother. Zhao Mingrui nodded fervently, applauding the theory. On the other hand, Qian Shengxian chuckled. The next one will be better. The next one will be more obedient. The next one will listen more. Coughing slightly, Jiang Qiu, who had been sipping soy milk, nearly choked at the remark. He shook his head, solemnly declaring, You all are too callous. Don't ever say you're from my dorm. Ah, Qiugu, you're oblivious to the struggles of the hungry. Chen Hongliang retorted. If I had a beautiful, caring, and wealthy girlfriend, I would be wholly devoted to her, even if it meant being a sycophant. Exactly. Qiu, do tell us about your relationship with the illustrious Chu de Ziahua. I've done my homework. Chu Yanxi is a third-year senior in finance, consistently recognized as the campus belle at Jiangnan University for 3 consecutive years. She is currently the president of the student council and has founded her own company outside of school. The three of them exchanged glances filled with envy. For such an outstanding woman to proactively bring Jiang Qiu breakfast was simply too enviable. As first-year students, the stark contrast in their circumstances felt overwhelmingly significant. Far more so than when they first saw Jiang Qiu driving a luxury car worth millions. Shall I share the truth? Jiang Qiu took a final sip of soy milk and, with an air of mystery, confessed, Honestly, I have no idea. Come on, Qiugu, who would believe that? His friends were incredulous. Jiang Qiu shrugged, expressing his exasperation. Just as their laughter filled the room, the classroom door swung open, and an immediate hush fell over the students. Hello everyone, my name is Chu Yanxi, and I am your assistant class advisor. The figure entering was none other than the very Chu Yanxi who had just delivered breakfast to Jiang Qiu. Dressed in her deep blue suit skirt, she undeniably embodied the aura of a class advisor, and it was unlikely anyone would question her authority, even if she were a formal teacher. Wait, assistant class advisor? Qiu, am I seeing things? This is utterly outrageous. The most shocked were Jiang Qiu's 3 roommates from dorm 302. They had seen Chu Yanxi just yesterday, and now she was their assistant class advisor. Although she was merely an assistant for first-year students, such a role was revered and respected. Jiang University had a tradition of assigning a third-year student to each freshman class to serve as an assistant class advisor, primarily to help newcomers acclimate to university life. Unlike high school, where there was extensive teacher oversight, university education relied more on self-directed learning. Typically, these assistant advisors were selected from capable third-year students, particularly those holding positions in the student council. Chu Yanxi, as the president of the student council, naturally qualified for this role. Initially, she had little interest, but the presence of Jiang Qiu piqued her curiosity. Encouraged by Li Lingling, she saw this as a legitimate opportunity to draw closer to him. After all, proximity fosters connection, and being Jiang Qiu's advisor would undoubtedly facilitate that. The thought of Jiang Qiu addressing her as teacher felt peculiar, yet exhilarating. Despite Jiang Qiu maintaining a calm exterior, internally, he couldn't help but wonder, was this some form of roleplay? In the blink of an eye, the senior who had just treated herself to breakfast had transformed into one's instructor. Although she held the title of teaching assistant, it seemed that one was expected to address her as teacher. Such a swift shift in identity was rather unexpected. Dear classmates, I will be responsible for your academic and daily affairs for the foreseeable future. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to approach me, Chu Yanxi announced from the podium, offering a brief overview of the school's particulars while highlighting important points for the freshmen to bear in mind. Meanwhile, the students in the audience began whispering among themselves, particularly the boys, who were visibly exhilarated. It must be said that the impact of a beautiful female teacher is undeniably more profound than that of a male counterpart. Even though Chu Yanxi articulated numerous regulations, her words were particularly soothing to the ears. Simultaneously, the school's online forum erupted with activity. As a post titled on the first day of school, "My beautiful assistant class leader" gained immense popularity. In a fleeting moment, someone in the class had captured a photograph of Chu Yanxi speaking at the podium and posted it online. Instantly, the new students were envious, wondering why their class lacked such a stunning assistant leader. Class 1 of International Trade, envious. Class 2 of Human Resources, envious. Class 1 of Accounting, envious. However, not long after this post gained traction, someone swiftly doused the freshmen's excitement with a harsh reality check. Dear juniors, wake up. This is our school's Chu campus flower, reigning supreme on the beauty rankings for 3 consecutive years, with no one surpassing her. Let me tell you, not only is Chu campus flower breathtakingly beautiful, but she also excels academically, possesses remarkable professional skills, and most importantly, she is wealthy. Alas, the campus flower is far too exceptional. Suitors can queue from the boys' dormitory to the girls', yet none have ever won her favor. Everyone disperse. The existence of a goddess like Chu campus flower is beyond the reach of you mere youngsters. Within 10 minutes, the post's popularity soared to the top of the forum, attracting an increasing number of onlookers. The seniors' comments did not deter the freshmen. Rather, they ignited their competitive spirit. A number of them, confident in their own merits, posted declarations of their intent to compete with the seniors. I, Li Gang from Class 1 of Finance, hereby declare my willingness to brave fire and water for the campus flower. I, Zhao Ziming from Class 5 of Engineering, hereby declare that Chu campus flower is my ultimate goal for the next 4 years. I, Shirta from Class 3 of Law, hereby declare my willingness to be the #1 admirer of the goddess Chu. This wave of replies further fueled the forum's fervor, attracting even more new students. The seniors shook their heads, reminiscing about their own days of youthful enthusiasm. However, reality can be unforgiving. Reflecting on the past 3 years, Chu Yanxi had remained indifferent to countless suitors, never even acknowledging them, let alone granting them her WeChat contact. Even the most outstanding rich heirs had been met with no opportunities. Initially, many believed Chu Yanxi feigned aloofness, but 3 years flew by without a hint of scandal. Now, those former admirers had resigned themselves to their fate, with rumors circulating that Chu campus flower had a preference for girls. In response to such gossip, she merely smiled, never feeling the need to clarify. Instead, she focused her energy on entrepreneurial ventures outside of school. Over the course of 3 years, through astute planning, she established her own colossal company, silencing all doubters. The present-day Chu Yanxi had become an unattainable figure, admired from afar. At this juncture, an account named Ling Xiao posted in the school forum. Admirers, please recognize your own limitations. Do you even know what cosmetics the campus flower uses, what jewelry she wears, or what brand of clothing she dons? This sharply satirical post immediately drew the attention of many. I want to know more. Please spill the details. I can't wait for the juicy revelations. In the A district of Binhe International Villa, Li Lingling was once again skipping class today. What was the point of attending lessons in such sweltering heat? Hiding in her grand villa, she reveled in the cool air conditioning while indulging in chilled watermelon. Wasn't that blissful? After a satisfying burp, she wiped her mouth and comfortably reclined on the sofa. Bored, she opened her computer, watched a few tedious variety shows, and then began browsing the school's forum. Eager to discover any recent gossip, upon spotting the thread about Chu Yanxi, she thought, what is this? Am I reading about my best friend? Noticing the audacious comments from many who fancied their chances of pursuing her friend, Li Lingling decided it was time to set them straight. Using her alternate account, Ling Xiao, she crafted a post aimed at disheartening those misguided souls. Admirers, take a good look at the deep blue suit skirt worn by the campus flower. It was designed by the most influential female designer in the UK, Kelly Hoppen, and there are only two in existence, one of which is worn by the Duchess of Cambridge. Kate, now, examine the accessories chosen by the campus flower. Sapphire earrings, an exquisite brooch, and misty blue high heels. Let me be clear, these seemingly inconspicuous accessories are worth no less than a luxury apartment in the heart of the city. And do you know what car the campus flower drives? A Ferrari LaFerrari valued at over 20 million. After this enlightening exposition, the forum fell into a stunned silence. Previously confident rich heirs were rendered speechless, their fantasies extinguished by cold, hard numbers. Before her computer screen, Li Lingling chuckled with satisfaction, reaching for another piece of watermelon from the table. Chapter 13. In terms of looks, Jiang Qiu had an undeniable hold on the situation. At that moment, Chu Yanxi remained blissfully unaware of the significant stir her affairs had caused online. Of course, even if she were aware, it wouldn't concern her. Currently, her focus was solely on Jiang Qiu, who sat in the last row of the classroom. Watching Jiang Qiu enjoy the breakfast she had prepared, Chu Yanxi felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. Now that I've covered all the necessary points, I wish everyone success in your studies over the next 4 years. As Chu Yanxi concluded her speech, the classroom erupted into enthusiastic applause. The student from Jiang Qiu's dorm clapped vigorously, shouting praises while casting meaningful glances at Jiang Qiu. In their eyes, the bond between their roommate and the teacher was quite exceptional. Asking for leave or skipping class might be much more convenient now. Next, I would like each student to come to the stage for a self-introduction, starting from the first row near the window, with each person allotted 3 minutes, Chu Yanxi instructed. Also, as military training begins tomorrow, we need to elect temporary class committee members today. If anyone is interested, feel free to express your desired position during your introduction. Chu Yanxi continued. There will be a total of 7 members in our class committee, including 1 class leader, 1 league secretary, 1 study commissioner, 1 arts commissioner, 1 life commissioner, 1 sports commissioner, and 1 psychological commissioner. Upon hearing about the election for class committee members, the classroom buzzed with excitement, as many students were ready to jump at the opportunity. Class 3 of Business Administration had a total of 32 students, comprising 8 boys and 24 girls. Besides Jiang Qiu's dormitory, there was another dorm with 4 boys. Such as the nature of liberal arts majors, the number of boys is especially scarce. And this is an unavoidable reality. Particularly in artistic institutions, boys are exceedingly rare. Having 1 or 2 in a class is a stroke of luck, rarer than giant pandas. Qiu, are you considering running for class leader or something? Zhao Mingrui glanced at Jiang Qiu, beginning to encourage her. Yes, boss, we're all counting on you. On the other side, Qian Shengxian remarked, half smiling, given your connection with Teacher Chu, becoming class president should be a breeze. You can help our brothers secure some benefits. Don't involve me, Jiang Qiu retorted, spreading his hands in exasperation, as he simply lacked the time for such undertakings. While holding a position as a class officer would undoubtedly enhance his resume, Jiang Qiu was currently indifferent to such matters and had no inclination to run for class president. If he were to actually attain the position, it would likely entail a considerable amount of responsibility, wouldn't it? Ding dong. A random task appeared. Please, host. At least run for 1 class committee position. Task reward. The system will issue varying rewards based on the importance of the position. Penalty for failure, none. Previously in a state of lethargy, Jiang Qiu suddenly felt invigorated. The reward from the system had been quite generous in the past, and he was now filled with anticipation for what delightful surprises awaited him this time. After all, how busy could one really be as a class officer? Rejecting complacency, he resolved to take action. However, which position should he contest? Jiang Qiu first eliminated the role of Youth League Secretary, as this position was typically held by female students. As a dashing young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, it would hardly be appropriate for him to frequent the girls' dormitory. Furthermore, the learning committee and the arts committee wielded little power but were burdened with numerous tasks, especially the learning committee, which likely required daily collection of assignments and monitoring classmates' academic performance. Quite troublesome indeed. As for the arts committee, if the school organized an event, its members would probably be expected to perform on stage. Although Jiang Qiu possessed a modicum of artistic talent, he certainly did not aspire to the level of public performance. Next came the roles of life committee, sports committee, and psychological committee, positions that could be described as mere token assignments. Had the system not issued the task beforehand, these would have been Jiang Qiu's most desired roles. After all, they required minimal effort, allowed for a low profile, and boasted numerous perks. However, given the current circumstances, he could not afford to be complacent, as the system's rewards were contingent upon the significance of the position. Thus, he had no choice but to aim for the role of class president. This position was undoubtedly the most pivotal, promising the most substantial rewards from the system. If he truly became class president, would others not address him as President Jiang in the future? What an impressive title that would be. Clearing his throat, Jiang Qiu earnestly addressed his roommates. For the happiness of our dormitory over the next 4 years, I believe I should take some initiative, perhaps by running for class president. His 3 roommates looked utterly bewildered. What had just transpired? Moments ago, they had implored him to take action, and now he had swiftly changed his mind. Haha, Brother Qiu, we will definitely support you. Despite the playful banter, the trio earnestly expressed their backing. Meanwhile, under the organization of Chu Yanxi, the classmates took turns introducing themselves on stage. University was akin to a miniature society, with students hailing from all corners of the nation, each exhibiting distinct personalities. This was evident during their self-introductions. Some spoke in a formal manner, others were lively and spirited, while some appeared shy, their cheeks flushed. Jiang Qiu, seated in the last row, attentively listened to their speeches. Hello everyone, I am Zhu Tong, and I am delighted to become your classmate. I hope to run for the position of Youth League Secretary. Over the next 4 years, I will dedicate myself to serving everyone and growing alongside you. Zhu Tong enthusiastically introduced herself from the stage. Jiang Qiu cast a glance. While her beauty did not reach an extraordinary level, if you were to assign a score, she would certainly surpass a 75 out of 100. In the class, her looks could easily qualify her as the most attractive girl. Following her was a rather boisterous female classmate. Upon taking the stage, she boldly declared, "Hello, brothers and sisters. I am Li Yin, delighted to meet you all, and today I wish to run for sport committee." Her statement elicited hearty laughter from many boys in the audience. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but glance at her more than once. It must be said that Li Yan's physique was well suited for sports. She then shared that she had previously trained as a shot-put athlete. Causing the laughter to cease, what had initially appeared to be a novice turned out to be a formidable competitor. Next, several more individuals took the stage, many of whom showed little interest in running for committee positions, merely introducing themselves. Soon, it was the turn of another male student from a different dormitory, Li Huayuan. He was impeccably dressed in a casual suit paired with a crisp white shirt and polished leather shoes, exuding a commanding presence that immediately drew attention. "Hello, everyone. I am Li Huayuan, and I wish to run for class president," he announced in impeccably standard Mandarin. "I was class president in high school, accumulating extensive experience, and I genuinely wish to contribute to our class. I hope to earn your support." The female students in the audience regarded him with interest. His mature demeanor was undeniably attractive. "Brother Qiu, you have a rival." Zhao Mingrui voiced his concern from the audience. "Oh, there's no need to worry." Qian Shengxian waved his hand dismissively. "Our class has plenty of girls. In terms of looks, Brother Qiu has them all beat." Chapter 14. The Class President's Charisma. Shall we perform? The class meeting continued, and it was now Jiang Qiu's dormitory's turn. Chen Hongliang was the first to take the stage. "Hello everyone, I am Chen Hongliang, from the local metropolis." He smiled and added, "I initially intended to run for Youth League Secretary, but Zhu Tong is simply too outstanding. I wholeheartedly concede this round." His words elicited a wave of embarrassment among the male students in the audience. Was it possible to flatter someone so overtly? This lad had never intended to run for any position, and his remarks were a grand gesture of goodwill towards Zhu Tong. As expected, Zhu Tong's gaze towards Chen Hongliang shifted significantly. "Hee, brothers, please forgive my antics." After returning to his seat, Chen Hongliang maintained an unbothered demeanor, showing no signs of embarrassment. "Say, Liang Ge, you wouldn't have some sort of romantic entanglement with Zhu Tong, would you?" Zhao Mingrui inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Did you not just say we shouldn't date classmates?" "Oh, Chen Hongliang feigned contemplation before suddenly retorting. Did I say that? Zhao Mingrui gasped at a loss for words. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Qiu couldn't help but shake his head, finding it amusing. Just moments ago, Chen Hongliang had proclaimed that one shouldn't pursue romantic interests too close to home, especially not the class flower. Zhao Mingrui had taken him seriously. Little did he know that in just a few minutes, Chen Hongliang had already betrayed his own words. This display of audacity was a true testament to his character, leaving Zhao Mingrui questioning his life choices. As the class meeting progressed, Qian Shangxian took the stage. Hello everyone, I am Qian Shangxian. Please don't laugh. My greatest ambition is to earn more money. His self-deprecating humor sparked laughter among the audience. Many female students turned to him, noticing his trendy attire that hinted at a comfortable financial background. Moreover, he was notably tall, further attracting the attention of the girls. Like Chen Hongliang, Qian Shangxian had no intention of contesting any position. Jiang Qiu sensed that his aspirations lay elsewhere. Next up was Zhao Mingrui, who stepped onto the stage to speak. Hello everyone, I am Zhao Mingrui from the capital. My academic performance is decent, and I wish to run for the position of learning committee. I hope for your support. Today, he sported casual attire, giving off a youthful vibe. Moreover, his candidacy for the position of academic committee member indicates that his academic performance must be commendable, leaving a lasting impression of an exemplary student among his female classmates. Li Yan, seated in the audience, cast a curious glance at him, her eyes sparkling with a unique brilliance. Finally, it was Jiang Qiu's turn. He strolled to the podium with an air of calmness and proceeded to introduce himself with confidence. Hello everyone, my name is Jiang Qiu, the Jiang Qiu of a raincoat and a bamboo hat, a small boat, fishing alone in the autumn river. Today, I wish to run for class monitor. Although some students have already expressed their desire for this role, I would still like to give it a try. I shall refrain from any superfluous remarks. Should I be elected, I promise that for the next 4 years, you will not have to pay a single cent in class fees, as I will cover all expenses for class activities. Jiang Qiu's proclamation instantly ignited a fervor within the classroom, and enthusiastic applause erupted. I support Brother Qiu. Zhao Mingrui shouted loudly. Brother Qiu is impressive. Brother Qiu is incredible. Chen Hongliang quickly echoed. I believe Brother Qiu must become the class monitor. Qian Shangxian also voiced his enthusiastic support. At that moment, Li Huayuan wore a bewildered expression. He had thought his position as class monitor was secure, only to find Jiang Qiu completely disregarding the usual norms. What astonished him most was Jiang Qiu's swift garnering of robust support from his roommates. It was worth noting that most students today are only children, and his 3 roommates appear to come from well-off families. How could they so easily be swayed by Jiang Qiu? In fact, at that moment, many female classmates had also set their sights on Jiang Qiu. A roommate sitting next to Zhu Tong whispered, I think Jiang Qiu is quite impressive. Zhu Tong smiled gently, aware that her roommate had a weakness for good looks. Who could resist a tall and handsome figure like Jiang Qiu's? Moreover, he had promised to take care of the class fees for all 4 years of university, a not insignificant sum. On the other side, ever since Jiang Qiu stood up, Chu Yanxi's eyes had not strayed from him. When she heard him introduce himself, a smile graced her lips. So Jiang Qiu's name held such significance? Had it not been for this opportunity to assist Jiang Qiu, she might never have realized this. What surprised her even more was Jiang Qiu's audacious promise to cover all class fees if elected. At that moment, Jiang Qiu remained unaware that Chu Yanxi had already resolved that, come what may, she would not allow him to spend a single penny. In her view, the money she earned was precisely for Jiang Qiu to spend. If this thought were to be revealed to others, they would surely be envious. All right, everyone has completed their self-introductions. Let us now proceed to the anonymous voting to elect the class committee members. Under Chu Yanxi's moderation, everyone began to cast their anonymous votes. The candidate for the position of the Youth League secretary was solely Zhu Tong, and naturally, she was elected without any pressure. After all, she was the class beauty. Being attractive allowed her to have her way, didn't it? The position of academic committee member fell to Zhao Mingrui, who proved to be quite popular as the charming young man. Li Yan's election as the sports committee member was also without suspense. No male classmates contested against her, likely due to the imposing presence she exuded. After all, who wouldn't fear a confrontation? The selection of other committee members was equally predictable. The cultural committee member was Sun Miao Miao. The life committee member was Shun Karan, and the psychological committee member was Wang Siwi. The most suspenseful contest, however, was for the position of class monitor, where the showdown between Jiang Qiu and Li Huayuan captured everyone's attention. Initially, many anticipated a fierce duel, yet Jiang Qiu emerged victorious with overwhelming support. Aside from Li Huayuan's roommates, nearly all other students cast their votes for Jiang Qiu. It was undeniable. Jiang Qiu's striking appearance eclipsed that of his opponent. Coupled with his captivating campaign promise, many neutral students were also persuaded to vote for him. As Chu Yanxi announced the final results, the classroom erupted into exuberant applause. "Brother Qiu, congratulations on becoming the class monitor," Zhao Mingrui exclaimed excitedly from his seat beside Jiang Qiu. "Boss, no, from now on, you shall be referred to as class monitor," Qian Shengxian chimed in jokingly from the side. Meanwhile, Chun Hongliang, wearing a mischievous grin, remarked, "Class monitor, to celebrate. Why not perform an impromptu act?" His suggestion instantly resonated with the class, prompting a chorus of encouragement. "Yes, class monitor, put on a show for us." "Agreed. Class monitor is so handsome. He must sing beautifully. I want to hear it. Go for it, class monitor." At this, Jiang Qiu's expression darkened, and he couldn't help but retort, "You are placing me in a difficult position. My singing is truly nothing to write home about." Chapter 15, A Song of Blue and White Porcelain. Surpassing the classics, Jiang Qiu glanced helplessly at his three roommates, the most enthusiastic in the classroom. Chun Hongliang chuckled, "No worries, Brother Qiu, just give it a go. We aren't expecting you to win any awards." Qian Shengxian nodded in agreement. "You can do it, Brother Qiu. We'll cheer for you from the audience." "Jiang Qiu, why not showcase your talent?" It was Chu Yanxi standing on the stage, looking at him with eager anticipation. In her memory, Jiang Qiu's singing ability was quite decent. While he couldn't compare to professional singers, his voice was still rather pleasant. Therefore, she felt no concern that Jiang Qiu would embarrass himself. Perhaps he simply wished to maintain a low profile? Ding dong, the system detected that the host had completed the task of running for class committee member. Rewards are being calculated. The host has obtained the position of class monitor. The task is successfully completed, and the highest rewards are granted. Reward 1. Congratulations to the host for receiving a primary food cashback card. Reward 2. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an advanced singing skill, comparable to that of the King of Heaven. Reward 3. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a high-level attribute enhancement card, increasing physique by 1, charm by 1, and wisdom by 1, permanently effective. Primary food cashback card. The host will receive cashback equivalent to 10 times the corresponding amount spent, with a specific multiplier generated randomly. Advanced singing skill. The reward will be acquired through a combination of memory transfer and muscle memory, with no adverse reactions. The host may rest assured. Perfect. The system's rewards came at the most opportune moment. Jiang Qiu had initially harbored some concerns about his singing ability. After all, he had only ever sung along to accompaniment in KTV. The thought of performing in a different setting truly made him uneasy. However, with a singing skill on par with that of the King of Heaven, singing a song should be a breeze. All right then, I shall present a performance. I hope everyone will be forgiving. Jiang Qiu confidently stepped to the center of the classroom, feigning a throat-clearing gesture to ascertain whether the system's rewards had taken effect. Testing. Testing. In that instant, Jiang Qiu felt a refreshing sensation begin to soothe his throat. It was remarkably smooth. Delightful. Wow, that voice is so magnetic. What is happening? Why do I feel a tightening in my heart? Is it time to sing? That voice is so enchanting. The murmurs of the crowd did not disturb Jiang Qiu. He was now certain that the singing reward had been successfully activated. Gathering his focus, Jiang Qiu contemplated diligently in his mind before swiftly selecting a song. Next, I will sing a piece titled Blue and White Porcelain by the King of Heaven. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience began to murmur once more. Wow, he chose a classic track by the King of Heaven. However, songs by Zhou Dong are notoriously difficult to sing. His unique style has often been imitated but never surpassed. I think Brother Qiu might be in over his head, but it's all right. Just getting up to perform is already impressive. Meanwhile, Chu Yanxi, in a corner of the classroom, pulled out her phone to start recording. She wanted to capture this significant moment. No matter how Jiang Qiu sang, she felt genuinely happy. At that moment, as the prelude gradually unfolded, Jiang Qiu slowly closed his eyes. The raw clay outlines the blue and white porcelain, the brush strokes transitioning from bold to light. The bottle's body depicts peonies, just like your initial adornment. The fragrant sandalwood wafts through the window, and I'm aware of my own thoughts. On the rice paper, the brush paused midway. Although Jiang Qiu only sang the first stanza of the lyrics, everyone was almost rendered defenseless the moment he opened his mouth. The resonance of his voice was utterly magnetic. Could it be even more captivating than that of King Zhou? It was simply inconceivable. The glaze displayed its hues, the portrait of a lady, the charm concealed within, and your smile, like a bud poised to bloom. Your beauty, a wisp of fragrance. It wafts to me, to a place I cannot reach. By the time the first two stanzas concluded, the audience in the classroom was utterly dumbfounded. Good heavens, what a melodious voice. On the very first day of school, My ears are already enchanted. I am left in awe. Brother Qiu's singing prowess is nothing short of divine. The melody continued to linger in my ears. The exquisite blue and white porcelain of Xiame was vividly brought to life through such a tune, leaving everyone in astonishment. It is worth noting that this song is steeped in traditional Chinese aesthetics, and upon its initial release, it garnered an enthusiastic response. King Zhou rose to fame with this very song, gracing that year's National Spring Festival Gala, earning a precious 3 minutes of solo performance time. Indeed, this song was even incorporated into the textbooks. Now, Jiang Qiu has delivered a rendition so perfect, one could say it surpasses the original. The sky blue awaits the misty rain, while I await you. The smoke rises gently, spanning thousands of miles across the river. Inscribed on the bottom of the bottle are the Han scripts, reminiscent of the elegance of a bygone era. As if I had penned a prelude to our meeting. The sky blue awaits the misty rain, while I await you. The moonlight has been salvaged, blurring the conclusion. Like a timeless blue and white porcelain, beautifully self-contained. Your eyes twinkle with mirth. As the song concluded, the lingering notes wrapped around us. Silence fell, a deathly stillness. Many girls present were moved to tears. A sorrowful song, and among 1,000 listeners. If you can bring even one to tears, that is indeed an impressive feat. Of course, excluding the actors hired by the program team, who were merely there for compensation, not truly touched by the music. Yet now 1/3 of the girls in the class were brought to tears. Chu Yanxi was a veritable mess of tears. Jiang Qiu's song had truly resonated with her soul. Blue and white porcelain narrates a tragic love story. In a past life, a man's beloved was abducted, and in a desperate bid to rescue her, he offered the rare blue and white porcelain as ransom. Yet, the villains, upon receiving the porcelain, still murdered his beloved. The flow of time brings us to a modern antique auction, where a piece of blue and white porcelain with a long history is being auctioned. The former lovers meet once more. Although they lack memories of their past, they still fall in love at first sight. However, tragedy strikes again. After their beautiful encounter, the man is shot and collapses into the woman's embrace. A millennium later, the exquisite blue and white porcelain bears witness once more to a here-trending separation. The sky blue awaits the misty rain, while I await you. Chu Yanxi's eyes brimmed with tears. Was it not speaking of her own story? Jiang Qiu had truly elevated this song to an extraordinary realm. What is a classic? A classic is meant to be transcended. Today, King Zhou's classic piece has been forcefully surpassed. It is a sensation that words cannot encapsulate, an overwhelming feeling of being conquered from within. Once the performance concluded, the classroom fell into silence. The next moment, the room erupted in applause. Everyone rose collectively, their applause crashing like a tidal wave. Upon finishing, Jiang Qiu slightly bowed to the audience and returned to his seat. Brother Qiu, can you sing like that too? Wealth aside, he possesses such talent. How are we to live? You've also left out one thing. Brother Qiu is also handsome. I'm truly envious. The few wealthy second-generation students in the dorm were utterly convinced. They had once considered themselves exceptional, but now, in comparison to Jiang Qiu, they felt utterly overshadowed. Meanwhile, Chu Yanxi's heart was in turmoil. The charm that Jiang Qiu exuded was irresistibly captivating. She felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and embrace him, planting a fervent kiss on his lips. Taking a deep breath, she knew now was not the time. She quickly composed herself and carefully saved the video of the performance. She intended to listen to it again, 100 times. All right, that concludes today's class meeting. Standing at the podium, Chu Yanxi instantly captured everyone's attention. Regarding the military training for new students, it will officially commence tomorrow at 8 a.m., lasting for 7.5 days. Please be prepared. She continued, additionally, I've created a WeChat group. Please all join. The scheduled post-training will be shared in the group for everyone to check. Finally, she added, class committee members, please stay behind. The rest of you may arrange your time freely. Once the class meeting concluded, those who were not committee members departed. At this moment, I feel quite fortunate. Brother Qiu will head out first. A few glanced at Jiang Qiu, as he was the only committee member in the dorm. All right, the things I bought yesterday have arrived. You might as well check them out. Jiang Qiu nodded with a smile. Goodness, that was quick. Our dorm can have its own air conditioning, washing machine, and refrigerator. How incredible. I'm going to post about it and make others envious. Jiang Qiu did not stop them. After all, such a commotion would be hard to keep under wraps, especially with the air conditioning compressor, certainly not installed indoors. Moments later. Only 7 committee members remained in the classroom. Chu Yanxi offered simple encouragement, expressing her hopes for the committee to work diligently and serve their classmates. Everyone naturally nodded in agreement. Among the committee members, Jiang Qiu was undoubtedly the focal point. On one hand, he held the position of class monitor, requiring the other committee members to assist him. On the other hand, his remarkable singing just now was astonishing. A boy with talent, ability, and good looks. Who could resist such a lure? Not merely Zhu Tong, the class representative, but even Li Yin, the sports committee member, gazed at Jiang Qiu with starry eyes. Cough. Cough. Chu Yanxi sensed the atmosphere was amiss. After a brief conversation, she decisively concluded the committee meeting. All right. Everyone should return now and prepare well for tomorrow's military training. Everyone nodded and began to rise to leave. Jiang Qiu, too, was no exception. But just as he reached the door, a crisp voice called out behind him. Jiang Qiu, please stay a moment. Jiang Qiu turned to see Chu Yanxi's beautiful eyes fixed on him. At this moment, the other students had walked far away. Assuming the assistant class leader had something to discuss privately with the monitor and thought little of it. However, a few female classmates felt regretful for not having the opportunity to be alone with Jiang Qiu. How are you feeling after yesterday's drinking? Chu Yanxi gu. Her concern evident in her gaze. Much better. Thank you for today's breakfast, senior. Jiang Qiu nodded, then playfully asked, I have a question. Should I call you senior or teacher Chu in the future? Upon hearing this, a blush crept onto Chu Yanxi's lovely face. Don't call me teacher. It makes me sound too old. Her tone was assertive yet carried an alluring charm. Jiang Qiu chuckled, teasingly responding, All right, teacher Chu, no. As she spoke, Chu Yanxi stepped closer, her delicate finger pressing against Jiang Qiu's lips. The two were now exceedingly close. From Jiang Qiu's perspective, Chu Yanxi was breathtakingly beautiful. Her figure and appearance were beyond reproach, especially those alluring curves, like an unmined treasure. Although Jiang Qiu was aware that her behavior was instinctive, the lingering sensation was truly intoxicating. It was inevitable that Jiang Qiu felt a slight reaction. Chu Yanxi also realized that their current position was rather overly intimate. Especially after sensing Jiang Qiu's breath, a hint of panic was unmistakably evident in her gaze. In an instant, Chu Yanxi hurriedly withdrew her fingers. Had she perhaps crossed a line? They had only just met a few days ago, and she had already touched Jiang Qiu's lips. What if he thought she was a frivolous girl? However, Jiang Qiu's lips were undeniably delightful to touch, soft and tender, and kissing them would surely be even better, right? Ahem, forgive me for jesting. Jiang Qiu quickly admitted his fault, and, noticing Chu Yanxi's current demeanor, couldn't help but inquire, Senior. Why do I feel like you're a bit flustered? Am I? No. Chu Yanxi averted her gaze, unable to meet Jiang Qiu's eyes. She genuinely lacked experience, having previously devoted all her time to work and had barely watched any relevant video productions. Now, she regretted not having engaged in a passionate romance with Jiang Qiu earlier. Although they had eventually confessed their feelings, they had hardly had the chance to savor love. Fortunately, it was still possible to start anew. With this thought, Chu Yanxi suppressed her shyness, stepped forward, and cornered Jiang Qiu against the wall, extending her hand to rest against the wall behind him. The domineering wall push from the female CEO. At that moment, Jiang Qiu was taken aback, not expecting Chu Yanxi to approach him like this. Hello, is anyone there? Just then, a sudden knock on the door interrupted them. Upon hearing the sound, Chu Yanxi panicked and quickly retreated from Jiang Qiu's side. Hello, I came to study. This classroom isn't in use, right? A bespectacled female classmate entered, her backpack indicating she was indeed there to study. At this point, all of Chu Yanxi's earlier boldness had vanished. Her face flushed like an apple, too embarrassed to face anyone. No problem, feel free, Jiang Qiu interjected, coming to the rescue. Then turned to Chu Yanxi and asked, Senior, should we leave? Okay. Chu Yanxi's heart was in disarray, her mind swirling with chaotic thoughts. Had she just embarrassed herself? Would Jiang Qiu mock her? Chapter 17. I have a friend? Li Lingling's astonishment was palpable as the two of them unconsciously made their way back to the dormitory area. Senior, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave? Jiang Qiu tentatively asked. Huh? Oh, all right. Chu Yanxi nodded absent-mindedly, still in a daze, saying nothing more. After parting ways, Jiang Qiu walked alone towards the dormitory. To be honest, he was quite conflicted. From Chu Yanxi's reactions, it was clear she had never been in a relationship before. Otherwise, she wouldn't have blushed so easily at the slightest change. Yet, Jiang Qiu could never quite understand why she was so kind to him. Such a stroke of luck seemed only conceivable in a melodramatic romance. Meanwhile, after Jiang Qiu left, Chu Yanxi sat heavily on a bench by the roadside, burdened with thoughts. She took out her phone and sent a message to Li Lingling. Lingling, let me tell you about a friend of mine. She just cornered a boy she likes against the wall. Do you think he would find such behavior off-putting? Li Lingling replied instantly, Miss, This friend of yours wouldn't happen to be you, would it? Chu Yanxi, it's not. Li Lingling. Oh, then I don't know. Chu Yanxi gritted her teeth. Fine. I admit it's me. Happy now? Li Lingling. Haha, no way. I don't believe it. Li Lingling. Who would have thought that the legendary Chu, who only likes girls, would one day corner a man? Li Lingling. Oh my, I can't wait to meet him. Chu Yanxi. Chu Yanxi, I've been thinking. Since you've been living at my place for so long, you should really pay your rent. Li Lingling. Li Lingling, miss. You know, talking about money is so unromantic. Li Lingling. How about we discuss Jiang Qiu instead? What exactly happened between you two? Chu Yanxi, not wanting to press the issue further, recounted the events of the day. When Li Lingling heard that Jiang Qiu sang beautifully, she was quite dismissive. How good could it possibly be? In today's society, talent is hardly overlooked. With the rise of Douyin, how many ordinary singers have realized their dreams of stardom? In Li Lingling's eyes, if Jiang Qiu were truly that exceptional, he would have gone viral with a simple Douyin post. Chu Yanxi's praise for him might just be a case of love being blind. Li Lingling chose not to call her out on it, especially since she was living off Chu Yanxi's hospitality. Ahem, one shouldn't tea bite the hand that feeds them. It wasn't tea until Chu Yanxi sent Li Lingling the video of Jiang Qiu singing that things took a turn. You have a video loading. 1050100. After successfully receiving it, Li Lingling curiously clicked on the video. After a melodious prelude, Jiang Qiu's deep, magnetic voice emerged. Wow, this singing is incredible. As a Douyin influencer, Li Lingling had her own insights into music. However, after listening to this song, she was utterly astonished, as if her understanding of music had reached a new level. This song was simply divine, and the most crucial part, the singer was handsome. Li Lingling. Xiao Shi, you mean this is Jiang Qiu singing? Chu Yanxi, of course I filmed it myself. Li Lingling. So this strikingly handsome guy with sword-like brows is your Jiang Qiu? Chu Yanxi. Li Lingling. No way. Jiang Qiu is both talented and good-looking. You've hit the jackpot. Chu Yanxi. Do you want to die? Li Lingling. How about we discuss your wall push on Jiang Qiu? Chu Yanxi. Answer my question. Will Jiang Qiu dislike me? Will he think I'm being too forward? Li Lingling wasn't entirely sure. He probably won't. Although you took advantage of him, Jiang Qiu doesn't seem that petty, right? Chu Yanxi. He is not the type to hold grudges. She recalled how, before her rebirth, she had been so engrossed in her startup that she lost contact with Jiang Qiu for a long time. At that time, he must have genuinely been upset. She had thought she might lose him, but after driving to his home, he had forgiven her almost immediately. Li Lingling, that's good. When you return, I'll recommend a few green tea influencers to you. Chu Yanxi for what? Li Lingling, to help you learn more about this area, of course. True feelings are hard to retain. Only schemes win hearts. On his way back to the dormitory, Jiang Qiu received a message on WeChat from Qian. The items from the Huawei store had arrived, and they had also provided 2 workers. Jiang Qiu would need to decide on the installation when he returned. Jiang Qiu replied, indicating he would be back soon. However, he didn't head straight to the dormitory. Instead, he stopped by the campus boutique supermarket to buy 2 packs of cigarettes before returning to the dorm building. Room 101 of Building 12, the dormitory administrator's office. After knocking and entering, Jiang Qiu politely greeted, "Hello, teacher, I'm Jiang Qiu from Dorm 302. Oh, is there something you need?" In the office, Yin Mingyang didn't even lift her head, remaining focused on a game of Minesweeper on her computer. With a sudden clatter, the plastic bag containing the 2 packs of cigarettes dropped onto the table, producing 2 sharp sounds. At that moment, Yin Mingyang, engrossed in her game, immediately frowned, clearly on the verge of losing her temper. "I apologize for the interruption, teacher," Jiang Qiu politely remarked. He then feigned a flustered demeanor as he swiftly picked up the fallen plastic bag, skillfully revealing the outer packaging of the cigarettes within, thereby allowing the other party to discern their contents. Yin Mingyang cast a discreet glance at the cigarettes and, with a sudden calmness in his tone, replied, "No worries. Just be more careful next time. In this day and age, being a school teacher is no easy feat, especially for dormitory supervisors, who can be said to occupy the lowest echelon of the educational hierarchy. Their remuneration is virtually non-existent, and any potential benefits are scarcely worth mentioning." Originally a portly individual, Yin Mingyang had noticeably slimmed down since taking on the role of dormitory supervisor. Now, faced with the 2 packs of cigarettes before him, he found himself quite parched. Although his position was not particularly esteemed, Yin Mingyang was quite astute. He perceived that this young man, named Jiang Qiu, surely had some request of him, which is why he had brought along the cigarettes. Given that the cigarettes were practically being offered on a silver platter, Yin Mingyang resolved that he would not let this opportunity slip away. As long as the matter at hand was not excessively improper, he decided to turn a blind eye. Chapter 18. Huawei Energy Wall, dormitory renovation task classmate. Is there something you need? Yin Mingyang inquired amiably. I'm sorry, teacher, but there's indeed a matter. Jiang Qiu smiled and replied. Our dormitory 302 has purchased an air conditioner, and we intend to install it and donate it to the school. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Ah, well, Yin Mingyang nearly lost his composure. Installing an air conditioner in one's own dorm and calling it a donation to the school? Who would believe such a tale? Wasn't this simply an expression of disdain for the school's aging facilities, a desire to procure a new set of equipment for oneself? Nevertheless, the excuse was rather clever. Ahem, in principle, the school does not prohibit this. After some contemplation, Yin Mingyang hesitated before adding, however, you must be aware that once it is donated, it cannot be retracted. No problem. As a member of Jiangnan University, I am willing to contribute, Jiang Qiu declared earnestly, having no intention of reclaiming it. In truth, his motive for offering the gift was primarily to circumvent future complications. After all, a county magistrate is not as influential as a current supervisor. By winning over the dormitory supervisor this time, he would find future dealings much more convenient. Very well, let this matter be settled. Yin Mingyang, understanding the unspoken agreement, said nothing further and discreetly pulled the cigarettes closer to himself. All right, teacher, you can continue with your work. The two shared a tacit understanding, neither mentioning the 2 packs of cigarettes again. By the way, classmate, let's add each other on WeChat. You can contact me there for any future matters, Yin Mingyang suggested. Jiang Qiu smiled in response. Sure. After which, he took out his phone and successfully scanned to add him as a friend. With that, the installation of the air conditioner was entirely assured. Once everything was settled, Jiang Qiu left the office and ascended the stairs to the 3rd floor. The 12th dormitory building consisted of 6 stories, lacking an elevator. Fortunately, his dormitory, 302, was on the 3rd floor, had it been on the 6th. The daily ascent and descent would undoubtedly leave him utterly exhausted. Upon returning to the dormitory, Jiang Qiu was greeted by a significant transformation within the once empty room. Now, bustling with activity. Brother Qiu, you're back. Everything else has been set up. We're just waiting on the air conditioner. Qian Shangqian welcomed him as soon as he entered. What is going on? Is there an issue with the air conditioner? Jiang Qiu furrowed his brow, concerned that he had already spent money and could not afford to have it returned. This is Manager Wang, who is in charge of the installation today. Let him explain. Qian Shangqian gestured to a man clad in Huawei work attire, standing behind him. Hello, I am Wang Zixu, the technical engineer responsible for after-sales service at Huawei. After introducing himself, he proceeded to explain the current predicament. We have just inspected the dormitory's electrical wiring and discovered that the school's power grid system is rather outdated and cannot support the electrical demands of the air conditioner. Moreover, considering the numerous electrical devices you have purchased, it will be challenging to use them simultaneously in the future. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiu could not help but feel a headache coming on. The reason he had acquired so many items was to fulfill a system task. He had not anticipated that the school's power supply would be so inadequate. Manager Wang, given this situation, do you have any solutions? Jiang Qiu inquired, adopting a desperate tone. Indeed, I can offer you 2 solutions, Wang Zixu replied courteously. The first option, since you have not utilized it, we sincerely apologize and can process a refund for you. The second option is that Huawei has developed a state-of-the-art home energy storage battery system, also known as the Huawei Energy Wall. This energy wall utilizes environmentally friendly materials. With a storage capacity of 10 kilowatt-hours, a continuous output of 2 kilowatts, and a peak output of 3 kilowatts. Capable of dual charging via solar power and 220 VAC power, is it truly that impressive? Jiang Qiu remarked, intrigued by this cutting-edge technology. The pressing question, however, is whether its installation will meet the dormitory's electricity needs. The other residents gathered around, all keenly interested in the power supply issue. Indeed, once installed, it will satisfy the dormitory's power requirements. Whether it's the air conditioner, refrigerator, or other devices, they can all be used simultaneously without tripping the circuit. Wang Zixu nodded and continued. Moreover, after midnight when the dormitory's power is cut, the energy wall will continue to supply electricity, alleviating concerns over power shortages. Zhao Mingrui asked curiously, that sounds excellent. How much does one of these cost? Our model is the latest 3rd-generation energy wall, with a market price of 51,800 yuan. Wang Zixu enthusiastically stated. However, since Mr. Jiang is our VIP exclusive customer, you will enjoy our internal discounted price of only 50,000 yuan per unit. Upon hearing this price, several roommates were left speechless. This was rather expensive. To enhance the dormitory's power supply would require an outlay of 50,000 yuan. While none of them were financially strapped, it felt rather unjust to individually bear the cost of such an item. Furthermore, considering your dormitory situation, An installation fee of approximately 5,000 to 10,000 yuan would also be necessary. Wang Zixu added, "This is unavoidable. For safety reasons, we use only the finest materials, so no further discounts can be offered." After this statement, the group could not help but internally grumble. "They're robbing us." The total expenditure could reach nearly 100,000 yuan. Was it truly worth it? Ding dong. Random task. Dormitory upgrade renovation. The system has detected that the host dormitory is due for an upgrade. Please complete the renovation within 1 week. Upon task completion, the host will receive a random cashback equivalent to 10 times the expenditure, along with an additional satisfaction bonus from roommates. Note 1. Satisfaction will be assessed by the system, and higher satisfaction will yield greater final cashback amounts. Note 2. Final cashback amount expenditure amount random multiplier satisfaction coefficient. Special note. If the host spends 50,000 yuan with a random cashback multiplier of 10 times, and all 3 roommates have a satisfaction rate of 90, then the final cashback amount would be 100,000 multiplied by 10 times, then multiplied by the satisfaction coefficient of 27. Jiang Qiu silently calculated in his mind a final cashback amount of 35 million? That was an enormous sum. It was worth noting that he currently possessed a little over 900,000 yuan. If he could successfully complete this task, he would ascend to the ranks of millionaires. Although he was merely a student and did not lack for spending money, who could resist the allure of a cashback offer? Truly, the perfect life system lived up to its name. Chapter 19. Wealthy and willful. Utilizing the cashback food card boss. This is somewhat excessive. We can manage our electricity usage just fine. Indeed, undertaking such a massive project involving the school was no trivial matter. It promised to be quite troublesome. Some of the roommates urged, perhaps it's best to just forget it and return the air conditioner. There's no harm done. At that moment, the others in the dormitory glanced toward Jiang Qiu, unwilling to see him squander money rashly. Yet, Jiang Qiu had no intention of letting them save him from spending. Although he appreciated his roommates' good intentions, he knew that every yuan spent now would be returned to him manifold. "Brothers, enough of that." Jiang Qiu waved his hand and spoke earnestly. "I believe that professional matters should be entrusted to professionals. Don't you agree? Manager Wang?" Wang Zixu, slightly bewildered but adhering to his professional demeanor, replied, "Indeed. If we install our energy wall, the comfort of your dormitory will be greatly enhanced." "Good. Manager Wang, there's one more thing I'd like to consult you about." Jiang Qiu pondered briefly before continuing. "Could you estimate whether one energy wall would suffice for our dorm's electricity usage?" A collective intake of breath was heard, not just from the roommates, but from Wang Zixu himself. Although he had known Jiang Qiu was a significant client, seeing the delivery address as a school dorm had made him skeptical. How much money could a student possibly have? But now that skepticism was gone, one energy wall alone cost 50,000 yuan. And here Jiang Qiu was asking if one would be enough. This was a client of true stature. "Mr. Jiang, after calculating your dorm's electrical demands for the air conditioner, washing machine, refrigerator, computer, phone charging, and daily lighting," Wang Zixu produced a small notebook and meticulously tallied the figures. "One energy wall is more than sufficient, capable of providing full load power for 12 hours. All right then," Jiang Qiu considered before deciding. "Let us start with 4 units, one for each of us in the dorm, to completely ensure sufficient power supply." Wang Zixu was utterly dumbfounded. For at once, this isn't a vegetable market where you pick and choose by weight. But that thought remained unspoken, for he dared not voice it aloud. Actually, during daytime classes, the dorm hardly consumes any power, allowing the energy walls to recharge and store energy to be released at night. Wang Zixu responsibly advised, "1 unit should suffice. But if you're uneasy, an additional unit as backup would be prudent." No, Jiang Qiu interrupted. "You haven't accounted for weekends, public holidays, and potential unexpected power outages." He reflected, "Installing 4 isn't excessive, and the price is quite reasonable. There's no need to save money on my behalf." Wang Zixu was at a loss for words. Reasonable? He thought grimly. Given the domestic income levels, many people don't even earn 50,000 yuan annually. Especially some struggling authors who would be ecstatic to make 10,000 yuan a year. Jiang Qiu's words were truly audacious. Moreover, the main reason Huawei's energy wall had failed to gain widespread adoption was its exorbitant price. After all, it was merely a household battery designed to ensure power supply during emergencies. Yet, considering the frequency of unexpected power outages in Chinese cities, the product's market positioning was somewhat awkward. Perhaps only in sparsely populated foreign regions with underdeveloped infrastructure would such energy walls be popular. Isn't this a bit wasteful? The roommates glanced at Jiang Qiu, knowing he was wealthy but never imagining to this extent. We're brothers. No need for formalities. Jiang Qiu smiled, waving his hand before suddenly asking, by the way, is there anything else you need? I'll just buy everything at once. In his heart, he thought, as long as everyone is satisfied, the initial expenses won't matter. That's all. After this renovation, our door will probably be the most impressive on campus. One roommate remarked, not just campus-wide, perhaps nationwide, no freshman dormitory can match it. Jiang Qiu beamed with delight. Turning to Wang Zixu, he said, all right then, let us proceed. Start as soon as possible and don't delay. Understood. I'll arrange for the energy walls to be delivered. You confirm 4 units? Wang Zixu reconfirmed. For to start. If it's insufficient, we'll add more. Jiang Qiu nodded. Hearing this, Wang Zixu was completely convinced. What more could he say? The client was simply affluent and capricious. Installation procédée et simultanément. Jiang Qiu took a hands-off approach, entrusting the task entirely to Wang Zixu. After all, Huawei was a reputable brand, inspiring confidence. By noon, Jiang Qiu prepared to step out. With military training scheduled for the next day, some preparation was necessary. As a handsome young man, he couldn't afford to get sunburned. It would be a waste of his good looks. It was time to purchase some sun protection products. A man's face required proper care. With that in mind, Jiang Qiu looked toward his roommates and asked, brothers, I'm heading to the mall. Anyone want to come along? Chen Hongliang, engrossed in a game, replied, Qiu go, I got everything I need, so I'll pass. I won't go either. I'm still recovering from yesterday's drinking. I'll catch up on sleep this afternoon, Qin Shengxian said, lying down. Boss, you go ahead. I don't have anything to buy, Zhao Mingrui chimed in. All right then, I'm off. Contact me via WeChat if needed. Jiang Qiu said before driving his Tesla Model X alone to the city center SIFC mall. He hadn't eaten lunch yet and was feeling quite famished. So he quickly searched online for a well-rated kaiseki restaurant. On the 4th floor of the IFC mall, he found Mirai Waki. Today happened to be a bluefin tuna banquet, with a whole tuna artfully presented and each part prepared in a different style. Jiang Qiu ordered a 580 yuan tuna set, an additional 880 yuan premium Wagyu beef, a 680 yuan seared abalone with abalone liver sauce, and finally a 128 yuan seafood rice. Overall, the flavors were pleasing, though the portions were somewhat modest, just enough to satisfy his hunger. The total bill came to 268 yuan. A notification chimed. The system detected the host has a basic gourmet cashback card. Would you like to use it immediately? This card grants cashback at a rate of 10 times the spending amount, with the exact multiplier determined randomly. Truth be told, the system's reminder was thoughtful. Jiang Qiu nodded, use it immediately. Without the prompt, he might have forgotten about the cashback card. Ding dong. Congratulations, the host has drawn an 8x cashback multiplier, resulting in a cashback of 144 yuan. Moments later, Jiang Qiu's phone received a message. Your Gongshang bank card ending in 1209 has received a transfer of 144 yuan at 1308 on August 31st. Not bad. Although 20,000 yuan wasn't a fortune, every little bit counted. Chapter 20. Beyond Redemption. After a satisfying meal, Jiang Qiu proceeded to the cosmetic section. The IFC mall housed a vast array of global skincare brands. Estee Lauder, Lancôme, Shiseido, Bioderm, SK2, and many more. The sheer variety was overwhelming. Jiang Qiu felt somewhat daunted, wondering which to choose. Along the way, numerous charming sales ladies showered him with a plethora of free samples. Many young ladies sought his esteem under the pretense of academic exchange, yet their true intent was to secure an evening rendezvous. Jiang Qiu found this rather peculiar. Has the retail industry become so fiercely competitive that overtime extends into the night? Such zeal seemed almost excessive. As a man of propriety, Jiang Qiu naturally refrained from divulging his private affairs. Thus he declined every invitation. He simply wished to purchase sunscreen and a skincare set. Why must it be so complicated? Shaking his head, he proceeded to the cafe on the 1st floor and ordered a frappuccino to calm his nerves. At that moment, his phone suddenly buzzed. Upon checking, he saw a message from the dormitory supervisor who had just added him as a contact. Teacher Yin, Jiang Qiu, your dorm is room 302, correct? Jiang Qiu, yes, teacher. May I ask what the matter is? Teacher Yin, oh, nothing serious. The dorm cleaning staff reported that many strangers have been entering your room. Jiang Qiu, apologies for disturbing your rest, teacher. Those individuals were brought in to install the air conditioner. He chose not to elaborate further, as the intricacies surrounding the Huawei energy wall installation were too convoluted. If Yin Mingyang learned that such a device cost 50,000 yuan, he would likely be astounded. Teacher Yin, that's fine then. Just ensure the noise is kept to a minimum, and remember to have the construction debris cleared. Jiang Qiu, understood. It's scorching outside. Please take care, teacher. Perhaps some refreshments to quench your thirst? Also, our cleaning staff have worked hard. After sending the message, Jiang Qiu promptly transferred 500 yuan. In Mingyang, Jiang Qiu, this is unnecessary. One should not accept reward for doing their duty. Jiang Qiu was about to respond politely when he noticed a small message in the chat. Your transfer has been received. Such swift transaction. Jiang Qiu smiled inwardly. Appreciating this straightforward approach, matters resolvable with money were never issues. Both parties understood the true nature of the 500 yuan. No beverage could cost that much. It was merely a pretext to foster goodwill with the dormitory supervisor. Otherwise, what ordinary student could so brazenly renovate a dormitory? Entry was not even guaranteed, as the dormitory supervisor held the authority to expel outsiders. Now, with a mere 500 yuan and 2 cigarettes, Jiang Qiu considered the arrangement highly cost-effective. Having concluded his conversation with teacher Yin, Jiang Qiu recalled his primary objective, purchasing sunscreen and skincare products. Which brand should he choose? While hesitating, he noticed the name Chu Yanxi in his WeChat contacts. As his attractive assistant classmate, she should be quite knowledgeable, he surmised. With that thought, he opened her chat window and sent a message, hoping for guidance. Jiang Qiu, are you there? Chu Yanxi replied instantly. Yes, Jiang Qiu. Jiang Qiu. Chu Yanxi, what is up? Jiang Qiu. Senior, how do you type so fast? Chu Yanxi. I don't know either. If you think I'm too quick, I can slow down. Jiang Qiu. No need. Jiang Qiu. Senior, I have a question. Do you know much about men's skincare products? Chu Yanxi. Somewhat. Actually, men's and women's skincare products are quite similar. Are you looking to buy some? Jiang Qiu. Yes, military training starts tomorrow, so I want to pick up a set today. Could you recommend something? Chu Yanxi. Sure, send me a selfie, clearer the better. Jiang Qiu was puzzled. Why a selfie for skincare advice? Chu Yanxi. Everyone's skin is different. I need to see your skin type to recommend suitable products. Seeing this, Jiang Qiu complied. After all, he needed her help, and sending a selfie was no great sacrifice. He held his phone in his left hand, made a heart gesture with his right, and gazed at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Perfect. He snapped the photo and sent it. On the other side, Chu Yanxi felt a mixture of nervousness and excitement. The skin type excuse was merely a pretext. She simply wanted a photo of Jiang Qiu. Wow, received. So handsome. 5 minutes later, Jiang Qiu inquired again. Jiang Qiu. Senior, any updates? Chu Yanxi was so captivated by the photo that she forgot to reply for a full 5 minutes. Jiang Qiu, your skin is really good. Jiang Qiu. Chu Yanxi. Ahem, I recommend Estee Lauder, SLAMER line. Their skincare products are excellent. I use them myself. Jiang Qiu. Alright, I'll buy a set. He exited WeChat and researched the brand online. The LAMER revitalizing 4-piece set was priced at 17,380 yuan. That was exorbitant. Truly, a beautiful face demands diligent maintenance. No matter how naturally beautiful a woman is, without proper care, her skin loses its radiance with age. Proper skincare can preserve a youthful glow akin to the ageless celebrities seen on television, even past 50. Though astonishing, this underscores the importance of skincare. Naturally, the cost is substantial. To capitalize on women's desire for beauty, merchants employ countless strategies. For example, the LAMER revitalizing 4-piece set includes a 150 milliliters essence, 30 milliliters serum, 15 milliliters eye cream, and 50 milliliters night repair cream. You might think that spending 17,380 yuan on these items suffices, but that is a grave misconception. Jiang Qiu noticed another offering. The deluxe 6-piece set, priced at 12,070 yuan, comprising 125 milliliters cleanser, 200 milliliters revitalizing toner, 150 milliliters essence, 15 milliliters concentrated serum, 15 milliliters eye cream, and 60 milliliters face cream. Purchasing both sets would cost 30,000 yuan. Yet this was merely the skincare phase, akin to foreplay for women. Not even the beginning of makeup application. Following skincare, women apply sunscreen, foundation, concealer, powder, eyeshadow, mascara, blush, and lipstick. Reading this, Jiang Qiu drew a sharp breath. Indeed, nowhere else in the world was money easier to earn than from women. Chu Yanxi. Actually, you don't need to buy any. I have plenty. I can share half with you. Jiang Qiu. Thank you, but I'll buy my own. I'll need it for military training tomorrow. Chu Yanxi. Anzai. Remember to apply sunscreen. Good luck with training. Jiang Qiu, thanks. The conversation ended, and Chu Yanxi was elated. She hurried to Li Lingling's room. I say, miss. What are you up to now? Li Lingling, engrossed in a drama, looked bewildered. Jiang Qiu actually talked to me first. His first time? Chu Yanxi boistet. Li Lingling covered her forehead. You're hopeless. Chapter 21. The whole school's attention, trending on hot topics at the suggestion of Chu Yanxi. Jiang Qiu purchased 2 sets of LAMER skincare, spending 30,000 yuan from his own pocket. No system rewards this time, and it stung deeply. Leaving the boutique around 3 p.m., he decided to return before the city center became congested. Half an hour later, he arrived at the dormitory. The installation was nearing completion. Wang Zixu was directing workers to lay wiring, ensuring each bed was equipped with an individual leakage protection socket. The 302 dormitory now enjoyed complete freedom of electricity use, eliminating worries about circuit breakers or power outages. For safety, Jiang Qiu had explicitly insisted on using the highest quality materials to prevent any electrical leakage. After all the money spent, if there were to be an electrical leak, it would indeed be catastrophic. Mr. Jiang, the wiring has been completed. We used the most expensive anti-leakage materials as per your request, and the total installation fee amounts to 120,000 yuan. Upon seeing Jiang Qiu's return, Wang Zixu promptly reported. Very well, Jiang Qiu nodded, then suddenly inquired. How is the installation of the energy walls progressing? When will everything be finished? Very soon, Mr. Jiang. Our 4 energy walls have just arrived, Wang Zixu replied, gesturing towards the corner. You selected 4 units, each priced at 50,000 yuan, totaling 200,000 yuan. Adding the previously mentioned installation fee of 120,000 yuan. The grand total is 120,000 yuan. If you find everything satisfactory, we can proceed with the final adjustments once the payment is completed. The other 3 occupants of room 302 listened in silence, feeling they had no place to interject at that moment. The price for 4 Huawei energy walls is indeed 200,000 yuan, and with the 120,000 yuan installation fee, it amounts to a staggering 120,000 yuan. How extravagant! All right, let us settle the payment quickly. I can hardly wait to experience the performance of these energy walls. Jiang Qiu took out his phone, preparing to scan a payment code. Mr. Jiang, given the substantial amount, would it be better to transfer via bank card? Wang Zixu chuckled awkwardly, knowing that such a large transaction would incur significant fees if done through WeChat. Very well. Please send me the bank account details, and I will transfer the funds immediately. Jiang Qiu responded nonchalantly. Absolutely. Wang Zixu promptly sent the bank account number, and within a minute, the 120,000 yuan was transferred. After receiving the payment, the workers were invigorated, assuring that everything would be completed before nightfall. Meanwhile, outside room 302, many students from other classes gathered, intrigued by the commotion. What's going on? So many people are coming in and out. It seems this dormitory is undergoing renovations and is adjusting some equipment, but it shouldn't take this long. It feels like it's been an entire afternoon. Look over there. They're installing air conditioning. How lucky. EMNVS. Our dorm's air conditioning ISNT working well. Can we also apply for a new one? Various comments filled the air. Some onlookers even shared the news about the air conditioning installation in room 302 on the school's forum. Is the school renovating the dormitory? When will it be our turn? The post attracted widespread attention across the campus. Given the sweltering summer in the metropolis, the thought of lounging in a dormitory with the cool breeze from an air conditioner was utterly delightful. However, the school's facilities had long since aged, and many dormitories had air conditioning units that barely functioned. Some even lacked air conditioning altogether, relying solely on electric fans. Now, with announcements of renovations, it was undoubtedly an exhilarating development. The school is fantastic. How impressive. Yet, before long, students began to sense something amiss. Wait a minute. Only this one dormitory is undergoing renovations. This cannot be a school initiative. What is the deal with this dormitory? Why are they allowed to install air conditioning? Why is there such a disparity in treatment among dormitories? ISNT this building 12? Which specific dorm is it? I heard that the resident here is the principal's son, so their treatment must be different from ours. What? That's unfair. I'm going to protest. In room 302, Zhao Mingrui exclaimed, Boss, look at the school forum. Our dorm seems to be trending. He quickly noticed the online posts and, filled with indignation, remarked, It seems everyone is criticizing us, questioning why our dormitory can install air conditioning. Damn, are they envious of us? Qian Shengxian couldn't hold back his frustration. This is ridiculous. They're just jealous. Chen Hongliang chimed in. Jiang Qiu, however, remained unfazed. It doesn't matter. Soon we'll be enjoying the cool breeze. Let them talk. Brother Qiu, your composure is admirable. I can hardly wait. Zhao Mingrui laughed. Ha! As expected of my brother Qiu, so unflappable. But they're saying you're the principal's son, so... At this, the previously calm Jiang Qiu could no longer contain himself. What nonsense! You're the principal's son. Your whole family is the principal's family. The dormitory occupants exchanged glances, bemused. Wasn't he that's supposed to be a dignified response? Just then, the door swung open, and Li Huayuan from the neighboring room 303 stepped in. As classmates from Class 3 of Business Administration, they were relatively familiar with one another. Despite previously losing the class monitor election, Li Huayuan bore no grudge, acknowledging Jiang Qiu's undeniable charm. Class monitor, your dorm is trending on the school forum. Li Huayuan azitata. Currently, the forum is filled with inquiries about your dorm. Normally, the school wouldn't install new air conditioning for dormitories, would they? Of course not, Zhao Mingrui replied angrily. The situation is that Brother Qiu bought the air conditioning himself, but we found out the school's electrical system couldn't support it. At that moment, he gestured toward Wang Zhixiu, who was busy. The Huawei engineer was here, and he proposed a solution for us. Wang Zhixiu promptly stood up and greeted, "Hello, I'm the Huawei engineer. If you need assistance, feel free to contact me." "Hello, can you really solve the dormitory's electrical issues?" Li Huayuan asked skeptically. "Absolutely. Our second-generation Huawei energy wall can provide ample electrical power for the dormitory." Wang Zhixiu then elaborated on the product and presented a renovation plan for the dormitory. Li Huayuan was intrigued. After all, who wouldn't want to bask in cool air during the scorching summer? However, reality struck hard. When he learned that one energy wall cost 50,000 yuan, his enthusiasm quickly evaporated. Chapter 22. Jiang Qiu replied, apologizing in line. "I suddenly feel less warm. Summer isn't so bad without air conditioning." With that, Li Huayuan hastily departed room 302. He mentally calculated. 4 energy walls, each costing 50,000 yuan, totals 200,000 yuan. Plus installation fees. Li Huayuan was left speechless. He hadn't expected Jiang Qiu to be so affluent. All right then, this must be what it means to be a big shot. He pondered how anyone else might spend such a sum, wondering who would frivolously purchase a large charging device. If Wang Zhixiu had overheard this thought, he would likely have been infuriated. Such a high-tech product, and to dismiss it as merely a large charging device? However, Wang Zhixiu could understand, given the price of 50,000 yuan per unit, which was unattainable for most. Moreover, in a school setting, despite its practicality in a dormitory, it was improbable that anyone would make such a purchase, except for Jiang Qiu, of course. Big shots like him were unconcerned with money. They prioritized the quality of life. Meanwhile, after Li Huayuan left, Qian Shengxian turned to Jiang Qiu. "Boss, it seems the forum situation is quite impactful. Should we respond?" "Yes, if we don't reply. Could we face further complications?" Zhao Mingrui expressed his concern. Jiang Qiu contemplated for a moment, then opened his computer to check the forum situation. Indeed, various inflammatory comments had surfaced, with even a petition gathering thousands of signatures demanding an investigation into room 302. "All right, it seems we must respond," Jiang Qiu declared, and the others in the dormitory promptly joined in, logging in to post their rebuttals. Clarification. Regarding the installation of air conditioning in room 302 of Building 12. It was entirely funded by dormitory members and has no relation to the school. The truth is now revealed. Freshmen have personally funded the installation of air conditioning units without utilizing any public resources, revealing a truth to all. There are no relatives of the principal residing in room 302, nor do any illegal or unethical behaviors exist. However, after the publication of several posts, the situation did not instantly calm. Instead, it sparked further discussions. As a junior, I would like to inquire whether all dormitories are permitted to install their own air conditioning units. I eagerly await a response, for this day is unbearably hot, and I am drenched in sweat, yearning for relief. If permitted, our dormitory also intends to crowdfund to alleviate the summer discomfort. Indeed, if air conditioning is allowed, it must be uniformly applied. Otherwise, we have reason to suspect foul play. Approximately 10 minutes later, Jiang Qiu finally logged into his account. Rather than hastily responding, he took several photographs, including images of 4 Huawei energy walls, as well as the safe power supply plan provided by Wang Zhixiu, and even the recent transaction records. Once prepared, Jiang Qiu uploaded the photographs to his computer and began posting. "I am Jiang Qiu from room 302. Concerning the installation of air conditioning, I wish to provide a unified response to everyone's queries. First, I understand that safety is a primary concern, and I assure you that we are utilizing the second-generation Huawei energy wall for power supply, guaranteeing complete electrical safety. Second, Regarding the issue of utilizing school resources or misappropriating public funds for personal gain, I can responsibly inform everyone that all expenses have been borne by myself, and no violations have occurred. Third, I recognize that many students wish to install air conditioning in their dormitories, and with my approval, I will share the manufacturer's contact information for those interested. Finally, I am uploading several on-site photographs, along with detailed expenses and screenshots of the transaction records. Huawei Energy Wall. Unit price, 50,000 yuan. Quantity, 4. Total, 200,000 yuan. Dormitory wiring renovation. Materials and labor costs, 12,000 yuan. Total expenses, 212,000 yuan. Transaction screenshots. Bank card number. Electronic invoice. P.S. The construction is not yet complete. Once all adjustments are finalized, everyone is welcome to experience the comfort of room 302. Thank you all for your understanding. Silence. A silence akin to death. After Jiang Qiu posted his unified response, no one spoke. 5 minutes later, a remarkable scene unfolded as countless individuals queued beneath Jiang Qiu's post to apologize. I'm sorry, my face hurts. Apologies. I wrongfully accused the original poster. I should not have falsely blamed a good person. I was mistaken. I believe the rumors circulating online, and I am truly sorry. My bad. I was the one who criticized the most. This situation is incredibly awkward. Jiang Qiu's response swiftly quelled the previous disputes. His post, complete with images and evidence, particularly the attached transaction screenshots displaying clear timestamps, left no room for rumors to thrive in the face of reality. Simultaneously, this post inadvertently brought attention to the Huawei Energy Wall product. Prior to this, no one had considered using the energy wall to address dormitory electricity issues. However, while the solution was available, the price deterred many. I just learned about this product in my senior year. It's unfortunate I can't benefit from it. Is the person upstairs serious? An energy wall costs 50,000 yuan. Although I am a freshman, I certainly cannot afford that. It's disheartening. All my pocket money over 4 years wouldn't suffice to purchase an energy wall. Honestly, if I abstained from eating, drinking, and dating throughout college, I still couldn't save 50,000 yuan. Excuse me, this price is outrageous. I simply do not deserve it. Suddenly, I feel that the summer in Shanghai isn't so unbearable. Perhaps my heat resistance has awakened? Excuse me, may I ask if you still require any accessories? Hello, fellow student. I am you Meow Meow from the Freshman International Trade class. May I visit your dormitory? Jiang Qiu, I've sent you a private message with my photo. Please respond upon seeing it. I'm not sure from which floor it began, but the school forum underwent a transformation, filled with posts seeking Jiang Qiu's contact information. Eager for further engagement. Room 302. What is happening? The school forum has turned into a large matchmaking venue. Chen Hongliang jokingly remarked, Brothers, do you think I should share Qiu Ji's contact information? Wouldn't many people be interested? Great idea, as expected of you. Qian Shengqian chuckled. I think it's a possibility. Perhaps we could earn this semester's tuition. Zhao Mingri also laughed. Jiang Qiu, however, appeared exasperated. Brothers, please don't do this to me. After saying this, several of them couldn't help but burst into laughter. The public relations crisis was perfectly resolved. Chapter 23. A message from a future ding. The system detected that the host has flawlessly resolved the public relations crisis. Congratulations, host. You have received a random reward. A message from the future regarding business. Huh? Jiang Qiu was momentarily taken aback. This is possible? It seems today is his lucky day. A random reward is akin to finding money. At this moment, he wished to tell the system. Such rewards could keep coming in abundance. Ding, would the host like to view it immediately? Jiang Qiu pondered briefly and decided to seize the opportunity and look now. After all, this was the first time he had received such a reward, and he was curious about its specifics. Future business information. 3 days later, publicly listed company Lingnan Pharmaceutical Group will announce significant positive news. Note 1. This information is classified as the company's highest secret and is currently known only to members of the Lingnan Pharmaceutical Board. Note 2. The host must keep this confidential. Any leaks may result in unpredictable consequences. Jiang Qiu frowned. What on earth is Lingnan Pharmaceutical? Moreover, the second note is rather alarming. Could the unpredictable consequences involve the end of the world? Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. Jiang Qiu opened the Today's Youqiao app and searched for all information regarding Lingnan Pharmaceutical. Basic overview. Lingnan Pharmaceutical is a key national high-tech enterprise, consistently adhering to a strategy of technological innovation driven by science and market leadership. Since its establishment, the company has developed over 10 national patented new drugs. has been awarded the National Science and Technology Progress Award, first class, once, and a National Technology Invention Award, second class, once, along with more than 30 provincial and ministerial science and technology awards. In 2021, the company passed the National GMP certification for traditional Chinese medicine production lines, the EU certification for chemical preparation production workshops, and was recognized as a national innovative enterprise and among the top 20 pharmaceutical companies listed in China. Impressive. What could be the significant positive news from such a formidable enterprise? Furthermore, the key question is, how should I leverage this information? Jiang Qiu understood that the rewards distributed by the system were never without purpose. There must be something he had yet to grasp. Furrowing his brow, he continued to read further. Latest company news. Lingnan Pharmaceutical Group's products have been criticized by a well-known influencer. A certain young master publicly lambasted Lingnan Pharmaceutical. Delving into the underlying reasons, Lingnan Pharmaceutical's stock market suffered a debacle, facing 3 consecutive days of trading halts. Stock market experts. Lingnan Pharmaceutical's stock price is likely to continue declining over the next week. These are all negative reports. Jiang Qiu suddenly comprehended. The business opportunity lies here. The current situation is that Lingnan Pharmaceutical's stock is in a downward spiral, with shareholders frantically selling their stocks. The stock market operates on the principle of information disparity. When negative news surfaces, shareholders tend to panic sell, while the announcement of positive news prompts a buying spree. Presently, Lingnan Pharmaceutical's stock price has reached a low point. If he were to invest heavily before the positive news is released, then when the significant positive news is announced, the stocks he purchased would surely soar. Undeniably, the system is truly formidable. To possess advanced knowledge of such confidential commercial intelligence, if one maneuvers astutely, it is tantamount to effortlessly acquiring wealth. As for the precise nature of this significant favorable news, it is utterly inconsequential really. Jiang Qiu's sole concern is that the good news propels Lingnan Pharmaceuticals' stock price upward. All else is utterly irrelevant. With this in mind, he reviewed his own status. Host, Jiang Qiu. Constitution, 92 points. Charisma, 91 points. Wisdom, 91 points. Skills, senior level, driving technique, senior level, vocal performance. Special effects, blessing of fate, unyielding when intoxicated. Account balance, 6. 882, 185 yuan. Such a heartache. Money is truly ephemeral. Jiang Qiu could not help but lament. Fortunately, the dormitory upgrade task was nearing completion, allowing for some relief. This thought rekindled a fervor within him. At 6 p.m., the installation and debugging were finally complete. Wang Zigzag demonstrated the specific usage methods and guided everyone to download the Huawei app, teaching them to control the entire system via their own phones. So, is everything now in perfect order? Qian Shengxian asked excitedly. Indeed, Wang Zigzag nodded and further explained. The energy wall currently holds only 1/3 of its charge. But since you purchased 4 units, using them separately suffices for a full 6 hours. After speaking, he glanced at Jiang Qiu with a hint of admiration. So this was the rationale behind insisting on acquiring 4 energy walls. Quite impressive. Jiang Qiu paid no heed to Wang Zigzag's gaze. Instead, he manipulated his phone while savoring the cool breeze from the air conditioner. How delightful. The summer in Magic City is oppressively sultry. Without air conditioning, restful sleep is unattainable. Mr. Jiang, we shall take our leave now. Should you encounter any issues, please do not hesitate to contact me. Huawei offers a 5-year after-sales service. Wang Zigzag said, producing his phone. Here is my WeChat. Let us add each other. Yes, yes. Thank you for your hard work today. After adding him, Jiang Qiu glanced at the time. It was dinner time. Shall we dine together? No, it's our duty. Wang Zigzag hastily waved his hand, smiling in gratitude, but politely declining. Before departing, he meticulously tidied the premises, removing all construction debris. Jiang Qiu observed this with great satisfaction and promptly sent a 500 yuan red envelope. Thank you for your hard work. Tonight, I'll treat everyone to dinner. Upon receiving the red envelope, Wang Zigzag expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Today has truly been an unexpected pleasure. Encountering a distinguished gentleman like you is indeed fortunate. Once Wang Zigzag and his team left the dormitory, Qian Shengxian immediately shut the door and sighed with contentment. It's this icy coolness that feels so blissful. Indeed, the new air conditioner is exquisite, Zhao Mingrui added. Most importantly, we need not worry about power outages at night. Chen Hongliang chimed in enthusiastically. Jiang Qiu looked at his roommates and smiled. Are you all satisfied, gentlemen? Absolutely. Zhao Mingrui paused, then suddenly said, Brother Qiu, we discussed the expenses today and proposed to split them evenly with you. Likewise, Qian Shengxian and Chen Hongliang agreed. Indeed, boss. We think it's unfair to always impose on you. After all, the dormitory is a shared space. Splitting costs is more equitable. Deeply moved by their words, Jiang Qiu replied, I truly don't require you to split the expenses. This matter is best left to me, as I orchestrated it. How could I let you spend your money? Waving his hand, he continued, besides, I am not short of funds. If you feel awkward, just treat me to dinner tonight. His words further strengthened the bond among the roommates. Chapter 24. No Outsiders Allowed. Personal demonstration of sun protection tips, ding dong. Congratulations, host, on completing the dormitory upgrade task. The system is now drawing the cashback multiplier. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a 7x cashback. The system is now comprehensively analyzing the satisfaction levels of Qian Shangxian, Zhao Mingrui, and Chun Hongliang. Congratulations, host. After comprehensive evaluation, the combined satisfaction coefficient of the three is 3. Perfect. Jiang Qiu understood that a satisfaction score of 3 indicated each of the 3 was 100 satisfied. Therefore, the task reward amounted to 120,000 yuan multiplied by the 7x cashback and further multiplied by the 3x satisfaction coefficient, culminating in a total of 4,452,000 yuan. Congratulations, host. You have received a task reward of 4,452,000 yuan. Would you like to withdraw it immediately? Jiang Qiu selected immediate withdrawal. The Perfect Life system issued a special reminder, emphasizing that the funds from this reward bore no legal risks whatsoever. Almost simultaneously, a text from Gongshang Bank arrived. Your Gongshang Bank card ending in 1209 has received a transfer of 4,452,000 yuan on August 31st at 1818. Jiang Qiu opened his Gongshang Bank mobile app and observed his current balance, 51,402,185 yuan. Quite satisfactory. Now possessing both principal capital and crucial commercial intelligence, it would be an egregious waste not to capitalize on these advantages. Moreover, profiting from a stock market was a mission assigned by the system. Without hesitation, he commenced bottom fishing Lingnan Pharmaceutical S shares. Before proceeding, Jiang Qiu intended to bring his roommates along. After all, the system S mission included a hidden option. Leading roommates to profit together would yield additional special rewards. Jiang Qiu eagerly anticipated what this special reward might be. From his recent experience with the system, it could only be substantial, perhaps even invaluable. Naturally, he would not coerce them into participation. Forced compliance breeds no sweetness. A subtle hint would suffice, leaving the choice to their discretion. With this in mind, Jiang Qiu cleared his throat twice, waiting for their attention before speaking. Brothers, I have a lucrative opportunity here. Are you interested? Profitable? Brother Qiu, please elaborate. Boss, I'm willing to follow you on this. Say no more. Following Brother Qiu to make money is undoubtedly the right choice. Jiang Qiu did not expect such eagerness from just a tentative probe. I can't reveal specific details now, he continued, but I can roughly disclose that this venture holds a return rate of about 20, with a commensurate risk level. Returns and risk coexist. In truth, he understood that the commercial intelligence provided by the system was infallible. His investment was virtually guaranteed profit. The uncertainty lay only in the magnitude of the gain. He deliberately mentioned the risk to allay any suspicions. No investment is ever truly risk-free. Anyone promising no losses is likely a charlatan. So, consider carefully whether you can accept this risk before deciding to invest, Jiang Qiu advised. Investing or not is your choice, as is the amount. It won't affect our relationship. Brother Qiu, we understand. Qian Shangxian was the first to speak. You must think we're too poor and want to lift us up. Jiang Qiu was momentarily speechless. Boss, rest assured, wherever you invest, I'll follow through. Zhao Mingrui added, whether we profit or not matters little. It's about gaining experience. Exactly, count me in too, Chun Hongliang exclaimed. Suddenly, Chun Hongliang asked mysteriously, Brother Qiu, is there a limit on the investment amount? Jiang Qiu was slightly taken aback. Casting a surprised glance at Chun Hongliang, could this fellow be a concealed heavyweight? Should he produce more money than himself? That would indeed be embarrassing. How much are you intending to invest? Jiang Qiu hesitated before replying. In principle, there is no upper limit, but if the sum is exceptionally large, I would appreciate it if you could carefully consider it. How about 100,000 yuan? Chen Hongliang probed cautiously. Jiang Qiu felt an urge to slap him. Only 100,000? I thought that was a modest target. Third brother, I want to complain about you. Jiang Qiu raised his middle finger. Don't be so mysterious. All right? Is 100,000 a large sum? Bring it on. Ahem, Brother Qiu, we're not the same, Chun Hongliang said plaintively. This money is all my savings, including my childhood red envelopes and the living expenses for this semester. All right, all small change, Jiang Qiu waved dismissively. 100,000 is small change? Zhao Mingrui smiled wryly. Brother Qiu, the most I can contribute is 50,000. Is that acceptable? His funds were all in his parents' hands, and since the semester had just begun, he hadn't needed to request any money yet. Unexpectedly, with such a precious opportunity to earn money, he feared Jiang Qiu would disdain his modest contribution and exclude him. As for the risk of loss, he was not worried at all. After all, Jiang Qiu's capabilities were evident to all. If he could learn some valuable investment experience, that would be far more important than anything else. That's fine. Just act within your means according to your own circumstances. Jiang Qiu nodded without further comment. Brother Qiu, I have 200,000 in hand, and I'm investing it all in you. On the other side, Qian Shengxian clenches teeth, deciding to take a gamble. What if a bicycle turned into a motorcycle? Are you sure? This investment carries risks. Jiang Qiu had not expected Qian Shengxian to commit such a large sum. He knew for certain he wouldn't lose, but the other party did not. He wondered where Qian Shengxian's confidence stemmed from. Could it be that his amiable appearance made him seem trustworthy? If that were the case, he mused. Perhaps opening a Douyin live stream to raise funds would be quite lucrative. Don't worry, Brother Qiu, I have faith in you. Qian Shengxian's words came sincerely from a heart. After these past few days of interaction, he recognized Jiang Qiu as a capable individual. To say nothing else, the fact that he could afford over 200,000 yuan to purchase 4 energy walls demonstrated he was not perturbed by such sums. All right, second brother, 200,000. Third brother, 100,000. Fourth brother, 50,000, Jiang Qiu added. Lastly, I want to emphasize that this is only a preliminary intention. You can reconsider, and if you regret it later, it will not affect our relationship. After all, investment involves risk, and participation is entirely voluntary. Understood. The three nodded in unison, none regretting their earlier decisions. Very well, transfer the funds to the bank accounts I gave you by tomorrow evening, Jiang Qiu instructed. Results will be available within a week. As for the specific operations, I will inform you on the day of action. Is that clear? Yes, we trust Brother Qiu. Everyone was brimming with confidence, even eager with anticipation. Jiang Qiu observed this and thought, since they had such faith in him, he might as well provide them an opportunity to profit. After all, it was a mere trifle for him, with the added bonus of extra rewards. Why not? All right, let us feast well tonight. Tomorrow begins the grueling military training life. Jiang Qiu sighed. Let us go, barbecue and drinks. Shen Hongliang quickly chimed in. Zhao Mingrui nodded, still a little resentful, muttering, I was too careless last time. This time I won stop until I'm drunk. All right. Didn't you forget who was the first to fall last time? Qian Shengxian didn't spare him. Delivering a playful jab, everyone burst into laughter, and Zhao Mingrui felt slightly embarrassed. That night, they drank moderately, mindful of the military training the next day and the need to remain in good condition. Returning to his dormitory, Jiang Qiu noticed over a dozen unread messages on his phone, all from Chu Yanxi. He replied and took the opportunity to ask about sunscreen application techniques. Chu Yanxi responded in great detail and even recorded a video demonstrating the process herself. Whoa! Jiang Qiu was instantly unsettled. It seemed she did not regard him as a mere acquaintance. In the video, Chu Yanxi wore pajamas and explained thoroughly, but Jiang Qiu's attention was elsewhere. Fortunately, he possessed remarkable self-discipline and quickly regained composure. They chatted a while longer before bidding each other good night and promptly falling asleep. Chapter 25. The first day of military training. Someone else's girlfriend the next morning at the Jiangnan University sports field, thousands of freshmen, organized by college, were divided into several formations. Clad in camouflage uniforms, they stood rigid under the sun, beads of sweat dripping like pearls. Some frail girls were already wavering. The physical challenge paled in comparison to the scorching sunlight beating down on their faces. It was foreseeable that within 2 days, all freshmen would have sun-darkened skin. In the southeast corner of the sports field stood the Management College formation. According to Jiangnan University tradition, freshman military training disrupted class groups and group students by college. Each college was further divided into smaller formations led by trained senior students serving as instructors. Jiang Qiu belonged to the Management College's third formation, surrounded by classmates from various majors, unfamiliar with one another. Attention! Stand at ease. 15-minute break. The instructor glanced at his watch and gave the order. Instantly, the entire formation exhaled, some collapsing onto the ground. Exhaustion was overwhelming. Yet, one person was an exception. Upon hearing the command, Jiang Qiu swiftly dashed to the shade 30 meters away with lightning speed. What is going on? Did I see that right? My legs are numb from standing so long. How can he run so fast? Impressive. I can't beat him for first place, but second is still within reach. Inspired by Jiang Qiu, many students began running toward the shade, though their speed was pitiful. Phew, this heat is unbearable. Jiang Qiu was determined not to stand under the sun for another moment. Why endure the scorching heat when one could shelter in the shade? Compared to the fatigue of military training, he loathed sun exposure even more. With a constitution rating of 92 points, this level of training posed no challenge. But sunlight was different. No matter how strong the constitution, excessive sun would darken the skin. Such a handsome visage would be a tragedy if sunburned. Fortunately, he had the foresight to purchase sunscreen the day before and consulted Chu Yanxi about proper application. That morning, Jiang Qiu liberally applied 3 layers inside and outside. It must be said, some expensive products are worth it. His La Mer sunscreen was excellent. At least compared to others, his complexion remained notably fairer. This is only the first day of training, and I already feel like I'm shedding skin. No kidding. The sun is brutal. I wish it would rain, grumbled those nearby. Botched. This school is terrible. Not even a drinking fountain. Several students began complaining, and once spoken, everyone, including Jiang Qiu, felt thirsty. At that moment, a bottle of cold Longshan spring water from the fridge would be heavenly. Hey look, someone's bringing water. A girl wearing a white tank top and blue jeans appeared within sight. She was seen approaching the management school formation, holding a bottle of mineral water. Could it be? Just a single bottle of water. Is that truly sufficient for all of us? Just as the crowd was engulfed in confusion, a nearby boy stood up. Apologies. My girlfriend has arrived. He proudly circled around the crowd before finally meeting the girl who was delivering the water. He took the bottle from her hands, drinking deeply and occasionally flaunting it towards the crowd. My goodness, is this even permissible? Have some decency. Wishing the couple well, I secretly mused that they were actually siblings. The spectators could not help but feel envy at the sight. Not only did she deliver water, but she also scattered a plethora of romantic crumbs. Who could withstand that? I must tell you, that girl is our second-year senior and a member of the student council. At that moment, a boy with blonde hair revealed their circumstances. What? The senior seems so kind, gentle, and virtuous. I wish I could have a senior like her. But wait, how could they have gotten together in such a short time? Indeed, it seemed rather quick. To be honest, that boy isn't even as handsome as I am. Upon hearing the discussions, the blonde boy stood up again. You don't understand, do you? In this day and age, looks are not of utmost importance. Money reigns supreme. After saying this, he pointed toward a girl in a refreshing outfit walking over. Apologies, brothers, my girlfriend is here too. With that, the blonde stood up and casually approached the girl, his hand mischievously wrapping around her waist. Oh, for heaven's sake, is this even fair? How am I supposed to cope with being struck down twice in one day? This is utterly unjust. Why, as a freshman, do I not have a senior bringing me water? In an instant, the crowd began to sigh and lament. Thankfully, most of them had no water to drink, so they could endure it. Just then, Li Huayuan, who was assigned to the same formation as Jiang Qiu, walked over. Being classmates and placed in the same formation, it was natural for them to chat during breaks. Jiang Qiu, don't you have a girlfriend to bring you water? Li Huayuan, being quite astute, knew Jiang Qiu was very wealthy. But what good is wealth if you, like him, still have no one to bring you water? Reflecting on this, he suddenly felt a sense of balance within himself. However, at that moment, everyone's gaze was inexplicably drawn to something behind Li Huayuan. Feeling a bit uneasy, he wondered what everyone was looking at. Curiosity piqued. He turned around and was instantly taken aback. Chapter 26. Has the campus bell been threatened? Today, Chu Yanxi donned a pink V-neck short-sleeve dress, her long legs strikingly straight and smooth. She wore a pair of white high-heeled sandals, her exposed skin radiating a delicate brilliance. This latest summer ensemble from Chanel not only accentuated her perfect figure, but also emanated an aura of noble elegance, making her appear unapproachable. The moment she arrived on the playground, she captivated everyone's attention. Not only the freshmen, but even some seniors and instructors couldn't help but glance her way. It's the campus belle of Chu University. At this moment, a senior from the student council began introducing her to the nearby freshmen. Let me tell you, the campus belle is also the president of our student council. Senior, how can we join the student council? The eager freshman asked, their eyes sparkling at the thought of being part of it, even if it meant merely catching a glimpse of her each day. Ahem, after military training concludes, we will have recruitment, the senior explained, taking out registration forms. Come on, everyone, fill in your information. We'll notify you via text when we have news. So don't miss out. Watching the enthusiastic sign-ups, the senior beamed with excitement. He had accomplished his task. He had worked tirelessly all morning. Yet it paled in comparison to the impact of the campus bell merely walking across the playground. At this moment, Chu Yanxi held a sunshade in her left hand and a bottle of Longshan mineral water in her right. The beads of water glistening on the bottle's surface indicated it had just been taken from the freezer. No way, Is the campus bell here to deliver water? How could that be? Who has such clout to have the campus bell bring them water? Concerned for her, many murmured among themselves. The icy water must be freezing. Is she really holding it like this? For a moment, everyone began to speculate. Those who knew Chu Yanxi were utterly bewildered. For 3 years, her aloof demeanor suggested she would never come to the school playground to deliver water. Perhaps she was here for a relative who just enrolled at Jiangnan University this year? Or maybe she was tasked by a teacher to look after someone else's child? It must be one of those two reasons. There couldn't be any other explanation. Under the gaze of the crowd, Chu Yanxi remained undisturbed, her expression focused as she searched for something. After half a minute, she finally confirmed the location. Not far away, the management school's flag fluttered in the wind at the southeast corner of the playground. Chu Yanxi, with the Longshan mineral water in hand, headed straight in that direction. Oh my, the campus bell is coming to our management school. I'm so nervous. It seems she is approaching me to deliver water. No way. Stop dreaming. It's clearly directed at me. The boys surrounding Jiang Qiu were filled with excitement, as if the bottle of water was destined for them. Even Li Huayuan, who had just turned around, felt his heart race. Surely, the bell's target wasn't him. Compared to others, he felt his chances were slightly higher. After all, the campus bell also had another identity. She was the assistant homeroom teacher for their class. It seemed quite reasonable for the assistant to bring water to her students, right? As he indulged in this daydream, an unexpected sense of crisis surged within him. He suddenly remembered someone. Jiang Qiu was in the same class as him. Moreover, compared to him, Jiang Qiu held the position of class leader, which likely made his chances even greater. Sneaking a glance, Li Huayuan realized Jiang Qiu was his greatest threat, although he didn't want to admit it. In terms of looks, Jiang Qiu was indeed a tad more handsome than him. No way, this opportunity is too rare. I must take the initiative. If I can greet the campus bell before anyone else, surely that bottle of water will be mine. Resolute, Li Huayuan adjusted his hairstyle and confidently strode toward Chu Yanxi. Oh my, so the campus bell was delivering water to him? Unbelievable. This guy doesn't even look that impressive. How envious. How jealous of this guy's good fortune. Chu Senior, you've arrived. Li Huayuan rushed to Chu Yanxi's side, adopting a familiar tone in hopes of establishing rapport. Oh, it's you, Li Huayuan. Chu Yanxi greeted him blandly before effortlessly bypassing him. Awkward. The embarrassment was palpable. Li Huayuan's hand was already halfway out, but he hadn't anticipated that the campus bell would simply walk past him. I knew it. The campus bell wouldn't be interested in him. He is just a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. Exactly. Look at how much of a sycophant he is. He should take a moment to reflect on himself. Normally, while Chu Yanxi maintained her aloofness, she wouldn't completely disregard others. However, today was different. Jiang Qiu had just finished training and must be parched. At this moment, she had no time to waste with others and needed to deliver the water immediately. Moreover, and most importantly, her first impression of this male student was not favorable. On the day of the class meeting, he had attempted to compete with Jiang Qiu for the position of class leader. In Chu Yanxi's perspective, anyone attempting to compete with her husband for something would likely earn her disdain. Poor Li Huayuan. He could never fathom why he suffered such a crushing defeat. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiu, witnessing the scene before her, couldn't help but cover her forehead in dismay. It's over. Her target truly is me. At that moment, when Li Huayuan rushed forward, Jiang Qiu secretly wished she would not approach. With so many pairs of eyes around, all fixated on that bottle of water, whoever claimed it might face the wrath of the numerous admirers of the campus bell. Jiang Qiu sincerely wished for a low profile. Nevertheless, what was destined to happen inevitably came to pass. Jiang Qiu, you have worked hard during training. Chu Yanxi approached Jiang Qiu, retracting her sunshade, freeing her hands to twist open the bottle cap, and gently offering it to Jiang Qiu. Here, have a sip of water. The onlookers were left astounded, holding their breath in disbelief. Did this truly happen? The esteemed campus beauty, personally delivering water, and even twisting the cap open to bring to the other's lips? Who would have imagined that Chu Yanxi possessed such a tender side, if not witnessed firsthand? Chu Yanxi, have you been coerced? If so, blink. Yet, the smile on Chu Yanxi's face remained radiant, her gaze fixed on Jiang Qiu. Those present could easily discern that only genuine affection could manifest such sweetness in one's eyes. The sensation was akin to the warm sun in winter, rendering one irresistibly enchanted. How delightful it would be if Chu Yanxi were to offer water to me. Chapter 27. Isn't the ice water rather chilly? Why are you dawdling? Hurry and take it. Chu Yanxi tilted her head, sweetly addressing Jiang Qiu. Thank you, senior. Jiang Qiu rose to accept the chilled Longshan spring water. Although her intention was to remain inconspicuous with so many witnesses around, It would be rather disrespectful not to accept it from her senior. If her thoughts were to be revealed to others, she would likely face severe backlash. This is my 3rd year, and it's the first time I've heard Chu Yanxi speak so gently to a boy, someone remarked. Do you think this boy might just be a relative of hers, thus receiving special treatment? That seems plausible. Indeed, look at how he reacts. He appears quite reluctant, another chimed in. If it were me, I would be overjoyed. That makes sense. Perhaps he is indeed a relative, like a cousin or something. Suddenly, the air was thick with speculation. No one wished to accept the reality before them, and the entire playground was suffused with jealousy. Just moments ago, the boy with the yellow hair had been boasting about his girlfriend, but now he seemed utterly deflated. It turns out, the clown was none other than myself. Li Huayuan felt immensely awkward, thinking he had approached her first, yet it was he who ended up wounded. Senior, you really didn't have to bring me water, Jiang Qiu remarked, casting a glance at Chu Yanxi, burdened by an inexplicable feeling. Why was she being so kind to her? If they had just met, Jiang Qiu could understand it as an act of guilt for having bumped into her, a desire to make amends. However, so much time had passed, and her health was perfectly fine. Could it be due to her looks? That seemed unlikely. After all, who hadn't seen strikingly handsome individuals driving Ferraris worth over 20 million? As for wealth, that was out of the question. Chu Yanxi was already from a wealthy family, and had no need to covet anyone's money. Let us not forget, I am your class assistant. It is only natural for me to care for my classmates, Chu Yanxi replied, her eyes glistening with an inexplicable excitement. Care for classmates? I find that hard to believe. Jiang Qiu thought back to the awkward scene with Li Huayuan, which she had witnessed in its entirety. If memory served her right, he was in the same class as her. She could only imagine how furious Li Huayuan would be upon hearing her words. Jiang Qiu blinked, then said earnestly, all right then. Thank you, Teacher Chu. Upon hearing Jiang Qiu refer to her as teacher again, Chu Yanxi playfully shot her an annoyed glance. However, her expression softened almost immediately. You've worked so hard during military training. You should drink some water to replenish your energy. Oh dear, why aren't you drinking? Is it too cold? Hand it here. I'll warm it up for you before you drink. Who could withstand such warmth? Having such a considerate senior was truly delightful. Jiang Qiu opened the bottle cap and took a generous gulp, instantly feeling a refreshing chill that invigorated her. On a scorching summer day, particularly during military training, being able to sip on ice-cold water was a sheer delight. Gulp, gulp. Nearby classmates watched in envy, saliva pooling in their mouths. On one hand, they were genuinely thirsty. On the other, pure envy reigned. Surely, water delivered by the campus bell must be exceptionally sweet. All right, I shall take my leave now. Let us connect on WeChat, Chu Yanxi said, her adorable expression surfacing as she turned to leave the training ground. The moment the campus bell departed, all eyes shifted back to Jiang Qiu. Curiosity piqued regarding his identity. Particularly, what was the nature of his relationship with Chu Yanxi? Were they truly a couple? All right, break time is over. Everyone assemble. At that moment, the instructor's whistle blew, signaling the continuation of military training. Reluctantly, everyone left the shaded area to once again face the blistering sun. Thus, the cycle continued until 5 in the afternoon. Finally, the first day of military training came to an end. After the formation was dismissed, everyone trudged wearily towards their dormitories. Jiang Qiu felt no fatigue. Coupled with a thick layer of sunscreen, she appeared largely unchanged. However, the others were not so fortunate. Upon returning to the dormitory, Jiang Qiu nearly failed to recognize her roommates. Hey guys, did you just return from gold mining in Africa? She jested, instantly eliciting wails of despair from her roommates. Brother Qiu, you have no idea. When I looked in the mirror after returning to the dorm, I could hardly recognize myself. Qian Shengxian lamented while gazing into the mirror. However, upon seeing Jiang Qiu, his expression shifted to one of dismay. Brother Qiu, why do I feel like we've all tanned, yet you remain unaffected? Upon hearing this, Zhao Mingrui and Chun Hongliang turned to look as well. Indeed, Brother Qiu's looks appeared entirely unscathed. How else would Chu Yanxi specifically bring him water? As the conversation returned to the topic of water delivery, the three gathered around. They were aware of some underlying circumstances. Chu Yanxi had always been quite kind to Jiang Qiu, especially when she had delivered breakfast to him the previous day, during which they had also benefited significantly. However, the specifics of their relationship remained a mystery. Brother Qiu, I heard your tale during the first formation today. Quite impressive. One ventured. I heard too. It's laughable how Li Huayuan overestimated himself, thinking Chu Yanxi was delivering him water. Too funny. He has been my source of amusement for the entire year. By the way, how far has your relationship with Chu Yanxi progressed? Care to share? Faced with their curiosity, Jiang Qiu hastily waved his hands. Don't say such things. Chu Yanxi and I are completely innocent. Her bringing me water is merely a class assistant showing concern for a student. I find that hard to believe. With 1,000 people on the playground, what a coincidence that she only brought you water. Exactly. The way Chu Yanxi looks at you. It's as if she's about to melt. Without a doubt, there is something going on between you two. Have you known each other for a long time? Jiang Qiu could only smile helplessly. Come on, we started school on the same day. Today is merely the third day. Is it possible that the two of you were high school sweethearts, intending to attend the same university? Only for you to fail the entrance exams for 3 years, while the enchanting Chu has been waiting for you all this time? What a preposterous notion of failing for 3 years. I believe Brother Qiu must have been selected by the nation during high school to partake in a top-secret mission. And now, with the 3-year pact fulfilled, he returns in glory. No. What you don't realize is that during these 3 years, Brother Qiu has been engaged in fierce battles on the front lines. Recently, when Chu encountered peril and called for help, Brother Qiu led 3,000 of the world's elite warriors to rush to Huaxia. Chapter 28. A meal that earned 170,000. An unforgettable culinary experience. What a ridiculous concept of failing for 3 years. What a ludicrous 3-year pact. What an absurdity that 3,000 warriors converged upon Huaxia. Jiang Qiu stifled a laugh, remarking, "Have you all been reading too many brainless novels?" Very well. It seems Brother Qiu might still have an unfinished mission, and until the moment of revelation arrives, we shall not pry further. After Shangqian finished speaking, the 3 of them nodded in agreement. Get lost. Jiang Qiu jestingly scolded, "I need to order dinner. Do you want to join me?" Brother Qiu, you're taking advantage of this. Just wait until I'm bankrupt. Give me a portion too. Military training has drained me, and I need something good to eat. As long as there's food, the rest doesn't seem matter exhausted. The group collectively decided against squeezing into the cafeteria during the peak dining hour. Jiang Qiu opened the Meituan app, searched for nearby delicacies, and filtered by the highest price first. For him, there was no need to deliberate over daily meals. He would simply start with the priciest options, ensuring variety every day. There are always those soul-soothing platitudes that suggest the poor have their money troubles, while the rich suffer from having too much. Nonsense. There is nothing in this world that cannot be resolved with money. If such a thing exists, it simply means one does not have enough. Jiang Qiu wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment as he gazed at the array of delectable dishes displayed on the app, instantly feeling his appetite surge. No longer did he need to hesitate over prices. That concern had vanished. Has a new branch of Xie Yuan opened nearby? Their signature crab roe noodles and crab roe rice are reputed to be exquisite. Of course, the prices are also quite steep. An ultimate giant combo set costs 888 yuan. Jiang Qiu promptly ordered 3 sets because if he was going to eat, he intended to indulge, ensuring he savored every part of the crab, claws, legs, roe, and fat. In addition to the main sets, he also ordered a steamed yellow croaker for 598 yuan, diced beef for 288 yuan, and lemon chicken feet for 188 yuan. Upon checkout, the total came to 3,738 yuan. Just as Jiang Qiu prepared to make the payment, the Meituan system unexpectedly notified him that if his order exceeded 4,000 yuan, the delivery fee would be waived. Oh, what a delightful surprise. One should never pass up a bargain. Jiang Qiu returned to the product page and selected 10 bottles of Evian mineral water, priced at 28 yuan each. This brought his total to 4,018 yuan, just enough to qualify for the discount. Payment successful. A transaction of 4,018 yuan was made from your account ending in 1209 at 1808 on September 1st. After receiving the text notification, Jiang Qiu habitually opened the Gongshang Bank mobile app to check his account balance. 51,362,005 yuan. Quite satisfactory. A meal was certainly within reach. Exiting the Gongshang Bank app, he returned to the Meituan app to confirm the estimated delivery time, which indicated it would arrive in about an hour, with the rider still having 3 orders to deliver beforehand. An hour? That is quite a wait. Jiang Qiu decisively contacted the Meituan rider through the app. "Hello, could you possibly deliver my order earlier?" The rider replied, "I'm sorry, we must follow the designated order as per regulations." Jiang Qiu casually sent a 100 yuan red envelope and inquired, "What about now?" The rider responded, "Thank you for your tip. I will expedite your delivery." Unsatisfied, Jiang Qiu sent another 100 yuan red envelope. The rider replied, "Boss, no more words. I'll delay the other orders and prioritize yours." Jiang Qiu finally flashed a satisfied smile and sent an OK emoji. Perfect. With the takeout issue resolved, Jiang Qiu first took a refreshing shower to alleviate the fatigue from the day's military training. Just as he finished washing up, the delivery rider called. Jiang Qiu glanced at the time. Remarkably, the order arrived over half an hour earlier than anticipated. In a bustling metropolis like this, especially during rush hour, early deliveries are exceedingly rare. Such is the charm of a red envelope. Wow, it's here so soon. Zhao Mingrui exclaimed as he rushed to assist in setting the table. The group gathered around, unpacking the bags, and the aroma of crab wafted through the air, filling the room. Isn't this the much-talked-about crab roe rice? Look at the packaging. This is Xiezun Yuan's signature giant combo. I've seen it on numerous D and food bloggers' channels. Truly delightful. We're in for a treat with Brother Qiu. The meal lasted a full half hour, with nearly all dishes devoured. At 18, boys are in their growth phase, naturally possessing hearty appetites. Fortunately, the portions were generous, with ample noodles and rice to satisfy their hunger, preventing any shortage. After finishing, Jiang Qiu opened a bottle of Evian to rinse his mouth. He was quite pleased with the meal. The flavors justified the price. The richness of the crab roe was delightful, and the textures of the crab claws and legs were distinctively seasoned. The only shortcoming was that the crab meat was somewhat flaky. If you were to rate this meal on a scale of 10, Jiang Qiu felt it deserved a solid 90. Ding dong. The system detected that the host enjoyed an unforgettable culinary experience and awarded him a mid-level gourmet cashback card. Mid-level gourmet cashback card. The host randomly receives 20 times the cashback corresponding to the expenditure amount, along with additional satisfaction bonuses for up to 3 other individuals. Note 1. Final cashback amount expenditure amount random multiplier satisfaction coefficient. Note 2. If the host spends 1,000 yuan on a meal, with a random cashback multiplier of 20 times and the satisfaction of the other 3 being 90, the final cashback would be 1,000 multiplied by 20 times, then multiplied by satisfaction coefficient of 27. Jiang Qiu silently calculated in his mind. Spending 1,000 yuan on a meal could potentially yield a cashback of 54,000. Quite impressive. The mid-level gourmet cashback card is remarkable. He wondered what the higher-level cashback cards might entail. Ding dong. Would the host like to use the mid-level gourmet cashback card immediately? Jiang Qiu turned to his roommates and asked, "Brothers, how do you find the taste of this place? If we were to rate on a scale of 10, what would you give it?" Zhao Mingrui was the first to respond. "I give it a full 10. It's absolutely delicious. This is my first time experiencing such exquisite food in the metropolis." Qian Shengxian patted his belly. "I also give it a 10. The flavor is excellent, the presentation is exquisite, and the delivery was prompt. Full marks." Meanwhile, Chen Hongliang pondered. "I think their crab roe was slightly lacking, so I deduct 0. 5 points. Everything else was fantastic." After which, he added, "As a local, I know of another restaurant that is also quite good. Once military training concludes, let us go try it out." "All right, we'll be mooching off you then." Zhao Mingrui chuckled and turned to Jiang Qiu, asking Brother Qiu, "What score would you give it?" As the third one said, "The crab roe was indeed a tad lacking, so I'll deduct 0. 5 points. Additionally, I found the crab meat a bit too flaky, so I'll deduct another 0. 5 points. Everything else was quite satisfactory. Next time, let us compare it with the restaurant recommended by the third one." "Okay, it's settled then." The dormitory group readily agreed. Subsequently, everyone collaborated to tidy up the surroundings, as maintaining a pristine dormitory environment is indeed essential. Once they concluded their tasks, Jiang Qiu reclined on his bed to rest. He resolved to utilize the intermediate gourmet cashback card in his possession. The rationale behind choosing today for this meal was primarily due to the high ratings from everyone. To let it go to waste would be a travesty. It is noteworthy that, during the day, everyone had endured intense training, leaving them inherently fatigued. Thus, regardless of what was served for dinner, they would find it extraordinarily delectable. At other times, achieving such elevated ratings would be quite challenging. Contemplating this, Jiang Qiu decided to use the card immediately, as there would be future opportunities. As long as he completed his tasks, new cashback cards would naturally be obtained. Ding dong. The intermediate gourmet cashback card has been activated, and the cashback multiplier is currently being determined. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a random cashback multiplier of 15 times. The system is assessing the satisfaction levels of Qian Shengxian, Chen Hongliang, and Zhao Mingrui. Congratulations, host. After comprehensive evaluation, the combined satisfaction coefficient of the 3 individuals is 295. This satisfaction coefficient aligns perfectly with the results Jiang Qiu had previously inquired about. They had all spoken the truth. Therefore, the reward from this intermediate gourmet cashback card amounts to the expenditure of 4,018 yuan multiplied by 15, then multiplied by 295, totaling an impressive 1,717,695 yuan. Congratulations, host, for receiving a task reward of 1,717,695 yuan. Would you like to withdraw it immediately? Jiang Qiu opted for an immediate withdrawal, and almost simultaneously, a text from the cooperative bank arrived. Perfect. This meal cost over 4,000 yuan, yet he ended up profiting over 170,000 yuan. Jiang Qiu could only wish for such occurrences to happen more frequently. Chapter 29. The campus bell trends again, directly targeting the A district of the Binhe International Villas. Opposite Jiangnan University, Li Lingling, as per her usual routine, munched on watermelon while logging into the school's forum. For many college students, the school forum serves as a comprehensive platform for entertainment, gossip, confessions, friendships, and rendezvous. Regardless of what transpires within the university, someone will invariably upload it to the forum at the earliest opportunity. Upon logging in, Li Lingling immediately noticed 3 pinned posts, their bright red flame icons strikingly eye-catching. Are you crazy? The campus bell is delivering water to freshmen on the training ground. On the first day of military training, the aloof campus bell reveals her gentle side. Fuming. Who has stolen my goddess away? After reading these posts, Li Lingling was momentarily stunned. Is this truly the same close friend she knows? When did she develop such a gentle demeanor? Xiaoxi, you've once again surged to the trending topics on the forum. With her tablet in hand, Li Lingling dashed to Chu Yanxi's room, eagerly pointing out the most prominent posts for her to see. Oh, it doesn't matter to me. I'm not afraid of others knowing. At that moment, Chu Yanxi lay on her bed, fixated on a selfie of Jiang Qiu on her phone, having gazed at it for over half an hour. Well, even if you don't mind, what if Jiang Qiu sees it? What do you think? Li Lingling was genuinely concerned for her friend. Upon hearing Jiang Qiu's name, Chu Yanxi sat up immediately. You're right. What if Jiang Qiu is displeased? Should I call Li from the forum and ask him to remove those posts? Wouldn't that be a bit too extreme? Although Li Lingling voiced her apprehensions, she understood that this was the aloof president she had known. Chu Yanxi, so young, yet managing such a vast corporate empire, relied not merely on her looks, but on her astute judgment and her ability to decisively tackle issues without hesitation. Yet, how did she end up encountering Jiang Qiu, which altered everything? At midnight, the various dormitories of Jiangnan University experienced a scheduled power outage. Yet, Dormitory 302 of Building 12 continued to enjoy uninterrupted electricity. The air conditioning, tirelessly blowing cool air, ensured a comfortable sleep amidst the sweltering summer heat. Zhao Mingrui suddenly remarked, "This Huawei energy wall is truly remarkable." Chen Hongliang nodded in agreement, of course. Being able to enjoy air conditioning during such hot weather is a blessing. The roommates engaged in casual conversation, while Jiang Qiu was busy replying to Chu Yanxi's WeChat message. Chu Yanxi, Jiang Qiu, have you seen the post on the school forum? Jiang Qiu, what's the matter? I don't usually browse the forum. Chu Yanxi, that's good. It's nothing important. You should get some rest. Jiang Qiu, all right, you too. Chu Yanxi, military training is tough. What would you like to drink tomorrow? Jiang Qiu, senior, you really don't have to bring me water. It's truly unnecessary. Chu Yanxi, Chu Yanxi, I understand, good night. Jiang Qiu, that is fine, good night. Just as their conversation concluded, the roommates shifted the topic to studying abroad. Qiu Ge, with your qualifications, you could easily study abroad, right? Chen Hongliang inquired curiously. The flu prevention policies, mutual discrimination, and different living habits make me feel it's not worth it, Jiang Qiu pondered before continuing. In fact, looking ahead, whether in terms of economic development prospects or the standard of living, Huaxia is leading the world. Prior to this, he and T had much money, and even if he had considered studying abroad, it wouldn't have been feasible. Now, Jiang Qiu had completely dismissed that notion. With such wealth to enjoy in his home country, why would he risk his life by going abroad? Qian Shengxian concurred with this sentiment, recalling how he had missed out on going abroad due to the flu. However, even if given another chance, he had no desire to go. Qi Yi, I have a question, Zhao Mingrui suddenly asked with curiosity. Now that you're so wealthy, why do you still live in the dormitory? Who said that being wealthy precludes one from living in a dormitory? Jiang Qiu replied earnestly, my father still can't bear to part with you all. Once you grow up, I'll move out. Damn, Qiu Ge, you're inhuman. You want to take advantage of my mother's generosity. That is outrageous. The banter continued until they nearly faced a gag order. After a bout of wild teasing, the dormitory finally settled into silence. To be honest, I think living alone isn't that interesting, Jiang Qiu remarked casually. Perhaps if I have a girlfriend in the future, I'll consider moving out. He Yi. So you and the campus belle Haven T gotten together yet? That is strange. Considering your relationship with her, could it be that she is pursuing you? What? Qiu Ge is related to the campus belle? That is absurd. Chen Hongliang exaggeratedly exclaimed. Suddenly, the entire dormitory erupted in laughter. Jiang Qiu was left speechless. Let me see. This forum is toxic, constantly spreading rumors about me. The previous incident involving the air conditioning installation had almost led to severe ramifications. Fortunately, Jiang Qiu managed the crisis adeptly, and the situation was defused. Did he really need to post again to prove his innocence regarding the campus bell? Cough, cough, that might not be very appropriate. Hey, where did that post go? It was just here. At that moment, Shengxian appeared astonished, swearing he had just seen it. Old two, you're not just spouting nonsense. Are you? Indeed, I've been unable to locate it either. Could the individual who posted it be you? Neither Zhao Mingrui nor Chen Hongliang has found it. Today's forum is as pristine as a blank sheet of paper. Alas, jumping into the Yellow River would not cleanse me of this. Qian Shengxian shook his head in exasperation. Jiang Qiu, curious, opened the forum as well, yet found nothing of interest. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it, treating it as mere jest from his roommates. Well then, it's getting quite late, and we have military training tomorrow. As the night deepened, Jiang Qiu concluded, I'm aware that everyone here is quite well off. It is likely that we will all move out of the dormitory in the future. So let us cherish this time together. Qian Shengxian concurred. I have indeed considered living elsewhere, but I find great joy in our camaraderie, which is why I have chosen to remain here. Chen Hongliang earnestly stated, I hope our next 4 years together will be filled with happiness. If any issues arise, please voice them directly, for we must not let misunderstandings harm our brotherhood. Zhao Mingrui nodded in agreement. I fully support that. The conversation in the dormitory continued until the early hours, eventually drifting into slumber by 2 a.m. Chapter 30. The Love-Struck Have Nothing. Stock market account opening the following morning at 7. Jiang Qiu awoke early. His routine has always been commendable. Had it not been for the late-night banter, he would have risen even earlier to enjoy his customary morning jog. However, he had decided against it in recent days as military training commenced at 8:30, which proved quite exhausting. After completing his morning hygiene, Jiang Qiu glanced at the other three, all still asleep. Oh well, I shall head to the cafeteria for breakfast and bring something back for them later. At the base of Building 12 lies the university's third cafeteria. Jiang Qiu surveyed the breakfast options, which were quite extensive, featuring wontons, millet porridge, pickled vegetables, steamed buns, flour rolls, dumplings, and more. Of course, the beloved soybean milk, fried dough sticks, and tofu pudding were all available, catering to the diverse palates of students from across the nation. After a brief inspection, Jiang Qiu ordered a bowl of wontons, 2 tea eggs, and 2 baskets of soup dumplings, then selected a seat with his tray. He opened his phone to browse DN live streams while enjoying his breakfast. Remember to follow if you enjoy the teacher's lessons, and join the fan club. Brothers, are we back to practicing yoga? Students, open your bodies and let us embrace a new day. Teacher, could we arrange for some yoga will practice? Let us expand our chests and lighten our spirits. Ah, teacher, closer, I can't see. A bit closer. What's going on? Why does DN keep recommending yoga live streams to me? Jiang Qiu decisively hit the follow button, muted the volume, and quickly immersed himself in his studies. A quarter of an hour later, having finished the last sip of wonton soup, Jiang Qiu stood and returned to the ordering window to purchase breakfast for the 3 roommates, then headed back to the dormitory. By the time he returned, it was already 7:40, yet the 3 dorm mates remained in slumber. Jiang Qiu checked the time and called out to them. Hurry and get up. I brought breakfast for you. Qian Shengxian, roused from sleep, could not help but retort. Seriously, you are taking advantage of me again. Zhao Mingrui squinted and asked, what time is it? Chen Hongliang glanced at his phone. Qiu Ge. You're toxic. It's not even 8 yet. Look at what I brought you. An affectionate breakfast. Will you eat it? Jiang Qiu chimed in with a smile. Why didn't you say so sooner? You've taken advantage of me. I must eat it back. Qian Shengxian quickly leapt from his bed, snatching 2 buns to stuff into his mouth. Hey, save some for us. Zhao Mingrui and Chen Hongliang hastily got up as well. The 3 of them enjoyed their breakfast while discussing the military training ahead. I just checked the weather for today. What does 30 degrees even feel like? Qian Shengxian, hailing from the northeast, was unaccustomed to temperatures exceeding 30 degrees and had yet to grasp the reality. Let me put it this way. Standing outside for a day of military training will leave you either dead or peeling skin, Chen Hongliang replied. Don't scare me. This military training lasts another week. What will happen to my handsome face? Qian Shengxian frowned. Please, if Qiu isn't afraid. Why should you be? There's nothing quite like lounging in the dormitory with a cool breeze. By 10 a.m., on the school playground, the weather forecast proved accurate. Under the blazing sun, the ground temperature soared to 40 degrees. For the students participating in military training, this was nothing short of a calamity. Each new batch of freshmen fervently hoped for rain to spare them from standing in such discomfort. Today marked the second day of military training, and many had come prepared with ice water, having learned from yesterday's experience. Though they knew that in such high temperatures, the ice water would soon transform into warm water, having something was better than nothing, especially after yesterday's experience of witnessing public displays of affection. Many single students had wised up, lacking girlfriends or connections with the campus belles. They had to rely on their own means. Upon mentioning the campus beauty, all eyes turned to Jiang Qiu. Is this the guy from yesterday? He is passably attractive. Ahem. A man must not only be judged by his exterior, but also by his inner qualities. Yes, the campus beauty must have been deceived by this lad. Hey, did you hear? This guy is supposedly just the campus beauty's cousin. What? In that case, should I call him little uncle? All right, if the campus beauty is willing, I'd call him whatever he likes, even dad. It must be said that Chu Yanxi's influence at the university is indeed substantial. The events of yesterday remain the focal point of discussion. Jiang Qiu, however, paid little mind to it, for there is a saying, the love-struck, in their fervor, often end up with nothing. In contrast to Chu Yanxi's overtures, Jiang Qiu sincerely wished to maintain a low profile. Surely she wouldn't bring water again today? He had specifically messaged her yesterday, assuring her that her assistance was unnecessary, to which she had acquiesced. With these thoughts, Jiang Qiu felt a sense of relief. In a few days, the fervor surrounding this incident would dissipate, and no one would remember it. Attention! Stand tall and straight. As the 15-minute break concluded, the instructor blew the whistle, and training resumed. The next drill involved jogging, with the instructor leading the group in laps around the school field, requiring them to complete 5 circuits. This proved to be a grueling ordeal for the freshmen. Many struggled to catch their breath after just half a lap, and the sweltering heat rendered them drenched in sweat. By the 5th lap, even the instructor was beginning to tire and sought to slow his pace. However, for Jiang Qiu, this exertion felt negligible. He maintained a steady pace just behind the instructor, making it difficult for the latter to slow down without losing face. Little did the instructor know that if Jiang Qiu wished to overtake him, he could have done so effortlessly, leaving no opportunity for contemplation. Thus, they continued training for over half an hour until the instructor, exhausted, declared a break for half an hour. Much like the day before, numerous upperclassmen appeared on the field bearing water. Goodness, this is too much. How can a single dog survive? The world is in decay, and morality has eroded. Damn it, the first thing I'll do after military training ends is find a girlfriend. Jiang Qiu ignored the happenings around him, instead leaning against the shade of a tree, taking out his phone to check the latest stock market information. Explosive news. Young Master Wang is back, tearing into Lingnan Pharmaceutical. Accusations of falsified performance. Lingnan Pharmaceutical's stock price has plummeted. A 30-year veteran investor's account. Lingnan Pharmaceutical, return my hard-earned money. In comparison to these negative headlines, Lingnan Pharmaceutical's stock price was indeed dismal, having fallen for an entire week. Jiang Qiu furrowed his brow. Surely the business information provided by the system was reliable? Regardless, I should register a stock account first. According to exchange regulations, new users cannot begin trading until the day after registration. Tomorrow marks the day when Lingnan Pharmaceuticals will announce a momentous piece of good news. Hence, it is imperative to resolve the account issues beforehand. Jiang Qiu opened the App Store, located the Honghua Shun application, downloaded it, and began inputting his personal information. First came the real name registration, followed by receiving an SMS verification code, and then a video authentication. The entire process took a mere 10 minutes. Nowadays, securities firms have truly embraced the times. Opening an account can be done entirely online, dispensing with the cumbersome need to visit physical branches. The final step was linking his bank card. Once completed, online trading could commence. Jiang Qiu glanced at his account balance at Gongshang Bank. Prepared to invest 5 million yuan himself, supplemented by an additional 350,000 yuan from his roommate. At tomorrow's market opening, he would make a heavy investment in Lingnan Pharmaceuticals. As he was contemplating this, a sudden exclamation arose ahead. Here comes Chu, the campus belle. Chapter 31. Delivering milk tea today? A new mission with campus belle Chu? Indeed, the campus belle is back on the sports field. Could it be she's delivering water again? I swear, I've seen her more these past 2 days than the previous 3 years. Not far off. Chu Yanxi gracefully stepped into the training ground. Today, she wore the same attire as yesterday, but instead of carrying water, she held a large cup of milk tea. Jiang Qiu looked up, his eyes brimming with curiosity. What on earth? You said no more water deliveries, yet you bring milk tea instead? At that moment, everyone noticed the milk tea in her hands. Today, the campus belle was delivering milk tea. Some freshmen, hopeful for a chance edged forward, while the sophomores and juniors looked on with envy, wondering who would be the fortunate recipient this time. As before, Chu Yanxi swiftly located the flag of the School of Management and strode in that direction. Could it be the School of Management again? Might the rumor be true that the campus belle's cousin is among us? Excuse me, let me get a glimpse in front of the campus belle. All eyes converged, every movement of the campus belle attracting immense attention. Yet, from start to finish, Chu Yanxi's gaze remained solely fixed on Jiang Qiu. Those who attempted to approach and strike up conversation were deftly filtered out, receiving no pause or acknowledgement. For a moment, countless freshmen wore expressions of disappointment, though their curiosity remained undiminished. Everyone was eager to discover to whom the campus belle would bestow the milk tea. The answer soon revealed itself. Chu Yanxi approached Jiang Qiu, holding the milk tea. "Junior, you've worked hard. Have some milk tea." She unwrapped the packaging, personally inserted the straw, and gently handed it over. The once icy, aloof gaze now seemed to melt into a fiery warmth as she looked tenderly at Jiang Qiu. Witnessing this, those nearby felt a pang of jealousy. Damn, it's him again. That look, so enviable. Damn it, I've been deceived. What about the campus belle's cousin? By this time, everyone understood that Chu Yanxi had come exclusively for Jiang Qiu these past days, and from her demeanor, there was evidently no familial relation. "Senior, didn't you say yesterday that you'd stop delivering water?" Jiang Qiu accepted the milk tea, smiling wryly at Chu Yanxi. "Oh, I'm actually on the way and thought of you working so hard, so I brought you a milk tea. Chu Yanxi bodin get ino senti." "Well, thanks, senior." Jiang Qiu thought to himself, "Yeah, right on the way. Does the way just conveniently pass through the school sports field?" Nevertheless, he said nothing further, took the milk tea, and took a hearty sip. Having just run several laps under the scorching summer sun, the cold milk tea was an exquisite refreshment. Ding dong. Random mission, the Radiant Class Leader. Mission objective, secure military training benefits for your classmates under the blazing summer sun. Mission reward, the system will comprehensively evaluate the outcome based on completion and classmates' favorability. Failure penalty, none. This mission is rather intriguing. Jiang Qiu furrowed his brows. The task did not specify concrete actions, only that the reward would depend on favorability. But how exactly should he proceed? Given his understanding of the system, the reward would surely be substantial. It was merely a matter of strategy. Chu Yanxi watched Jiang Qiu's every move. Noticing his contemplative mood, she asked with concern, "Jiang Qiu, what is wrong? Is something troubling you?" Jiang Qiu shook his head, smiling. "Nothing much. I was just wondering if I might make the headlines on Taiba tomorrow." "No way." That Chu Yanxi hesitated. "I heard Taiba has recently tightened its regulations. Posts infringing on privacy are being deleted." "Oh, I see." Jiang Qiu regarded Chu Yanxi's earnest expression and wondered silently if she had orchestrated this. "All right, nothing else. I'll be off now." Feeling somewhat guilty, Chu Yanxi greeted him and then turned to leave the training ground. Jiang Qiu shook his head, dismissing thoughts of Taiba. His pressing concern was how to complete this latest mission. After scouring numerous resources on his phone, a plan began to take shape. During the noon break, Jiang Qiu changed clothes, greeted his roommates, and said, "I'm heading out for a bit. Call me if there is anything at school." "Brother Qiu, something up?" Zhao Minggrui inquired. Jiang Qiu nodded. "Yes, I have some matters to discuss." Exiting the dormitory, he proceeded to the faculty parking lot to his designated spot, then discreetly drove his Tesla Model X away, heading to a nearby shopping mall. After browsing around, he found the Innisfree boutique. Jiang Qiu's intention was to gift each classmate a set of sun protection skincare products. The products should neither be too cheap nor too extravagant to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Thus, a mid-range brand was ideal. As the premier cosmetics brand of Han Country, Innisfree's quality was entirely reliable and enjoyed great popularity domestically. Prior research had revealed that a complete skincare set cost less than 500 yuan, a perfectly reasonable price. "Hello, sir. How may I assist you today?" The store's attendant greeted him warmly. "Hello, I'm looking to purchase a skincare set that includes sun protection." Jiang Qiu stated his requirements. "Sir, we have the Innisfree Green Tea Essence Balanced Water and Lotion set," the attendant patiently explained. The set includes cleanser, cream, toner, essence, and sunscreen, priced at only 480 yuan. Beautifully packaged. "Very well, I'll take 32 sets, Jiang Qiu decided, impressed by the value. Far more affordable than the La Mer products he had previously bought. "Sir, are you sure about 32 sets? The attendant was taken aback by the sizable order. "Yes, no problem." Jiang Qiu nodded. Having calculated the total cost, 480 yuan per set times 32 sets, amounting to just 360 yuan. "All right, sir, I'll prepare your order immediately." The attendant responded enthusiastically. "By the way, could you arrange delivery for me later?" Jiang Qiu explained, I'm purchasing these for military training. And with the upcoming days forecasted to be sunny and hot, I want everyone to receive the products promptly. No problem. I'll handle the delivery for you. The attendant replied warmly. Add me on WeChat. My name is Lu Xiaomei. You can send me the detailed address there. Okay. And I'd also appreciate it if you could help instruct our classmates on how to apply the sunscreen properly, Jiang Qiu added, then immediately sent a 200 yuan red envelope via WeChat. Although the attendant would not have refused his request otherwise, Jiang Qiu sought premium service. Upon receiving the red envelope, it is to be expected that the other party would prepare earnestly. Indeed, after Lu Xiaomei received the envelope, her demeanor became notably more respectful. Rest assured, boss. I will take care of this matter, Lu Xiaomei responded. All right, let us settle the account first. I will leave the subsequent matters to you, Jiang Qiu nodded. Successfully completing the card transaction, with a bank notification indicating a deduction of 360 yuan. Chapter 32. This must be what a big shot is like after purchasing the skincare set. Jiang Qiu proceeded to a photography studio located on the 5th floor of the mall. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? Upon entering, a charming receptionist promptly greeted him. Hello, I have an appointment with your director, Zhao. Jiang Qiu replied nonchalantly. Oh, you must be Mr. Jiang. This way, please. Jiang Qiu nodded and followed her to the VIP reception room. Moments later, Zhao Yang, the studio owner, entered, warmly shaking hands with Jiang Qiu. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Please, just call me Xiao Zhao. Do take a seat. Zhao Yang, a graduate of the 2018 Film Academy, had started this moderately sized photography studio with friends after graduation. His years of societal experience had honed his interpersonal skills, leading to a flourishing business. Hello, I would like to discuss what we talked about over the phone. Is there any issue? Jiang Qiu directly inquired. Not at all. Please trust that we are fully capable of executing this project. To be candid, I previously studied at the Film Academy adjacent to Jiang University, so I am quite familiar with the circumstances there. Zhao Yang responded with a beaming smile. All right then, let us discuss further. If you were to shoot a military training documentary for our class, how many staff members would you require, what equipment would be needed, and what would your quotation be? Jiang Qiu had already formulated a plan in his mind, aiming to execute the task excellently and ensure the satisfaction of his classmates. It was not merely about presenting gifts. He sought to elevate their emotional experience. The skincare set was merely the first step. Next, he intended to engage a professional photography studio to comprehensively document the various performances of his classmates during military training. Ultimately, he aimed to create a documentary as a memento for the students, which would surely resonate with them emotionally. Mr. Jiang, I have drafted a proposal based on your requirements. Zhao Yang presented a prepared document to capture the military training of class. We can arrange a 5-person filming team to ensure every memorable moment of each class member is recorded. Besides traditional filming techniques, we also possess a DJI Mavic 3 drone for aerial shots, allowing for comprehensive coverage. You need not worry about post-production. We have excellent editors who have previously worked in film and television editing. In terms of fees, our professional photographers charge 300 yuan per day, sound engineers 200 yuan, and production assistants 150 yuan. For a 5-person team, comprising 3 photographers, 1 sound engineer, and 1 production assistant, the daily cost would amount to 250 yuan. That sounds quite reasonable. Jiang Qiu nodded, then suddenly inquired, is a 5-person filming team sufficient? Zhao Yang hesitated slightly, based on his past experience. Employers typically preferred to minimize the number of filming staff to reduce costs. He quickly contemplated and observed Jiang Qiu's expression, attempting to gauge his true intentions. However, Jiang Qiu's expression remained calm, leaving Zhao Yang uncertain. Well, boss, it really depends on your needs. Typically, 5 individuals can manage the entire filming, though each person may have less time in the spotlight. Zhao Yang pondered and added, of course, after post-editing, the difference might not be noticeable, and the results would still be quite impressive. No, what I mean is, I fear that too few people may fail to achieve a perfect outcome. Jiang Qiu reflected before gradually asking, what would be the ideal number of personnel for the highest standard? Zhao Yang hesitated for a moment. Boss, perhaps we should add 2 more cameramen and 1 more sound engineer? That works, Jiang Qiu nodded, continuing also, I noticed your proposal has post-production fees divided into 3 tiers. Please provide me with the highest tier at 10,000 yuan, ensuring utmost excellence. Understood, rest assured. We shall not disappoint you. Zhao Yang was exhilarated. In these challenging business times, securing such a substantial order brought him immense joy. By the way, when can we commence? Our military training has already begun for the 2nd day, and I hope to start as soon as possible. Jiang Qiu's primary concern was timing. After all, Delaying for another 2 days would mean the end of the training, significantly diminishing the effectiveness of the project. This afternoon, I'll gather the team, and we can be ready by tomorrow, Zhao Yang added. I will lead the team personally. Feel free to reach out to me with any inquiries. All right, let us proceed with signing the contract. Jiang Qiu nodded, finalizing the contract and paying a deposit of 5,000 yuan. The two exchanged contact information for easier communication. After wrapping up this matter, Jiang Qiu drove back to the school. In the school's supermarket, he directly ordered 50 cases of Longshan spring bottled water and sent the owner a 100 yuan red envelope. Jiang Qiu's request was quite simple. He wanted the owner to deliver 10 cases of chilled bottled water daily, 5 in the morning and 5 in the afternoon, to the management department's location on the school playground. The supermarket owner readily agreed, although making 2 trips daily was somewhat cumbersome. No one would turn down a red envelope. Once everything was settled, Jiang Qiu first reported to Chu Yanxi, considering she was the class assistant, and he could not conceal his actions from her. Jiang Qiu actually kept this from me and did so much. He must have spent quite a bit. Upon realizing this, Chu Yanxi directly transferred 50,000 yuan to him as a red envelope. Jiang Qiu was taken aback. He suddenly felt as though he were being spoiled, and it was quite a pleasant sensation. However, he did not accept the money but instead returned it. After all, these plans were entirely his own ideas and were intended to fulfill the system tasks, which would ultimately lead to appropriate rewards. Seeing that Jiang Qiu had not accepted the money, Chu Yanxi did not press the issue, but instead assisted in contacting the school's youth league committee to secure approval for the event. With that, all preparations were complete. Jiang Qiu opened the class WeChat group, addressing everyone. Good evening, everyone. At 18:30 tonight, we will hold an impromptu class meeting in room 101 of Building 2. I have prepared a set of Olay skincare products for everyone, along with a dedicated specialist to explain the skincare process. I hope everyone can attend punctually. Furthermore, I have another piece of good news. A professional photography team will come to document our military training. Please perform well, as a promotional video will be produced and shown after the training concludes. Lastly, starting tomorrow, during our military training breaks, our class will have a designated water station where you can freely collect Longshan spring bottled water. Please note, this activity is exclusive to our class members. After sending the message, a fervent discussion erupted in the class WeChat group. Chongsheng, Brother Qiu is amazing. Wang Siwi, this is fantastic. This must be what a big shot is like. Shen Karun, thank you. Class monitor, I will definitely attend on time. Sun Miao Miao, great leader. Can I ask the photographer to take a few pictures of me? Zhu Tong, the little green bottle from Olay is really excellent. Thank you, class monitor. Chapter 33. The class monitor of others. As the stock market soared, at 18:15 that evening, Jiang Qiu received a call from Lu Xiaomei, who had brought 32 sets of Olay gift boxes to the school. Jiang Qiu led her to the classroom. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Yang and several photographers also arrived at the classroom. He was invited by Jiang Qiu to elucidate some key points that everyone should pay attention to during the filming process. Jiang Qiu expressed concern that without prior notice, chaos might ensue. At 6:30 p.m., classmates began to arrive one after another, and the class meeting officially commenced. At the podium, Jiang Qiu initiated the introduction. Dear students, allow me to present Lu Xiaomei, the manager of the Yueshi Fenjun Wuyu store, who will soon enlighten us on the effective use of sunscreen products. Following her words, the class erupted in applause to welcome Lu Xiaomei. Upon taking the stage, Lu Xiaomei first introduced herself and then began to share some valuable tips on sun protection. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiu called upon class committee members to assist in distributing the Yueshi Fenjun skincare sets. With a larger number of girls in Class 3 of Business Studies, there was a natural affinity for skincare products, especially with the sun shining brightly these past few days, making sunscreen particularly essential. Lu Xiaomei's explanations proved immensely helpful, captivating even the boys in the class. After approximately 15 minutes, Lu Xiaomei concluded her talk, and it was time for Zhao Yang to take the stage to discuss some filming precautions. His instructions were rather straightforward, primarily advising everyone to remain calm in front of the camera and to look confidently at the lens. Seizing the opportunity, many photography enthusiasts among the girls posed several questions to Zhao Yang, who graciously answered them all. The class meeting concluded at 7 p.m., and the students happily returned to their dormitories with their belongings. The following morning, before military training commenced, the first task for the students of Class 3 in Business Studies was to apply their sunscreen diligently. It must be noted that Jiang Qiu's timely distribution of the skincare sets was indeed fortuitous. According to the weather forecast, the city was set to experience its highest temperatures of the year, making sun protection all the more crucial. Once military training began, the presence of the filming team on the playground drew everyone's attention. Initially, everyone assumed it was a collective shoot organized by the school, only to later discover it was merely a follow-up on Class 3 of Business Studies, which incited envy among students from other classes. Moreover, during training breaks, bottles of Longshan spring mineral water were consistently delivered, all freshly retrieved from the refrigerator. In an instant, Class 3 of Business Studies became the focal point of the military training, attracting considerable onlookers. Although a bottle of Longshan spring water was priced at a mere 2 yuan, being able to sip ice-cold water in such sweltering weather was nothing short of exhilarating. What made it even more appealing was that other classes did not enjoy such privileges, leading to immense satisfaction among the students of Class 3. What's going on? Why are they so fortunate? I have no idea. Perhaps this class is charmed. It's unfair. Why do they have a filming team and someone delivering chilled mineral water? In response to the inquiries of the crowd, a well-informed boy remarked, this was all personally financed by their class leader. In an instant, everyone fell silent. When it came to their class leader spending his own money, there was little else to say. The only thing to lament was why their own class lacked such a leader. Hiring a professional filming team must cost quite a bit, right? A boy suddenly inquired. In fact, it was not just the water delivery or the professional filming team that set them apart. The same informed boy continued. I heard that their class leader also gifted each student a skincare gift set worth over 500 yuan. A collective gasp ensued, enveloping the surroundings in silence. I know this big shot. He is the one who previously bragged about installing a Huawei energy wall in his dormitory. So that's how it is. I am thoroughly impressed. I heard this big shot spent over 200,000 yuan on renovating his dormitory. Sigh. I feel envious. Why is their class leader so capable? Indeed. Look at our class leader, who spends all day worrying about collecting class fees. Damn it, don't even get me started. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Our class leader even wants each of us to contribute 50 yuan for a gift for the counselor. How ridiculous is that? The money comes from us, yet the class leader presents the gift, and he reaps all the goodwill? Let's not dwell on it. If I keep talking, I might just drag the class leader out and give him a piece of my mind. By the way, is it possible to switch majors? I want to join Class 3 of Business Studies. If I act fast, I might also enjoy these perks. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiu's attention was not on military training, but rather fixated on the screen of her phone. At 9:35 a.m., as the stock market opened, Lingnan Pharmaceuticals hit the limit down. What on earth? I haven't even bought in, and Lingnan Pharmaceuticals is already at a halt? Jiang Qiu opened the Today's oil stick app to check the latest news, which was still filled with negative reports. Young Master Wang tears apart Lingnan Pharmaceuticals, exposing the industry's dark secrets. What has happened to Lingnan Pharmaceuticals? The founder issues an apology. Stock market experts continue to be pessimistic about Lingnan Pharmaceuticals. Investors should steer clear. Furrowing her brow, Jiang Qiu couldn't help but reflect on the current market's panic, as everyone seemed to lose faith in Lingnan Pharmaceuticals. With no transactions taking place, it was only natural for the price to plummet. However, Jiang Qiu was confident that significant positive news was forthcoming, making it the perfect opportunity for her to buy in. With Lingnan Pharmaceutical stock price at 2,533 yuan, Jiang Qiu decided to invest all her available funds, including her own 5 million and her roommate's 350,000. She made a total investment of 35 million. For others, such a substantial investment would undoubtedly induce anxiety. Yet, Jiang Qiu felt little pressure. She believed in the system's prompts. Sure enough, 5 minutes before the morning close, Lingnan Pharmaceuticals released significant good news. Their flagship product, Lotus Flower Capsules, had received certification from the World Health Organization for its complete efficacy against the influenza virus. A mere sentence in the news immediately captured global attention. Within minutes, the stock price of Lingnan Pharmaceuticals surged from its limit down, skyrocketing to its limit up. The rare phenomenon of a floor and ceiling was witnessed by countless onlookers. The so-called floor and ceiling refers to a situation where a stock, after hitting the limit down during trading hours for some reason, is subsequently driven back up to the limit up on the same day. Generally, this occurs only when a stock receives major positive news, prompting investors to engage in frenzied buying, thus causing the price to soar to the limit up. In ordinary trading, thousands of stocks may not even experience such a phenomenon, highlighting just how rare this occurrence is. Chapter 34. A desire for a home in the city of magic at noon. In the third cafeteria, the four brothers from room 302 sat together. Chen Hongliang lowered his voice and said, "Brothers, I just got wind of some exciting news." Jiang Qiu and the others turned to look at him. Chen Hongliang continued in a hushed tone, "There's a stunning girl in the neighboring Class 2 of Business Studies. I've gathered all the details. Her name is Wang Liyuan, and she is truly beautiful. Nice. Do you have a photo? Yeah. Liangzi, hurry up and share. Qian Shengxian and Zhao Mingrui immediately perked up with interest. Chen Hongliang pretended to dig out his phone, opening WeChat to reveal a profile filled with numerous photos. This girl is impressive. She looks stunning during military training. This candid shot is also lovely. Her smile is so sweet. Wait, hold on. Where did you get her WeChat from? With someone finally asking the crucial question, Chen Hongliang grinned with satisfaction, displaying an expression that suggested he had his secrets. All right, Liang Ge, I didn't expect you to charm a girl so quickly. Zhao Mingrui felt a tinge of envy. It's not a big deal. She yes, just okay. Chen Hongliang waved his hand dismissively, then turned to Jiang Qiu and asked, what do you think, Qiu Ge? She yes, the flower of class too. She yes, all right. Quite pretty, Jiang Qiu replied nonchalantly, preoccupied with responding to a message from Chu Yanxi. Today, Chu Yanxi was unable to come to the military training ground to deliver water to Jiang Qiu due to some matters. So she sent a WeChat message in advance to explain the situation. Sigh, with Chu, the campus queen, naturally, Choga has no interest in other girls. Of course, a school can have many class flowers and college beauties, but there is only one campus queen. Overhearing his roommate's conversation, Chen Hongliang suddenly felt that adding Wang Liyuan on WeChat was no longer as appealing. Time to eat. The dishes today are quite good. The third canteen-s flavors were indeed impressive. As for the concern about not getting used to food after becoming wealthy, Jiang Qiu insisted that such a problem simply did not exist. Take Jack Ma, who is indifferent to money, and Wang Yi, who has a modest goal. These billionaires still eat the cafeteria-s work meals every day without any difficulty adapting. For Jiang Qiu, whether dining in upscale restaurants where the per capita cost exceeds 1,000 yuan or enjoying street-side barbecue stalls, both are entirely acceptable. Moreover, since he is still far from becoming a billionaire tycoon, naturally he has no penchant for picky eating. After the meal, the group returned to their dormitory to rest for a while. Upon entering, they immediately enjoyed the cool breeze from the air conditioner, a truly delightful sensation. Zhao Mingrui sighed appreciatively, and Qian Shengxian added, of course, our air conditioner can be remotely controlled to lower the temperature to a comfortable range before we even step inside. Chen Hongliang then asked, brothers, is anyone going to shower? If not, I'll go first. You go ahead. I'm about to start a round of stimulating battlefield. Qian Shengxian replied, shaking his head. Wait, everyone come here first. I have some good news to share, Jiang Qiu called out, pulling Chen Hongliang back from heading to the shower and gathering everyone together. Brothers, the investment I mentioned last time has finally borne fruit. Did we make money? The group grew eager. Although they all trusted Jiang Qiu, they couldn't hide their nervousness. After all, that money represented several months' living expenses. Of course we made money, otherwise, how could I call it good news? Jiang Qiu nodded and continued, you can look up Lingnan Pharmaceuticals online now to see what is going on. At this moment, the system announced the release of major favorable news, so confidentiality was no longer an issue. Jiang Qiu's actions had no irregularities, so there was nothing to worry about. The three roommates quickly opened their phones to check the news headlines. Lingnan Pharmaceuticals breaks through global challenge. Breaking news. Lingnan Pharmaceuticals recognized by the state. Set to rise completely in the future. Stock surge. Lingnan Pharmaceuticals soars due to major positive news. Stock expert successfully predicted Lingnan Pharmaceuticals surge. Faced with the overwhelming flood of news, they immediately understood the situation and asked, Qiu Ge, you didn't buy Lingnan Pharmaceuticals stock by any chance, right? Exactly. I bought it this morning right after the market opened, when the stock was at its lower limit. Jiang Qiu elaborated, near noon, Lingnan Pharmaceuticals released major positive news, and the stock jumped directly from the lower limit to the upper limit, what the market calls a limit up and limit down reversal. Amazing. Qiu Ge, your move was incredible. From a lower limit to the upper limit, you earned 20 points in one stroke, right? No, the profit from the limit up and limit down reversal was 22 points. Don't ask me how I know. We made a fortune. I never expected a profit so quickly. Everyone was thrilled since this was their first investment. When they returned home for the holidays, they would have something to brag about to their families. Brothers, one more thing, tomorrow when the market opens. Do you plan to sell or hold? Jiang Qiu explained, I believe this stock will continue to rise, so I intend to hold on. You can decide based on your own circumstances. Qiu Ge, we'll follow your lead. Just operate as you see fit. The roommates said in unison, expressing their trust in Jiang Qiu's judgment. Ding dong. The system detected the host completed the publicly manifested task and was calculating the task reward. Congratulations to the host for receiving a Beginner Stock Trend Information Card. Beginner Stock Trend Information Card. Using this card, the host will obtain the trend information of any chosen stock for the next 3 days. Ding dong. The system detected the host completed a hidden option and awarded a special gift pack. Would the host like to open it immediately? Curious. Jiang Qiu chose to open the gift pack right away. Congratulations. The host has obtained a Binhe International Villa. Huh. ISNT Binhe International, the community opposite the school? Jiang Qiu took out his phone and checked the real estate prices. Villas there generally sold for around 20 million yuan each. What a windfall. Although he had no immediate need to live outside, possessing a home in the city felt truly gratifying. Just then, Jiang Qiu's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello, Mr. Jiang Qiu. I am your personal housekeeper, Wu Ziyulai, said the respectful voice on the other end. Oh, hello, Jiang Qiu casually replied. Mr. Jiang, congratulations on becoming the esteemed owner of Villa Number 9 in Area A of Binhe International. I see you have completed the online property transfer. What would you like to come by to take possession? I am at your service anytime. Wu Ziyulai continued. All right, I'm nearby. I'll come over when I have time. Jiang Qiu nodded and hung up. How thoughtful the system was, even completing all the formalities, leaving only the move-in preparation. Chapter 35. So poor? A 20 million villa as a reward during the lunch break. Jiang Qiu decided to visit the villa. Since it was nearby, a 10-minute walk posed no inconvenience. Upon entering Binhe International, a predominantly residential community with a smaller villa section, Jiang Qiu called housekeeper Wu Ziyulai at the owner's center. She appeared within a minute. Mr. Jiang, please come this way. Let us register your ownership. Dressed in her work uniform, Wu Ziyulai never expected the young man who had just spent 20 million yuan on Villa Number 9 to be so youthful and remarkably handsome. Such a young, affluent heir. She wondered which fortunate young lady might win his heart in the end. Putting her thoughts aside, Wu Ziyulai efficiently handled the registration. Within 10 minutes, she completed the ownership registration and handed over the villa keys. Sir, here are the villa keys. Now, I will show you around. Very well, Jiang Qiu nodded, accepting the keys. However, he found carrying keys daily inconvenient and planned to replace the locks with electronic ones, enabling entry via password or facial recognition, elevating both convenience and prestige. Most importantly, it would eliminate the nuisance of forgetting keys. Binhe International is a high-end community with excellent security and service facilities. Wu Ziyulai summoned a sightseeing vehicle to give Jiang Qiu a tour around the community to familiarize him with the surroundings. They then arrived at Villa No. 9 in Area A. The 3-story house, with its exterior appearance, was truly impressive. Sir, this villa has 3 floors plus a basement, equipped with 2 kitchens, 3 bathrooms, a separate shower, and a walk-in closet, Wu Ziyulai introduced. Moreover, all the furniture is custom-made and original. You only need to purchase daily necessities to move in immediately. Jiang Qiu listened attentively while surveying the interior layout. When they reached the master bedroom on the 2nd floor, he couldn't help but examine the large bed. This bed is over 4 meters long and more than 3 meters wide. ISNT a bit too large? Mr. Jiang, if there is anything you are dissatisfied with, you can request modifications. Our property management will fulfill all your needs, Wu Ziyulai respectfully assured him. Not bad. I just want to redesign a few details, he replied thoughtfully. Jiang Qiu pondered briefly before declaring, First, dismantle this staircase for me. I intend to install an elevator. The original villa, constrained by limited space, lacked an elevator, which Jiang Qiu found utterly unacceptable. Though the villa was only 3 or 4 stories high, ascending and descending daily was exhaustingly taxing. Secondly, replace the main door lock with an electronic one. Carrying keys around every day is quite bothersome. After voicing his requests, Jiang Qiu glanced at Wu Ziyulai, who diligently noted everything in her notebook. Very well, I shall submit your requirements. A professional design team will first draft the blueprints, and once you are satisfied, construction will commence. How does that sound? Wu Ziyulai inquired respectfully. Jiang Qiu nodded in approval, expressing no objections. Undeniably, having a dedicated housekeeper was a remarkable convenience. No need to expend time or effort personally, entrusting all matters to the housekeeper's capable hands. Such service was truly considerate. Once arrangements were settled, Jiang Qiu departed. The two exchanged WeChat contacts, with Wu Ziyulai assuring constant communication. Naturally, before leaving, Jiang Qiu settled the annual property management fees, totaling 100,000 yuan. Admittedly, these fees were exorbitant. Jiang Qiu reflected that, had this been in the past, even if someone gifted him such a villa, he would have been unable to enjoy it due to the prohibitive maintenance costs. Back at university, military training proceeded uninterrupted. According to Jiangnan University's tradition, freshmen undergo 7 days of rigorous military training, which profoundly enhances their esprit de corps. Even Jiang Qiu felt transformed, his demeanor and aura markedly improved after the grueling exercises. Time flew swiftly, and the training neared its conclusion. On the afternoon of the seventh day, each college S formation assembled on the sports field for inspection, marking the definitive end of the program. There were no extravagant celebrations nor sentimental speeches, yet every individual S growth was etched deeply within their very being. Ding dong. System notification. Random rewards granted. Congratulations, host, on successfully passing the freshman military training trial. Calculating rewards. Reward 1. You have received a high-level gourmet cashback card. Reward 2. You have obtained a physique enhancement card, increasing your constitution by 3 points permanently. Reward 3. You have earned the title Indomitable Spirit, which enhances your charisma and allows you to exhibit your finest composure. The high-level gourmet cashback card bestows a cashback equal to 130 times the expenditure amount, with the exact multiplier determined randomly, and additionally grants a satisfaction bonus for up to 30 other individuals besides the host. Note 1. Final cashback amount expenditure, random multiplier satisfaction coefficient. Note 2. For instance, if the host spends 10,000 yuan on gourmet food, the random cashback multiplier is 30, and the satisfaction level of 30 others is 90. Then the final cashback is calculated as 10,000 9,270,000 yuan. Jiang Qiu roughly calculated the magnitude of this cashback. It was truly substantial, befitting a high-level card. The physique enhancement card, instantly boosting his constitution by 3 points, left him thoroughly satisfied. After all, physical health was the foundation of all endeavors. His ambition was to maximize all attributes, curious whether such achievement would unlock unforeseen transformations. Moreover, the Indomitable Spirit title, which elevated his charisma, was an invaluable accolade. In sum, the military training had yielded considerable gains. Naturally, these rewards were earned through earnest dedication. He had refrained from shirking responsibilities by, for example, fabricating medical excuses or slacking off during training. Had he been negligent, such generous rewards would surely not have materialized. Thus, effort begets reward. The harder one strives, the greater the fortune. Jiang Qiu indulged in a moment of self-encouragement. Next, he reviewed his current physical and mental statistics. Host, Jiang Qiu Constitution, 95 points Charisma, 91 points Intelligence, 91 points Skills, Expert Level Driving. Expert Level, Vocal Performance, Special Effects, Blessing of Fate, Unyielding After Drink, Indomitable Spirit, Account Balance, 312,005 yuan, excluding stock account. Alas, he mused, was he truly so impoverished now? Chapter 36. Reward Arrive, Future Aspirations Presently. Most of Jiang Qiu's funds were invested in the stock market, leaving his liquid balance rather modest. As for why he refrained from liquidating stocks, it was because Lingnan Pharmaceuticals had been performing exceptionally well. Following a series of major favorable announcements over the past few days, the stock had hit the daily limit up for 5 consecutive sessions. Jiang Qiu estimated a profit exceeding 60, a veritable windfall. Crucially, Lingnan Pharmaceuticals' upward momentum appeared set to continue, so he resolved to hold his position. In the coming days, he would practice frugality. Though just over 30,000 yuan in cash was somewhat scant, simple meals of humble fare would suffice. At 8 p.m., in dormitory 302, Jiang Qiu settled the filming expenses incurred during military training via WeChat. Zhao Yang's team had worked diligently over 5 days, employing a DJI drone for aerial shots that garnered considerable attention. The total cost for the 8-person crew amounted to 10,250 yuan, which Jiang Qiu transferred immediately. Zhao Yang suggested that editing and post-production fees could be paid after the final cut, but Jiang Qiu insisted on prepayment. After all, he was eager to complete his system tasks. Beyond filming costs, Jiang Qiu also covered the supermarket's water expenses. The recent heat wave had led to frequent visits by other classes seeking water. Understanding the plight of his fellow students, Jiang Qiu instructed the vendor to supply an additional 50 cases of Longshan spring water. Each case contained 24 bottles, each priced at 2 yuan. Factoring in delivery fees, Jiang Qiu paid a total of 500 yuan. The supermarket owner expressed gratitude and promised discounts for future events. Jiang Qiu chuckled inwardly, doubting such generous offers would recur. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, on completing the Shining Class Monitor task. Reward calculation in progress. The system will assess completion degree and classmate favorability. Total expenditure, 38. 110 yuan task completion rate. 90 favorability score. 26 Class 3 of the Business and Industry Department comprised 32 students, with 3 absent due to illness, 1 withdrawing mid-task, and excluding Jiang Qiu himself, leaving 27 active participants. Jiang Qiu found the favorability rating satisfactory, Losing only 1 point was commendable. Organizing a collective event and receiving such positive feedback was no small feat. His efforts had not been in vain. As for the single-point deduction, Jiang Qiu suspected it stemmed from Li Huayuan's displeasure. Li had attempted to preempt him by taking water from Chu Yanxi, the campus belle, but she had not indulged his antics. The awkward moment had become a source of ridicule, likely leaving Li utterly mortified. Ding dong. Following system evaluation, the cashback reward amounts to 740 yuan. Would the host like to withdraw? Note, this monetary reward originates from investment market funds, constituting untraceable legal capital, bearing no financial or legal risks. Jiang Qiu decisively opted for immediate withdrawal. Having recently been low on funds, he appreciated the system's prompt settlement of his earnings. Your bank card ending in 1209 received a transfer of 740 yuan at 2028 on September 7th. Upon the arrival of these funds, Jiang Qiu's liquid assets, combined with the equity in his stock account, effortlessly surpassed 10 million. Perfect. The next step is to strive towards achieving a small target as soon as possible. In pursuit of this goal, Jiang Qiu resolved to seize the momentum and organize a class gathering. The premium gourmet cashback card awarded by the system was ideally suited for such an occasion. Given the large number of classmates, their overall satisfaction levels were considerably high, and since he was treating, the cashback multiplier would undoubtedly be quite substantial. With this in mind, Jiang Qiu opened the Dianping app and searched for culinary delights near the school. His requirements for the restaurant were straightforward. Firstly, it must have sufficiently large tables to accommodate approximately 30 people. Secondly, the establishment standard should be moderate, avoiding street-side barbecue joints or small taverns that might diminish overall satisfaction. As for high-end cuisine costing over 1,000 per person, although it exuded sophistication, it was not suitable for a group gathering. If anyone perceived it as an ostentatious display, it would ultimately detract from the collective enjoyment. Consequently, the actual options for restaurants were limited. Ultimately, Jiang Qiu decided on a slightly distant Heidai, renowned for its exceptional service. With a staggering rating of 50 on the Dianping app, after making a reservation for 6 p.m. the following evening, he proceeded to notify the class via their WeChat group. Jiang Qiu, dear classmates, thank you for your hard work during military training. We will have a class dinner tomorrow at 6 p.m., and I invite everyone to attend. The gathering will take place at the Heidai Hot Pot restaurant, located on the B1 floor of Wanda Plaza on Songhe Road. Please travel in groups and stay safe. Additionally, there will be no cost for this dinner. Feel free to order whatever you like, with the only stipulation being to avoid waste. Drinks will be plentiful. Upon sending this message, the class group erupted with excitement. Qian Sheng, Brother Qiu, you're amazing. After the exhausting military training these past days, it's perfect to treat ourselves to a nice meal tomorrow. Shen Kailun, thank you, class monitor. Can we really order freely? I'm afraid I'll bankrupt you. Wen Jun, I second that. My appetite can rival that of a whole cow. Yishao Qiao, I heard Heidai Lao is quite expensive. Could this be a bit extravagant? Jiang Qiu chuckled at their responses, amused by their concerns of him being financially drained. In truth, he hoped they would indulge themselves. Jiang Qiu reassured everyone once more. Jiang Qiu, please don't hold back. Order whatever you wish, and let's remind each other to ensure everyone attends. Zhao Mingri, all right. Let's make sure we don't leave until we're all tipsy. Chen Hongliang, Brother Qiu is formidable. I feel at ease to indulge. Zhu Tong, Jiang Qiu, you are impressive. I will definitely be there tomorrow. Wang Siwi, this is fantastic. You're incredible. Sun Miao Miao, got it. I want to eat anything during the day. After reading everyone's replies, Jiang Qiu privately messaged Chu Yanxi. Given her role as the class assistant, it was necessary to consult her. Jiang Qiu, Senior Chu, do you have time tomorrow? Chu Yanxi, yes, I just had something to handle, but I will definitely attend. Initially, Chu Yanxi had little interest in such social gatherings. However, with Jiang Qiu personally inviting her, she felt compelled to go. Moreover, the crucial point was that Jiang Qiu would likely be drinking. If he overindulged, wouldn't that present her with an opportunity? Contemplating this, she bit her lip, her eyes sparkling with a newfound eagerness. Chapter 37. No Drinking and Driving. I'll drive you home the following day. The school granted the freshmen a day off. At 5:30 p.m., Jiang Qiu drove with his roommates to Heidai Lao Hot Pot restaurant ahead of time. Good evening. How many in your party? Do you have a reservation? The server inquired warmly. Yes, I have a reservation under the name Jiang for approximately 30 people, Jiang Qiu responded. All right, please follow me. After confirming the details, the server led them to the reserved private room. Sir, this room has 2 tables, each accommodating 15 people. Does that work for you? Perfect, Jiang Qiu nodded. As they would be in the same room, Sitting apart was not an issue, provided the dishes remained the same. As 6 p.m. approached, all 32 members of Class 3 of the Business Administration program arrived, along with Assistant Chu Yanxi. Naturally, the class monitor and assistant sat at one table, joined by class committee members and Jiang Qiu's 3 roommates, as it was only natural to bask in the glow of the monitor's generosity. Chu, would you like to say a few words? Jiang Qiu asked with a smile. Chu Yanxi glanced at Jiang Qiu, sensing that his charm had matured over these days. I'm very pleased to join everyone for this gathering. I want to say much today. Primarily, I want to thank our class monitor for treating us. Her words resonated deeply with everyone. Through these days of interaction, they had all felt Jiang Qiu's dedication. Class monitor, a toast to you. Brother Qiu, let's drink. Cheers. Tonight, we shall not leave sober. Everyone raised their glasses, and those unable to drink lifted their beverages in solidarity. Sitting beside Jiang Qiu, Chu Yanxi also raised her drink, opting not to consume alcohol, determined to maintain her clarity. Let us skip the formalities. Tonight, let us enjoy ourselves. Cheers, Jiang Qiu declared as he downed his drink. Simultaneously, everyone emptied their glasses, and the atmosphere in the private room became lively. Jiang Qiu naturally became the center of attention, with numerous classmates toasting him in gratitude. Embracing their enthusiasm, he welcomed every toast, consuming 7 or 8 bottles in less than half an hour. Meanwhile, Chu Yanxi quietly observed Jiang Qiu, occasionally serving him food, finding satisfaction in merely being near him. Occasionally, someone would approach her for a toast, but she would only sip her drink in response. At the same time, students from Class 3 of Business Administration captured moments from the dinner and shared them on WeChat Moments. Particularly, several girls insisted on photographing each dish before they would begin to eat, waiting until they were satisfied before picking up their chopsticks. The boys found this rather exasperating, yet they dared not voice their frustrations. Cultural Committee member Sun Miao Miao posted a 9-grid photo on her WeChat Moments, tagging the location of Heidai Lao restaurant. She accompanied it with a caption, "Had a delightful class dinner. Thanks to our esteemed class monitor for treating us." Since she had many friends in other classes, this post quickly garnered envious attention. How wonderful, Miao Miao. Can you tell your class monitor to let me join for a meal? A class dinner at Heidai Lao, and the class monitor is treating? That's incredible. Why is it always someone else's class monitor? Envious. Before long, this WeChat post was shared on the school forum, along with some of the pictures. Heidai Lao, eat as you please. Another enviable class monitor. Beef tripe, crispy fried meat, tomato broth, signature shrimp bust, spicy beef slices. Upon seeing the pictures, forum visitors were amazed by the lavish spread. Why does our law class only get to go to a subpar version of Heidai Lao? Seeing other freshmen enjoying the authentic experience is truly enviable. Look at their table settings, filled with tender beef, tripe, and shrimp paste. It's like they've achieved Heidai Lao freedom. Don't even mention it. Our class dinners are self-funded, and we can't even dare to order anything too extravagant for fear of exceeding the budget. Can anyone confirm if this is the same class that provided water and skincare products during military training? If so, let's just forget I asked. Soon after, numerous threads appeared on the forum. Some individuals who have added classmates from Business Class 3 on WeChat have taken screenshots of the Class S WeChat moments and shared them on the forum. Numerous freshly minted screenshots serve as evidence of the authenticity of the previous post, indicating that these freshmen from Business Class 3 have indeed been indulging in lavish feasting at Heidai Lao. Please refrain from spreading temptation in the dead of night. Famished. I envy them immensely. Might I pose as a member of their class? By the way, how much does a meal here typically cost? Please disclose it so I can resign myself to my fate. I have a feeling it's around 200 yuan per person. Just think about how much that amounts to for 30 individuals. Excuse me, but with that much money, I could eat in the cafeteria for half a year. At this moment, Jiang Qiu was blissfully unaware of the discussions happening on the forum, and even if he were aware, he would not have cared. I'm not bragging. When it comes to drinking, I truly can hold my own. Qian Shengxian raised his glass and began to toast everyone one by one. Jiang Qiu found it amusing and couldn't help but exclaim, "Come on, brother, let us toast." Upon hearing Jiang Qiu call him to drink, Qian Shengxian feigned ignorance, saying, "What? Did someone just speak to me?" I seem not to have heard clearly. This feast of hot pot was filled with merriment and lasted until around 10 p.m. It must be noted that aside from feeling intimidated by Jiang Qiu, Qian Shengxian was more than capable of handling everyone else. Li Huayuan from dormitory 303 initially refused to back down, but was swiftly overpowered by Qian Shengxian. With everyone present, Jiang Qiu ultimately raised a glass to declare the end of the drinking session. Jiang Qiu stayed behind to settle the bill while the others departed in taxis. Particularly, The girl from the dormitory had to leave early as the dormitory curfew was approaching, leaving the remaining boys from dormitory 3 mostly incapacitated. Jiang Qiu sent his roommates back home to help. After everyone had been sent off, Jiang Qiu found himself left only with Chu Yanxi. Senior, why haven't you gone back yet? Chu Yanxi glanced at Jiang Qiu. I'm waiting for you. How are you holding up? Haha, I can drink quite well. Jiang Qiu chuckled. Senior, you should head back first. I'm fine. No worries, I want tea drink a drive. I'll just give you a ride back. Chu Yanxi said sweetly. Chapter 38. The female driver hits the road, gourmet cashback. All right, thank you, Senior, Jiang Qiu nodded. Now it was just the two of them. Having someone drive for him saved him the expense of hiring a chauffeur, which was quite advantageous. No need to mention it. Chu Yanxi, my sweet Li. Appearing quite pleased with her scheme's success, Jiang Qiu paid little mind, turning to head to the bar to settle the bill. Originally, Chu Yanxi intended to insist on paying, and her reasoning was quite persuasive. Wasn't it reasonable for her, as a class assistant, to treat her classmates to a meal? However, Jiang Qiu had no intention of missing out on the opportunity to use the cashback card for dining. He had already deposited 10,000 yuan in advance to prevent her from competing with him to pay. Upon realizing that she had lost the chance to settle the bill, Chu Yanxi pouted in displeasure. For some reason, every time she saw Jiang Qiu spending money, she worried whether he would have enough for next month's living expenses. If he ran out of money, would he go seek a wealthy woman? He was certainly handsome and must be quite popular. No, she couldn't let that happen. She needed to give him more pocket money in the future. Sir, here is your detailed bill. Please verify it, the server said respectfully. Jiang Qiu took the receipt. Glancing over it briefly, with 33 people in attendance, the total expenditure amounted to 8,365 yuan, averaging around 250 yuan per person. In truth, under normal circumstances, the average cost wouldn't have been so high. They had ordered a considerable amount of alcohol, which comprised a significant portion of the bill. No problem, let us settle up, Jiang Qiu said nonchalantly. Sir, do you have a membership card? If you apply for a membership, you can enjoy a 5 discount, the server reminded him. Jiang Qiu could never agree. Although a 5 discount would save some money, how much cashback would ultimately be forfeited for that minimal saving? The math simply didn't add up. No discounts needed. Let us just settle the bill. Jiang Qiu waved his hand dismissively. Very well. I will deduct it from the 10,000 yuan deposit you previously paid, and the remaining amount will be refunded to your bank card. Please keep an eye out for it, the server stated. Though puzzled by Jiang Qiu's refusal of the discount, he did not inquire further. Perhaps true wealthy individuals were indeed like this. Before leaving, the server handed him 2 vouchers and a free parking ticket, which Jiang Qiu accepted. After all, the next time they came for a meal, it would be his own money spent. Senior, are you certain you haven't had any alcohol? As they arrived at the parking lot, Jiang Qiu turned to Chu Yanxi to confirm once more. Of course. Chu Yanxi, not that familial. I've only been drinking soda. Just to drive you home. Ahem, then it's settled. You can drive, Jiang Qiu said without hesitation, handing her the car keys. However, upon receiving them, Chu Yanxi suddenly seemed a bit hesitant. My driving skills aren't very proficient. Don't worry, Jiang Qiu assured her with the automatic driving system. It doesn't matter if you can't drive. All right, Chu Yanxi appeared to regain her confidence. At that moment, Jiang Qiu suddenly recalled something. Of course, it's best to keep the speed down. This isn't your sports car, and we're not in a hurry, right? Chu Yanxi felt a bit shy. Their previous encounter at the school gate had been due to her driving too fast. Jiang Qiu settled into the passenger seat, leaning back comfortably and closing his eyes for a moment. He could feel the car moving smoothly, silently giving Chu Yanxi a mental thumbs up. For someone who enjoyed driving sports cars, her willingness to drive slowly and steadily now showed that she was considerate of him. Jiang Qiu felt quite satisfied and continued to rest his eyes. Ding dong, the system detected that the host possesses a high-grade gourmet cashback card. Would you like to use it immediately? High-grade gourmet cashback card. The host will receive a refund amounting to 130 times the corresponding expenditure, with the specific multiplier being randomly generated, in addition to receiving a satisfaction bonus from other participants, with a maximum limit of 30 people. Upon seeing the attributes of this card, Jiang Qiu was eager to use it immediately. Ding dong, the high-grade gourmet cashback card has been activated, and the refund multiplier is being drawn. Congratulations to the host for hitting a 25x random cashback multiplier. The system is now assessing the satisfaction levels of participants in this event. Congratulations to the host. After comprehensive evaluation, the total satisfaction coefficient of participants is 286. Therefore, this time the cashback amount is calculated as the principal of 8,365 yuan multiplied by 25x coefficient. then multiplied by a satisfaction coefficient of 286, totaling 5,980. 975 yuan. Congratulations to the host for receiving a task reward of 5,980, 975 yuan. Would you like to withdraw it immediately? Jiang Qiu opted to withdraw it immediately. And almost simultaneously, he received a text message from Gongshang Bank. Seeing the reward credited was immensely satisfying, particularly given the high satisfaction coefficient, which was quite remarkable. Excluding himself, a total of 32 individuals had participated in the gathering. Removing 2 individuals due to the participant limit means that merely 14 points have been deducted from the satisfaction coefficient among the 30 attendees. Jiang Qiu meticulously examined the individual satisfaction deductions. Some individuals, due to their dietary preferences, find themselves averse to hot pot, even if it is from renowned establishments like Heidai Lao, which consequently affects their overall satisfaction. Additionally, the absence of Jiang Qiu at the dining table dampened the dining experience, leading to a slight decrease in satisfaction levels. Jiang Qiu expressed his helplessness, noting that the sheer number of patrons made it impossible to accommodate everyone. Moreover, he took a moment to assess Li Huiyuan's satisfaction levels and was pleasantly surprised to find them relatively high, with minimal deductions. Jiang Qiu expressed immense satisfaction with this outcome, stating that it represented the zenith of his efforts. Naturally, the final cashback amount was quite substantial. Upon reviewing his financial status, Jiang Qiu discovered that his personal account boasted a cash balance of 14,898, 715 yuan. With the additional funds from his stock account, his total assets had reached an impressive 20 million. Not bad at all. He was one step closer to achieving a modest goal. Chapter 39, Alas. Indulging in dog food late at night. Songhe Road has always been a focal point for the traffic police in their efforts to combat drunk driving. This evening, the police once again set up checkpoints, with the command center meticulously monitoring vehicles via surveillance cameras. At that moment, a slowly moving Tesla Model X caught the attention of the command center. Attention all units, a Tesla with the license plate MOAJQ888 is exhibiting suspicious low-speed behavior. Upon receiving the report, the on-site traffic officers immediately heightened their vigilance to preempt any potential dangers. Generally, under normal traffic conditions, vehicles on this stretch rarely travel below 40 km/h, yet this Tesla was crawling at a mere 20 to 30 km/h, raising serious suspicions. Jiang Qiu, wake up! Chu Yanxi exclaimed in a state of mild panic. We encountered a drunk driving checkpoint. Jiang Qiu opened his eyes, puzzled, and asked, had he been drinking? If his memory served him correctly, he had confirmed multiple times that she had not consumed any alcohol. I haven't been drinking. Chu Yanxi asut familial. Jiang Qiu, confused, inquired. If you haven't been drinking, why the panic over a checkpoint? Well, that's true. Chu Yanxi finally relaxed, letting out a relieved sigh as she patted her chest. Jiang Qiu suddenly regained his composure, now questioning the reliability of handing over the car to her. Tap, tap, tap. The traffic officer knocked on the driver's side window, and Jiang Qiu noticed 4 or 5 officers surrounding the vehicle. Is such a grand show necessary for a drunk driving check? Jiang Qiu silently commended them for their diligence so late at night. Meanwhile, when Chu Yanxi lowered the window, a young officer detected a strong odor of alcohol. Comrade, please present your driver's license and identification. To the officer, it seemed inevitable that this vehicle was involved in drunk driving. Chu Yanxi promptly produced her driver's license and ID, cooperating fully. This surprised the officer. Was the psychological resilience of today's youth truly this robust? The officer scanned Chu Yanxi's documents with a handheld device, which confirmed that everything was in order, with no criminal record. Next, he needed to conduct a breathalyzer test. And so he turned to Chu Yanxi and continued, Madam, I kindly ask you to cooperate with the instrument test. Of course. Chu Yanxi nodded, remaining exceptionally compliant. Soon, the results were in, confirming that the driver was entirely sober and had not engaged in any drunk driving behavior. This outcome astonished the officer, who couldn't help but ask, Madam, if you haven't been drinking, why were you driving so slowly? Oh, I apologize. Chu Yanxi glanced at Jiang Qiu with a hint of embarrassment. He just drank, and I was worried that driving too fast would make him uncomfortable, so I slowed down a bit. Alas, the young officer suddenly felt a pang of heartache. Why had he never encountered such an understanding girl before? Working the night shift was already challenging, and now he was inundated with a hefty serving of dog food. After the inspection, Chu Yanxi restarted the car, preparing to leave. Jiang Qiu glanced around and noticed several others who had been pulled over for drunk driving. Among them, a girl in a BMW Mini stood out. While undergoing the drunk driving check, she had bizarrely stuck out her tongue, attempting to lick the testing device. When the officer finally pried the instrument from her mouth, she cheekily asked, Is this position uncomfortable? Should I kneel instead? The officer was momentarily dumbfounded. It was likely a first in his years of service. This situation undoubtedly indicated drunk driving, and it could very well escalate to charges of severe intoxication. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but think that drinking could lead to trouble. He wondered if the girl would feel embarrassed upon waking up sober and watching the enforcement video the next day. Jiang Qiu, are you alright? Chu Yanxi asked with concern. I'm fine. Nothing serious, Jiang Qiu replied. Chu Yanxi gently advised, you always say you're fine, but next time, try to drink less. Sure, Jiang Qiu nodded, feeling a warm sensation in his heart. You should rest a bit longer. We're almost there, Chu Yanxi said, adjusting the car's air conditioning to a comfortable temperature. Worried Jiang Qiu might catch a cold. How thoughtful. Jiang Qiu silently commended her again, relaxing into the comfort and dozing off for a brief moment. After about 20 minutes, Jiang Qiu awoke and looked ahead. They were nearing the school entrance, yet the car showed no signs of slowing down, continuing forward. Jiang Qiu recognized the road. Beyond this point lay the Binhe International Community. What was going on? Did Senior Sister intend to abduct him? Senior Sister. Why do I feel like we VE past our stop? Jiang Qiu couldn't help but ask. Oh, it's so late? You can't return to the dorm, right? Chu Yanxi sounded extremely anxious, her voice trembling. How about you stay at my place for the night? Ah, that's not appropriate. Jiang Qiu glanced at the time. It's only 10:40. The boys' dorm closes at 11. There's still time. Silence. The atmosphere grew utterly tense. Neither of them spoke, and in that moment, one could hear a pin drop within the vehicle. Damn Jiang Qiu. I've extended a direct invitation to him. Yet he has turned me down. Chu Yanxi clenched her fists, regretting that Jiang Qiu remained sober. Simultaneously, her taut nerves relaxed. Although she yearned to be with Jiang Qiu sooner, the prospect of living together made her incredibly anxious. Now that Jiang Qiu had declined, they could spend a little more time getting to know one another. You will be mine sooner or later. I won't let you escape. By the way, you need to report to the student council tomorrow. Chu Yanxi broke the silence. I've secured a spot for you. It's a wonderful opportunity to showcase yourself. The student council? Jiang Qiu pondered. He genuinely did not wish to participate. Wouldn't lounging in the dorm with air conditioning be more enjoyable? Joining such a student organization would undoubtedly entail work and be quite exhausting. However, having just turned down her invitation, he hesitated to refuse again. After some thought, Jiang Qiu tentatively asked, Senior Sister, is it possible not to go? No. Chu Yanxi's tone was unequivocal, and for once, she exhibited firmness in front of Jiang Qiu. In other matters, she would typically be considerate of Jiang Qiu's feelings, but regarding joining the student council, this was the place where they had first met, and she wanted Jiang Qiu to follow the path they once walked together. All right then, I do prefer a less demanding department, Jiang Qiu acquiesced, unsure why he always felt compliant around Chu Yanxi. Chapter 40. Targeted? This person has issues. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Jiang Qiu and his roommates arrived punctually in the classroom. Thus began the official journey of university life. The first class was management, where a middle-aged female teacher lectured at length, her discourse monotonous and tedious. After merely 10 minutes of listening, Jiang Qiu found himself drowsy. He possessed an almost photographic memory for the textbook content, and the teacher's lecture offered nothing novel. Just then, a message arrived, instructing him to attend a meeting of the Student Union's External Liaison Department at 10 a.m. It seems the senior assigned me to the External Liaison Department, probably a rather idle division, he mused. After class, Jiang Qiu proceeded directly to the University Activity Center. Ascending to the second floor, he found the Student Union headquarters. Courteously inquiring with several senior members, he eventually located the External Liaison Department's office. Hello, I am Jiang Qiu from the School of Management. I just received a message to attend the meeting. Upon entering, he saw many people already present. He was the last to arrive. Oh, Jiang Qiu, take a seat. You are the only one missing, said Liang Zijian, the department head seated in the center, waving him over while muttering, next time, come earlier, don't keep us waiting. Jiang Qiu frowned slightly, retorting internally. Wasn't the meeting scheduled for 10 o'clock by your notice? Yet outwardly, he remained composed, mindful to keep a low profile on his first day. The meeting commenced with Liang Zijian outlining the department's functions. Jiang Qiu gleaned that their role involved securing sponsorships off-campus and organizing on-campus events. Not bad. It seemed a relatively unburdened department. Following introductions, the group formally welcomed the new members. Observing attentively, Jiang Qiu noted the department consisted of one head, 2 deputy heads, 3 officers, and 8 freshmen including himself. Quite a sizable team despite its modest scale. An hour into the meeting, a knock on the door summoned Liang Zijian away for a conference with the union president. Left behind, the The deputies relaxed and chatted casually. For the newcomers, the hottest topic was the union president, Chu Yanxi. I heard President Chu drives a Ferrari to school every day, one whispered. Yes, her car is worth over 20 million. Really? I've never heard she is that impressive. She is truly blessed, beautiful, capable, and wealthy. Jiang Qiu, absorbed in his phone, showed no interest in the gossip. Nearby, a chubby freshman from the computer science school named Zhou Hongru patted Jiang Qiu enviously. You might have a chance, you know. Many eyes turned to Jiang Qiu, brimming with the same envy. Smiling, he replied, I'm not interested. No way. She is the campus goddess. And you're so handsome. I think you stand a good chance. Attracted by the conversation, several female members gathered around Jiang Qiu, their gazes filled with intrigue. Is relying on a woman's wealth that appealing? Jiang Qiu replied earnestly. Television dramas mislead you. If you marry such a woman, your children might not even bear your surname. So, I've decided to focus on my studies. No freeloading for me. Hearing this, the girls teased one another. Qiuji, I don't have much money, but if we marry and the kids take your surname, can I be your girlfriend? Shameless. Yeah, don't steal him from me. Many male students admired Jiang Qiu, but felt no jealousy. He was genuinely handsome and courteous, exuding a refreshing charm that was enviable yet unattainable. Time flew, and soon it was noon. Deputy Chun Yubo glanced at the clock and dismissed everyone for lunch. Jiang Qiu, come eat with us. Zhou Hongru's voice grew louder at the mention of food. A few girls joined, suggesting a nice spot on Commercial Street. Jiang Qiu nodded, welcoming the lively first gathering. Just then, Liang Zijian returned. The group greeted him politely. He nodded, then turned to Jiang Qiu at the back. Do you have plans for lunch? Yeah, just going out to eat, Jiang Qiu answered. Don't go yet. I have a task for you, Liang said gravely. Our department is busy these days. I need you to compile information on local businesses around campus and create a summary report by noon. Every semester, the External Liaison Department surveys nearby merchants to facilitate future partnerships. Normally, this task falls to the deputies, rarely assigned directly to freshmen. The deputies exchanged awkward glances, but, relieved to be spared, no one objected. All right, but I'm unfamiliar with the procedures. Can I have more time? Jiang Qiu frowned, displeased at being assigned work on his very first day as a lunch break. Here is the manual. Follow it. If others can do it, so can you, Liang said sternly. Jiang Qiu's brow furrowed further. Why such hostility from a stranger on their first meeting? Suddenly, a notification sounded. Random task. To where the crown is to bear its weight. Task requirement. The system has detected Liang Zijian's hostility. Investigate the cause and mount a counterattack. Task reward. Proportional to completion. What's going on? Liang Zijian definitely has issues. Jiang Qiu thought. They had no prior acquaintance. Could it be jealousy over his looks? Honestly, Jiang Qiu considered plausible. Regardless, since he planned to stay in the department, he would uncover the truth, and besides, there was a reward at stake. All right, I'll get on it, Jiang Qiu replied indifferently. Liang Zijian, seeing this, assumed submission and left contentedly to eat. The deputies knew Jiang Qiu was being targeted, but dared not speak up. The department head was an obstacle they all had to navigate. Soon, everyone dispersed. Zhou Hongru approached Jiang Qiu. Let me help. It'll be faster. Another offered aid. He is probably jealous of your looks. Two girls also came over to comfort him. Don't worry, you handle it. We'll eat first. Don't miss your classes. Jiang Qiu expressed gratitude, but declined, unwilling to trouble them. They left, and the office was left to him alone. Using the manual and previous records, he updated the list of merchants. For contact numbers, he relied on the Mightwin app, as nearly all businesses now offered delivery services with phone numbers readily available. Shortly after, Jiang Qiu's phone rang. It was an unknown number. Hello? He answered. It's me. Came Chu Yanxi's voice, the first time she called him. Previously, the two had communicated through WeChat, but after their phone call, Chu Yanxi suddenly realized that Jiang Qiu's voice was remarkably pleasant. Where are you? I've ordered 2 meals today. Come join me. Chu Yanxi's tone was cold, yet her voice betrayed a hint of nervousness, clearly indicating her unfamiliarity with inviting a boy to dine together. On the other end, Jiang Qiu pondered for a moment before chuckling. Senior, I'm afraid I have work to attend to in the External Relations Department. Chu Yanxi frowned slightly. External Relations? You still have work during lunch? Yes, Director Liang asked me to stay, Jiang Qiu admitted, unintentionally revealing a bit of his predicament. According to the system's task, he needed to investigate the matter thoroughly and retaliate. Thus, he had no intention of being polite to Liang Zijian. He would not hesitate to give him a hard time when necessary. After a moment of silence, Chu Yanxi asserted, forget about that. Come to my office. All right. Jiang Qiu readily agreed, feeling equally hungry. With a warm meal prepared, who would choose to remain in the office to work? Chu Yanxi's office was located on the third floor, and it took no time to ascend a flight of stairs. You've arrived, please take a seat. Chu Yanxi was typing at her computer and quickly stood up upon seeing Jiang Qiu, offering him a chair. Thank you, Senior. Jiang Qiu nodded and sat across from her. The office was modest, furnished with just one table, forcing them to sit face to face. Chu Yanxi scrutinized Jiang Qiu, biting her lip, lost in thought. What's wrong? Jiang Qiu inquired, puzzled. Nothing, really, Chu Yanxi replied, her nervousness evident. This was her first time inviting Jiang Qiu to meet alone, as they had previously only participated in group activities, which held a different significance. She had been so excited that she had inadvertently stared at Jiang Qiu for a prolonged period. And the most embarrassing part was that he had caught her in the act. What if Jiang Qiu thought she was attracted to him? The more she contemplated, the more her heart raced, and she could feel her cheeks growing warm. Senior, your face is quite red. Is everything all right? Jiang Qiu asked. Oh, is my face really that red? Chu Yanxi quickly covered her face, striving to regain her composure. Half a minute later, she realized her efforts had been in vain. Jiang Qiu remained completely calm, much to her chagrin. In desperation, she resorted to the simplest method, diverting the conversation to distract herself. Well, let's eat, otherwise, the food will get cold. By the way, do you like the meal I ordered? Please take a bite. If anything seems off, I'll have them remake it. Jiang Qiu glanced at the food containers on the table, surprised to find they were wooden with intricate carvings, giving them an air of luxury. Carefully, he opened the container, revealing 3 layers. The first layer contained king crab leg sashimi, cheese-baked king crab, and butter-baked king crab. The second layer held snowflake beef short ribs, crab, shell steamed egg, foie gras sushi, and crab roe rice. The third layer featured almond pudding, weijiao egg tart, and a fruit salad. Additionally, there was a beautifully packaged box of premium 7A bird's nest soup. Jiang Qiu was astonished, although money was not an issue for him now. He mostly ate at the cafeteria. The most expensive meal he had ever consumed cost just over 2,000 yuan. Yet, this bowl of 7A bird's nest alone was over 2,000. And the king crab set would add at least another 2,000, totaling around 5,000 yuan for what was merely a casual lunch. A rather extravagant price indeed. Senior, isn't this meal a bit too lavish? He hesitated. Just try it. Don't worry about the price, as long as you enjoy it, Chu Yanxi replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiu suddenly felt as if he were being pampered by a wealthy benefactor. Was it any wonder people often spoke highly of rich women? I still think it's too expensive. How about I transfer the money to you later? Jiang Qiu said earnestly. Chu Yanxi fixed her gaze on him, stating assertively, no, this meal is my treat. Jiang Qiu felt a shiver at her intense stare and reluctantly agreed. All right, but I'll treat you next time. Hearing this, Chu Yanxi's eyes lit up. She had seized upon a key phrase, next time. Did that not imply Jiang Qiu was willing to dine with her again? This thought filled her with delight, and as she watched Jiang Qiu eat, she realized she was no longer hungry herself. Senior, aren't you going to eat? Jiang Qiu noticed she hadn't touched her food after he had eaten half. Oh, I'll eat now. Chu Yanxi finally snapped back to reality. What do you think? Is this place good? Yes, it's precisely the type of cuisine I enjoy, Jiang Qiu replied. Chu Yanxi smiled faintly, her eyes softening with a different warmth. She recalled how Jiang Qiu used to relish the king crab from this restaurant. Back then, they had little money, and spending 2,000 yuan per person on king crab had felt extravagant. They had only indulged on special occasions, like Jiang Qiu's birthday. Now, after 3 years of hard work, she had earned enough to treat Jiang Qiu, reigniting her sense of purpose in earning money. Recently, she had paid little attention to company affairs, even regarding the impending IPO with indifference. The executives were anxious, yet they found themselves utterly powerless against their president, as the entire company belonged to her. With the owner taking a back seat, what could the employees do? If only those executives knew that Chu Yanxi had rekindled her ambitions for Jiang Qiu's sake. They would likely come to express their gratitude to him. By the way, how's the work in the external relations department? After finishing the meal, Chu Yanxi turned her attention to Jiang Qiu's work situation. It's all right, we had a meeting today, Jiang Qiu replied casually. But the external relations department is genuinely busy. We had to work during lunch. Was it Liang Zijian who assigned you that? Chu Yanxi frowned, seemingly deep in thought. Yes, Jiang Qiu nodded. Are you interested in switching departments? Chu Yanxi suddenly asked. To which department? Jiang Qiu furrowed his brow. He would have jumped at the chance before, but now. He couldn't leave until his task was completed. Chairman's assistant, dedicated to serving just me. Chu Yanxi looked at him with eager anticipation. Actually, I think the external relations department is quite good, Jiang Qiu tactfully declined. Why not? Chu Yanxi asked, perplexed. Aren't you unhappy in the external relations department? If you become my assistant, no one will give you a hard time. Cough, cough. No, the External Relations Department is genuinely great, Jiang Qiu insisted earnestly. I love this department, cherish this position, and am willing to contribute. Chapter 42. Jiang Qiu sensed danger, questioning life. Chu Yanxi, for some reason, she suddenly found herself disliking the External Relations Department, particularly its head, Liang Zijian. After collecting her thoughts, she continued to persuade him, the External Relations Department is indeed good. But working as my assistant wouldn't conflict with that. You can still shine here. No. I prefer farming. Jiang Qiu fabricated an excuse. Completing the system's task was quite a challenge. Chu Yanxi was momentarily taken aback. What does farming mean? Jiang Qiu, noticing her confusion, explained. Farming is a game strategy where you lay low and develop in the early stages, then unleash troops and gear in the later stages. Chu Yanxi's expression was one of exasperation. Could you be any more insincere? Yesterday, you expressed your reluctance to join the student council. Can I expect you to exert yourself later on? It seems to me that you simply wish to linger in complacency and indulge in laziness. Chu Yanxi pocket VCBD split. Had it been anyone else, she would have slammed the table by now. However, facing Jiang Qiu, she could not bring herself to unleash her frustration. After a moment of emotional adjustment, Chu Yanxi endeavored to speak as gently as possible. Tell me honestly, why do you not wish to be my assistant? All right, senior. Do you genuinely wish to know? Jiang Qiu responded. Well, go ahead, she urged. But please don't be angry. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Qiu replied slowly. I believe it would be perilous to be your assistant. Chu Yanxi, bewildered, asked, how could it possibly be dangerous? Jiang Qiu continued, if I were to become your assistant, we would undoubtedly be together every day. What if you develop inappropriate feelings for me? Wouldn't that place me in jeopardy? At that moment, Chu Yanxi's enchanting eyes widened in disbelief. You see, from your expression, it appears you are eager to devour me. Jiang Qiu stated earnestly, when I was young, Zhang Wuji's mother once told me that the world outside is fraught with danger, and boys must learn to protect themselves. After saying this, he rose to tidy up the lunchboxes and return the chair to its original position. Before departing, he waved to Chu Yanxi. Thank you for the meal, senior. I'm heading back now. Chu Yanxi merely watched in silence, her mind reeling. Was she truly that obvious? Less than a minute after Jiang Qiu left, Li Lingling burst in from outside. Xiaoxi, was that handsome guy Jiang Qiu? Upon seeing her friend enter, Chu Yanxi finally regained her composure and nodded affirmatively. Oh my goodness, he is exceptionally handsome, Li Lingling exclaimed. Indeed, photographs do not do him justice. He is even more attractive in person. Well, so what? Chu Yanxi zipli, her demeanor shifting to one of caution as she regarded her friend. Li Lingling instantly sensed a hint of danger. Wait a minute, Missy. Why do you only know how to bully me? If you could channel even a fraction of that energy towards Jiang Qiu, you might have already succumbed to your charm. Mentioning Jiang Qiu caused Chu Yanxi's previously assertive demeanor to dissipate. Ahem, let's discuss your situation with Jiang Qiu. You two were alone together. Did anything transpire? Li Lingling continued. Her curiosity piqued. For instance, did you engage in a forceful advance, or perhaps a domineering wall pin? Chu Yanxi shot her a glare before coldly retorting. Li Lingling, are you looking for a beating? No, please, sister, I was wrong. Li Lingling quickly complied. I'm only concerned about your progress, and thought I might offer some advice. Earlier, we merely had a meal. He did not refuse, but mentioned it was somewhat extravagant and even offered to transfer me money. Chu Yanxi pondered, conflicted. Do you think I should perhaps be a bit more frugal next time? Jiang Qiu might appreciate a girl who is thrifty and home-oriented. That notion is perilous. How can we, the less fortunate, survive if you, with such wealth, choose to be frugal? Li Lingling resolved to dispel her friend's idea, fearing it would hinder their future opportunities for free meals. So, should I continue to pursue him for dinner tomorrow? Chu Yanxi asked, still in turmoil. Absolutely. Dining together is a great way to build familiarity, Li Lingling enthused, and just think a lone male and female together in a confined space. This is your golden opportunity. Chu Yanxi, observing Li Lingling's increasingly outrageous suggestions, could not help but glare at her. Well, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Li Lingling felt a sense of impending danger if she lingered any longer and decided to exit. Wait, Chu Yanxi said reluctantly. The last suggestion you provided was of no use. Which suggestion? Li Lingling pausa, momentarily confusa. The one about having Jiang Qiu serve as the president's assistant. He declined, stating he preferred working in the external liaison department. Chu Yanxi clarified. Why would he do that? Being a mere staff member in the external liaison department pales in comparison to the prestige of being your assistant. Li Lingling castionat bamusha. How did he express this to you? Chu Yanxi recalled, then said slowly he mentioned his passion for the external liaison department and his desire to contribute to it. Cough. Seriously? Li Lingling exclaimed incredulously. That justification seems far-fetched. I don't believe it. Chu Yanxi nodded in agreement. Indeed, I too find it hard to accept. I wanted him to reveal his true motives. What motives? Li Lingling's curiosity ignita. He claimed that being with me daily was too dangerous. And boys must learn to protect themselves, Chu Yanxi confessed, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Ha ha, I find his perspective quite reasonable. Li Lingling could no longer contain her laughter. Do not laugh. Provide an objective assessment. Do I come across as a villain? Despite her protestations, Chu Yanxi felt a hint of shyness. It was as if Jiang Qiu were a sheep in a village, and she were the wolf fixated on him. No, you're certainly not a villain. After Li Lingling's laughter subsided, she felt a sense of disbelief. It was unclear when her friend had become so enamored. What are the chances of not encountering attractive boys elsewhere? Especially considering that Chu Yanxi is quite beautiful herself, easily rivaling film stars. There are countless handsome suitors eager to cater to her whims. So why is it that she is solely captivated by Jiang Qiu? It seems rather cliché. Moreover, what astonished Li Lingling even more was Jiang Qiu's outright rejection. What on earth is happening in this world? Chapter 43. Seeking retribution for Jiang Qiu. Why does it feel so satisfying? Jiang Qiu rejected you, and that is that? After much contemplation, Li Lingling remained perplexed. What else should I have done? Did you use force? Am I that type of person? Li Lingling covered her head, wishing to dismantle this assertion. She recalled the last instance when the wealthiest heir of the Wang family, in pursuit of Chu Yanxi, orchestrated a romantic confession through a friend. It was intended to be a charming gesture, destined to become a legendary tale regardless of its outcome. However, Chu Yanxi publicly rejected him and subsequently orchestrated a corporate blockade against Wang's company. This incident led to Wang's fall from grace, rendering him a laughingstock within the industry. Afterward, Wang learned of the events and was so incensed that he physically reprimanded his friend and forbade him from leaving the house for a month. Since then, no wealthy heir dared to openly confess their feelings to Chu Yanxi, as the incident left a lasting psychological scar. Who could withstand the threat of corporate sabotage? It was from that moment onward that Chu Yanxi's reputation as a domineering figure spread throughout the elite circles. Yet, who could have imagined that the once overpowering CEO would now find herself in such a humble predicament? Well, I believe you can start by inviting him to dinner. Take it slow, and you will eventually win him over. Li Lingling offered her advice. Will that truly be effective? Chu Yanxi asked, uncertain. Absolutely, you simply need time. Li Lingling affirmat confidently. Very well, you may leave now, Chu Yanxi conceded, tidying the table as she prepared to exit. Where are you off to? Li Lingling kipat. Unable to restrain her sarcasm. It's barely been a moment, and you're already burning bridges? Chu Yanxi stood up, a serious expression on her face. If someone is making things difficult for Jiang Qiu, I must go investigate. After lunch, Jiang Qiu descended the stairs leisurely. Upon reaching the second floor, he heard Liang Zijian's disgruntled voice. Where is Jiang Qiu? Has anyone seen where he went? How is it that on the very first day, he cannot even accomplish the task assigned to him? What a disgrace. Who among you has his phone number? Have him return to me immediately. At that moment, several individuals had just entered the room, and no one dared to respond. Minister Liang, I'm here. What is the matter? Jiang Qiu leisurely stepped forward, utterly perplexed by Liang Zijian's palpable hostility. However, since he was so discourteous towards him, Jiang Qiu felt no obligation to show him any respect in return. What happened? Where did you go just now? Liang Zijian's frustration intensified upon witnessing Jiang Qiu's nonchalance. I went to have lunch, Jiang Qiu replied, punctuating his statement with a hearty belch. This revelation startled the others. As newcomers to the department, none dared to speak to a senior in such a manner. What? Did you complete the task I assigned to you? Liang Zijian demanded furiously. Jiang Qiu remained unfazed. Not yet. Liang Zijian was momentarily at a loss for words. This was the first time he encountered such audacity. The other members were equally taken aback, shocked by the audacity of someone who had not completed the task set by the minister and yet spoke so defiantly. Regardless of the circumstances, this behavior was rather reckless. A few female colleagues could not help but shake their heads, certain that Jiang Qiu would soon be expelled from the External Relations Department. At that moment, Liang Zijian's anger boiled over as he pointed a finger at Jiang Qiu, saying, Do you have any idea how important the task I assigned to you is? Moreover, I specifically instructed you to complete it promptly, and instead, you want to have lunch? It seems I should report your situation to President Chu. Facing Liang Zijian's fierce demeanor, Jiang Qiu felt no indignation. You think you can use Chu Yanxi to intimidate me? Surely you jest. The very thought amused him. After listening to Liang Zijian's impotent fury, Jiang Qiu could not resist retorting, "Are you certain about that?" This statement left everyone in the room momentarily stunned, the atmosphere thick with tension. "What do you mean? Do you intend to threaten me?" Liang Zijian's rage was at its zenith. "No, I was merely inquiring." Jiang Qiu waved his hand dismissively, adopting a stance of indifference. "You just wait." Liang Zijian turned to leave. At that moment, a voice called from outside. "Minister Liang, President Chu requests your presence." Standing at the door was Li Lingling, who knew Liang Zijian and served as a messenger. Upon seeing her, Liang Zijian quickly adopted a flattering demeanor. "Sister Ling, I'm on my way." He was aware that Li Lingling was a close friend of Chu Yanxi, hence his overly amiable attitude. However, what Liang Zijian did not realize was that Li Lingling had recorded the earlier confrontation with Jiang Qiu and had sent it to Chu Yanxi. "All right, you go ahead. I shall take my leave," Li Lingling said, casting a knowing glance before departing. She could easily imagine how furious Chu Yanxi would be upon viewing that video. At this moment, poor Liang Zijian remained blissfully unaware of the situation, believing he was on the verge of promotion. As a seasoned member of the student council, he had risen to this point by currying favor with influential individuals. Zhao Wenhua, the vice president of the student council and a former superior of his, had always looked out for him. Just yesterday, Zhao Wenhua had called to caution him about Jiang Qiu, suggesting he should find a way to exclude him from the student council. Liang Zijian had eagerly agreed, which led to the various schemes against Jiang Qiu today. However, he had not anticipated that Jiang Qiu, this new student, would prove to be a formidable opponent. It appeared that his future plans would need to be executed with greater care. Liang Zijian was confident that if one attempt failed, he could always try again. After all, he could always create difficulties for Jiang Qiu until he eventually left. As he pondered this, he arrived at the office. Upon entering, he was met with a cold glare from Chu Yanxi, which caused him to immediately bow his head. "I heard you were quite authoritative at lunchtime, refusing to allow others to eat until they completed their work." Chu Yanxi guidi brun li. "Huh? That matter." Liang Zijian felt a twinge of guilt. "Sister Shi. It wasn't like that. I, still trying to make excuses?" Chu Yanxi interjected. "New members have just joined us. This is a time to extend warmth and support." She shot him a fierce glare. "You, on the very first day, forbade them from having lunch. Explain your reasoning. Was someone instructing you to act this way?" "No, it wasn't like that. I didn't." Liang Zijian was taken aback. The accusation felt overwhelming, and he struggled to articulate a defense. "We must show greater care for our new members. Do you understand?" Chu Yanxi continued for the next few days. "You'll handle all the tasks in the external relations department on your own. I want to see your true capabilities." "All right, understood." Liang Zijian hurriedly complied. Once she saw that he had calmed down, Chu Yanxi dismissed him. "You may leave. I will observe your performance." Liang Zijian, feeling as if he had narrowly escaped a dire fate, exited the office with a pale visage. Chu Yanxi exhaled deeply, feeling inexplicably pleased. Noticing that Li Lingling had not yet returned, she decided to send her a message. "Chu Yanxi, I've suddenly realized that I might be somewhat vindictive." "Li Lingling, you've finally come to that realization?" "Chu Yanxi." "Li Lingling, no, I meant that I am the one who is vindictive." "Chu Yanxi, I just feel inexplicably pleased after standing up for Jiang Qiu." "Li Lingling, enough, just be a decent person." Chapter 44, Task completed. Advanced level fingertip skills. Meanwhile, in the External Relations Department office on the second floor, Jiang Qiu sat comfortably in a recliner. Zhou Hongru approached him, urging, "Why not lay low for a while? Minister Liang might still seek trouble with you when he returns." "It's fine. I'm just waiting for him to come back," Jiang Qiu replied nonchalantly. "Listen, Brother Qiu, you know the saying, you can't bend an arm against a thigh. In the end, we're the ones who will suffer," Zhou Hongru advised earnestly. "How about I help you with it? 2 heads are better than 1. "Thank you, but I appreciate the offer. I have it under control," Jiang Qiu replied, holding Zhou Hongru in high regard, but ultimately declining his assistance. At that moment, Liang Zijian returned from the 3rd floor. Upon entering the room and spotting Jiang Qiu still seated, his expression darkened significantly. He realized that his scathing reprimand must be connected to Jiang Qiu. However, he had no choice but to swallow his pride and say, "Jiang Qiu, you need not concern yourself with the task I assigned you." After stating this, he turned to the other members still in the office. "Additionally, for this week, no one needs to report for duty during lunch. You may all leave." According to student council regulations, each department was required to sign in for duty every lunchtime. Fantastic! Upon hearing that they need not report, everyone erupted in cheers. At that moment, including Zhou Hongru, the way the members viewed Jiang Qiu shifted dramatically. Many had previously thought Jiang Qiu too reckless. They now realized he was, in fact, A hidden powerhouse, one whom even a minister could not intimidate. Minister Liang, I have already organized a portion of the materials. Would you like me to send them to you? Jiang Qiu inquired with a sardonic smile directed at Liang Zijian. Liang Zijian was furious. Just half an hour prior, he had instructed Jiang Qiu to work through lunch, and now he was reversing his orders. If no one had mentioned it, the incident would have passed. But now, Jiang Qiu, as if intentionally prodding an exposed wound, was publicly offering to send him the materials he had organized. This was nothing short of a public humiliation. Yet, Liang Zijian found himself unable to voice any objections, forced to swallow his indignation in silence. Sure, send them to me, he replied through clenched teeth before storming out of the office. Once he departed, the others immediately gathered around Jiang Qiu. Particularly, several young ladies gazed upon Jiang Qiu with expressions of admiration, exclaiming, "Brother Qiu, the way you spoke just now was truly captivating." Another added, "Brother Qiu, you haven't eaten yet, have you? I brought you some homemade cookies with love. Please have some." A third chimed in, "Yes, do eat something. Don't starve yourself. I also have some mineral water here for you, Brother Qiu. Take it." Only after these young women finally departed did Zhou Hongru seize the opportunity to approach Jiang Qiu. "Brother Qiu," he inquired, "did you foresee this outcome all along?" Jiang Qiu smiled softly, but refrained from answering. He understood that it must have been Chu Yanxi who had intervened on his behalf. Otherwise, Liang Zijian's attitude would not have shifted so drastically. Jiang Qiu pondered why Chu Yanxi always treated him with such kindness. If initially it was out of guilt, then after so much time had passed, her unwavering concern for him seemed inexplicable. Yet, to be honest, the sensation of being cared for and looked after was quite pleasant. Perhaps he should try spending some time with her to see how it feels. "What are you thinking about, Brother Qiu?" Zhou Hongru waved his hand teasingly and then could not help but quip, "If you don't want to talk, that's fine. But Brother Qiu, remember, I'm on your side. Don't forget me if you become wealthy and powerful." "Rest assured, no problem," Jiang Qiu replied with a smile, nodding in response. Since there was no need to be on duty at noon, everyone gradually left the office. Jiang Qiu returned to his dormitory. Lying on his bed and enjoying the cool breeze, it was utterly delightful. Ding dong. The system detected a significant shift in Liang Zijian's attitude toward the host. The task was complete. Congratulations to the host on earning the senior level finger dexterity reward. Note, the reward will be acquired through a combination of memory transmission and muscle memory integration, without causing any adverse effects. The host can use it with confidence. Jiang Qiu was slightly taken aback. How was the task completed so swiftly? What he did not realize was that Liang Zijian, upon returning, had become increasingly suspicious. He conducted an investigation into Jiang Qiu, which startled him greatly. It turned out that Chu Yanxi was also Jiang Qiu's assistant class monitor, indicating that they had known each other for quite some time. Reflecting on this, Liang Zijian mentally scolded Zhao Wenhua, who had provoked him. He was self-aware enough to understand that with such powerful backing as Jiang Qiu had, he was not someone to be trifled with. Hence, he decided to let the matter rest and resolved to avoid provoking Jiang Qiu in the future. Thus, as the system detected Liang Zijian's attitudinal change, the task was naturally marked as complete. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiu paid no heed to Liang Zijian. At that moment, he was marveling at his own hands, as if a miraculous transformation had suddenly occurred. After a moment of sensation, he realized that no matter what movements he made, his hand speed was significantly faster than before. Jiang Qiu could not help but muse that with such dexterity, playing games would become exhilarating beyond measure. Ahem. Jiang Qiu swore that the first thing he thought was to apply this newfound speed to gaming. "Brothers, shall we dive in the battlefield?" His call was immediately met with enthusiastic responses. "Let us go together." Qian Shangxian was the first to reply, "Damn it. I just got ambushed by a camper earlier. Almost got the chicken dinner. All right, perfect timing with Brother Qiu's return. Let us squad up and queue as a four-man team." Zhao Mingrui also chimed in. Chun Hongliang, clutching his phone with a sly grin, suggested, "We can form a full squad and survive stealthily all the way to the top rank." Jiang Qiu was speechless. For people hiding together? He had played this game plenty before, and after reaching the rank of Super Ace, he found it impossible to progress further. That was because he disliked camping. He preferred fierce firefights in urban areas. Yet, the consequence of such aggressive play was dying quickly, losing all the hard-earned points in a single drop. But now, Jiang Qiu was eager to experiment. With his senior-level finger dexterity, what would it be like to engage in intense firefights again? Chapter 45, 38 Kills. Jiang Qiu goes godlike soon. The four of them logged in together. Upon entering the game interface, they successfully formed their team and started the match. "Good luck, Special Forces." "Where to drop?" Zhao Mingrui asked. Jiang Qiu glanced at the map. The flight path went straight through P City, the map's central hub. Confident in his plan, he declared, "Let us drop in Peace City. Watch me lead us to victory. No way, too crowded there." Chen Hongliang, ever the cautious one, promptly marked the farthest point on the map and commanded, "Brothers, follow me. We're heading to the wild zone." "All right, let us go." Qian Shangxian and Zhao Mingrui quickly responded, and with the snap of parachutes opening, they jumped after Chen Hongliang. Jiang Qiu was left bewildered. This was far too cautious. "Brother Qiu, why don't you follow? Hurry down and find a vehicle to meet us at the northern edge." "Hey, Brother Qiu, why are you flying toward Peace City?" "That's a mistake." Just moments ago, Jiang Qiu observed that over 20 players had already dropped in Peace City's area, but none as fast as he. In the instant of parachuting, Jiang Qiu had already calculated his landing position. About 6 or 7 squads landed in Peace City, but no one could match his speed. Employing his self-devised 10-finger operation technique, each finger controlled a different key, enabling a seamless parachuting process without wasting a single second. He landed atop the tallest rooftop in Peace City and immediately crouched to grab an M16A. Spotting 4 remaining parachuters above, he took precise single shots at each. The lone angler Jiang Qiu eliminated Xiaoao, Sangzi and Yunlin with M16A. The lone angler Jiang Qiu eliminated Old Time Play with M16A. The lone angler Jiang Qiu eliminated Yi Xiao with M16A. The lone angler Jiang Qiu eliminated Dragon Clan Nosy with M16A. For kills at the start. Every shot on target. "Damn, Brother Qiu, you're unbelievably lucky." They must have been unarmed. "Definitely. Brother Qiu's luck is incredible. Free kills." "Luck?" Jiang Qiu smiled without elaborating. He descended from the rooftop and scavenged a room, finding an M416, level 1 helmet, level 1 armor, level 1 backpack, and 2 bandages. Though the gear was modest, it was sufficient for combat. Thus began Jiang Qiu's slaughter of Peace City. Previously, he had always felt his reactions lagged slightly, losing firefights. But today, the sensation was completely reversed. He found his adversaries sluggish, even suspecting they might be bots. With his unparalleled finger dexterity, enemies were left stunned one by one. Within 5 minutes, he had eliminated 3 full squads and countless lone wolves in Peace City. When the gunfire finally ceased, Jiang Qiu had amassed 18 kills. "Damn, Brother Qiu. How many have you killed?" The screen was flooded with kill notifications bearing Jiang Qiu's name. It seemed unreal. "Brother Qiu, are you hacking? May the gods bless me so I can rank up next round. Please don't get caught." Emerging from Peace City, Jiang Qiu had acquired a level 3 helmet, armor, and backpack. His other supplies were abundant, to the point that even the level 3 backpack was overflowing. He replenished his drinks, loaded his bullets, and drove a Maserati from the garage, commencing a citywide hunt. Virtually none of his marked targets escaped alive. The lone angler Jiang Qiu eliminated Voidfield with AKM. The lone angler Jiang Qiu eliminated Firemouth of Human Temple with 98k. The lone angler Jiang Qiu eliminated Li Bu Run with M416. The lone angler Jiang Qiu eliminated Second Young Master 1 with Grenade. After each squad's demise, Jiang Qiu would switch to a previously unused firearm, savoring the varied sensations of different weapons. Initially, it was considered a grave taboo. The parameters of different firearms varied significantly, and players frequently switching weapons would inevitably suffer a decline in their feel for the game. However, for Jiang Qiu, this was of no concern whatsoever. Regardless of the firearm in question, he wielded it with unparalleled proficiency, successfully eliminating one adversary after another. Before long, a vacuum zone manifested at the center of the map, where not a single player remained alive. Jiang Qiu's kill count had surged to a staggering 31. At that moment, Qian Shangxian, who was scavenging supplies in a remote area of the map, suddenly cried out in alarm, "Help! Someone is in my house! Stay calm, I'm coming to rescue you." Zhao Mingri swiftly ascended the stairs to provide assistance, but before he could finish his sentence, Qian Shangxian was taken down by an enemy. Damn it! Encountering that old trickster again, an irate Qian Shangxian began to vent his frustrations, nearly hurling his phone across the room. "Wait, there's still someone behind the door. I'm done for." Zhao Mingrui, eager to save his comrade, soon realized that the room concealed 2 foes, rendering his efforts futile. Seeing the dire situation, Chen Hongliang hastily attempted to flee in his vehicle. Alas, before he could get far, he was shot in the head, and all 3 were eliminated. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiu, riding his beloved motorcycle, paused atop a distant hill while his teammates fell one by one. Armed with an AWM and an 8x scope, he spotted an enemy looting the remains of his teammates. Bang! A gunshot rang out, resulting in a headshot. Bang! Another shot followed, claiming yet another headshot. Bang! A third shot, and the enemy squad was annihilated. This was a professional trio, their skills and agility of the highest caliber. Yet in that fleeting moment, they had failed to even locate their adversary before being eliminated in an instant. Unbelievable. Reviewing the footage, it became evident that Jiang Qiu, positioned hundreds of meters away on the hill, had executed those headshots with astonishing precision. How could this be? He shot a perfect strike. Was he employing cheats? No way. I refuse to accept this. This guy must be cheating. Let us report him together. At this juncture, Jiang Qiu had entered the final circle, with only 5 players remaining on the field. Unfortunately, he was the sole survivor, while the other 4 were his teammates. Amidst the vast expanse of plains, Jiang Qiu utilized his vehicle as cover, delivering 2 headshots with his 98K, incapacitating 2 enemies across the way. He then swiftly switched to his AKM and charged forward, offering the adversaries no chance for retaliation. With a barrage of bullets, he struck true, successfully eliminating the final 2 and securing the victory. In the dormitory, his roommates were utterly astounded. If they had previously doubted Jiang Qiu's true prowess, attributing his numerous kills to mere luck, the final tally of 38 kills left them all in shock. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed such a statistic could represent genuine skill. It had completely upended their perceptions. Brother Qiu, you are simply extraordinary. I am at a loss for words. You are just amazing. Jiang Qiu was not only affluent and handsome, but now he also excelled at gaming. Such an injustice. Chapter 46. Women only hinder my reflexes. After this match, Jiang Qiu reached a transcendent level of skill. His fingers, having undergone significant improvement, exhibited unparalleled reflexes and response times, placing him among the elite. Despite not having dedicated extensive time to gaming, he found himself adept across all titles. Jiang Qiu felt a conviction that should he enter professional competitions, he would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the gaming world. At that moment, several roommates gathered around, observing Jiang Qiu's long, nimble fingers dancing across the screen, leaving them at a loss for words. So that is why Brother Qiu is so formidable. His 10 fingers operate in unison. Brother Qiu's hands are truly remarkable. Mine can only be described as claws in comparison. Compared to Brother Qiu, my fingers are utterly inept. I must be handicapped. Stop it. At least you managed to secure a kill. I didn't take down a single opponent and ended up eliminated. After sharing their reflections, admiration for Jiang Qiu blossomed even further. Qian Shengxian somewhat enviously remarked, Brother Qiu, you're handsome and wealthy, and you excel in gaming. There must be countless girls pursuing you, right? Indeed. Brother Qiu, how many girlfriends have you had? Zhao Mingrui inquired curiously. None, Jiang Qiu replied. How is that possible? Chen Hongliang expressed disbelief. Honestly, I've never had a girlfriend. Women only hinder my reflexes, Jiang Qiu stated, revealing a hint of melancholy. Despite numerous girls expressing interest in him, very few dared to confess their feelings, believing him far too exceptional and assuming he must have a girlfriend. Moreover, Jiang Qiu himself was disinclined to pursue women. Dating is far too troublesome. With that time, I could be enjoying Japanese adult films, Korean animations, or domestic romance novels. What could be more delightful? Thus, it had come to pass that throughout his university years, he had never experienced romance. Brother Qiu, don't be disheartened. With your qualities, take your time. There's no rush, Chen Hongliang consoled. Honestly, if I were a girl, I would definitely pursue you without hesitation. Please, I'm not interested in that, Jiang Qiu replied with disdain, shifting back slightly in his seat. Hey, I think it's rather charming, Chen Hongliang continued slyly. Brother Qiu, just because you brought me to victory today, if you ask, I'll gladly comply and be at your service tonight. Wow, now that is what true love looks like, right? Zhao Mingrui burst into laughter. Qian Shengxian chimed in, seriously. Could you two be any more obvious with your affection? I'm feeling envious here. The following day, the schedule for the business class was packed. The first lecture of the morning was advanced mathematics, led by a bespectacled male instructor who passionately lectured for over half an hour. A glance around the room revealed students either slumped over their desks in slumber or engrossed in their phones, with only a handful paying attention. Jiang Qiu, seated at the back of the classroom, casually skimmed through the textbook and grasped the lesson effortlessly. It wasn't he that he lacked the desire to focus. The material presented was simply too rudimentary. Bored, Jiang Qiu opened the Honghua Shun app to check the status of the stocks he had recently purchased. 10 days had elapsed since he heavily invested in Lingnan Pharmaceuticals, and during this span, the stock had surged dramatically, hitting the daily limit for 9 consecutive days. Upon opening today, it had finally shown a slight dip rather than continuing its upward trajectory. Jiang Qiu calculated his earnings. He had purchased shares at 2,533 renminbi each, investing a total of 35 million renminbi. Now, the stock price had climbed to 5,167 renminbi per share, reflecting an astonishing increase of 104. This indicated that his initial investment had more than doubled, surpassing the performance of 99 of investors in the market. Without hesitation, Jiang Qiu sold all his shares. After deducting transaction fees, he netted a profit of 52 million renminbi. Undoubtedly, this was a triumphant investment. Jiang Qiu opened WeChat and entered the small group chat with his 4 dorm mates. "Everyone call me Daddy, Daddy," Qian Shengxian replied. "Daddy, Daddy." Zhao Minggrui joined in. "Daddy, Daddy, Daddy." Chen Hongliang chimed in. "Jiang Qiu, I haven't even said anything yet. What about your dignity?" "We have no dignity," Qian Shengxian retorted. "We have no dignity." Zhao Minggrui echoed. "We have no dignity," Chen Hongliang added. Jiang Qiu was left speechless, pondering the toxicity of these rich second-generation youths. "Let us get serious. I just sold the stocks we purchased a few days ago." Jiang Qiu continued. "To put it plainly, we bought at 2,533 renminbi and sold at 5,167 renminbi, with a growth rate of 104. Jiang Qiu, in other words, your investments have all doubled." Qian Shengxian, "What the heck?" Zhao Minggrui, "Brother Qiu, you are amazing." Chen Hongliang, "With such returns, even Buffett would exclaim in admiration." Jiang Qiu, "I've calculated everyone as profits. The second brother has made 4.08 million, including both principal and interest, the third brother 2.04 million, and the fourth brother 1.02 million. Jiang Qiu, please confirm once more. And if there are no issues, I shall transfer the funds according to the bank cards you provided." Qian Shengxian, "No problem." Zhao Minggrui, "No problem." Chen Hongliang, "No problem." Qian Shengxian, "Boss, wait a minute. I suddenly realized that you seem to have given a bit too much." Chen Hongliang, "Indeed, I heard that according to industry standards, commissions and fees should be deducted, and it appears you have not done so." Zhao Minggrui, "I support adhering to industry norms. We've already made enough, and I'm at a loss for how to thank Brother Qiu." Jiang Qiu, "Enough. We are brothers, and when there is wealth, it should be shared. Moreover, your principal amounts are not substantial, hence there is no need for that." Jiang Qiu spoke the truth. The reason he brought everyone along this time was primarily to fulfill a system task. As for those minor fees, Jiang Qiu was utterly unconcerned, as the rewards he received far outweighed the costs. Qian Shengxian, "Enough said. Let us go out for dinner tonight. It's on me." He had invested 200,000, and with a profit margin of 104, he earned 2.08 million. Had Jiang Qiu not guided him to profit, this money would have merely accrued interest in a bank. Chen Hongliang, "If you're treating, what shall I arrange?" He had originally planned to treat, but was preempted. "Let us take turns," said Qian Shengxian. Zhao Minggrui chimed in. "Count me in." Jiang Qiu responded, "How much have you made? You need not worry about arranging anything, having earned the least." Qian Shengxian concurred. "Brother Qiu is right." Chen Hongliang added, "Just keep it. You are the poorest among us." Zhao Minggrui, "He has become despondent. Having earned 50,000 should be a cause for celebration, yet he suddenly cannot find joy in it." Within 10 minutes, Jiang Qiu continued, "Everyone has funds should have been credited. Please check." After checking, all 3 confirmed receipt. "I can't focus on class anymore." Qian Shengxian was somewhat exhilarated. Throughout his life, he had always relied on his family for money. This was the first time he had earned money himself. Although he had guidance regardless, he had not depended on his parents. The other 2 felt the same. Regardless of the amount earned, this was their first bucket of gold, holding significant commemorative value. Qian Shengxian, "Brothers, let us go drink now." Zhao Minggrui, "You mean skipping class?" Chen Hongliang, "I think it's a good idea. After all, this class is incomprehensible." Jiang Qiu, "Please, I am an exemplary student." Ultimately, Jiang Qiu could not withstand their coaxing and joined them in skipping class. The group arrived at the most upscale restaurant near the school, where Qian Shengxian ordered an array of sumptuous dishes. This feast lasted from the afternoon until midnight. Except for Jiang Qiu, the others transformed into spirited youths, exuberantly shouting and expressing their excitement. Chapter 47. The Origins of Chu Yanxi. In the Magic City, at the Tangshan Yupan. "Xiaoxi, who are you messaging?" In the spacious dining hall, a middle-aged man inquired. "It's nothing, just a friend." Chu Yanxi replied nonchalantly. "I'm leaving now. I'll visit you next week." After saying this, she stood up to depart. "Wait, don't forget about the mid-autumn festival gathering," the middle-aged man reminded. I'll see how it goes." Chu Yanxi nodded, then turned to leave. The middle-aged man did not attempt to retain her. Only after Chu Yanxi had walked far away did he rise to the window. Watching his daughter's departing figure, he remained silent for a long time. Chu Chu Yanxi's father, is the founder of the Chu family group in a magic city, holding shares in several publicly listed companies, and is one of the most prominent angel investors in the country. According to incomplete statistics, Chu Kuoi's net worth has reached 100 billion, and he has long been ranked among the top 10 on the Huron China Rich list. However, he gradually disappeared from the public eye, ceasing to participate in any rankings of wealthy individuals. What no one knows is that this incredibly successful businessman has not fared well in matters of love and family. Over 20 years ago, Chu Kuoi was merely a sales clerk at a luxury goods counter. A chance encounter introduced him to Chu Yanxi's mother, a woman who would change his life forever. At that time, the Yin family was one of the most prominent families in the Magic City. Chu Yanxi's mother was the youngest daughter, essentially the apple of everyone's eye. No one anticipated that two people from such vastly different backgrounds would fall in love, despite facing opposition from everyone around them. Chu Yanxi's mother resolutely married him. To support her beloved, she invested all her savings into helping Chu Kuoi start his own business. In a time when no one believed in him, Chu Kuoi proved his worth. Through years of experience, he discovered that the bottled water industry was still a blank slate in the country. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that this industry was extraordinarily lucrative. A bottle of water priced at 2 yuan could yield at least half of that in profits after deducting all costs. Utilizing his intelligence and years of sales experience, Chu Kuoi gradually expanded his business. He is, in essence, a self-made man who began his fortune by selling water. In the following period, he ventured into investing, focusing on leading investments in companies with development potential. His shares included those in later giants such as Penguin, NetEase, Alibaba, and numerous other internet companies. However, fate is often fair. While it opens a door, it may simultaneously close a window. Due to the demands of his career, Chu Kuoi could rarely attend to his family, sometimes being away for many consecutive days. At that time, Chu Yanxi was still young, and in her innocent years, her father's presence was scarce. When she turned 6, an accident took her mother away forever. During this time, her father was absent, leaving her with an enduring sorrow. Throughout her childhood, Chu Yanxi harbored deep resentment towards her father. She often imagined that had her father been home every day, her mother might have received timely medical attention. Yet, there are no what-ifs in this world. Chu Kuoi also despised himself. In the face of life and death, all power and wealth turned to mere illusions. It was at this moment he realized how much he owed to this family. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Chu Kuoi made countless efforts to fulfill his responsibilities as a father, yet he could never mend the rift in Chu Yanxi's heart. After that, young Chu Yanxi was taken to her grandmother's house, seeing her father only during festivals and holidays. She swore never to acknowledge him again and vowed to surpass him in her career. This was also the reason why, in her previous life, Chu Yanxi worked so hard in university. At that time, it wasn't that she did not want to establish a relationship with Jiang Qiu. Rather, she was preoccupied with proving herself in her career. It was only 3 years ago, after experiencing life and death herself, that she began to understand everything. After all, her father was the closest person to her in this world. She no longer avoided him after her rebirth and began visiting him weekly. Yet, after so many years of estrangement, breaking the ice was not something that could happen overnight. Nevertheless, even so, Chu Kuoi was immensely satisfied. Previously, he could see his daughter only once a year, and now he could see her once a week. What could bring more joy than this? After witnessing Chu Yanxi's departure, Chu Kuoi opened his cherished wine cabinet and poured himself a full glass of wine. After consuming a couple of glasses, he suddenly recalled something, set down his glass, and rose to make a phone call from his study. Before long, his assistant of over a decade, Li Shufu, arrived. "Boss, why are you drinking alone? Today is a joyous occasion." Chu Kuoi replied with a smile. "Little she visited me and shared many thoughts." "Ah, so it's about Mississippi. That certainly warrants celebration," Li Shufu, aware of the specifics, expressed his happiness for his boss. However, he added, "Yet, I can't shake the feeling that something seemed off about her today." Chu Kuoi swirled the red wine in his mouth and suddenly inquired, "Have you received any reports from the people I arranged at Little She's company?" "Boss, everything is running smoothly at the company," Li Shufu promptly answered. Chu Kuoi was not satisfied. "No, I mean regarding her personal life. Any rumors or gossip?" "Well," Li Shufu pondered, "Miss hasn't been to the company for quite some time, and from my sources, it seems she has lost interest in the company's IPO." "That shouldn't be the case." Chu Kuoi furrowed his brow, knowing his daughter well. Throughout her life, Chu Yanxi had always been dedicated to her work. Even after their relationship had improved, she remained focused on surpassing him. Why this sudden change in demeanor? To be honest, Chu Kuo-ei felt immense pride in his daughter. Over the span of 3 years, she had achieved remarkable success through her own efforts. He understood that even he could not have accomplished as much. Moreover, her triumphs were entirely her own, which made them even more commendable. Boss, should I send someone to the school to check on her? Li Shifu tentatively suggested. Could there be something happening there? That seems unlikely. Chu Kuo-ei frowned and sighed. Given the events concerning her mother, this child has always been resistant to relationships. He recalled the multitude of wealthy suitors his daughter had rebuffed over the years. There were at least 80 of them. While not all were idle, there were indeed some promising young leaders among them, yet none had captured his daughter's interest. Truthfully, Chu Kuo-ei felt anxious. He genuinely wished to cradle a grandchild soon. Yet he was reluctant to voice this desire, fearing that his daughter might withdraw from him in anger. With this thought, he sighed deeply once more. Boss, you needn't worry too much, Li Shifu reassured him. Miss is quite beautiful, having inherited your admirable traits, so it's only natural for her to have high standards. Haha, old Li, you flatter me too much, Chu Kuo-ei chuckled. I'm quite self-aware. Little she resembles her mother more. To the outside world, Chu Kuo-ei appeared a stern and conventional man. However, in the company of acquaintances, he was surprisingly affable. Having known Li Shifu for over a decade, their relationship transcended the typical employer-employee dynamic, resembling that of old friends who could share anything. Boss, I'm not merely flattering you. Your daughter has indeed inherited your virtues. Li Shifu remarked with a smile. Especially in her business acumen, she has even further honed it. His words rang true. Chu Yanxi's success at such a young age was rare globally. Her keen judgment often left seasoned entrepreneurs feeling inadequate. Such skills could not be learned from books. They were undoubtedly a product of her inherited excellence. Haha, in that regard, little she truly is like me, Chu Kuo-ei beamed, realizing that praising his daughter was more effective than flattering himself. After all, every father hopes for his child to inherit their virtues and even surpass them. Nevertheless, he genuinely worried about her temperament. She tends to be rather aloof with others, and her displeasure is often visible on her face when she encounters those she dislikes. I fear no young man could withstand that. Li Shifu was at a loss for words, only able to comfort him. Miss is still young. She still has plenty of time ahead and will surely meet the right person. Sighing, Chu Kuo-ei's gaze grew heavy with guilt. He was acutely aware that his daughter's demeanor was largely his responsibility. Having been preoccupied with work, he had failed to fulfill his role as a father. Boss, should we investigate the school further? Li Shifu asked uncertainly. If Miss is indeed close to a boy, should we look into his family background? No. We mustn't risk making things worse. Chu Kuo-ei hastily waved his hand. I would be overjoyed if she had a boyfriend. As long as little she is willing. I would not oppose any family background. He had always maintained an open-minded approach to his daughter's future. After all, with his wealth, he was unconstrained by societal norms. His daughter's happiness was paramount. Moreover, having risen from humble beginnings himself, he held no prejudices regarding social status. Of course, the most crucial point was that Chu Kuo-ei understood he had little control. Once his daughter made up her mind, she would not heed his advice. Rather than struggle against the inevitable, it was better to let go. After all, their relationship had only just begun to mend. How insightful you are, boss. Li Shifu remarca apreciatively. It's mostly because Miss is quite low maintenance. My daughter, Lingling, is quite the opposite. I worry about her daily. Ah, old Li. Don't say that. Chu Kuo-ei laughed. Lingling is quite thoughtful, always bringing you gifts during the holidays. My little she, as you know, I've hinted many times. Yet she remains indifferent. Every time he brought this up, Chu Kuo-ei couldn't help but chuckle. Last year, he had sent his clothing size to Chu Yanxi, hoping she might buy him a shirt or something. It wasn't he that he lacked clothing. Rather, he felt his daughter's selections would be more comfortable. Seeing Li Shifu looking dapper in a shirt his daughter had chosen made him yearn for a similar experience. Unfortunately, Chu Yanxi had not taken his hint seriously and had ultimately not bought anything. Chu Kuo-ei found himself helpless. After all, he had only this one daughter. When he initially shared this story, Li Shifu couldn't contain his laughter. As they discussed their daughters, the conversation flowed endlessly. Li Shifu was the father of Li Lingling, and through this connection, Chu Yanxi and Li Lingling had known each other since childhood. The two children, having grown up together, were of similar ages. Later, at Chu Kuo-ei's behest, they both attended the best elite school in the city. In essence, whatever Chu Yanxi had, Li Lingling had as well. Chu Kuo-ei had a selfish motive for this arrangement. As a father who rarely saw his daughter, he longed for her company. Thus, he resorted to this method to glean information about her through Li Lingling. This was the only means he had to stay informed about his daughter's life. I shouldn't be too greedy. It's already a blessing that little she visits me every week. Chu Yanxi mused. I truly hope she finds a boyfriend. It would be even better if he could keep her grounded. Haha, try and tame miss? That might be a tall order, Li Shufa chuckled. Indeed, I realize that such a feat is nearly impossible. Chu Yanxi shook his head in resignation. Jiang Qiu, are you busy? The moment she stepped outside, Chu Yanxi hastily sent a message to Jiang Qiu. What is up? Playing games? Jiang Qiu, engrossed in leveling up, paused to respond to Chu Yanxi's message. Oh, go ahead and play. I'll find you after you're done. Chu Yanxi was exceptionally considerate, fearing that she might disturb Jiang Qiu's gaming. If this scene were witnessed by Chu Yanxi, he would likely be left utterly astonished. When did his daughter become so thoughtful towards others? It's fine, just go ahead. Jiang Qiu replied with a smile, confidently asserting, I can win with just one hand. Upon hearing this, Chu Yanxi nodded, fully believing in Jiang Qiu's words. By the way, the Mid-Autumn Festival is the day after tomorrow. Do you have time? Chu Yanxi asked with eager anticipation. I would like to invite you to accompany me to a gathering, if you are available. Oh, I see. Is it very important? Jiang Qiu was initially reluctant to attend such an event, but he sensed Chu Yanxi's enthusiasm about his participation. It's not very crucial. If you have other commitments, it's all right. Chu Yanxi maintained a calm exterior, yet felt a twinge of disappointment within. It wasn't so much about the gathering itself, but rather the missed opportunity to spend time with Jiang Qiu. Let me check my schedule first, Jiang Qiu pondered before explaining. After all, it's the Mid-Autumn Festival. In previous years, we always celebrated as a family, so I'll need to inform them first to see if I can skip this year. Chu Yanxi was genuinely pleased. Jiang Qiu was willing to consult his family on her behalf, which made her heart flutter with hope. With this thought, she quickly added, just don't argue with Uncle and Auntie. If they insist on having you return, just comply. My request isn't that significant, and there will be many more chances in the future. Okay, I'll ask. After sending the message, Jiang Qiu picked up his phone to call his family. Chapter 49. Late at night, a bowl of dog food. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently busy. Jiang Qiu glanced at his phone, noticing that his mother's line was occupied, so he called his father instead. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently busy. Why is everyone on the line? In that moment, an unsettling premonition washed over Jiang Qiu. Reflecting on the years gone by, he felt somewhat superfluous. His father, Jiang Qingfeng, and mother, Qiu Junlin, shared a genuinely strong bond. One could tell from Jiang Qiu's name, which combined both parents' surnames, straightforward and clear. In their daily lives, his parents had never quarreled. There were always several days each month when they would venture out to enjoy each other's company, leaving Jiang Qiu at home, ostensibly to cultivate his survival skills. Now that he was in university, they must be out enjoying themselves again, right? Half an hour later, Jiang Qiu's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. It was his father. Did that mean they weren't out having fun, but rather calling him back for the Mid-Autumn Festival? After all, the distance from the Magic City to his hometown was merely over 100 kilometers. A drive would take just over an hour. In the main urban area of the Magic City, encountering traffic could easily extend the journey to over an hour. Therefore, distance had never been an obstacle. As for whether he should return, he intended to gauge his father's intentions first. Jiang Qiu swiped his phone screen and answered the call. Before he could speak, his father's voice boomed through the receiver. Hello, son. The Mid-Autumn Festival is just around the corner. Jiang Qiu suddenly found his previous assumptions rather excessive. How could he possibly consider himself redundant? After all, his parents had surely been thinking of him during his time away from home. If you're planning to come back, feel free to do so at any time. There's no need to make a special trip just for the Mid-Autumn Festival, Jiang Qingfeng continued. Besides, even if you do come home, no one will be there. Your mother and I are skiing in Ice City. Who am I? Where am I? Jiang Qiu felt he had been overly concerned. When his family faced financial hardship, he and his mother had not even enjoyed a honeymoon. Once their circumstances improved, it coincided with his birth, and his mother had been through a great deal for him. They had not reaped any of the joys of life. Now that he was in college, they finally had time to explore the wonders of their homeland. After Jiang Qingfeng finished speaking, he nearly moved Jiang Qiu to tears. All right, Dad, I won't be coming back for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Good, I'll hang up now. Your mother is calling me to take photos. Bye, son. Beep, beep, beep. Jiang Qiu was left dumbfounded. Was that all so quick? Just then, his mother's call came through. Son, don't listen to your dad's nonsense. He's just teasing you. On the other end, Qiu Junlin continued. Your father and I checked the calendar. This year's Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day holidays are quite close together, so you don't need to go through the trouble. We'll come to the Magic City to see you during National Day. All right, I won't be coming back this year. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, Mom. Jiang Qiu felt a wave of nostalgia as he remembered his parents' care for him during his childhood. Though they often spoke harshly, They always prioritized him when it came to treats or fun activities. All right, I'll hang up now. If you need anything, don't hesitate to call me. Qiu Junlin said. Okay. Jiang Qiu nodded and suddenly added, by the way, Mom, let me speak to Dad. What is it, son? The phone is on speaker. His father, Jiang Qiu phone replied. Dad, happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Jiang Qiu said earnestly. Jiang Qiu phone paused for a moment before expressing, son, you too, happy Mid-Autumn Festival. I'll hang up now. Enjoy yourselves. After finishing the call, Jiang Qiu felt a sense of warmth. In the dormitory, Qian Shengxian saw Jiang Qiu hang up and inquired. Qiu, you're not going back for Mid-Autumn? No, my parents are on their honeymoon, so I'll stay in the Magic City, Jiang Qiu replied. A honeymoon? Your uncle and aunt are quite romantic. Qian Shengxian couldn't help but express his admiration. Are you going back? Jiang Qiu countered. No. My home is too far. I won't make it in time, Qian Shengxian shook his head. On the other hand, Zhao Mingrui, whose family was in the capital, also couldn't return. I have to go back, Chen Hongliang stated. After all, my home is right here in the Magic City. I can't skip it. All right then. Once you leave, there will only be 3 of us left in the dorm. Qian Shengxian couldn't contain his excitement. How about we 3 go out for a little something on Mid-Autumn? I'm afraid I can't, Jiang Qiu explained. That night, I'll be accompanying Senior Chu to a gathering. Jealousy is real. Why hasn't anyone invited me? The heartache was palpable. I also want to find a girlfriend. Qiu, you've ultimately abandoned us. His roommates protested in unison, feeling the sting of envy as they indulged in a bowl of dog food late at night. By the way, Qiu, you'll need to prepare a suit for this gathering, right? Qian Shengxian reminded him. Huh, is it that formal? Jiang Qiu hadn't given it much thought. Absolutely. Generally, Mid-Autumn gatherings are grand events where social dancing is required, Qian Shengxian elaborated. Qiu, I happen to have a brand new suit that I've never worn. If you haven't prepared one, you can borrow mine. All right, thanks, I'll check first. Jiang Qiu frowned. If dancing was involved, he certainly wouldn't know how. With that thought, he quickly messaged Chu Yanxi. Jiang Qiu, Senior, I'll be available on Mid-Autumn. Are there any specific requirements for the gathering? Jiang Qiu, it wouldn't be one of those formal events requiring social dancing, would it? Chu Yanxi had just returned home and, noticing her phone light up, glanced at it. Upon seeing Jiang Qiu's message about his availability, she excitedly leaped onto the sofa. After her excitement subsided, she hurriedly typed her response. Chu Yanxi, the gathering is quite formal. Just your presence is sufficient. There are no other requirements. Chu Yanxi, thank you, Jiang Qiu. At that moment, Li Lingling emerged from her bedroom. Upon seeing Chu Yanxi standing on the sofa, she couldn't help but comment, Miss, which nerve of yours is misfiring again? Had it been any other time, such remarks would have earned her a swift reprimand. Today, Chu Yanxi was overjoyed beyond measure. Lingling, Jiang Qiu has agreed to accompany me to the gala. I am absolutely ecstatic. What should I do? Li Lingling covered her head, utterly weary of offering any further commentary. Chapter 50. Once again, I can splurge on Jiang Qiu. A gala is rather formal, isn't it? Jiang Qiu's eyes widened in surprise. He had initially assumed it would be a casual dinner. Now, the predicament dawned upon him. He couldn't dance. Though he had dabbled in a little dancing as a child, he had long since forgotten all of it. If everyone else could dance, and he could not, wouldn't that be utterly embarrassing? With this thought, he hastily sent another message to Chu Yanxi. Jiang Qiu, Senior, can I still back out? Chu Yanxi. Jiang Qiu, I'm not very skilled at dancing. Chu Yanxi, I'll teach you. Jiang Qiu, I don't have suitable attire. Chu Yanxi, I'll buy you some. Jiang Qiu, my car broke down. Chu Yanxi, I'll come pick you up. Chu Yanxi, so it's settled then. Tomorrow I'll pick you up first, help you choose an outfit, and then teach you to dance. Chu Yanxi, no backing out. What else could Jiang Qiu say? His protests were futile now. Yet, strangely, this meticulously arranged plan felt rather pleasant. Shaking his head, he banished the masochistic notion from his mind. Qiu, what is wrong with you? At that moment, Qian Shengxian noticed Jiang Qiu's unusual demeanor. He initially suspected Jiang Qiu had been stood up. After all, such a formal gala must place considerable pressure on Senior Chu. Although Qiu was outstanding, he seemed no match for the behemoth corporation. Typically, such a dynamic, where the woman is stronger and the man weaker, is unstable. Suddenly, Qian Shengxian found solace in his own thoughts. Though still single, he realized that a life free from worries was far more joyful. He quickly approached with comforting words. Changes in plans happen. It's okay to skip the gala. Why don't the 3 of us just hang out instead? No, I have to attend the gala. I can't refuse, Jiang Qiu interrupted, raising his hands in surrender. Seriously? The campus belle invited you, and you want to decline? Qian Shengxian fell silent, realizing he had been unnecessarily anxious. He also harbored a foreboding sense that he might be force-fed another dose of romantic bliss late at night. Chu Yanxi said she would teach me to dance, and even buy me clothes. Jiang Qiu mused, suddenly remembering. By the way, old Qian, you want to need your suit after all. Thanks, though. Qian Shengxian felt a sting in his nose, retreating under the covers, unwilling to emerge. Meanwhile, Zhao Mingrui burst into laughter. Qiu, you're turning mischievous. Let me tell you, Qiu is quite the sly one. Chen Hongliang chuckled in agreement. I'm not. Don't say such things. Jiang Qiu shrugged, wearing an innocent expression. Hello, I would like to commission a bespoke men's suit, using the most exquisite fabric you have. It must be ready the day after tomorrow. Please expedite the process. Price is no object. This is quite important. Can you assure me it's feasible? Chu Yanxi contacted Kanali, a tailor she frequented, briefly outlining her requirements. No problem. You are our most esteemed client, and we will prioritize your order. We currently have the finest scabal fabric in the world. A suit crafted from it costs about 860,000 yuan, with expedited service. Around 900,000 yuan. If that is acceptable, please come for measurements tomorrow morning. We guarantee completion before the day after, ensuring no disruption to your schedule. The charm of bespoke suits lies in their complete customization to personal preferences. Naturally, the labor-intensive selection of fabric and design commands a premium far exceeding mass production. Prices vary dramatically with different materials, tailors, and designers. Kanali is an internationally renowned luxury brand, celebrated for its meticulous tailoring and exquisite craftsmanship. The chosen scabal fabric is widely regarded as the finest globally, beloved by elites across society. All right, I'll come by tomorrow, Chu Yanxi decided, then added thoughtfully, do you have more scabal fabric? Reserve 2 extra pieces for me. She planned to commission several suits at once, if Jiang Qiu liked them. He could wear a different one each day without concern for expense. No problem at all. We'll keep them reserved for you, came the reply. After hanging up, Chu Yanxi exhaled with relief, her spirits lifting. Tomorrow, she would take Jiang Qiu for fittings. She was eager to see his figure. Miss, what are you secretly smiling about? In the living room, Li Lingling observed her friend's love-struck demeanor and couldn't help but tease. Really? It's just ordering clothes, and you're drooling over it? Before Li Lingling could finish, a cushion flew over, muffling her protest. Let me ask you a question. Chu Yanxi suddenly sat up, adopting a serious tone. Lingling, do you think I'm a bit perverse? Yes, you finally realize it, you. Li Lingling began, only to be silenced again by another flying cushion. Seeing her friend speechless, Chu Yanxi continued. I just feel, after ordering 2 suits for Jiang Qiu, I inexplicably feel quite thrilled. Li Lingling's heart suffered another crushing blow. Throughout their lives, she had always been outshone by Chu Yanxi, in appearance, academics, talents, even physical prowess. She had assumed she would triumph in love, at least by finding a boyfriend before a friend. Chu Yanxi had always worn a cold expression and seemed uninterested in men. For a time, Li Lingling even worried that Chu Yanxi might be a lesbian, leaving her uncertain whether to surrender. But when Chu Yanxi met Jiang Qiu, Li Lingling esa anxietias disipata. It turned out her friend's romantic inclinations were entirely normal. She sincerely wished them well. Yet now, she was utterly exasperated. Constantly witnessing their displays of affection was unbearable. Moreover, despite Li Lingling's claims to teach a new flirting technique daily, she herself remained single. Miss, please be reasonable. Li Lingling desa. Have you considered the feelings of us poor singles? Nevertheless, the joy of being able to spend money on Jiang Qiu's clothes genuinely delighted Chu Yanxi. She ignored her friend's jibes, murmuring to herself, my father hinted several times that he wanted me to buy him some clothes, but I've always ignored him. I just felt that the time spent buying for him would be better used earning money at work. Li Lingling, utterly defeated. Chapter 51. Li Lingling's encouragement. Is it truly advisable? I say, sister, you're being so heartless. Li Lingling lamenta. Uncle Chu has had a hard life all these years. His only wish is for you to buy him a suit, yet you're spending money on another man. Jiang Qiu isn't a stranger, Chu Yanxi protested. All right, let us concede for a moment. If Jiang Qiu wants to marry into your family, won't he still need Uncle Chu's approval? Li Lingling analiza earnestly. Exactly. So, you should curry favor with Uncle Chu now, and Jiang Qiu will suffer less in the future. He wouldn't dare. Chu Yanxi clenched her fists and declared, if he dares to make things difficult for Jiang Qiu, I shall never visit him again. Cough, cough. Hold on, I was merely hypothesizing, Li Lingling interjected, nearly choking on her water. You mustn't be so harsh. After all, he is your own flesh and blood. At that moment, Chu Kuoyai, who was at home preparing for bed, suddenly sneezed twice. What's going on? What do 2 sneezes signify? Could it be that my daughter is thinking of me? With this thought, Chu Yanxi retrieved his phone and began scrolling through pictures of his daughter. This had become a habit over the years, regardless of the circumstances. Seeing his daughter's face always brought him a sense of tranquility. He held the phone close and soon drifted off into slumber. At midnight, Chu Yanxi entered Li Lingling's room, tugging at her to prevent her from sleeping. Sister, dear sister, what time is it? I need to sleep. Li Lingling was utterly exhausted. Yet her feeble strength could not free her from Chu Yanxi's grip. No way, sister. I am in dire need. You must help me. Chu Yanxi was still buzzing with excitement, her heart racing at the prospect of her date with Jiang Qiu the next day. Lingling, quickly impart all your flirtation techniques to me. What? I have no such techniques. If I did, would I still be single? Li Lingling was genuinely sleepy. Had it been daytime, she could have boasted endlessly, but not now. No, you must have something. I'm going on a date with Jiang Qiu tomorrow. If you don't speak up now, it will be too late. Chu Yanxi was genuinely anxious. The mere thought of her impending rendezvous with Jiang Qiu kept her wide awake. What could she do when sleep eluded her? She had to enlist her good friend, ensuring that Li Lingling wouldn't enjoy a good night's rest either. Li Lingling lamented herpliget. All right then, I do have one secret technique, but I don't usually share it with just anyone. Feeling tormented, Li Lingling began to recall the romance novels she had read, which were filled with plots of female protagonists winning over male leads. Hurry up and tell me. Chu Yanxi uget easily. So, you're going to teach Jiang Qiu how to dance tomorrow, right? Li Lingling inkidat. Chu Yanxi not de hapfi my see. Then this opportunity is just perfect. Here's what you should do. Pretend to teach Jiang Qiu how to dance, and halfway through, just lean and accidentally fall in his arms. It will work like a charm. But what if he sees through it? Though Chu Yanxi was intrigued, she felt a twinge of shyness. He won't. Trust me. Men are oblivious, Li Lingling encouraged. Our flirtation plan's final step is to create an undeniable situation. At this, Chu Yanxi shyly covered her face. Before her encounters with Jiang Qiu, she had never felt bashful. She often looked down upon other girls who appeared delicate and demure. To her, men were merely categorized into two types, those who could help her make money and those who could not. Gender was of little consequence. However, Jiang Qiu was different. Whether in this life or the last, she had always held a genuine affection for him. But to actually lean in, as suggested, felt exceedingly audacious. Remember, do not give Jiang Qiu any chance to resist. He will belong to you afterward. Li Lingling clapped her hands in excitement, reveling in her cleverness. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiu was in his dormitory, scrolling through Douyin in search of ballroom dance tutorials. He recalled having learned some dance moves in the past. As a child, his parents would clear the living room after dinner and dance joyfully, sometimes even retreating to their room for a bit of fun. Through this exposure, he picked up a few basic steps, although he had never grasped the significance of it all. It's just dancing. What's so interesting about it? It wasn't until high school, when the ballroom dance club was established, that he understood the charm of possessing such a skill. However, that was a long time ago, and now he had forgotten all the moves and had to start anew. Fortunately, there was an abundance of instructional videos online, especially on Douyin and live streaming platforms. Jiang Qiu had followed many dance streamers before, and now he found it quite useful. With a simple tap of a heart, he could pose questions regarding dance movements. The interactive teaching method was indeed effective. The instructors broke down the entire routine into manageable segments, allowing him to learn each piece before eventually linking them together with music. The learning process was enjoyable, and it relied heavily on his own understanding. After approximately half an hour, Jiang Qiu felt he had grasped the basics. Perhaps due to the system's enhancement of his physical attributes, he sensed a marked improvement in his coordination and reflexes. He was not in a hurry. Having made such progress, he believed he would surely surprise his senior tomorrow. Meanwhile, Chu Yanxi was still awake, contemplating how to seamlessly and subtly lean in tomorrow without raising suspicion. After all, Jiang Qiu wouldn't know how to dance, which should provide her with ample opportunities, right? Chapter 52. Your boyfriend has a great physique? The following morning, Chu Yanxi drove to the base of Building 12. Earlier, Jiang Qiu had messaged her, advising her to keep a low profile and preferably not drive a sports car. This posed a dilemma for Chu Yanxi, as her garage was filled entirely with sports cars. Aside from the previously damaged Ferrari LaFerrari, she owned a Lamborghini Veneno Roadster worth $29 million, an Aston Martin Valkyrie valued at $20 million, and a Bugatti Chiron priced at $17.5 million. However, since Jiang Qiu preferred a more understated approach, she decided against driving those. To maintain a semblance of modesty, she chose to drive a pink Cullinan, the least expensive car in her collection, at around $10 million. Surely, this would be sufficiently low-key, wouldn't it? As Jiang Qiu descended the stairs and caught sight of the vehicle, he could not help but marvel. Does Chu Yanxi have a misunderstanding of what it means to be low-key? Moreover, the girl was driving an impressive car. Jiang Qiu, over here, Chu Yanxi called out, rolling down the window and flashing him a sweet smile. Good morning, Jiang Qiu replied, without hesitation, swiftly hopping into the car. The allure of the vehicle was undeniable, drawing the attention of several onlookers. He feared that if he lingered too long, rumors of him being pampered by a wealthy woman would soon grace the school as forum headlines. Once inside, Jiang Qiu fastened his seatbelt. For some reason, each time Chu Yanxi drove, he felt a mixture of excitement and trepidation, likely stemming from the psychological impact of their very first encounter. Meanwhile, Chu Yanxi's captivating gaze remained fixed on Jiang Qiu, reluctant to look away for even a moment. She was dressed casually in a white spaghetti-strap tank top and beige linen trousers, complemented by white sandals. Jiang Qiu was immediately captivated. The elegance of her long neck, the delicate slope of her shoulders, her slender waist, and her alluring curves drew his gaze repeatedly. He vowed to himself that he was merely appreciating beauty, devoid of any ulterior motives. As they drove at a leisurely pace, Chu Yanxi was particularly cautious whenever she was with Jiang Qiu. Under normal circumstances, she would have pressed the accelerator to the floor. An hour later, the two arrived at the 21st floor of the International Finance Center. Jiang Qiu glanced around and noticed that the entire floor housed only the Canali store. Miss Chu, welcome, welcome. As soon as they stepped out of the elevator, a woman in her 30s approached Chu Yanxi with enthusiasm. She was Jiang Qiu, the store manager of Canali. While the store typically had numerous customers, few ever warranted her personal greeting at the entrance. Chu Yanxi was an exception. She was the store's most significant patron, spending over 10 million annually. For Jiang Qiu, this meant everything to her livelihood. Therefore, upon receiving a call from Chu Yanxi the previous day, she had prepared diligently. Hello, Manager Jiang, this is my friend Jiang Qiu. I mentioned I would have his measurements taken yesterday, Chu Yanxi said, instinctively leaning closer to him during the introduction. Observing this, Jiang Qiu recognized that Jiang Qiu was the focus of the day and promptly extended a warm welcome. Good day, Mr. Jiang. We are truly delighted to have you here. Hello, Jiang Qiu replied with a nod. Jiang Qiu then led him to the VIP room, while Chu Yanxi attempted to join, only to be playfully blocked by Jiang Qiu at the door. Want to see me undress? That one tea do. Chu Yanxi's face flushed as her intentions were unveiled. Senior, you can wait for me outside. There's no need to come in, Jiang Qiu chuckled. All right, just be careful. Chu Yanxi reluctantly turned away. Jiang Qiu nearly laughed at the scene, but managed to stifle it, realizing the importance of maintaining a good relationship with her major client to secure future business. After a brief wait, a team of about 10 staff members entered, equipped with various tools. This spectacle was indeed quite impressive. At the end of the line, a man in his 50s, an Italian, approached. Good day, sir. I am a tailor, Jose. It is a pleasure to serve you, he said in somewhat halting Mandarin before commencing with the measurements. Creating a bespoke suit necessitated a multitude of measurements to ensure a perfect fit, unlike factory-made suits, which follow a standard size that rarely satisfies everyone. This disparity explains why some individuals appear as corporate leaders in suits, while others resemble real estate agents. The quality of a suit truly reflects its cost. As Jose took measurements, he called out the sizes, 81, 79, 86, while a nearby assistant meticulously recorded each figure. Their coordination seamless. Sir, your physique is remarkable. After nearly 40 years in tailoring, I seldom encounter such an exemplary build. Once the measurements were complete, Jose couldn't help but express his admiration. Thank you, Jiang Qiu replied politely. Due to his exceptional physique, which he maintained effortlessly thanks to the system, he had no need for extensive workouts. Following the measurements, Jose presented a sleeveless top for Jiang Qiu to try on, recording additional key data for comparison. After approximately half an hour, all measurements were finalized, and Jiang Qiu exited the room first. How'd it go? All set? Chu Yanxi had been waiting at the door. Of course, it was merely a matter of taking measurements. Jiang Qiu just, what? Are you afraid I might be devoured? Well, a little concerned, Chu Yanxi nodded earnestly. Just then, Jose emerged from inside, and, upon seeing Chu Yanxi, couldn't resist complimenting her. Miss Chu, your boyfriend possesses an extraordinary physique, even more so than models. I dare say many girls would envy you. Hearing this, Chu Yanxi felt a surge of joy but cautiously glanced at Jiang Qiu, fearing he might refute the statement. Jiang Qiu smiled, neither denying nor affirming it, which delighted Chu Yanxi. As long as it didn't contradict her, she felt one step closer to success. Next came a selection of fabrics and styles for the suits. Chu Yanxi suggested acquiring one of each style for variety, allowing for a different ensemble every day. However, Jiang Qiu promptly dismissed the notion. Ultimately, he chose only 2 suits, one black and one light blue, along with 2 shirts, 2 ties, a belt, and a dozen pairs of socks. Once selections were made, manager Zheng Mikey approached to finalize the payment, presenting a bill amounting to 18,000 yuan. Chu Yanxi feigned a casual glance before swiftly retrieving her card to settle the bill. After their departure, Zheng Mikey's expression turned peculiar. Was this how young people conducted themselves nowadays? It turned out Chu Yanxi had sent her a message earlier, preemptively settling the bill. The subsequent 18,000 yuan invoice was merely part of the act. Given her status as a major client, Zheng Mikey could hardly refuse. Yet, she found herself perplexed as to the true nature of their relationship. Chapter 53. The Perils of Soft Rice. Just a hair's breadth away as they descended in the elevator, Jiang Qiu turned to Chu Yanxi, feeling slightly exasperated. Be honest with me. How much did you actually spend? Do you think I wouldn't recognize quality? He continued, scabal fabric for 2 suits, and you tell me it costs 18,000? That doesn't even account for the rush fee. If it were that inexpensive, the store would surely go bankrupt. Didn't I just show you the bill? It wasn't much, Chu Yanxi replied with an innocent expression, one that might deceive an unsuspecting person. All right, if you refuse to speak the truth, I want to accompany you to the gala. Jiang Qiu feigned irritation. Please don't say that. I'll tell you the truth. Chu Yanxi hudiden et lai. The fabric was a bit pricey, totaling 108,000. I just had them drop a 0. She cheekily made a face at Jiang Qiu. Wasn't scabal fabric worth around 800,000 to 900,000? Jiang Qiu remarked, bewildered. You mean to tell me 2 suits cost just 108,000? Wait, you actually know? A hint of surprise flickered in Chu Yanxi's beautiful eyes. She had believed she knew everything about Jiang Qiu. But their time together revealed he had elevated himself significantly in appearance, capability, and wealth. Nonetheless, he remained fundamentally unchanged, a constant she cherished. After a moment, Chu Yanxi regained her composure and gazed at Jiang Qiu tenderly, unable to restrain herself. If you're not ready for marriage yet, let us just be boyfriend and girlfriend for now. Senior, are you trying to change the subject again? Jiang Qiu couldn't help but touch her forehead, noting it was cool to the touch. In a flash, Chu Yanxi's face flushed crimson. Jiang Qiu's hand was so soft, she wished he would caress her again. Ahem, where were we? Jiang Qiu sighed. The gift you gave me was rather extravagant, making me feel like a kept man. Is soft rice not delicious? Chu Yanxi teased. I have over $1 billion in savings. If you're willing to be with me, I can spend it all on you. My company, once listed, will be valued at nearly 500 billion. To me, that is merely a number. I would prefer to share it with you. So please, don't reject me, all right? Chu Yanxi's voice was melodious, evoking an enchanting charm. As she spoke, she took a half-step closer, extending her slender finger to gently lift Jiang Qiu's chin. The confines of the elevator were already rather limited, and as the 2 individuals drew ever closer, a chime signaled their arrival at the 4th floor. Upon hearing the announcement, Chu Yanxi immediately felt a surge of anxiety. She hastily stepped back, turning to shield her eyes with her hands. They had come alarmingly close to an uncomfortable moment. At that instant, her cheeks flushed crimson, and her heart raced uncontrollably. Despite having practiced diligently the previous evening, why did her confidence falter at such a critical juncture? She felt a pang of regret. The elevator had been empty, a perfect opportunity squandered. Surely, Jiang Qiu would be on guard now, wouldn't he? For a brief moment, silence enveloped them. Upon exiting the elevator, Jiang Qiu released a sigh of relief, narrowly escaping an awkward situation. To be candid, he had been on the verge of surrendering at that very moment. Thankfully, the elevator had reached its destination. Otherwise, he would have found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Where were we? Jiang Qiu broke the silence, attempting to regain composure. Oh, I can't recall either, Chu Yanxi replied, her gaze cast downward, feigning contemplation while her mind was in disarray. Actually, I wanted to mention that I have quite a bit of money. Jiang Qiu hesitated, pondering whether he ought to return the funds meant for clothing, considering that accepting financial support from a wealthy benefactor required a certain moral integrity. After all, those affluent women who provided for him were merely seeking companionship. In other words, without investment, there could be no returns. Not long ago, Jiang Qiu had encountered a headline reading, "Rich woman in Hangzhou brutally assaults young male companion." The story recounted how a wealthy woman had lavished hundreds of thousands on a young man, only to discover he was flirting with other women. Enraged, she confronted him and delivered a series of slaps, publicly humiliating him. Reflecting on this, Jiang Qiu felt a twinge of sympathy for the young man. One should never strike the face. If one possesses wealth, it is best to keep it for oneself, as he would never reclaim what he had given away. Chu Yanxi, shaking her fist with resolute determination, proclaimed, "Very well then." Jiang Qiu, fearing a potential blow, relented. "By the way, I mentioned I would teach you to dance yesterday. Let us begin now." With newfound courage, Chu Yanxi stepped forward, plunging herself into Jiang Qiu's embrace. The proximity left little room for him to react, and a delightful fragrance enveloped him, igniting a fervor in his heart. Today, Chu Yanxi wore a sleeveless top that accentuated her silhouette, inadvertently triggering Jiang Qiu's sensitive nerves. In that fleeting moment, he felt an involuntary rush of emotion. At the same time, Chu Yanxi sensed a shift in atmosphere. Her snug linen trousers clung to her curves, amplifying the sensitivity of her legs, particularly to external stimuli, which heightened her already tense state. In a sudden instinctive motion, her hand reached out. In a twist of fate, the friction between them intensified. When Chu Yanxi realized something was amiss, her mind was in a haze, yet her grip did not loosen. She truly lacked experience in such matters. Having been preoccupied with her career, she had rarely indulged in leisure activities, let alone romantic pursuits. Although she had always projected an assertive demeanor, intent on winning Jiang Qiu's affection, she found herself utterly bewildered at this critical juncture. Chapter 54. Chu Yanxi's exclusive mission. Senior, are you certain this is how we dance? Jiang Qiu raised an eyebrow, casting a bemused glance at the flustered Chu Yanxi in his arms. Surely, didn't he mistake her current position for something more casual? At that moment, Chu Yanxi finally recognized the awkwardness of the situation and fled from Jiang Qiu's embrace, instinctively placing her hands behind her back. Who am I? Where am I? What have I done? She was utterly flabbergasted. Chu Yanxi vowed that she had never engaged in such bold behavior before. Initially, she had intended to gradually win over Jiang Qiu, but the pace had escalated far too quickly. What to do? What to do? It was all Ling Ling's fault for leading her astray. Achoo! Meanwhile, at home, Li Lingling, basking in the air conditioning, suddenly sneezed. What was that? Is someone speaking ill of me? It couldn't be. She hadn't wronged anyone recently. After pondering for a moment, an ominous feeling washed over her. This morning, Chu Yanxi had left home and had yet to return. Last night, she had playfully encouraged her friend to pursue Jiang Qiu. But had she truly taken her words to heart? With a sense of urgency, Li Lingling grabbed her phone and sent a message to Chu Yanxi. Li Lingling, Xiao Shi. How'd the date go? Setting her phone down, she felt a wave of unease. If Chu Yanxi truly followed her advice, it was bound to end in disaster. Moments later, a notification indicated a new message, and Li Lingling quickly opened it. Chu Yanxi, it went well. Reading those two words sent a shiver down Li Lingling's spine. After years of friendship, she understood her best friend all too well. Whenever Chu Yanxi was in a bad mood, her responses were always brief. Oh no, oh no, Li Lingling's mind raced. She was acutely aware of Jiang Qiu's significance in Chu Yanxi's life. If her suggestion had indeed caused a rift between them, her own fate would surely be dire. The more she thought about it, the more dreadful it seemed. Unable to sit still, she sprang into action, hastily packing her belongings, discarding clothing and shoes, only taking valuables. In no time, she was dragging a suitcase, making a hasty exit from the villa. This is too much. Li Lingling stood outside the community gate, feeling a pang of reluctance. Yet, she had no choice. If she stayed, her situation could worsen. It was best to lay low for a while. At the Qiuajin Center, Jiang Qiu and Chu Yanxi wandered aimlessly through the mall. Their striking appearances attracted attention wherever they went, yet an odd tension hung in the air between them. Chu Yanxi kept her head down, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. She would occasionally glance at Jiang Qiu, but upon meeting his gaze, she quickly averted her eyes. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but chuckle. Senior, why do you keep stealing glances? Doi. Chu Yanxi responded defensively, immediately shifting her gaze elsewhere. She then attempted to change the subject. The clothes will be ready tomorrow afternoon. They'll deliver them to you, and I'll pick you up at 6. All right. Jiang Qiu nodded, choosing not to press further. From his vantage point, he noticed that Chu Yanxi's once fair skin had taken on a rosy hue. He genuinely feared that if he continued to speak, she might just vanish entirely. Ding dong. A pretty face is common, but an intriguing soul is a rare find. Exclusive mission. The system has detected that the host has passed by the Van Cleef Arpels boutique. Please lead Chu Yanxi to make a reasonable expenditure of 1 million. Mission reward, to be calculated based on Chu Yanxi's shopping satisfaction. This mission piqued Jiang Qiu's interest. He silently commended the system. After all, Chu Yanxi had gifted him such an extravagant suit. He ought to express his gratitude in some manner. Senior, this store seems rather nice. Should we take a look? Jiang Qiu inquired tentatively. Oh, I don't think so. Chu Yanxi typically showed little interest in jewelry, preferring fast cars instead. The necklaces and bracelets she usually wears are mostly purchased by Li Lingling for her. They're merely for the sake of attending formal occasions, nothing more. I find them quite appealing. Let's go take a look. This time, Jiang Qiu did not wait for Chu Yanxi's response, but directly took her hand. Chu Yanxi shuddered slightly and obediently followed Jiang Qiu inside. Had it been anyone else, she would have certainly resisted. Yet, at this moment, for reasons unknown, she felt utterly powerless. Van Cleef Arpels has gained considerable popularity in recent years, not only for its lucky clover designs, but also for its daunting prices, which have endeared it to young women. At some point, many girls adopted the notion that if their boyfriend does not gift them a four-leaf clover necklace, it signifies a lack of love. It must be said that this indirectly boosted the sales of these necklaces. Wow, is this four-leaf clover really so expensive? Chu Yanxi whispered to Jiang Qiu after glancing around. Jiang Qiu looked puzzled. A brand once provided me with a few sets, but I gave them all away. Chu Yanxi explained, genuinely unaware of the prices. Jiang Qiu smiled and said, perfect. Today, I shall gift you a set. Let us see what you like. Without waiting for Chu Yanxi's reply, he promptly selected a classic Alhambra necklace. This necklace is composed of 10 clover motifs inlaid with diamonds, exuding an air of nobility. Excuse me, could we take a look at this necklace? Jiang Qiu called for a sales assistant. Certainly, sir. Please hold on a moment. The assistant cautiously retrieved the 10-flower necklace, which shone brilliantly under the lights, crafted entirely from white gold with 10 clover designs. Jiang Qiu personally adorned Chu Yanxi with it, just fitting around her fair, slender neck, with the front resting just below her collarbone. What do you think? Do you like it? Jiang Qiu inquired. What is your opinion? Chu Yanxi responded, filled with a slight joy as she caressed the necklace Jiang Qiu had placed on her, growing increasingly enamored with it. She discovered that she indeed had a fondness for jewelry, but it depended on who the giver was. It's beautiful, especially fitting for you. Jiang Qiu nodded with a smile, then instructed the assistant to package it for purchase. By the way, let us also take a look at the matching bracelet. Jiang Qiu added, this bracelet shares the same design element as the necklace. It merely features 5 clovers instead of 10, resulting in a price reduction of nearly a third. The 10-flower necklace costs 432, 700 yuan, while the 5-flower bracelet is priced at 332, 800 yuan. Van Cleef Arpels pricing is that straightforward. One could say each flower has its price. The more flowers, the higher the cost. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but reflect that such a simple and clear pricing strategy might be a reason for Van Cleef Arpels' success. Chapter 55, Super Double. Rich rewards before long. The assistant brought out the 5-flower bracelet. Jiang Qiu once again personally adorned Chu Yanxi with it. Her wrist looked exquisite, fair and slender, complemented by her delicate fingers, evoking an urge to hold her hand. Jiang Qiu grasped Chu Yanxi's hand. The design of white gold and diamonds suited her perfectly. Do you like it? Jiang Qiu asked. Chu Yanxi note that. Throughout, she had allowed herself to be guided, and witnessing Jiang Qiu's earnest demeanor made her heart melt. Let us settle the bill. Jiang Qiu turned and revealed the payment code. The assistant was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend the situation. Although their store often served wealthy clientele, encountering someone as extravagant as Jiang Qiu was a first. It's worth noting that these 2 pieces of jewelry were not inexpensive, as the classic Alhambra series is priced quite high at Van Cleef Arpels. In contrast, entry-level accessories are merely a few tens of thousands. However, the total for these 2 pieces was nearly 1 million, enough to purchase a house in a second-tier city. Jiang Qiu, let me handle this. Chu Yanxi suddenly transformed from a delicate woman into an imposing figure. In her view, Jiang Qiu only needed to choose. She would take care of the payment. No, you must listen to me on this matter. Jiang Qiu firmly grasped Chu Yanxi's hand, denying her any chance to protest. Their tussle over the bill left the assistant in awe. Typically, young beauties accompanying wealthy patrons eagerly hoped for the richest to purchase the most expensive items, rarely spending their own money. What was going on today? This couple was strikingly attractive, and their eagerness to split the bill indicated they were not of ordinary means. Such a celestial couple was truly enviable. Hello, sir, your total comes to 765, 500 yuan. Do you have our membership card? If not, I can assist you in obtaining one, which will grant you exclusive membership status and 2 hours of complimentary parking daily. The assistant politely presented the bill, kindly reminding him about the membership. All right, let us get one then. Jiang Qiu nodded. Parking fees in the metropolis are exorbitant, and the system does not reimburse. Therefore, getting a card was prudent. Every little bit saved counts. By the way, Let us settle this bill first, and then we can browse for more. Jiang Qiu glanced at the bill. They still hadn't reached 1 million, and were short by over 20,000. Since the task was not completed, leaving was out of the question. Van Cleef Arpels jewelry isn't cheap. Casually selecting a few more pieces would easily surpass 1 million. Soon, Jiang Qiu completed the WeChat payment, successfully settling the 500 yuan. Senior, I think we should select a few more items. While the assistant was helping to process the membership card, Jiang Qiu pulled Chu Yanxi to examine other jewelry. No way, you've already spent enough. Chu Yanxi had grown accustomed to Jiang Qiu grasping her hand, but was still unaccustomed to him spending money on her. Do you think this ring is beautiful? Jiang Qiu pointed at a ring shaped like 2 butterflies and called the assistant to showcase it. Of course, sir, please hold on. The assistant was exceedingly enthusiastic. Jiang Qiu had just made a genuine purchase of over 700,000 yuan, which was a significant achievement. Before long, the assistant presented the butterfly ring, placing it on the glass counter. Jiang Qiu again adorned Chu Yanxi with it, and her cheeks flushed slightly. One must understand, the significance of a ring differs from that of other accessories, inevitably igniting Chu Yanxi's thoughts. It's rather lovely, Jiang Qiu observed attentively. Chu Yanxi's long fingers appeared even more beautiful with the ring adorning them. Chu Yanxi moved her left hand, inspecting the ring, and nodded in satisfaction. Jiang Qiu noted that this ring was priced at over 200,000 yuan, and combined with previous purchases, they still hadn't reached 1 million. Hence, he called the assistant again. Please bring out that lotus-shaped ring for us to see. The assistant promptly complied, retrieving the lotus-shaped ring, which was adorned with diamonds. Appearing exceptionally exquisite, Jiang Qiu first removed the butterfly ring and placed the new lotus ring on Chu Yanxi's finger, then held her hand to examine it. This one is also quite lovely, Jiang Qiu remarked. The lotus shape is indeed beautiful, Chu Yanxi agreed. The butterfly ring featured 2 butterflies, one inlaid with clear diamonds and the other with pinkish-purple gems. The lotus ring, on the other hand, was entirely composed of transparent diamonds, each ring possessing its unique charm. Which one do you prefer? Jiang Qiu inquired playfully. Chu Yanxi, surprisingly, took the question seriously. Jiang Qiu observed silently, unable to suppress a smile. Had she perhaps forgotten that she was, in fact, a wealthy heiress? In such circumstances, it is of course all or nothing. Charge both rings together, Jiang Qiu said to the sales assistant. The butterfly ring was priced at 169 yuan, and the lotus ring at 180,000 yuan. Adding the previous expenditure of 500 yuan, the total consumption had soared to 145,669 yuan. Remarkably, only 20 minutes had elapsed since Jiang Qiu and Chu Yanxi had entered Van Cleef Arpels. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, on completing your exclusive mission. The system has detected that Chu Yanxi's shopping satisfaction level is at a perfect 100 points. Furthermore, the system confirms that Chu Yanxi's satisfaction with the host is also at an impressive 100 points. Special note, due to the host's exceptional recognition from Chu Yanxi, this reward is super doubled. Reward 1. Congratulations, host, you have received a cashback of 100 times the amount spent. Reward 2. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a senior level dancing skills reward. Reward 3. Congratulations, host, you have secured a virtual currency reward worth 10 million on the Douyin platform. Note 1. The cashback rewards originate from various investment market funds, classified as untraceable legal funds, and will not incur any financial or legal risks. Note 2. The senior level dancing skills will be acquired through a combination of memory transmission and muscle memory, ensuring there are no adverse reactions. The host need not worry. Note 3. The system has automatically credited the host's Douyin account with 10 million virtual currency. Oh, virtual currency worth 10 million on Douyin? Jiang Qiu immediately inquired. Can this virtual currency be gifted to oneself and then withdrawn? There are no restrictions. The system responded. Jiang Qiu chuckled. Truly a perfect life system. No restrictions indeed align with the concept of a perfect life. As for actually gifting oneself, Jiang Qiu pondered. Perhaps it was unnecessary. Chapter 56. Bitten? Must have been a female mosquito. After their shopping excursion, Chu Yanxi drove Jiang Qiu back to the university. She was genuinely elated today. Receiving gifts from someone she cherished was far more gratifying than earning billions. Before parting, she mustered the courage to embrace Jiang Qiu. After 3 years, it felt as if she had rediscovered that warmth. With Jiang Qiu by her side, she always felt exceptionally secure. 10 minutes later, noticing that Chu Yanxi showed no sign of letting go, Jiang Qiu couldn't help but chuckle. Senior, I can hardly breathe. I'm sorry, did I hurt you? Chu Yanxi reluctantly returned to her seat, concern etched on her face as she gazed at Jiang Qiu. It's nothing. Jiang Qiu's expression was peculiar. He felt a strange sensation. The two settled on a time to meet the following day before Jiang Qiu finally exited the car and returned to his dormitory. Brother Qiu, you're back. In the dorm, Zhao Mingrui was sprawled on his bed, engrossed in his phone. Jiang Qiu glanced over. Curiosity piqued. Are you alone? Where's everyone? Liang Ge went home for the holiday, and Lao Qian went to another campus to meet girls. Zhao Mingrui replied, then suddenly noticed a reddish mark on Jiang Qiu's neck, prompting him to ask curiously, Brother Qiu, what happened to your neck? Did someone bite you? Jiang Qiu, puzzled, quickly opened his phone's camera to check. There, to his dismay, was a lip mark. Oh no, he had unwittingly been taken advantage of. Thankfully, Zhao Mingrui was preoccupied with his phone, providing a perfect opportunity to cover up. With a serious demeanor, Jiang Qiu replied, yes, I was bitten. There are just too many mosquitoes these days. Indeed, be cautious. That swelling looks like it must have been a female mosquito, Zhao Mingrui remarked, not scrutinizing further, and returned to his phone. Seizing the moment, Jiang Qiu retrieved a band-aid from his emergency kit, effectively concealing the mark. That was close. Once finished, he comfortably reclined on his bed. Today's gains were substantial. Jiang Qiu logged into his Douyin account and saw that the recharge rewards had been credited. He must now be considered a wealthy patron on the Douyin platform, right? According to Douyin's regulations, recharging 1 yuan equated to 10 Douyin coins, and 10 million yuan would amount to 1 billion Douyin coins. However, withdrawing those funds will be more complicated. Firstly, one must register as a streamer. Only then could they receive gifts. Personal streamers would see 70 of their earnings deducted after receiving gifts, leaving them with only 30 of the total. Alternatively, joining a guild would increase the revenue share to 45 or even higher, but required signing a long-term streaming contract, necessitating punctual live streaming every day. Was it truly worth becoming a streamer just for that sum? Jiang Qiu thought not. Calculating the potential earnings as a personal streamer, if he gifted himself 10 million, theoretically, he would net 3 million. Yet, with a 20 income tax deducted, the actual amount he would receive would be a mere 4 million. Such a method of monetization was exceedingly unworthy. If he simply watched live streams on his Douyin account, that 10 million would retain its value. Why not enjoy the company of female streamers instead? However, Jiang Qiu had no immediate intention of gifting. He had no particular favorite streamers and was wary of the true appearances behind the beauty filters. What if he ended up with someone like Xiao Biluo? That would be a regrettable expenditure. Jiang Qiu was open to gifting, but was averse to rewarding tricksters. Moreover, since meeting Chu Yanxi, he had lost interest in those online personas. After all, with a real person in front of him, who would seek validation online. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Qiu's feelings for Chu Yanxi were also evolving. Meanwhile, upon returning to her villa, Chu Yanxi was taken aback to find Li Lingling absent. She searched her room only to discover that even her suitcase was gone. Ah, so she has fled. Chu Yanxi was exasperated. Her friend was utterly unreliable. After constantly suggesting poor ideas, now she dared to run away? With this thought, Chu Yanxi took out her phone and sent Li Lingling a WeChat message. I have a friend who suddenly disappeared one day. Li Lingling replied almost instantly. And then what? Chu Yanxi continued. Then I have her father's phone number and am about to contact her uncle. Li Lingling, don't. I believe your friend hasn't disappeared. She'll be back soon. Chu Yanxi, there's only one chance. I'm giving her half an hour. Li Lingling, au revoir. 20 minutes later, Li Lingling dashed back from the school dormitory, dragging her suitcase. Humph, so you decided to return? Chu Yanxi asked sternly as she sat in the living room. Li Lingling grinned. Hee miss, I'm just trying to make things convenient for you. Oh, so I misjudged you? Chu Yanxi rolled her eyes in exasperation. Sister, I'm actually ensuring your happiness with Qiuge by giving you both some space. Li Lingling declared animatedly. Just think, after a day of shopping, wouldn't you want a place to rest? There's south no place as comfortable as home. Look, I've even boiled water for you. You're rambling again. Before Li Lingling could finish, a throw pillow soared through the air, silencing her. MMM. Those words were far too embarrassing. The mere thought of Jiang Qiu bathing in her home made Chu Yanxi's heart race uncontrollably. Was she perhaps too conservative? Did young people today take things to that level on a first date? Miss, I'm only looking out for your best interests. After breaking free, Li Lingling hastily added, don't forget, the final step in our plan is to turn uncooked rice into a perfectly cooked dish. I believe it's time for me to impart some knowledge in that regard. Otherwise, if you remain like this, even if Jiang Qiu were to undress before you, you wouldn't know how to proceed. Upon hearing these ruthless words, Chu Yanxi couldn't help but cover her face. Through her palm, she could feel the warmth on her cheeks. All right then, I'll find you some captivating illustrated manuals. Li Lingling quickly offered. Chu Yanxi looked up, bewildered. Illustrated manuals? Ahem, I mean professional guides and skill books. Li Lingling said with a mischievous grin. They provide very detailed explanations. I guarantee you'll master it in no time. Get several copies. After saying this, Chu Yanxi fled the living room as if escaping. Though embarrassed, she knew she had to learn. Otherwise, as Li Lingling said, even if Jiang Qiu lay right in front of her, she wouldn't seize the opportunity. Just then, her WeChat notification sounded. Chu Yanxi's immediate thought was that Jiang Qiu was messaging her, so she quickly picked up her phone. It was Qinli. May I have the honor of inviting you to dance at tomorrow's banquet? Disappointment washed over Chu Yanxi, and she replied coldly, No, I already have an invitation. Chapter 57. Has Goddess Chu officially announced her relationship? The dreams of 900 million admirers shattered Qinli. No way. Qinli, you've never accepted anyone else's invitation before? Qinli, give me a chance, please. Qinli, please reply to me. Chu Yanxi ignored him afterward. She had only responded to deter any disturbance at tomorrow's banquet. Over the past 3 years, many had pursued her. Qinli was relatively normal among them, so she did not want to be harsh. After all, aspiring to do business domestically involved many powerful factions. The Qin family was influential in Modu, and Qinli himself was known as the supreme overlord of Modu. Yet Chu Yanxi remained indifferent toward him. Meanwhile, a group of wealthy second-generation heirs in Modu gathered for a party. Qinli was among them, along with numerous second- and third-tier celebrities. Though none of the women attracted his interest, he was fixated on his phone, pondering the meaning behind Chu Yanxi's message. As a prominent heir in Modu, Qinli's family wielded more power than Xiao Wang's. Over the years, he had pursued countless beauties and never faced rejection, until 3 years ago. At a business banquet, Chu Yanxi's appearance captivated the wealthy heirs of Modu, Qinli included. To these heirs, celebrities, internet celebrities, and models were mere playthings. Genuine success in marrying into affluent families was mostly achieved through alliances of comparable status. A paragon of beauty, intellect, and wealth like Chu Yanxi naturally became the coveted prize of all wealthy heirs. However, reality was harsh. These presumptuous heirs were completely annihilated in her presence. The most memorable was Xiao Wang from the family of the former richest man in the country. He orchestrated a romantic proposal, hoping to win Chu Yanxi over with his rustic charm. Instead, he was publicly rejected and his family's company suffered a severe blow. After this incident, these heirs realized that their once vaunted capital meant nothing before this woman. Chu Yanxi's wealth was on par with their families, commanding their reverence. Since then, no one dared to openly confess their feelings. Yet Qinli, confident he was superior to Xiao Wang, never gave up. Though cautious, he occasionally sent WeChat greetings, all unrequited. Why is it that at these banquets, she was always alone before? Qinli grumbled, feeling like a humble sycophant who ended up with nothing despite his efforts. What is wrong, Li Ge? His friend Wang Ziajin asked curiously. I wanted to invite Chu Yanxi to dance tomorrow, but she said she accepted someone else's invitation. Qinli said, downing his drink bitterly. No way. Goddess Chu actually accepted someone else's invite? Wang Ziajin was incredulous but considerate, comforting him. It's probably not someone from our circle. If so, no worries, they're doomed to fail. Whoever she favors must be extraordinary. Qinli replied sourly, Tomorrow. I want to see what this person looks like. Simultaneously, gossip about Chu Yanxi spread swiftly among Modu's second-generation elite. Extra. Goddess Chu will bring a male companion to dance tomorrow. Let us watch and see. Shocking. President Chu has a boyfriend and will make it official tomorrow. Dreams of 900 million admirers shattered. Who is this lucky man? Rumor says he is not from the circle, but is very handsome. Whoever wins, Chu Yanxi's favor must be exceptional. Can't wait to see his dance moves tomorrow. Li Lingling, also part of this circle and a member of a second-generation sisterhood group, often indulged in gossip there. Usually, she was a spectator. But today, she unexpectedly stumbled upon news about her close friend. If it were just Chu Yanxi attending the banquet, it wouldn't arouse much attention. But the news that she would bring a boyfriend ignited storm. Chu Yanxi's influence was tremendous, beyond her flawless beauty and capability. She had declined numerous suitors from affluent families. Now, the question was, what kind of man would she choose? After seeing the news, Li Lingling immediately took screenshots and sent them to Chu Yanxi. Lingling, where did this rumor come from? Chu Yanxi frowned slightly after reading the messages. Usually, she would welcome someone making their relationship with Jiang Qiu public. But with the banquet tomorrow, such sudden hype seemed sinister. I asked a friend, Li Lingling explained. Initially, Qinli spread the news, which Wang Ziajin later leaked. I feel something off. Didn't Qinli pursue you? Why is he now broadcasting that you have a boyfriend? Li Lingling added. Upon hearing this, a colder glint appeared in Chu Yanxi's eyes. Having spent years in business, she easily discerned the underlying motives. In the wealthy circles, there were many tiers. Families like Qin Li's, wealthy for generations, looked down on nouveau riche. Especially in aristocratic etiquette, having received elite Western education from childhood was a hallmark of top-tier heirs, something the nouveau riche lacked. To Chu Yanxi, Qin Li's publicizing that she would bring a male companion tomorrow was undoubtedly aimed at Jiang Qiu. He first praised Jiang Qiu highly, then planned to expose any imperfections during the banquet, ensuring Jiang Qiu's embarrassment. Everyone harbors a contrarian streak when someone extols another's virtues before you. Any minor flaw you witness later makes that person seem mediocre. This is the art of backhanded flattery. Chu Yanxi frowned deeply, but was he worried about Jiang Qiu's appearance? Jiang Qiu was exceedingly handsome, rivaling only a handful of celebrities. Chu Yanxi was apprehensive, as Jiang Qiu did not possess any dancing skills. Initially, she had intended to teach Jiang Qiu how to dance, but the events of that day had been too embarrassing, leading both of them to refrain from mentioning the subject again. Furthermore, time was limited, and mastering a dance in such a short span was exceedingly challenging. Chu Yanxi had resolved not to dance at the upcoming soiree, content with having Jiang Qiu by her side. However, with the news now circulating, if she chose not to dance, it would undoubtedly provide fodder for gossipers. While she could bear the scrutiny herself, she could not bear to see Jiang Qiu suffer. Chapter 58. Jiang Qiu was quite displeased, and the ramifications were severe. Realizing this, Chu Yanxi sent a message to Qin Li. Have your people retract the announcement. You finally replied to me. Qin Li feigned ignorance. What announcement? Chu Yanxi retorted, if you do not delete the announcement, Duyan will cease to provide your company with promotional opportunities and blacklist you. Think carefully, although blacklisting clients would incur losses for her as well. She was not concerned about the repercussions. When it came to protecting Jiang Qiu, she would go to any lengths. Qin Li, no way. I'll delete it right now. He quickly capitulated. He was genuinely frightened. After all, Chu Yanxi's tactic was exceedingly ruthless, cornering him to a point of desperation. The reality was that the physical economy had been struggling in recent years, with many preferring to shop online. Douyin had become a favored platform, and many merchants relied on it for their sales. If he were to sever his company's financial lifeline, although it wouldn't lead to bankruptcy, the losses would be substantial. Most importantly, the family business was not solely under his control. If his parents discovered the source of the issue, he would likely find himself in serious trouble. As he pondered this, Qin Li couldn't help but shudder. After all, the fate of Xiao Wang was still fresh in his mind, and he had no doubt that Chu Yanxi was capable of such drastic measures. Succumbing to fear, he hastily instructed his friends to delete all announcements. However, by that time, the news had already spread, and the situation had escalated. Many reached out to Chu Yanxi seeking confirmation. Chu Goddess, do you really have a boyfriend? Sister Chu, could you please show me a picture of your boyfriend? Will he attend the soiree tomorrow? I'm truly excited to see you both dance. You will surely be the center of attention. Chu Yanxi's influence was immense, and the news of her bringing a partner continued to proliferate. She had no means to silence everyone, so she chose to ignore the trivial messages. At that moment, Li Lingling entered the room. She had finally realized that Qin Li's actions were not benevolent. He sought to embarrass Jiang Qiu. Xiaoxi, that Qin Li is truly wicked, Li Lingling exclaimed. He is intentionally stirring trouble, and I've heard many friends express their desire to investigate tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Chu Yanxi furrowed her brow. If an adversary in the business world employed deceit against her, she would not be perturbed. After all, business is akin to warfare, where one must counter every move. However, the thought of someone attempting to humiliate Jiang Qiu was far more intolerable than any embarrassment she might face herself. This is my fault. I should not have mentioned my plans to Qin Li in advance, Chu Yanxi said, a hint of guilt in her voice. I merely wished for a quiet evening with Jiang Qiu, but now it seems increasingly absurd. I doubt I can maintain a low profile tomorrow. In truth, Jiang Qiu's looks were not an issue. It was merely his dancing skills that were uncertain. Li Lingling, having seen Jiang Qiu, attested that he was quite handsome. The dilemma lay in his lack of dancing ability. Chu Yanxi shook her head. You know that in our circle, we place great importance on artistic aesthetics. If he cannot dance, they will undoubtedly criticize him. What do you plan to do? Li Lingling was at a loss for words. I don't intend for Jiang Qiu to attend. Chu Yanxi bit her lip. Then the one who will be embarrassed is you. Li Lingling expressed her concern. After all, everyone is aware of this situation, and if you suddenly change your mind, it may not reflect well. It doesn't matter. I truly don't care. Chu Yanxi stated resolutely. I can handle anything said about me, but I do not wish for others to gossip about Jiang Qiu. Ah, this is true love. Li Lingling couldn't help but marvel. Your affection for Jiang Qiu is vastly different from your feelings for others. If Qin Li were to discover your sentiments, he might wish for his own demise. Chu Yanxi grimaced. Don't mention him. Just thinking about him disgusts me. Well, I think you should consult Jiang Qiu about this matter, Li Lingling suggested thoughtfully. After all, he will be marrying you, and he must become accustomed to your lifestyle and integrate into your circle. No need. I genuinely do not care about the social circles. Chu Yanxi fluttered her long eyelashes, her expression dreamy. As long as Jiang Qiu is happy, I will be happy too. Enough. Even now, you're throwing me a handful of dog food. Li Lingling rolled her eyes in exasperation. All right, as long as you're okay, I'll head back to my room to read my romance novels. Once her friend departed, Chu Yanxi fell into deep contemplation. How should she explain the situation to Jiang Qiu? After all, she had already invited him to the soiree. Would it create complications if she suddenly changed her mind? Furthermore, Li Lingling had a point. It was indeed necessary to seek his opinion on the matter. With that thought, Chu Yanxi picked up her phone, navigating to Jiang Qiu's chat window. After multiple revisions and deletions, she finally conveyed the entire situation clearly. What I mean is, perhaps you shouldn't come tomorrow. Those people do not have good intentions. At that moment, Jiang Qiu was engrossed in a game. Upon receiving Chu Yanxi's message, he paused the game. Wow, that is quite a lengthy message. After reading it all, he was left in a state of amusement. He had assumed it was something serious, but it was merely her concern that he might embarrass himself due to his lack of dancing skills. Had this been 2 days prior, he would have gladly accepted her suggestion to abstain. However, now he possessed advanced dancing skills and was eager to showcase them. Jiang Qiu, if I don't go, will you face their gossip? Chu Yanxi, no worries, they aren't wealthier than I am. If anyone dares to provoke me, I'll simply impede their company. Jiang Qiu, oh, that is quite fierce. Chu Yanxi, I think it's fine to go. Chu Yanxi, you don't understand them. If you don't dance, they will certainly speak ill of you behind your back. Jiang Qiu, ahem, I have a secret I've never told you. Chu Yanxi, Jiang Qiu, actually, I know how to ballroom dance. It's not a problem. Chu Yanxi, you can dance? Jiang Qiu, yes, I intended to keep it low-key and surprise you tomorrow. Chu Yanxi, for Jiang Qiu, attending such a soiree held little significance. If it weren't for Chu Yanxi, he would rather spend his time gaming with his roommates. However, Qin Li's actions had left him quite displeased. Thus, he was resolute in his decision to attend the soiree. Chu Yanxi, all right, I'll pick you up tomorrow. We must meet. Jiang Qiu, okay, see you tomorrow. Chapter 59, so adorable that I'm drooling. After concluding their conversation, Jiang Qiu checked the system. Host, Jiang Qiu. Physique, 95 points. Charm, 91 points. Intelligence, 91 points. Skills, advanced driving skills, advanced vocal proficiency, advanced dexterity, advanced dance techniques. Special effects, blessing of fate, unfazed by alcohol. Indomitable spirit, cash account, 1,381, 579, 465 yuan. Douyin wallet, 100,000,000 Douyin coins. Perfect. The reward for advanced dance techniques has been credited. It is time to assess the effects. Jiang Qiu rose, selected a piece of background music, and began to dance in rhythm. His movements were impeccable, his steps light and fluid, akin to flowing water, with no hint of constraint. As the music concluded, Jiang Qiu paused, unable to refrain from commending the perfect life system in his heart. Truly, the advanced dance techniques never disappoint. This sequence of movements surpassed the standard tutorials he had previously learned, rivaling even the prowess of dance artists. Were it not witnessed firsthand, others might have assumed he was a trained professional. Jiang Qiu was confident that he could easily handle a social gathering. Brother Qiu, how long have you been practicing? In the dormitory, Zhao Mingrui could not help but exclaim, your dancing is exceptional. What can I say? Gifted, I suppose, Jiang Qiu replied with a smile. Then shifted the topic. Come on, let us do OQ. I'll treat you to some chicken dinner tonight. Zhao Mingrui, undeterred, immediately retrieved his phone, excitedly stating, let me play a couple more rounds, and I'll reach the rank of ace. That night, the two played until 1 o'clock in the morning. Jiang Qiu's extraordinary dexterity allowed him to hit every target, elevating his rank to invincible champion. What does it mean to play games? Only such divine matches, where one secures victory every time, can truly impart the exhilaration of gaming. The following morning, Jiang Qiu awoke around 9 o'clock. Since it was a holiday, he had no concerns about being late for class. Brothers, I brought you breakfast. At that moment, Qian Shengxian trudged in, visibly fatigued. Where did you gallivant last night? Jiang Qiu inquired, taking a bite of a bun. Cough, I didn't go anywhere. I just took a shower, Qian replied somewhat mysteriously. A shower? Why go out when we have the facilities here? Zhao Mingrui, now awake, curiously asked. Unwanted understand. A shower is a form of culture. A means of spiritual exchange, Qian said, revealing a look of indulgence. No need to elevate it to such lofty heights. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but interject. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mingrui suddenly understood. Cough, enough of that. I'm going to catch a few more hours of sleep. Realizing he could no longer boast, Qian turned and lay down to rest. At 10 o'clock, Jiang Qiu received a call from an unfamiliar number. The custom-tailored suits had arrived, with a staff member personally delivering them. Sir, please try them on to ensure a proper fit. If all is well, kindly sign here, the staff member politely requested. Furthermore, we provide lifelong maintenance and upkeep services free of charge. Should you wish to have them cleaned later, feel free to call us. We are at your service 24 hours a day. Jiang Qiu nodded, acknowledging that the price indeed justified the quality. These two suits could easily purchase a home in a second-tier city, and enjoying such attentive service was entirely reasonable. After signing, Jiang Qiu returned to his room. Opening the exquisite packaging, two finely tailored yet understated suits came into view, radiating an air of gentlemanly sophistication. With a single button closure, notch lapels, center vent, comfortable fabric, and straight lines. The hallmark of Kanali was its tailored waist design, with a balanced proportion between shoulders and hips. Wearing them, Jiang Qiu felt perfectly fitted, the lines appearing remarkably natural. Notably, the cuffs were embroidered with his initials, instantly elevating his status. In the future, he could order more suits, as he now had the means to afford them. After trying them on, Jiang Qiu hung the suits up. Additionally, there were 2 shirts, 2 ties, a belt, and a dozen pairs of socks. Once everything was organized, Jiang Qiu headed to the priciest barbershop near the school. Spending 128 yuan, he had a top stylist craft a dapper hairstyle. As the saying goes, a man relies on his attire just as a horse relies on its saddle. Jiang Qiu was already handsome, but after his haircut, he exuded a distinct masculine charm. As evening approached, at the appointed time, Chu Yanxi arrived punctually downstairs at the dormitory. Dressed in formal attire, she could not drive herself. Since Li Lingling was also attending the banquet, they had a chauffeur bring a luxury van for transportation. I've arrived. I'm waiting downstairs. Upon receiving the message, Jiang Qiu descended to find an ultra-luxurious van awaiting him. The Flana van, with its rich coffee tones, exuded elegance and steadiness. Measuring 12 meters in length, 4 meters in height, and weighing 15 tons, it resembled a small train. Such a colossal vehicle indeed had a hefty fuel consumption, with a full tank costing 8,000 yuan and requiring at least 10 minutes to fill. Is this for real? Jiang Qiu covered his face and quickly boarded. He had to admit that the senior sister was always so low-key when visiting him. Thankfully, it was night and the lighting was dim. Otherwise, he would surely attract attention. Chu Yanxi, upon seeing Jiang Qiu's attire, could hardly divert her gaze. The suit he wore looked exceptionally dashing. The more she looked, the more attractive he became. Sister, could you please be mindful of your image? You're drooling. Li Lingling, unable to bear it any longer, interrupted Chu Yanxi's admiration. Go to hell. Chu Yanxi snapped back, regaining her composure as she playfully pinched Li Lingling's arm. No, please, I was wrong. Li Lingling pleaded for mercy. Mind your image. Your Jiang Qiu is still here. At this, Chu Yanxi paused. Sister, you seriously have drool coming out. Jiang Qiu chuckled from the side. Huh? Chu Yanxi instinctively touched the corner of her mouth, realizing she had indeed been entranced. But had she really drooled? Why do you believe Jiang Qiu's words so readily? Li Lingling exclaimed, covering her head. It's over. You're hopeless. Chu Yanxi looked at Jiang Qiu, then turned and pinched Li Lingling's arm again. Jiang Qiu laughed, finding this side of his senior sister utterly adorable. Chapter 60, Prawn and Pork Heart. A showcase of affection. Jiang Qiu, allow me to introduce you to my best friend, Li Lingling. After venting her frustrations on Li Lingling, Chu Yanxi finally thought to introduce Jiang Qiu. Hello, senior sister. Jiang Qiu pondered for a moment before continuing. I believe we've met before. I owe you my gratitude for your assistance. He recalled the instance in the student council office when Li Lingling had called away Minister Liang Zijian, effectively rescuing him. Hello. No need for thanks, Li Lingling replied with a smile. That was also because of Xiao Shi. If you wish to thank someone, thank her. Yes. I'm grateful to you both, Jiang Qiu nodded, glancing at the bashful Chu Yanxi. By the way, Jiang Qiu, can you really dance the national standard? Li Lingling asked with concern. You know the situation today. There will always be those looking to criticize. Lingling, don't say that. There's nothing to worry about. Chu Yanxi interrupted, wanting to ease Jiang Qiu's pressure. Rest assured, it's not a big deal. Jiang Qiu gave Chu Yanxi an okay gesture. He was quite confident in his abilities, but he was more concerned about whether Chu Yanxi could keep up with his rhythm. Today, she had applied a delicate makeup for the formal occasion. From Jiang Qiu's perspective, she was truly impeccable, adorned in an exquisite black evening gown, tailored to perfection. It accentuated her delicate shoulders, slender waist, curvaceous hips, and long legs, enveloping her figure in graceful contours. Her elongated, slender legs were on full display, complemented by sheer black stockings and elegant black stilettos, exuding an aura of irresistible allure. At the Bulgari Hotel in the bustling metropolis, precisely at 6 o'clock, the trio made their timely entrance into the hotel banquet hall. Li Lingling, ever so considerate, sought out her friend to engage in playful banter, leaving Chu Yanxi and Jiang Qiu to share a moment alone. This mid-autumn gala was graced by social elites, an event where ordinary individuals could scarcely gain entry. Jiang Qiu soon observed several prominent business figures and a few film stars in attendance. Many approached Chu Yanxi with friendly greetings. "President Chu, your physique is simply enviable. President Chu, you look stunning this evening. Wow. President Chu, is this your boyfriend? He is incredibly handsome. My goodness, the two of you make such a striking pair." Jiang Qiu, too, attracted considerable attention, as many were curious about him. On one hand, it was his debut in such circles, and, on the other, Jiang Qiu was undeniably captivating. Numerous women who initially came merely to observe found themselves ensnared by his charm. Some wealthy ladies, if not for Chu Yanxi's presence, might have been tempted to whisk Jiang Qiu away. However, with Chu Yanxi by his side, they dared not make a move. Everyone merely exchanged polite greetings, standing by to gauge the unfolding dynamics, as it was the first time Chu Yanxi had brought a male companion, and no one could predict the outcome. Despite this being Jiang Qiu's first foray into such an event, he exuded calmness. His demeanor was natural, his posture composed, and with the added elegance of his bespoke suit, he radiated the charisma of a successful man. Judging by his aura alone, no one dared underestimate him. Just then, a diminutive man approached from a distance, greeting President Chu. "May I have a moment of your time?" Chu Yanxi frowned slightly, her tone frosty as she replied. "Qin Li, are we so familiar?" With brazen persistence, Qin Li retorted. "Let's not be like that. After all, we've known each other for many years. If there is nothing else, you may leave." Chu Yanxi turned away, disinterested in further engagement. "Wait, it's been a long time. President Chu, you haven't introduced us yet. Is he your partner?" This was his first encounter with Jiang Qiu, and he felt an intense sense of rivalry. Qin Li had initially planned to belittle Jiang Qiu, but now found himself feeling somewhat inferior. Jiang Qiu was undeniably striking. "Hello, Jiang Qiu. How may I assist you?" Jiang Qiu stepped forward, positioning himself protectively behind Chu Yanxi. "Mr. Jiang, it's a pleasure." Qin Li forced a smile, adding, "When the dance begins, I trust you can dance. I look forward to your performance. Please don't embarrass President Chu." Having received a Western education from a young age, he considered dancing to be his forte, believing it to be his greatest advantage over Jiang Qiu. "Looking forward to my performance?" Jiang Qiu chuckled before continuing. "Well then, when Yanxi and I dance, you can observe closely and perhaps learn a thing or two." His words left the room in stunned silence. Chu Yanxi was momentarily taken aback, concerned for Jiang Qiu, given that Qin Li did indeed possess a competitive edge in this realm. Qin Li was momentarily speechless, but quickly regained his composure. "All right, it seems we will be treated to a spectacle today," he proclaimed loudly. "This gentleman has graciously stated that while he dances, we shall all stand by and learn." Laughter erupted among the guests, many of whom were part of Qin Li's circle. "What is happening over there? It seems lively. It appears President Chu's partner is challenging Qin Li to a dance-off. What? The young man is rather handsome, but a bit presumptuous. Qin Li has been trained in this since childhood. Surely he cannot be outdone." The crowd buzzed with speculation. Qin Li, wearing a smug expression, relished the opportunity to reclaim his status in his area of expertise. No matter how handsome Jiang Qiu was, if he lacked skill, he could not thrive in this circle. "We should grab some food before the dancing commences," Jiang Qiu remarked, unfazed by Qin Li's antics, as he turned to Chu Yanxi to seek her approval. Chu Yanxi nodded, obediently following Jiang Qiu toward the buffet. This sight made Qin Li seethe with jealousy. His elaborate scheme was meant to humiliate Jiang Qiu and rekindle Chu Yanxi's affections. Yet here they were, seemingly reveling in each other's company. What was the point of his efforts now? Qin Li felt utterly defeated. The one to be humiliated was him. The onlookers were equally astonished, many of whom were familiar faces. When had Chu Yanxi ever been so compliant? Previously, she had attended events alongside her father, and even a simple invitation for a drink from Chu Yanxi had been met with refusal. Yet now, at a mere glance from Jiang Qiu, she followed him. In a moment that left many in shock, she even fed Jiang Qiu with her own hand. Goodness, that is a heart-wrenching sight. Chapter 61. Utterly Healing. Is Jiang Qiu a kitten? Jiang Qiu, don't feel pressured when we dance. Just follow my rhythm, Chu Yanxi said, her beautiful eyes fixed on him, betraying a hint of worry. After all, this was her first time bringing Jiang Qiu to such an occasion, and it was only natural to feel a bit anxious. Rest assured, just have faith in me, Jiang Qiu replied, calmly enjoying the pastries that Chu Yanxi fed him, seemingly unperturbed by the surrounding scrutiny. All right, senior, that's enough. I'm getting full. Jiang Qiu had intended to nibble on a couple of pieces to satisfy his hunger. But Chu Yanxi's enthusiasm had led to an abundance of treats being offered to him. Oh, my apologies. Chu Yanxi reluctantly ceased her feeding, a hint of disappointment lingering in her heart. Why did feeding Jiang Qiu bring her such joy? It felt as though she had stumbled upon a newfound delight, one that surpassed even her own enjoyment of food. By the way, would you like something to drink? Chu Yanxi inquired with hopeful anticipation. Jiang Qiu pondered for a moment. How about some red wine? Chu Yanxi obediently retrieved a glass of wine, eager to feed it to Jiang Qiu. For some inexplicable reason, this experience evoked memories of her childhood, when she fed a British short-haired kitten in her grandmother's yard. After her mother passed away, she had been sent to her grandmother's house, where she felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness. The only solace came from playing with that little cat. She would bring out treats and watch as the kitten lay on its back, nibbling happily on the snacks in her hand, melting her heart in the process. As she grew older, her studies consumed her time, yet whenever she found a moment, she would indulge in feeding that beloved kitten. In those moments, it felt as if her troubles dissipated. Eventually, that kitten aged and, sadly, passed away. She had wept for days, vowing never to keep another pet again. Yet now, Chu Yanxi found herself rediscovering that cherished feeling. Being able to feed someone she adored brought her a warmth akin to happiness. Ahem, senior, that's enough. Jiang Qiu had already had 3 glasses and could no longer drink. Oh, my apologies, I just momentarily lost my train of thought. Chu Yanxi finally halted, delicately wiping the corner of Jiang Qiu's mouth with a tissue. All right, Miss Chu, it seems the entire venue is merely watching you two bask in your affection. At that moment, Li Lingling suddenly appeared before them. Step aside, eating won't keep your mouth shut. Chu Yanxi waved her fist, wishing she could teach Li Lingling a lesson if she weren't holding a wine glass. A dog-biting Lu Dongbin fails to recognize a kind heart. Li Lingling replied with an aggrieved expression. I came over to remind you that Qinli seems to have contacted a dance instructor, who intends to critique Brother Qiu's dancing skills shortly. Upon hearing this, Chu Yanxi's delicate face instantly turned cold. Qinli truly deserved his fate. It appeared she had been too lenient in the past, thinking he was easy to bully. Jiang Qiu, however, remained indifferent, even finding it amusing. If the other party merely sought to assess him through dance, he was bound to have the upper hand. His advanced dance skills would undoubtedly overshadow any instructor's teachings. Furthermore, dance, being an art form that can be expressed externally, leaves no room for hidden manipulations. Everyone can discern its quality. Regrettably, Qinli did not share this perspective. He had just been slightly intimidated by Jiang Qiu's aura. If Jiang Qiu truly could dance, and no one noticed, he would suffer a crushing defeat. Hence, he hastily summoned a professional dance instructor, fearing Jiang Qiu might possess some hidden talent that would go unnoticed. Qinli felt quite pleased with his decision and even approached Jiang Qiu. Teacher Yang, this is the arrogant individual I mentioned. I hope you can critique him shortly. Jiang Qiu glanced at the instructor, realizing he recognized her. Yang Qiu, a renowned dancer in the country, now in her 40s, had once been a subject of his research. Back then, when Jiang Qiu was merely a novice, her dancing skills had struck him as formidable. However, now, upon recalling those movements, they seemed rather ordinary to him. Young man, you are quite handsome, Yang Qiu remarked as she approached Jiang Qiu. I hope you can remain grounded. Being overly flamboyant at a young age is unwise. Do not underestimate ballroom dance. I shall make an exception to guide you today. Jiang Qiu smiled and gestured towards Qinli. Teacher Yang, I respect your position, but I fear you may be disappointed today. Perhaps these words are better suited for him. It was Yang Qiu's first experience with such cold treatment, leaving her momentarily awkward. Meanwhile, Qinli continued with his sarcastic remarks. The performance is about to commence. I hope you can maintain your bravado. Oh, Jiang Qiu couldn't help but chuckle. It's merely a dance. Even if I perform poorly, Yangzi will still find it pleasing. As for you, even if you dance spectacularly, she wouldn't spare you a glance. In that instant, The venue fell into a profound silence, all eyes pityingly fixed on Qin Li. How heart-wrenching. Moreover, his statement was unassailable. Leaving Qin Li at a loss for words, Li Lingling, unable to contain her laughter, realized Jiang Qiu was quite the strategist. 20 minutes later, the center of the venue suddenly cleared. Accompanied by soothing music, the lights dimmed. Typically, such dances are casual. As long as two individuals are willing, they can take the stage. However, today, the stage remained encircled by spectators, with no one daring to step forward. All gazes were fixated on Jiang Qiu and Chu Yanxi. The enchanting couple. Chu Yanxi suddenly felt a twinge of nervousness. Despite never having experienced such anxiety in any previous situation, she found herself apprehensive about sharing the stage with Jiang Qiu. Jiang Qiu, however, remained composed, gently grasping her small hand. Don't be nervous. I'm here. In that moment, Chu Yanxi's heart calmed, her beautiful eyes firmly locked onto Jiang Qiu's. You were right. No matter what, you are the best in my heart. Jiang Qiu nodded, yet felt a hint of melancholy in her words. She likely did not have confidence in him, yet was willing to brave any challenge by his side. It was understandable. He had previously told her he could not dance, so her skepticism was entirely reasonable. Yet, despite her doubts, she was still willing to stand with him, which made her support all the more precious. Jiang Qiu turned and gestured invitingly. Shall we begin, senior? Chapter 62. Harmonious Cooperation. A flawless performance. Chu Yanxi gently nodded, taking hold of Jiang Qiu's hand. Together, they followed the rhythm, making their way to the center of the stage. Simultaneously, all eyes were drawn to them, particularly Jiang Qiu, who garnered special attention. Yet, he had entered a state of complete immersion. As a melodious music filled the air, they began to dance gracefully. Jiang Qiu's movements were impeccably precise and elegant. His right palm rested gently on the lower edge of Chu Yanxi's left shoulder, forming a beautiful straight line from elbow to fingertip. When the music slowed, he adapted to the rhythm, taking a step for every 4 beats. As the tempo quickened, he employed a too slow, too fast approach, exuding a strong sense of rhythm and executing a myriad of dynamic dance poses. Typically, in a duet, one dancer must lead, and the one with superior skill assumes this role. Chu Yanxi initially intended to guide Jiang Qiu, but as the dance progressed, she was astonished to find herself entirely in a passive role. It felt reminiscent of her childhood, dancing under her teacher's guidance. Under Jiang Qiu's lead, her rhythm improved remarkably, flowing seamlessly without any pauses. What was happening? If she was oblivious to her own experience, the audience held the clearest perspective. Everyone watched in astonishment as they danced, particularly Jiang Qiu's performance, which captivated all. Qin Li trembled, unable to believe his eyes. Just moments ago, the arrogant Yang Qiu stood wide-eyed, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Li Lingling was beside herself with excitement, hurriedly pulling out her phone to record, afraid to miss this extraordinary moment. Jiang Qiu remained oblivious to the audience's gaze, lost in the dance as if he were born for it. His advanced dance skills, combined with Chu Yanxi's harmonious cooperation, culminated in a flawless duet. Gradually, more people joined in, unable to contain their enthusiasm for the captivating performance. The once empty stage now teemed with dancers, as the highest form of dance transcends competition, aiming instead to share joy. In this harmonious atmosphere, Jiang Qiu and Chu Yanxi concluded their dance. At the same moment, the entire venue fell silent. It was unclear who initiated the applause, but soon a thunderous ovation erupted. In that instant, everyone was enamored, as if Jiang Qiu were the sovereign of the dance floor. Completing his final move, he leaned close to Chu Yanxi's ear and asked, "Senior, shall we take a break?" "Mumlo, Chu Yanxi, note that." Feeling the warmth of Jiang Qiu's breath so near. In that moment, her body trembled slightly, as if she had lost all strength. "What is wrong? Are you unwell?" Jiang Qiu inquired with concern. Chu Yanxi hastily and bashfully replied, "It's nothing, just taking a short rest." Fortunately, the dim lighting concealed any signs of her unease from onlookers. The two then strolled hand in hand, departing the dance floor. "Jiang Qiu, you're truly remarkable." Li Lingling quickly gathered around them, unable to contain her admiration. "I never expected you two to reach such heights on your very first dance together. It's mainly because senior sister danced so well. I just followed her lead," Jiang Qiu modestly responded. "No, you danced beautifully." Chuan, she gazed at Jiang Qiu fondly. "I enjoyed dancing with you." "Oh my goodness." Li Lingling averted her gaze, unable to witness such public displays of affection. "I said you too. Please stop showing off your love in front of me, all right?" Chuan, she suddenly paused, as if recalling something. She abruptly grabbed Jiang Qiu's hand and approached Qin Li not far away. "Did you just learn that? Do you want me to teach you again? Chu Yanxi had originally intended to avoid drawing too much attention, so as not to negatively affect Jiang Qiu. But now, after Jiang Qiu's flawless performance, she was no longer willing to hold back. Whoever had wronged Jiang Qiu before would be avenged. Qin Li already regretted antagonizing a woman. All your family's orders this year are cancelled, Chu Yanxi declared with authority. Whether we cooperate in the future depends on your performance. My word is final. You could decide accordingly. A collective gasp swept through the crowd. Qin Li's family business was in trade, heavily reliant on Douyin for sales. Especially during these recent years of economic downturn, physical stores barely turn a profit. They had planned to transition by developing their own online store and tapping into lower-tier markets. Yet all those plans were now shattered. Losing access to Douyin's marketplace might not bankrupt them, but it would certainly inflict serious damage and cause devastating losses. Qin Li was dumbfounded. He never anticipated such a decisive move. Chu Yanxi's words severed the family's financial lifeline, effectively declaring war on the entire Qin clan. For this man, she truly dared to take such a stand. Meanwhile, Yang Qiu sensed the tension and turned to leave. Teacher Yang, please wait. Chu Yanxi intercepted her resolutely. I hope you will focus on your work earnestly. Being ostentatious at such a young age is unseemly, especially in dance. Do not underestimate ballroom dancing. Today, I will make an exception and give you some guidance. These very words, originally spoken by Yang Qiu and Jiang Qiu, were now returned verbatim by Chu Yanxi. Yang Qiu's expression darkened, but she left quietly. She wanted to retort, but Jiang Qiu's brilliance was undeniable. His dancing was as skillful as hers. To criticize him would only invite ridicule. Crucially, she had witnessed Qin Li's downfall clearly. Qin's group was such a large corporation. If Chu Yanxi said no collaboration, there was no arguing. It was dangerous for her too. She had painstakingly accumulated over 400,000 followers on Douyin. If she were banned, there would be nowhere for her to lament. After standing up for Jiang Qiu, Chu Yanxi inexplicably felt a surge of satisfaction. Chapter 63. Chu Yanxi, the fierce protector, seems to have lost someone. Hello, may I have the honor of a dance? Handsome, I have a dance move to ask you about. May I add you on WeChat? Teacher Jiang, could you come to my home for a private lesson? As Chu Yanxi defended Jiang Qiu's honor, she turned around to find him surrounded by an impenetrable crowd. Jiang Qiu was incredibly popular. Though everyone respected Chu Yanxi enough not to openly compete, some bold girls still seized chances to touch him occasionally. Chu Yanxi's eyes widened. She dashed into the crowd, grabbing Jiang Qiu and attempting to leave the venue. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but smile. Seeing her angry like that was like watching a fiercely protective puppy. Teacher Jiang, I slipped your WeChat number into your pocket. Please check it tonight. Boss Chu, be careful not to wear out Teacher Jiang. We'll feel sorry for him. Sorry. I just want to attend a class and learn some dance techniques. Don't go. Teacher Jiang, could you teach my child? Name your price. I just want you to come. Undeniably, some genuinely wished to learn dance, but most were merely infatuated with Jiang Qiu's physique. Jiang Qiu was not short of money. Why would he engage in such physically taxing favors? Moreover, if he wished to be with Chu Yanxi, she would never consent. The two finally extricated themselves from the hotel lobby, yet several wealthy women pursued them outside, unwilling to give up without a response. Sorry, I'm not a dance teacher, and I have no time. Thank you, Jiang Qiu replied politely. At that moment, the waiting limousine arrived. Chu Yanxi let Jiang Qiu board first, and only after confirming everything was in order did she close the door with relief. Senior sister, you seem a bit flustered, Jiang Qiu chuckled. Honestly, these people are outrageous. Chu Yanxi clenched her fist, visibly upset. They seemed so proper before. I don't know what has gotten into them today, daring to lay hands on you. It's fine. I did suffer any loss, Jiang Qiu said teasingly. No way. You're not allowed to add them on WeChat or teach them dance. Chu Yanxi asserted in the tone of a protective mistress. Hand over those little notes. I saw someone slip them in. Jiang Qiu shrugged. We're not even together yet. Do you have to be so strict? But he dared not say this aloud, lest he spoil the fun by making her cry. All right, all the notes are here. Take them. Jiang Qiu rummaged through his clothes and pants, finding several slips of paper, some even stuffed in his back pocket. These people are really overstepping, Jiang Qiu muttered. After collecting the notes, Chu Yanxi fixed her gaze on Jiang Qiu. What did you learn to dance? You're incredibly talented. Since I was very young, Jiang Qiu replied. He worried she might probe further. If she insisted, he'd have to reveal his parents' story and shift the blame onto them. Chu Yanxi didn't dwell on the matter. Instead, she suddenly cupped Jiang Qiu's face with both hands. Jiang Qiu, will you marry me? Without waiting for a reply, she shyly buried her face in his embrace. Jiang Qiu was momentarily stunned. Her confession caught him off guard. Senior sister, Have you been reading too many romance novels? Chu Yanxi inhaled deeply, savoring the scent in Jiang Qiu's arms, then looked up. Why do you say that? Your proposals have been wall-pinning, finger-pointing at my chin, and now face-touching. Jiang Qiu feigned seriousness. At this rate, I'm in some danger. Then just say yes. Whatever you like, I'll buy for you. Though you might be at a slight disadvantage, I promise to treat you well. Chu Yanxi stared deeply into his eyes, as if ready to devour him. Ahem. Maybe the car isn't the best place for this. Then come to my house later. Isn't there anyone else at your place? No, come keep me company. Something seems missing, Jiang Qiu suddenly remarked. Chu Yan, she was momentarily taken aback. Missing what? Senior sister, there were 3 people in the car when we arrived. But now one is missing. Jiang Qiu deliberately glanced around the car, confirming that they were indeed 1 person short. It was fine. She was grown up now, after all, and couldn't possibly get lost. Chu Yanxi felt somewhat awkward as well. The crowd that had gathered around her was overwhelming, and she had been so focused on Jiang Qiu that she had completely forgotten about her dear friend. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the hotel, Li Lingling stood alone, disheveled in the wind. Something fell off. Where had they all gone? Surely they were still inside. They wouldn't just leave her behind. For she was not that kind of person. Senior, just leave me here. I can make my own way back, Jiang Qiu suggested. I think you should go check on her, she insisted. No need. I've called her a private car, Chu Yanxi replied, realizing her own insensitivity. She hastily used a ride-hailing app to summon a car for Li Lingling. To express her regret, she specifically chose the most luxurious vehicle, spending a hefty sum of 1,000 yuan. After processing the online payment, Chu Yanxi sighed in relief, confident that Li Lingling would surely appreciate such a lavish gesture. After all, she had treated her well. Senior, is this really all right? Jiang Qiu observed the situation, unable to suppress a smile. Poor Li Lingling. Was it typical for friendships among girls to become a source of deception? Yes, absolutely, Chu Yanxi nodded emphatically. Suddenly, she asked, Are you hungry? Shall we grab a bite? Jiang Qiu touched her stomach, realizing she was indeed a bit peckish. Generally, gatherings like this were more about socializing than dining, but she had consumed quite a bit today. Yet it still felt insufficient. Well, we could just have a little something. It's too late to pick up Li Lingling now, right? Jiang Qiu couldn't help but inquire. No need. She will be fine with her private car, Chu Yanxi replied dutifully. And both of them chose not to address the underlying tension. Thus, she found a restaurant they used to frequent and sent the location to the driver. Time to eat, yet no time to pick up a friend? If Li Lingling finds out, she might sever ties with me. Chapter 64. Investment Company. Have the unknown risks arrived? Jiang Qiu eyed the bustling street barbecue stall with curiosity, glancing at Chu Yanxi. Wasn't it customary for successful female executives to dine at establishments starting with 5 stars? We've arrived, Chu Yanxi explained. This place has been around for ages. I loved coming here as a child. The food is exquisite. Jiang Qiu nodded, having no particular preferences regarding dining venues. Upon exiting the car, the uneven ground posed a challenge for Chu Yanxi in her high heels. Could you assist me? Jiang Qiu requested. It's wonderful to have you around. Chu Yanxi responded, unhesitantly wrapping her arm around Jiang Qiu's, treating him as a human crutch. Good evening, ladies. What would you like to order? The waiter approached enthusiastically after they sat down. It was his first time seeing guests in suits and evening gowns enjoying skewers at such an hour. Boss, we'll have one of everything your establishment offers. Chu Yanxi decided after a moment's thought, then quietly added, and 10 lamb kidneys, please. Wait, isn't that a bit excessive? Jiang Qiu remarked helplessly. Not at all. As the saying goes, you should eat what nourishes you. After making her order, the waiter shot a knowing glance. Let us go with that, but do hurry, Chu Yanxi commanded, leaving no room for Jiang Qiu to object. Senior, aren't you worried I might overindulge and end up feeling sick? Jiang Qiu couldn't help but ask. Chu Yanxi pondered seriously for a moment. Not at all. You can come to my place afterward. Jiang Qiu firmly declined. No way. I feel like I fall into your trap. I promise, I won't do anything. I'm just a bit afraid of the dark. And I'd appreciate it if you walked me in, Chu Yanxi stated earnestly. Jiang Qiu hesitated. It was not unusual for a girl to fear the dark, and refusing her might seem overly harsh. Chu Yanxi raised her hand and swore. I swear I won't do anything. Really, you want tea? Jiang Qiu contemplated before nodding. All right then, after I walk you home, I'll take my leave. Yes, that sounds good, Chu Yanxi replied obediently, her heart fluttering with excitement. Before long, their order arrived in full. Jiang Qiu wasted no time digging in. The flavors of the dishes were indeed delightful. Chu Yanxi propped her chin on her hand, her beautiful eyes fixated on Jiang Qiu, completely unaware of her own subtle smile, which added to her allure. Jiang Qiu, feeling somewhat bemused, asked, "Senior, aren't you eating?" "I enjoy watching you eat. Please go ahead," Chu Yanxi replied, gazing intently into Jiang Qiu's eyes. Jiang Qiu shook her head. "Let us eat together. I just like being stared at while I eat." After a moment's thought, Chu Yanxi complied and started eating. If anyone familiar saw her behaving this way, they would never believe that she would willingly go along with someone else's preferences. The meal progressed swiftly, primarily because Chu Yanxi hardly ate, with the majority of the food being consumed by Jiang Qiu. "Senior, are you sure you're full?" Jiang Qiu observed her, realizing why she was so slender. "Yes. Just watching you eat is satisfying enough for me," Chu Yanxi remarked. Her appetite was indeed quite limited. "Boss, we're ready to settle the bill." After finishing, they prepared to pay and also packed the remaining lamb kidneys. Jiang Qiu had finally enjoyed her freedom with the lamb kidneys, although they were rather greasy and unsuitable for excessive consumption. Approaching the counter, the waiter presented the bill, which totaled 248 yuan. Jiang Qiu intended to pay, but Chu Yanxi swiftly scanned the code with her WeChat. "Dear, when you're with me, put away any thoughts of paying," Chu Yanxi declared assertively. The waiter looked a bit bewildered. "It's just a meal. It can't be that serious, can it?" The poor waiter was having a tough night, dealing with such absurdity. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiu, clutching the takeaway lamb kidneys, hurriedly pulled Chu Yanxi out of the restaurant. How embarrassing. The thought of the waiter's strange gaze made her wonder if he had mistaken her for a kept man. At 9 p.m., Block 8, Area A, Binhai International. "No way you live here?" Jiang Qiu was taken aback, not expecting to find that he and Chu Yanxi were neighbors. The villa he had received as a reward from the system was conveniently adjacent to hers, currently undergoing renovations. "Yes. It's south the closest place to school and has a pleasant environment," Chu Yanxi replied curiously, then countered, "Is there an issue?" "Yes, it seems we are neighbors." Jiang Qiu pointed to the nearby villa number 9. "I purchased that villa just a few days ago." "Really?" Chu Yanxi exclaimed, surprised by Jiang Qiu's unexpected wealth. It was worth noting that while the villas here were relatively average, they still cost around 20 million yuan in the bustling metropolis. This raised an intriguing question. Where exactly did Jiang Qiu acquire such funds? Ding! The system detected that the host's source of income was under suspicion, and the unknown risk had significantly increased. Jiang Qiu was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Why was Chu Yanxi suspicious? Logically, they had known each other for less than a month, so she should be unaware of his circumstances. Thus far, Jiang Qiu had only concealed his financial situation from his parents, as they were well acquainted with his background. As for everyone else, surely no one would be idle enough to inquire about the origin of his wealth. The perfect life system has been updated and upgraded, currently repairing the recognition methods of unknown aspects of the present world. Congratulations to the host for receiving a special gift package reward. Would you like to activate it? Activate. Jiang Qiu commanded. Congratulations to the host for receiving a special reward. Investment company. The investment company, by investing 10 million in registered capital. The host will acquire 1 senior management talent and 2 seasoned investment advisors, with an annual company yield reaching 10%. This reward can reasonably clarify the source of the host's funds, while any potential legal and ethical risks from unknown aspects will be thoroughly eradicated. Jiang Qiu, upon reading the system's prompt, could not help but exhale in relief. One must admit, the perfect life system is truly remarkable. With the establishment of his own investment company, he could effortlessly attribute his financial sources to this enterprise. Most importantly, it presents an opportunity for capital appreciation, enhancing Jiang Qiu's social standing as well. "Gumin," Chu Yanxi said as she unlocked the door, pulling Jiang Qiu inside. She chose not to delve further into the origins of Jiang Qiu's wealth. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and she was no exception. What mattered to her was the authenticity of Jiang Qiu before her. Chapter 65. Have we just shared a kiss? Upon entering the house, Jiang Qiu curiously surveyed his surroundings. The overall decor of the villa leaned towards warm hues. The designer's use of golden and pink furnishings imparted a refreshing aura, brimming with youthful charm. "What do you think? The decor is quite pleasant. I assent it?" Chu Yanxi inquired as she changed her shoes, glancing at Jiang Qiu. "It's decent," he nodded in agreement. Chu Yanxi, brimming with anticipation, suggested, "How about moving in here permanently?" "Senior, please don't stir up trouble," Jiang Qiu promptly refused. At that moment, Chu Yanxi had just removed her high heels, revealing her delicate and fair feet. Notably, she had painted her toenails in vibrant colors, which were particularly striking. Jiang Qiu couldn't resist stealing a few extra glances. He vowed to himself that his curiosity was purely innocent, without any ulterior motives. One must acknowledge that Chu Yanxi's beauty was flawless, extending even to her lovely feet. Do you like them? You can come a bit closer, Chu Yanxi said, slightly shy, yet harboring a hint of expectation. Clearing his throat, Jiang Qiu awkwardly replied, Senior, if there is nothing else, I should be leaving now. Before he could finish his sentence, Chu Yanxi suddenly squatted down. She grasped Jiang Qiu's legs and unexpectedly reached toward his feet. Jiang Qiu felt a sudden tingling sensation throughout his body, taking a cautious step back. Senior, what are you doing? I'm helping you change your shoes, Chu Yanxi replied, looking up at him with her mouth agape. No need, I can manage it myself, Jiang Qiu sighed in relief, feeling somewhat touched. It was indeed rare for a woman to willingly squat down to assist someone with their shoes, wasn't it? Stay still. I'll help you, she insisted, untying Jiang Qiu's shoelaces and attempting to remove his shoes. It's fine, I'll do it myself, he interjected, grabbing her arm firmly, not giving her a chance to resist as he pulled her back up. It would be a scandal if anyone were to discover that Chu Yanxi would go to such lengths for a man. The admirers would surely be driven to madness with envy. However, Jiang Qiu was genuinely uncomfortable with this position, feeling it was slightly odd. Noticing his reluctance, Chu Yanxi refrained from pressing further and instead turned to find a pair of slippers. The household had only 3 pairs of slippers, one belonging to her, one belonging to Li Lingling, and one communal pair. Chu Yanxi decisively retrieved her own slippers, presenting them to Jiang Qiu. They were a limited edition of the Sakura card captor design, in a delightful pink hue that appeared quite charming. What intentions could she possibly harbor? She merely wished to see how Jiang Qiu would look wearing her slippers. Senior, do you have anything more normal? Jiang Qiu frowned, sensing something awry. Chu Yanxi deeply outsaid. There truly aren't any others. Our family is small, and we don't keep spare slippers. After saying this, she discreetly pushed the communal slippers further back into the shoe cabinet while Jiang Qiu wasn't looking. Left with no choice, Jiang Qiu reluctantly donned the Sakura slippers. Having come as far, he couldn't possibly leave over a shoe issue, could he? So adorable, Chu Yanxi observed, a sense of triumph swelling within her. Senior, stop staring. You're drooling, Jiang Qiu teased, holding a takeout bag of lamb kidneys in one hand while pulling the giggling Chu Yanxi along with the other as they made their way into the living room. He set the takeout bag down first before tossing Chu Yanxi onto the sofa. No more laughing. If you do, I'll leave, Jiang Qiu stated in exasperation. Finally calming down, Chu Yanxi replied, You sit tight. I'll get you a glass of water. She then helped Jiang Qiu sit down before dashing into the kitchen. She retrieved a bottle of mineral water from the fridge and a disposable paper cup from the cabinet. Just as she was about to turn around, a sudden thought struck her, causing her to halt. Disposable cups can't be healthy, can they? I can't let Jiang Qiu leave after finally luring him here. She mused, feeling a mix of shyness and determination. She placed the mineral water aside and sprinted upstairs to her room, fetching her personal drinking cup. Senior, is it really necessary to run to the second floor just to pour water? Jiang Qiu wondered, puzzled by Chu Yanxi's excitement. It's nothing. I'll be right back, she replied, startled, as if she had been caught doing something mischievous. Sorry for the wait. Here, drink some water, she said, returning with a full cup, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. This cup is also from Sakura Card Captor. Jiang Qiu scratched his head in bewilderment, realizing that even the domineering female CEO had a youthful heart. Yes, this is the only cup I have at home, Chu Yanxi fibbed, her gaze lowered, a habitual gesture when she told a lie. Jiang Qiu observed this, but chose not to comment. He was genuinely parched, especially after the greasy lamb kidneys and the scorching heat of the day, compounded by the air conditioning just being turned on. To claim he wasn't thirsty would be a lie. Gulping down the water, Jiang Qiu suddenly noticed a faint lipstick mark on the rim of the cup. Senior, what is this? He inquired, pointing at the cup. Oh no, has he discovered it? Chu Yanxi felt a pang of guilt, recalling how Jiang Qiu's lips had coincidentally brushed against her own imprint when he drank. This is my regular cup, she replied, glancing at Jiang Qiu. Then, mustering her courage to ask, does this mean we've shared a kiss? Jiang Qiu pondered for a moment before clarifying, I noticed it before drinking, so I avoided touching it. That's impossible. I saw you touch it, Chu Yanxi quickly corrected him. Jiang Qiu chuckled. So, senior, you had this planned all along? In an instant, Chu Yanxi's face flushed crimson. Jiang Qiu flashed a grin, thinking smugly that experience was indeed invaluable. Don't laugh. If you do, I'll kiss you for real, Chu Yanxi declared, standing before Jiang Qiu with a mock threat. Jiang Qiu leaned back, eyeing her warily. Wait a moment. You promised me you wouldn't do anything. I did promise, but now I'm having second thoughts, Chu Yanxi countered, playfully shaking her fist to appear fierce. Senior, that wouldn't be very appropriate, Jiang Qiu couldn't help but chuckle. You don't look intimidating at all. In fact, it's rather endearing. I'm serious. Just a kiss, all right? Chu Yanxi leaned down, resting her hands on the back of the sofa behind Jiang Qiu. His beautiful eyes were full of temptation as he stared at him. From Jiang Qiu's perspective, the chest of the evening gown was already a bit low. Now that Chu Yanxi has posted it like this, it really tests his composure. Chapter 66. Has the obsession with cleanliness been cured? Bloody Senior Li Lingling. Please don't do this. Jiang Qiu blinked and looked at Chu Yanxi, saying, You're too close to me, it's a bit hot. Then I'll help you take off your suit. Before she could finish speaking, Chu Yanxi began to take action. Jiang Qiu is really a bit hot. He didn't resist and obediently took off his suit jacket. Under the white shirt, Chu Yanxi's mouth was almost drooling. Straight body, strong muscles, high chest, is it good looking? Jiang Qiu looked into Chu Yanxi's eyes, and the two of them locked eyes. Her face turned a little rosy, and her breathing involuntarily worsened a bit. In less than 10 seconds, Chu Yanxi, who had just been fierce, was defeated like this. She stood up straight, her hands behind her back, and looked down at her toes. What's wrong? Not kissing anymore? Jiang Qiu is a bit funny. Although Chu Yanxi always appears very strong, when it comes to actual operation, she is always timid. On the other hand, Chu Yanxi is really anxious. She is really not proficient. The actions she learned recently were still from the romance novels recommended by Li Lingling. According to the plot in the novel, as long as the female lead goes up, the male lead will naturally embrace her. And then some indescribable things will happen between the two of them. But the current situation is that Jiang Qiu is not playing according to the routine. I want to take the initiative myself. Unfortunately, that damn novelist only briefly mentions it at this point, without any detailed description. Okay, what should I do with this? Chu Yanxi was a little worried, so she decided to ask Li Lingling to recommend a good book with detailed descriptions next time. Who said they wouldn't kiss anymore? She stubbornly said, I'm just a little hot. Can I help you take off your clothes? Jiang Qiu smiled and repeated what she had just said. Okay. Chu Yanxi really turned around, revealing her smooth back. Is it necessary for me to come? Jiang Qiu looked around and found it difficult to make a move. Help me. I can't solve it alone. Chu Yanxi, Weetspo. You should know that the back of the evening gown needs to be tied with a strap. And the way to tie the strap can be difficult for many people. But when it comes to taking off, it's not that particular anymore. Are you sure? Jiang Qiu couldn't help but ask. After I untie it, will I see something I shouldn't be looking at? It's okay. You don't have to worry. Chu Yanxi added, I'm wearing underwear underneath. You can't even see it when you undo the straps. Of course, if you want to watch, I can. Jiang Qiu took a step forward and covered her mouth from behind, saying, Senior sister, that's enough. Don't say anything more. Uh-huh. Chu Yanxi showed no resistance and instead extended her tongue to lick Jiang Qiu's fingers. Hiss. Now the two of them are in a somewhat ambiguous position, and Jiang Qiu hugged her from behind to prevent her from speaking recklessly. In such a state, it is inevitable that the body will have close contact and reactions. However, at this moment, the door of the room was suddenly opened with a key. What are you two doing? Li Lingling looked bewildered. Has a relationship between the two of them developed to this point, in just a short amount of time? This is too bloody. I have worked hard to help and provide advice. Even without any credit, there is still hard work. The result was being abandoned in the restaurant at the cocktail party and waiting for them for 2 hours. This dog couple is really nice. They have already gone home and are still doing this kind of thing in the living room. At the same time, Jiang Qiu and Chu Yanxi also quickly separated. Lingling, you're back. Chu Yanxi felt a little guilty, and today's incident was indeed a bit unfair to her best friend. Who would have thought that when I go there, I will go well, but when I want to go back, I can't go back. Li Lingling couldn't resist a roast. I said, Miss, can you grow dim sum? How can you leave me behind? Sorry, Jiang Qiu was too popular and left in a hurry. After explaining, Chu Yanxi continued to ask, by the way, the special car I ordered for you is luxurious enough, and it can be considered as compensating for your loss. Humph, it's okay not to mention that special car, but I get angry when I mention it. Li Lingling said crazily roast. The driver of this special bus is a novice. He not only detours me, but also always goes to the traffic jam to make fun of it. Otherwise, it would not have taken me so long to get home. After hearing these words, Jiang Qiu's face looked a bit strange. This matter is somewhat suspicious. Generally speaking, private car drivers are eager to deliver customers to their destinations in advance. How could they possibly take a detour? Thinking of this, he looked at Chu Yanxi beside him. At this moment, Chu Yanxi felt a little uneasy. Today's driver was indeed instructed by him. In order to buy myself more alone time with Jiang Qiu, she instructed the driver in advance to try to delay the time as much as possible. For this, she also gave the driver an extra tip of 500 yuan, and the driver finally agreed. It can be said that Chu Yanxi went to great lengths for Jiang Qiu. Ahem, if there's nothing else, then I'll go first. At this point, Jiang Qiu decided it was better to go back first. Seeing Jiang Qiu leaving, Chu Yanxi didn't stop her this time. Although she was reluctant, she didn't know how to operate it when it came to it, and needed to learn for a while more. Next time Jiang Qiu comes back home, we must not let him leave like this. Chu Yanxi escorted Jiang Qiu to the door and watched his departing figure. She couldn't help but pursed her lips and once again had the desire to taste Jiang Qiu. You can't believe it, Wang Fu Stone. After Li Lingling roast, she suddenly noticed that the slippers on Chu Yanxi's feet seemed to be her own. She recalled again that the slippers Jiang Qiu had just worn were Chu Yanxi's. What's going on here? Li Lingling knows that Chu Yanxi has had a cleanliness obsession since childhood and rarely accepts others using her things. Not to mention wearing her slippers. Just touching her clothes, I will never wear them again the next day. Xiaoxi, have you recovered from your illness? Li Lingling asked. What's wrong? Chu Yanxi frowned and said, I feel like you're scolding me? No. I mean your cleanliness obsession? Li Lingling pointed to her slippers and curiously asked, Isn't there any problem with Jiang Qiu wearing your slippers? What could be the problem? Chu Yanxi pointed to her own cup and excitedly said, Jiang Qiu still used my cup to drink water. Do you think we could be considered indirect kisses? Li Lingling's breath paused as she looked at the lamb waste on the table. What else could she say? In the past, Chu Yanxi wouldn't even glance at lamb kidneys, let alone eat them. But since the last time I told her that eating waste is good for men, it's only been a few days. She really took Jiang Qiu there. Chapter 67. Can Jiang Qiu really do it? Closing the door, Chu Yanxi let out a sigh of relief. When she was with Jiang Qiu just now, her heart rate was always very fast. How about it? After Jiang Qiu finished eating her waste, isn't she super strong? Li Lingling leaned in with a mischievous smile on her face. Chu Yanxi blushed a bit. Nothing happened. It can't be true. Li Lingling couldn't help but ask, Is your waist not working? Did you ask if he's not doing well there? No, he works very well there. Chu Yanxi thought carefully and then gave a definite answer. Xiaoxi, isn't that you? Li Lingling carefully examined Chu Yanxi and said, Otherwise, you can take a few bites of the waste to replenish it. I'm telling you, this game should be very effective. I thank you. Chu Yanxi could not help but roll her eyes. The romance novels you sent me lack intricate detail. They falter at critical moments. Li Lingling sighed in resignation. I too yearn for vivid descriptions. Alas, with such strict oversight nowadays, romance authors have grown timid, utterly devoid of backbone. After pondering, Li Lingling proposed anew. Perhaps you should ask Jiang Qiu instead. After all, he is a man and likely more knowledgeable. Suddenly, Chu Yanxi realized she had made a grave mistake by constantly soliciting advice from Li Lingling, who had been single since birth. Why should she entrust her love education to her? Seeking guidance from Jiang Qiu seemed too desperate. She mused with a hint of sarcasm. Li Lingling remained unfazed. Men adore that kind of lure. Just send him some pictures of stockings or JK uniforms. I guarantee he won't be able to resist. Hee. Once that moment arrives, you'll have him in your grasp. Growing increasingly animated, Li Lingling spoke as if she understood men intimately. A splendid idea, Chu Yanxi nodded, finding her suggestion surprisingly sensible. Do you have any treasured books left? I've finished all you gave me. Please send me more. Li Lingling shook her head helplessly. I already shared my prize collection last time. I truly have nothing left. Chu Yanxi sighed. Very well, I shall devise another plan. By the way, Jiang Qiu has become quite popular online after tonight's gala. Li Lingling reminded her. I noticed some girls posted videos on Douyin with many likes. You better keep a close eye on Jiang Qiu. Upon hearing this, Chu Yanxi pursed her lips and hastily opened her Douyin account. Had such a wonderful time at the gala today, especially meeting a handsome young man. Truly dashing. Please copy this link to Douyin to view the video. Invited to the Mid-Autumn Festival tonight. Unexpectedly encountered a charming dance master. Absolutely delighted. Please copy this link to Douyin to view the video. Checked in at the Bulgari Hotel in Magic City. The cuisine and scenery are not to be missed. Also attached is a photo of a handsome gentleman. Does anyone recognize him? Please copy this link to Douyin to view the video. Chu Yanxi scrutinized the videos. Fortunately, the gala's dim lighting rendered the images blurry, making it difficult to discern Jiang Qiu's features. Relieved, she turned to Li Lingling. Tell your friends to refrain from probing into Jiang Qiu's affairs, and certainly not to spread rumors online. Isn't that a bit domineering? Li Lingling raturta. Whose side are you on? Chu Yanxi snapped, her temper flaring. No one could compete with her for Jiang Qiu's affections, especially after tonight. Her resolve was unwavering. Jiang Qiu was her man, her one and only for life. Hence, she was particularly sensitive to any mention of him. Even casual discussions displeased her. Well, you can't silence them all, Li Lingling advised. In this age of the internet, controlling public opinion is nearly impossible. Just remind them, I'll handle the rest. With that, Chu Yanxi made a call. She instructed the director of Dian's technical department to restrict or remove all photos and videos featuring her and Jiang Qiu, especially those with clear images, preventing their widespread dissemination. Is that even feasible? Li Lingling questioned incredulously. No choice, Chu Yanxi frowned. Jiang Qiu hasn't accepted my confession yet. Now is not the time to reveal our relationship. She longed deeply to be with him immediately. By the way, there's also the matter of my uncle, she added. Tentatively, Li Lingling asked, should you tell him about all this? Not yet, at least for now, Chu Yanxi replied. She knew her best friend also served as an undercover agent assigned by her father. However, their friendship was candid and sincere. And with the improved relationship between her and her father, this was no longer a pressing concern. I'm mainly worried my father will oppose this match, Chu Yanxi confessed, massaging her forehead. So it's best he remains unaware for now. Once things are settled and Jiang Qiu can't escape, I'll inform him then. Impressive strategy. Li Lingling nodded approvingly. I wish you success soon. May you marry Jiang Qiu and join the Chu family, then have a chubby baby with him. Li Lingling. You're teasing again. Chu Yanxi grabbed a nearby pillow and playfully muffled her friend's mouth. They bantered for a while until Li Lingling pleaded for mercy. Returning to her bedroom, Chu Yanxi reopened her Dian account and accessed her special follows list containing only one account, exclusively Jiang Qiu's. It was his private account, displaying only an avatar with no content. Yet, whenever Chu Yanxi felt lonely, she would open Douyin and see Jiang Qiu's avatar, which brought her joy. Chapter 68. Chu Yanxi goes live the next day. Jiang Qiu indulged in a leisurely sleep. It was the last day of the mid-autumn holiday, free from worries about being late for class. Of course, even if he had classes, Jiang Qiu wouldn't fret. No university was perfect without occasional truancy. After all, if one did want to attend, excuses could always be found. Around 10 in the morning, upon waking, Jiang Qiu ordered takeout and browsed Douyin while eating. He watched several gaming streams, but found the streamers' hand speed sluggish, lacking the passion they once had. Feeling awkward, he intended to send a rocket gift, but only ended up sending a few hearts. At that moment, Douyin sent a notification. A close friend you care about is live now. Would you like to watch? Jiang Qiu was momentarily puzzled. He did recall marking any close friends. Since registering, he had randomly followed thousands of people, but never set any as close friends. Curious, he clicked enter. The stream was fixed in one spot and differed from typical broadcasts. The spacious room contained a massive desk. Jiang Qiu recognized it as a corporate office, likely belonging to a high-ranking executive judging by the decor. Oddly, no one appeared on screen or spoke. Only a line of text at the bottom read, in-depth reveal, a CEO's daily itinerary. Jiang Qiu thought wryly, which company is this? The CEO is personally hosting a live stream to promote sales? Business must be tough. This company seems desperate. Then he noticed the viewer count in the upper right corner, 100,000 online. People nowadays must have too much free time. Why not admire beautiful ladies, learn high-definition photography, find a yoga instructor for soulful connection, or, failing that, join Lu Gonghong's fitness dances? Why would anyone watch an empty office desk? This reminded Jiang Qiu of recent news about a dog who hosted a silent live stream, sitting on a chair without speaking, yet became a sensation. Now, live streaming had truly reached new heights. Most astonishingly, when this dog competed against other streamers, it even won. Truly, a marvel of modern times. Jiang Qiu could not help but feel compelled to inquire about the psychological scars of the anchor opposite him. Just how deep must they run? It seemed today was no different. The anchor was deliberately courting attention. At that moment, the live stream captured the sound of footsteps. First, a woman dressed in professional attire entered, tidying the documents on the desk. Shortly thereafter, none other than Chu Yanxi appeared. Today, she was clad in a pristine white suit, her feet adorned with sleek black high heels. Although the camera was positioned at a distance, her impeccably proportioned, long legs remained strikingly conspicuous. Simultaneously, the chat room exploded with messages. Greetings, President Chu. Hail the goddess. Chu goddess, I adore you. Jiang Qiu could not resist voicing his astonishment. Was this even permissible? Hastily, he retrieved his WeChat and attempted to send Chu Yanxi a message. Jiang Qiu, are you there? At that moment, Chu Yanxi had just taken her seat. Although it was a holiday, she had made a rare trip to the office, naturally burdened with a plethora of tasks to address. Moreover, she was a luminary boasting millions of followers. This all traced back 3 years ago, when Douyin was newly established and still in its nascent stages. Chu Yanxi, to promote the fledgling platform, had personally taken to live streaming. This was reminiscent of the early days at Tencent, when Pony Ma masqueraded as a girl on QQ to chat with male users. Yet, Chu Yanxi's streams were unlike other female anchors. She never sang or danced or flaunted talents. She simply broadcasted her daily office routine. With her exceptional beauty, coupled with her status as Jiang CEO, she naturally attracted immense attention. Recently, having spent much time at school, she had not streamed for a long while. Today, coincidentally visiting the office, she casually started a live broadcast, primarily to promote the company's brand. Ordinarily, she refrained from replying to messages while working. However, upon seeing Jiang Qiu's message, she immediately set aside the documents awaiting approval. Chu Yanxi, here. Chu Yanxi, I have work today. Make sure you eat well at noon. Behave yourself. Though the camera was somewhat distant, viewers seemed to witness Chu Yanxi's smile. Two sweet dimples that were truly captivating. Wow, the goddess smiled. Oh my, I saw it too. Was that a smile for me? Shameless. It's clearly for me. I'm so fortunate. Jiang Qiu. Not really. I wanted to ask you something. Chu Yanxi instantly replied. Go ahead. Jiang Qiu. I suddenly noticed a special concern follower appear on my Douyin account. Do you know what is going on? On the other side, Chu Yanxi was momentarily taken aback. Had she been discovered? A pang of guilt crept in. Jiang Qiu's account was private. Ordinarily, no one could view his content. Yet Chu Yanxi was genuinely curious. Unable to see Jiang Qiu and missing him intensely, she had no choice but to surreptitiously intervene. She approached the technical department and, through back-end operations, created a secret channel to add her account to Jiang Qiu's follow list. Simultaneously, she activated a special concern feature, marking Jiang Qiu's account as particularly important. Hence, whenever Jiang Qiu posted content, she would be promptly notified. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Chu Yanxi prepared to feign ignorance. Perhaps you follow me before? Yeah, right, Jiang Qiu retorted. Doesn't he even have that feature? Nevertheless, he refrained from exposing her. Jiang Qiu. All right then, you get back to work. After sending the message, he exited WeChat and returned to the live stream. Gazing at his Douyin wallet, he saw it contained 10 million Douyin coins, worthless if left idle. After some contemplation, Jiang Qiu resolved to lavish Chu Yanxi with gifts. After all, it was her company. Even if a commission was deducted, the profits would not flow into strangers' pockets. As the chat room buzzed with conversation, suddenly a blue rocket shot upward, illuminating the entire live stream with dazzling, colorful effects. Chapter 69, a spectaculaire explosion. Who is fishing alone? Jiang Qiu. On the Douyin marketplace, one rocket costs 10,001 Douyin coins, about 1,000 RMB. For Jiang Qiu, who possessed 100 million Douyin coins, this was but a trivial expense. Why not send more expensive gifts directly? His account level was still low, so the more extravagant gift effects were yet to be unlocked. Just as the rocket effect was about to end, everyone assumed it was over. Yet, that was merely the beginning of the spectacle. A second rocket soared, once again enveloping the stream in a vibrant display. Then a third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. Within less than 3 minutes, Jiang Qiu had sent a full 100 rockets. Not an exorbitant sum, just about 100,000 RMB. But Jiang Qiu was indifferent, even slightly fatigued, ready to rest. Meanwhile, the chat room had descended into frenzy. Wow, a true tycoon. So wealthy. 100 rockets, bro. Shoot me next. Terrifying. My voice is cracking. Ordinarily, even among high rollers, few would lavish such a volume of gifts at once. Perhaps only during annual events when guilds boost their top anchors' popularity, and even then, the money is typically reimbursed. Such lavish generosity on ordinary days was exceedingly rare. Do not be misled by novels that claim billions are casually spent on gifts. Such extravagance is implausible. Genuine tycoons do not possess such limitless wealth. Feeling sufficiently rested, Jiang Qiu prepared to continue gifting, only to discover he could now send more expensive presents. He had unlocked the carnival gift, worth 3,000 RMB each. Thus, fishing alone, Jiang Qiu sent 1,000 carnivals in dear Chu Yanxi's livestream. Fishing alone, Jiang Qiu sent 1,000 carnivals in dear Chu Yanxi's livestream. Fishing alone, Jiang Qiu sent 1,000 carnivals in dear Chu Yanxi's livestream. Unlike the rockets, the carnival gift triggered a scrolling banner visible across the entire network, lasting over half an hour without pause. Countless viewers originally watching other streams were drawn in by the persistent banner, eager to witness the commotion. Holy moly! Can someone tell me how many have been sent? A netizen had just arrived from a yoga instructor's stream, utterly captivated by the enduring scrolling text. Terrifying. Top of the entire Douyin popularity chart. Incredible. And all real money. Who could fathom the origins of the #1 spender? At this moment, Chu Yanxi's livestream viewership surpassed 1 million. Jiang Qiu emerged prominently as the top patron, having already gifted over 9 million RMB. The second place was held by the former top spender, Qin Li King. Qin Li SDNID. He had lavished gifts lavishly in the past, acting as a sycophant. Yet Chu Yanxi had barely acknowledged him, merely broadcasting her office routine as part of company promotion. All told, Qin Li had spent over 300,000 RMB, once considerable, but now glaringly overshadowed by Jiang Qiu's generosity. Jiang Qiu's account was utterly unknown to anyone. Qin Li, though a notable figure within the affluent circles of Magic City's second-generation elites, held a certain standing. Yet who was this enigmatic fishing alone Jiang Qiu? Not only ordinary viewers were perplexed, even the streamers who frequented the platform daily were utterly baffled. In recent years, the domestic live streaming industry had flourished, and streamers had encountered countless wealthy patrons. However, none had ever witnessed such an audacious benefactor until today. Without a word, he bestowed 3,000 carnival gifts worth 9 million yuan, a sum so extravagant it defied belief. Brother Fishing Alone, could you grace my stream with a gift as well? Hello. May I add you on WeChat to discuss privately? You can play however you wish. I am also a prominent streamer with 1 million followers and can fulfill your every desire. For a moment, Jiang Qiu's inbox exploded with messages. He had never anticipated that sending gifts would provoke such a reaction. Yet Jiang Qiu merely glanced at the messages, choosing not to respond. After all, if Chu Yanxi discovered this, she would undoubtedly confront him. With that thought, Jiang Qiu logged out of the Douyin app. Having spent so long sending carnival gifts, his hands were weary, and he decided to rest. Meanwhile, the matter stirred ever greater excitement across the platform. The name Fishing Alone Jiang Qiu swiftly became the most anticipated benefactor among all streamers, especially among the attractive female hosts, for whom memorizing the IDs of such patrons was essential. Countless onlookers also etched this name into their memories. Today, Jiang Qiu had left an indelible impression on everyone. Many even boasted across other platforms, claiming to have witnessed a true patron of the gods. Almost simultaneously, this event caused a massive sensation across the entire internet. Jiang Qiu's account gained tens of thousands of new followers in a remarkably short time. Chapter 70. Jiang Qiu Investment Company. Who exactly supports whom? At this moment, Jiang Qiu remained unaware that he had become a minor internet celebrity. Of course, even if he knew, he would remain indifferent. The money in his Douyin wallet was, to him, neither palatable nor disposable. It was far better spent on Chu Yanxi. At this juncture, Jiang Qiu checked his system status once more. Host, Jiang Qiu. Constitution, 95 points. Charisma, 91 points. Wisdom, 91 points. Skills, senior level driving technique, senior level vocal foundation, senior level finger dexterity, senior level dance skills. Special effects, blessing of fate, unyielding after drinking. Indomitable spirit. Cash account, 1,381, 579, 465 yuan. Douyin wallet, 9,899, 900 Douyin coins. And used items. Investment company, stock trend information card. Jiang Qiu had now become a billionaire, barely achieving old Wang's modest goal. Yet he understood the world was vast and that greater efforts were required to truly ascend into the pantheon of top-tier patrons. Activate investment company reward. Jiang Qiu commanded. Set the company headquarters in Magic City and invest 100 million yuan. Ding dong, the system was initiating the investment company reward. A senior management talent and 2 seasoned investment advisors would contact the host within 24 hours. Note, system match talents possess maximum capability scores and loyalty ratings. Annual company profit rates guaranteed to exceed 10%. That very afternoon, senior management Zhang Lei and senior investment advisors Zhou Yaoi and Yin Li contacted Jiang Qiu. Jiang Qiu authorized Zhang Lei to lead the formation of the investment company, with Zhou Yaoi and Yin Li assisting. The trio complemented each other perfectly and could supervise one another. Although the system assured their loyalty was flawless, Jiang Qiu remained cautious. The newly established firm was named Jiang Qiu Investment Company, derived from the initials of Jiang Qiu's name for ease and memorability. The company's formation would take some time, but Jiang Qiu no longer needed to concern himself. With senior management on board, he could simply act as a passive overseer. Once the company was officially established, Jiang Qiu planned to utilize the stock trend information card to reap substantial profits. Perfect. That evening, only Jiang Qiu occupied the dormitory. He ordered a serving of crayfish, costing 388 yuan. Then, he switched on the air conditioning, sat down to savor the crayfish while sipping an ice-cold Coca-Cola. Utter bliss. After finishing, Jiang Qiu glanced at his phone to find a new WeChat message. Chu Yanxi. Jiang Qiu, thank you. Chu Yanxi. I just saw all those gifts you sent me in the stream. Chu Yanxi. We had agreed that I would support you. Yet you have lavished so much on me. Jiang Qiu did not reply immediately. He first went to the bathroom. Upon returning, he wiped his hands with a tissue before picking up his phone. Jiang Qiu, Senior, I must correct you. When did I ever agree to be supported by you? Men, don't be so stubborn. Chu Yanxi replied instantly. You really don't need to tire yourself so much. I've seen through your vulnerabilities. You can lean on me fully. Jiang Qiu did not respond, sensing that Senior's thought process was somewhat peculiar. On the other side, Chu Yanxi grew flustered. Oh no, I accidentally sent my true feelings. She wanted to retract the message, but feared it might cause misunderstanding. What to do? After a moment's hesitation, Chu Yanxi decided to wait and see. Such a slip was merely the result of her excitement. Having just finished a long day's work, she was exhausted. But upon learning that Jiang Qiu had gifted her lavishly during the live stream, she was instantly elated. The gesture of 3,000 carnival gifts had shaken the entire internet. To Chu Yanxi, this was surely a confession of sorts. She cared not for the monetary value, but treasured the giver's identity. Even if Jiang Qiu had sent her a single lollipop, it would have delighted her for hours. Seeing that Jiang Qiu had yet to reply, she grew restless. Chu Yanxi, I'm a bit busy today, so I won't bother you. Chu Yanxi, did you eat well tonight? Jiang Qiu pondered briefly and replied, I have eaten. You focus on your work, but don't forget to eat too. Chu Yanxi, see you tomorrow. The conversation ended, and Jiang Qiu set down his phone. He then took a shower. The weather in Magic City remained sweltering, and a refreshing shower was truly delightful. Afterward, Jiang Qiu retrieved a bottle of chilled Coca-Cola from the refrigerator. Sitting before his computer, he launched the Guarding the Canyon game. The game posed no challenge to him. He won consecutively until well past 10 o'clock at night. Jiang Qiu stretched his neck as his roommates gradually returned. The night passed quietly, with everyone retiring early. The next morning, at 7:30 a.m., Jiang Qiu was the first to rise. After washing up and changing into fresh clothes, he descended to have breakfast, soy milk and fried dough sticks, accompanied by a bowl of millet porridge. This morning, the business administration class schedule was packed. As Jiang Qiu listened to the lecturer, he opened Douyin on his phone. Numerous private messages awaited him, mostly from female streamers hoping he would shower them with gifts. Jiang Qiu paid them no heed. Brothers, what shall we have for lunch? As noon approached, Zhao Mingrui asked the group. Let us have snail noodles, suggested Qian Shengqian. No way, that flavor is too strong, Zhao Mingrui retorted with disdain. You can go if you want it so badly. Huh, we could try it, right, Brother Qiu? At that moment, Chen Hong turned to Jiang Qiu. I don't mind, we can try it. Jiang Qiu shrugged. Although not his favorite, he could accept it. Surely not. Brother Qiu, I never expected someone as handsome as you would indulge in snail noodles. Zhao Ming remarked. Jiang Qiu was momentarily taken aback. How could one's appearance be linked to the consumption of a mere dish? Zhao Mingrui, feeling isolated, reluctantly acquiesced to the group's suggestion. Come on, it's time to eat. The class bell rang, and the roommates were eager to head out. Just then, Jiang Qiu's phone lit up. Come over for a meal, read a message from Chu Yanxi. Jiang Qiu was somewhat surprised. Are you going today as well? I'm dining with my classmates. Perhaps I should skip today. Chu Yanxi playfully threatened. If you don't come, I will seek you out and tell everyone that I wish to marry you. Jiang Qiu thought to himself. This girl certainly does not adhere to convention. Turning to his roommates, he said, I apologize, but you all go ahead and eat without me. What? Brother Qiu, you are abandoning us at the last moment. Zhao Mingrui couldn't help but tease. No, I'm just meeting a friend, Jiang Qiu clarified. I bet it's a girl, Qian Shengqian chuckled. Chen Hongliang chimed in, Brother Qiu, be cautious. If you're in danger, don't resist, just surrender. Come on, she's not a tigress. It won't be that serious, Jiang Qiu laughed, waving them off as he made his way to the student council office. Chapter 71. It was just a joke. Jiang Qiu had always been fortunate, and as he entered the office building, he strolled leisurely towards Chu Yanxi's office. At that moment, Liang Zijian happened to descend from the upper floors and immediately spotted Jiang Qiu. Recently, he had been thoroughly exhausted, burdened with various tasks in his department, all of which he attributed to Jiang Qiu. However, Liang Zijian was well aware that he could not afford to offend him. In the student council, each officer worked diligently and eagerly sought to make a positive impression. There was a considerable degree of self-interest involved, as the presence of Chu Yanxi offered a coveted opportunity for employment at Douyin after graduation. Now that Liang Zijian had attained the position of minister, he certainly did not want to miss such an opportunity. Therefore, upon discovering that Chu Yanxi was Jiang Qiu's assistant, he no longer dared to make life difficult for Jiang Qiu. Jiang Qiu, there's nothing pressing today, so you need not come to the office to sign in, Liang Zijian said with an ingratiating smile. Oh, I just came by for something, Jiang Qiu replied, casting a few more glances at Liang Zijian, who appeared quite adept at bending to circumstances. As lunch approached, everyone had gone to eat. Liang Zijian curiously inquired, "Who are you looking for? I can help you check. There shouldn't be many people around at this time." "It's nothing. Senior Chu is looking for me regarding an issue," Jiang Qiu replied, laden with meaning. Upon hearing this, Liang Zijian suddenly felt weak in the knees. "Senior Chu?" He widened his eyes and looked at Jiang Qiu for confirmation. "You mean Chairwoman Chu?" "Indeed," Jiang Qiu nodded, surprised by the extent of Chu Yanxi's influence. "Ah, I see. You should hurry along then. Don't keep Chairwoman Chu waiting," Liang Zijian urged enthusiastically. "All right then, Minister Liang. I'll head upstairs," Jiang Qiu replied, noticing Liang's uncharacteristically cordial demeanor and deciding against engaging in pleasantries. However, just as Jiang Qiu was about to leave, Liang Zijian called out to him again. Jiang Qiu hesitated, wondering if a confrontation was imminent. Liang Zijian, oblivious to Jiang Qiu's expression, stepped closer and said warmly, "Brother, the events of the past few days were all misunderstandings. I was merely joking. Please don't take it to heart." "Oh, it was just a joke?" Jiang Qiu chuckled. "Yes, I do enjoy joking around. I'm generally quite easygoing," Liang Zijian said, showing no signs of embarrassment. "As the saying goes, if you don't feel awkward, then the awkwardness lies with others." "All right then, Minister Liang, perhaps you should refrain from making such jokes in the future, as I tend to take things seriously. What if you jest, and I inform Senior Chu?" Jiang Qiu smiled. Liang Zijian's heart raced, and he quickly assured, "Rest assured, there will be no repeats of the last incident." "That's good to hear," Jiang Qiu nodded. "If there's nothing else, I'll be heading upstairs." In truth, he had never taken Liang Zijian seriously. Now that Liang was willing to back down, it was preferable that he didn't come seeking trouble. After all, if Chu Yanxi were to dismiss him, a new minister would merely complicate matters for Jiang Qiu. It was better to let Liang Zijian remain, as long as he assigned Jiang Qiu less work. That was certainly preferable to welcoming a new minister. After all, Jiang Qiu was merely there to observe. His spirits were considerably lifted, and he anticipated a relaxed tenure in the External Relations Department. Upon reaching the third floor, just as Jiang Qiu was about to knock on the door, his phone suddenly rang. "Hello, Mom. Just returned from your honeymoon with Dad?" Jiang Qiu answered the call upon realizing it was his mother. "Ahem, you little rascal. How dare you speak to me like that?" His mother, Qiu Junlin, chided playfully. "Your father and I are of a certain age. What honeymoon are we having? What's wrong with that?" Jiang Qiu teased. "You and Dad are still young. Having another child wouldn't be an issue. Puffed. With you as my troublesome son, I certainly cannot have another," Qiu Junlin retorted. "Oh, I just remembered you have a son," Jiang Qiu mused. His parents shared a wonderful relationship, never having argued throughout his life. They often found reasons to celebrate, and during special occasions like Valentine's Day or 520, his father would go to great lengths to make his mother happy, always taking her out for romantic candlelight dinners. Of course, these outings were devoid of Jiang Qiu's presence, which made him feel somewhat superfluous during his childhood. Well, let's not dwell on the past. We must look forward. His mother quickly changed the subject. "Have you eaten lunch yet?" "Not yet. I just finished class," Jiang Qiu replied. "What delicacies is Dad treating you to?" "He insisted on taking me for Western cuisine, Wellington steak, black truffle mushroom soup, sea salt black tiger prawns, and my favorite crab meat pasta," Qiu Junlin recounted, eager to boast a little more to her son. "Did you not open a bottle of 82 Lafite?" Jiang Qiu couldn't help but quip. "After you get home, play a song and dance a little, and then close the door." "Enough. You're all grown up. You should really watch your words." Qiu Junlin felt a twinge of guilt, realizing her son hadn't had a meal yet and likely felt envious hearing her indulge in her culinary experiences. "All right, I won't keep you. I'm off to dinner with friends." Jiang Qiu prepared to hang up. "Wait, your father and I discussed it and plan to visit you in a few days," Qiu Junlin added. "See if you need anything, and I'll prepare it for you." Jiang Qiu pondered for a moment. "No need. I recently won the lottery, so I'm not lacking anything." He wasn't ready to reveal to his parents that he was financially secure at the moment, so he concocted a casual excuse, assuming his mother wouldn't believe him. To his surprise, Qiu Junlin seemed utterly unfazed. She knew her son well. He had always been exceptionally lucky. As a child, he would frequently win prizes from soda bottle caps, often bringing home enough to satisfy the entire family. In that era, shopping malls often held lottery events, and his parents would take him along, spending 100 yuan to meet the participation criteria. At the lottery draw, they would invariably win first prizes. Many of the household appliances, like the television, refrigerator, and washing machine, were all prizes Jiang Qiu had won. As he grew older and took his entrance examinations, he never faced a question he was unfamiliar with. He always encountered topics he excelled in. Originally allotted 2 hours for the exam, he emerged from the examination hall in merely half an hour. Even the invigilator harbored suspicions, wondering if he had prior knowledge of the answers. Having endured such experiences over the years, his mother, Qiu Junlin, harbored no doubt that Jiang Qiu could indeed win a first-prize lottery. Chapter 72. Jiang Qiu's girlfriend? Chu Yanxi misunderstood the situation. Just as Jiang Qiu was conversing with his mother on the phone, the office door suddenly swung open. Jiang Qiu, coming quickly. It was Chu Yanxi, who had heard his voice inside the office and deliberately came out to surprise him. Muffled sobs escaped her lips. Jiang Qiu hastily covered her mouth and lowered the phone volume. Yet it was all in vain. On the other end of the line, his mother Qiu Junlin's voice abruptly rose. Jiang Qiu, is there a woman's voice over there? Doomed. Jiang Qiu's heart sank. Knowing his mother's penchant for gossip, she would undoubtedly probe deeply, perhaps even sneaking into the school for an investigation. No, you must have misheard, Jiang Qiu stammered, holding Chu Yanxi's mouth and placating his mother. Fortunately, Chu Yanxi's resistance was mild. Otherwise, the situation would have been even more complicated. I swear I heard a woman's voice just now, Qiu Junlin said uncertainly on the other end. Really not, Jiang Qiu replied casually. I'm in the school corridor. There are many people around. You must have misheard. Is that so? Qiu Junlin admonished kindly. You're no longer a child. It's time you found a girlfriend and started a family. I'm still waiting to hold my grandchild. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but interrupt. I'm only 18. Isn't it a bit premature to consider marriage? Not at all, Qiu Junlin promptly said. The news says that university students who marry on campus even get extra credits. You see, the country is encouraging it, so we should support the national call, right? Enough, I'm still a child. Sigh. Young people these days are really getting worse with each generation. When your father and I were your age, we had already met our parents-in-law, yet you don't even have a girlfriend. Please be more mindful. All right, I'm going to eat now. Bye. Jiang Qiu quickly ended the call. Being under his mother's scrutiny was truly troublesome. Qiu Junlin often watched the news and lamented how young people nowadays prefer to lie flat, unwilling to marry or have children. Thus, when Jiang Qiu was very young, she had arranged a childhood betrothal for him, fearing he might choose to lie flat and deprive her of the joy of grandchildren. Jiang Qiu felt a foreboding sense of doom. If his mother discovered Chu Yanxi's existence, she would certainly laugh herself awake in her dreams. Perhaps the very next day, she would bring the household register to the school, insisting they go register their marriage. No, such a scenario must not be allowed. After ending the call, Jiang Qiu exhaled deeply and finally released Chu Yanxi's hand. At that moment, Chu Yanxi did not resist, but wore a solemn expression. Who are you talking to? She asked silently. It sounded like a woman's voice. Do you have a woman outside? What am I supposed to do? Because Jiang Qiu had covered her mouth. Chu Yanxi had not heard the conversation clearly and did not know who was on the phone. But since Jiang Qiu had silenced her, it meant he did not want the other party to know she was present. Why? At that thought, she was genuinely mistaken. Yet, she neither cried nor angrily confronted Jiang Qiu. Her heart was in turmoil, uncertain how to proceed. If Jiang Qiu already had a girlfriend, would she become the third party? No. Chu Yanxi shook her head resolutely. Whoever was on the phone, she would not give up on Jiang Qiu. After all, life was long. She had plenty of time to wait for Jiang Qiu to break up. Senior, sorry if I hurt you just now. Jiang Qiu wiped his slightly damp fingers, wondering if he had been too harsh. Who covers a girl's mouth as soon as the door opens? Luckily, Chu Yanxi didn't scream. Otherwise, he would have been utterly disgraced. It's okay. Come in quickly. Chu Yanxi swiftly regained composure and led Jiang Qiu to their familiar spot. Today's lunchbox was still exquisite. Opening it revealed Huaiyang cuisine from the Mei family's banquet. Mei family's Yuanbao shrimp, pan-fried snowflake pork, rose dragon, mapo tofu, and Mei family boiled dried silk. Though not exorbitantly priced, the meal was delicious. Jiang Qiu felt good, having eaten too much king crab recently. A change of flavor was refreshing. Chu Yanxi rested her chin on her hand, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Jiang Qiu. Senior, you seem a bit strange. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but ask. The person you were talking to just now, is she your girlfriend? Chu Yanxi's voice trembled, but she mustered courage to face the truth. What? Jiang Qiu was momentarily stunned. What did you two get together? Why didn't you tell me before? Chu Yanxi continued. Is she prettier than me? Does she have a better figure? Is she richer? She had held back these questions for a long time, but only spoke calmly after Jiang Qiu finished eating. She truly could not bring herself to lose temper with him. Jiang Qiu, the world outside is dangerous. Boys must learn to protect themselves. Chu Yanxi spoke earnestly. She was genuinely worried. Now that Jiang Qiu was wealthier than before, she had reason to fear the money might come from a wealthy mistress. If Jiang Qiu was indeed being kept, she must help him break free. Chu Yanxi imagined many melodramatic scenes. being drained daily by those rich women. Jiang Qiu's life would be tough. She must never lose her temper with him. Wait, I think you've misunderstood. Jiang Qiu interjected. The woman I was talking to just now was my mother. I'm not mistaken. You must think it through. Even if it's your mother, she would at that moment. Chu Yanxi suddenly covered her mouth, and her cheeks flushed visibly, resembling a cooked crab, utterly adorable. Jiang Qiu almost laughed out loud. Well, my mother is somewhat eccentric, Jiang Qiu explained. Especially if she sees you. It would be a big problem. So it's better she doesn't know. Why? Chu Yanxi gudiosili inquit. Nothing, just eat. Jiang Qiu wisely kept silent. Knowing Chu Yanxi well, if she found out his mother was eager for him to marry, it would be dangerous. If he refused a confession later, Chu Yanxi might contact his mother, and the two would conspire together. Then he would be left out of the matter entirely. Therefore, they must never meet. At that moment, Qiu Junlin rushed into the living room, interrupting Jiang Qingfeng, who was watching TV. Old Jiang, something big has happened. Chapter 73, Declaration of Territory, Surprised by Kiss? What happened? Jiang Qingfeng stood and approached his wife. I just called our son. It sounded like there was a girl-esque voice over there. Qiu Junlin gossiped eagerly. It's nothing. Our son is grown now. It's normal for him to have a girlfriend. Jiang Qingfeng smiled. When we were his age, hadn't we already met our parents-in-law? That's different. You know our son. He has liked to lie flat since he was young. Qiu Junlin frowned. I worry he might be too lazy to date or reject girls' confessions. Ah, you worry about that? Jiang Qingfeng chuckled. He has grown and has his own thoughts. I think we should respect him. No, it's not acceptable. The news frequently reports that young people, after adopting a laid-back attitude, no longer wish to marry. Qiu Junlin declared resolutely, we must take preventive measures. Ideally, we should encourage our child to find a partner in their freshman year. To introduce them to parents by sophomore year, secure a marriage certificate in their junior year, and hold the wedding immediately after graduation. Isn't that a bit too hasty? Jiang Qingfeng glanced at his wife. Honestly, I believe that as long as he is happy, that is what matters. No, you must heed my counsel on this matter. After saying this, Qiu Junlin disregarded her husband. She sent a message to Jiang Qiu. Your father is working overtime on National Day, so he may not be able to come. Jiang Qingfeng, sitting nearby, was momentarily bewildered upon reading the message. Wait a minute. How come I was unaware that I had to work on National Day? That's merely a ruse, Qiu Junlin replied with a triumphant smile. We'll first let our son lower his guard, and then execute a surprise attack to ensure that his relationship with his girlfriend is firmly established. Jiang Qingfeng felt a wave of anxiety for his son. Is this really necessary? Yes, I know our son well. We must be diligent. Very well then. Jiang Qingfeng felt he had done his best, and between his wife and son, he inevitably chose to side with his wife. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiu had seen the message from his mother. Something feels off. Jiang Qiu understood his mother well. Her actions were blatantly suspicious. In his childhood, she would often leave from mahjong games on weekends, deceiving him by claiming she would return shortly, just to prevent him from watching television. Alternatively, she would launch surprise inspections whenever he was slacking off, almost giving him psychological trauma. Senior, you must be quite busy during National Day. Jiang Qiu cautiously set his phone down and glanced at Chu Yanxi beside him. I typically don't have holidays. There are indeed many matters of the company. Chu Yanxi zipli. All right, that's good to know. Jiang Qiu nodded, feeling reassured. If Chu Yanxi was busy, it would mean she wouldn't have time to seek him out. Even if his mother initiated a surprise visit, as long as Chu Yanxi was absent, it would pose no problems. Why is that a good thing? Chu Yanxi furrowed her brow. I suddenly have second thoughts. I might just cancel my company commitments. No, please don't. Jiang Qiu retorted. I mean, senior, you're the president. How can you be so fickle? You are my man. I would forsake everything for you. At this moment, Chu Yanxi gazed intently at Jiang Qiu with her enchanting eyes. I think I should take my leave now. Jiang Qiu felt that staying any longer might lead to trouble. No, you cannot leave. I haven't eaten yet. Chu Yanxi suddenly deflated, her pitiful appearance evoking sympathy. Then go ahead and eat. I'm not stopping you. Jiang Qiu chuckled. You must accompany me. Chu Yanxi explained. I thought you had another woman, and I couldn't eat a single bite. All right then, eat quickly. Jiang Qiu acquiesced. He realized he had been a bit excessive earlier, covering Chu Yanxi's mouth, so he considered this a form of compensation. Chu Yanxi was delighted, and despite her usual picky eating habits, she devoured a substantial piece of meat today. By the way, what's the password for your Wi-Fi? I want to connect to the internet. Feeling somewhat bored, Jiang Qiu decided to play a game. I want to play too. Team up with me. Chu Yanxi hastily took out her phone, eager to join Jiang Qiu. She had never played games before, but now, since Jiang Qiu wanted to, she wished to accompany him. No, you should focus on your meal first. Jiang Qiu glanced at the food box in front of Chu Yanxi. noting she hadn't eaten much. Then come sit closer. I want to watch you play. Chu Yanxi looked at him expectantly. Well, all right then, just eat quickly. Jiang Qiu compromised again. Thus, he sat beside Chu Yanxi and played a round of the Battle Royale game. As Chu Yanxi observed Jiang Qiu's gameplay, she savored her meal with great enjoyment. Jiang Qiu, you're incredible. In this round, Jiang Qiu achieved an astonishing record of 58 kills, shattering the game's previous record. Chu Yanxi admired Jiang Qiu's long fingers, finding his gaming posture exceedingly handsome. Sitting so close, she could clearly see his profile from her angle. To claim she was unaffected would be disingenuous. Her mouth almost watered at the sight. Scientific studies indicate that one's appetite increases tenfold when consuming food while gazing at an attractive individual. Unbeknownst to her, she thoroughly enjoyed this meal. After finishing the game, Jiang Qiu glanced at Chu Yanxi, astonished to discover she had eaten quite a bit. I didn't expect my gameplay to be so appetizing for you. Jiang Qiu laughed. Because you're beside me, everything tastes delightful. As she spoke, Chu Yanxi playfully licked her lips, exuding a hint of allure. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but swallow hard. The proximity between them, coupled with Chu Yanxi's striking beauty, made it impossible for him to remain entirely indifferent. What happened earlier? Did you feel a spark? Chu Yanxi noted his reaction, feeling a flutter of joy within. Ahem. Jiang Qiu stood up and checked the time. All right, I should be heading back now. Chu Yanxi did not stop him. She stood up as well, and they both made their way to the door. Marry me. I want to share every meal with you. Just before leaving, Chu Yanxi playfully flirted again. I'm off then. Jiang Qiu smiled, turned to push the door open. At that moment, Chu Yanxi suddenly grasped Jiang Qiu's arm. Having experienced the earlier misunderstanding, she genuinely wished for no delay. With determination, Chu Yanxi wrapped her arms around Jiang Qiu's neck and kissed him fervently. Jiang Qiu was caught completely off guard by the time he comprehended what had transpired. His lips had already met Chu Yanxi's. Jiang Qiu was momentarily stunned. Had he just lost his first kiss like that? From now on, you are mine, Chu Yanxi declared, suppressing her shyness yet firmly asserting her claim. Chapter 74. A Bountiful Reward. Shall we repeat it? Ding dong. The system detected that the host experienced a delightful first kiss, triggering a random reward. Reward 1. Congratulations. The host has received virtual currency worth 10 million on the Douyin platform. Reward 2. Congratulations. The host has received a beginner supercar cashback voucher. Reward 3. Congratulations. The host has received a Patek Philippe astronomical tourbillon 6002 wristwatch, valued at 17 million. Note, the system has automatically credited 10 million virtual currency to the host's Douyin account. The Patek Philippe wristwatch has been delivered to the headquarters in Modu and is ready for the host to claim at any time. Beginner supercar cashback voucher. The host will receive a cashback of 13 times the corresponding spending amount, applicable only for automotive purchases. Jiang Qiu wiped his lips, his feelings somewhat complicated after losing his first kiss. However, this sensation didn't seem entirely unpleasant. The primary reason was the system's rewards were indeed extravagant. If a mere kiss could yield such rewards, Jiang Qiu truly wouldn't mind sacrificing himself a little more. You're quite remarkable. I really like you. Chu Yanxi beamed with satisfaction and kissed Jiang Qiu on the lips again. This time, Jiang Qiu could have dodged. But he swore he only wanted to test if the system would yield more rewards. A quarter of an hour later, when the system failed to respond, he realized he had indeed been too greedy. I'll transfer you 100,000 yuan shortly, as compensation for your loss. Chu Yanxi stated confidently, by whatever you like. If it's not enough, just let me know, as long as you're happy. Jiang Qiu found himself at a loss for words. He truly didn't need the money right now. Yet, for some reason, the feeling of being pampered by a wealthy woman was rather delightful. No need for the money. I'll take my leave now. Jiang Qiu waved his hand and turned to exit the office. Chu Yanxi escorted him to the door, reluctantly bidding farewell with the words, "See you tomorrow at noon." In the afternoon, Jiang Qiu had a class. The instructor for organizational behavior spoke eloquently on stage, yet a considerable number of students in the audience succumbed to slumber. Jiang Qiu, however, took out his phone to check the status of his Douyin account. This time, the system had recharged him with 10 million, totaling 100 million Douyin coins. Adding to the remaining 900 Douyin coins from before, his account now held a grand total of 900 Douyin coins. With such a substantial sum, the thought of spending it all was rather exhausting. A single carnival costs merely 3,000 yuan. How many times would he need to participate to exhaust 10 million? Jiang Qiu genuinely contemplated suggesting to Chu Yanxi that she should consider raising the upper limit for gifts. However, he also knew that if he voiced such a thought, she would undoubtedly dissuade him from spending on gifts. It seemed prudent to act first and report later. Stealthily, Jiang Qiu checked Chu Yanxi's livestream announcement. There was a scheduled stream for 8 p.m. the following evening. Setting a reminder, he intended to tune in and spend his gifts. After all, his rewards were derived from Chu Yanxi, so it could be said that he was merely reaping what he had sown. As the class neared its conclusion, Jiang Qiu's phone suddenly rang. With an air of calm, he stood up and slipped out through the back door. "Mr. Jiang, this is your personal steward, Wu Zhaiyulai," came the respectful voice on the other end. How are things on your end?" Jiang Qiu inquired. For some time now, he had been overseeing the renovation of his villa. Naturally, he had merely provided his preferences while Wu Zhaiyulai managed the specifics of the construction. Having a dedicated steward proved quite advantageous. Aside from being costly, there were no significant downsides. "Mr. Jiang, everything has been remodeled according to your specifications," Wu Zhaiyulai informed him. "Let me know when you have time for an inspection. If there are any issues, I will rectify them." "All right, understood." Jiang Qiu nodded, then ended the call. He planned to skip class to observe the villa, as this marked his first home in the bustling metropolis, making it quite significant. He sent a message to his roommates, requesting them to help carry his books home after class. Then, Jiang Qiu exited the academic building, turning right upon leaving the school, treating the walk as a form of exercise. The Binhe community was in close proximity to the school, and he arrived in less than 10 minutes. After the renovations, the villa was equipped with underfloor heating and a fresh air system, along with a comprehensive smart management system throughout the house. Additionally, the installation of an elevator meant he no longer had to climb stairs. The overall aesthetic of the renovation struck a balance between modernity and warmth. Notably, the underfloor heating and fresh air system utilized high-performance products. The winters in the metropolis could be quite frigid. Unlike the north, the damp climate rendered the cold particularly penetrating. Where an older heating system, warming such a large space would take several hours. However, the newly installed equipment required only 15 minutes to reach a comfortable temperature, significantly enhancing the experience of using underfloor heating. Of course, the most remarkable transformation was the basement's renovation. Jiang Qiu had excavated a swimming pool, complemented by lounging chairs and a mini-bar. This way, on sweltering summer days, he could swim in the comfort of his own home. If he had a female companion, it would undoubtedly be an extraordinary experience. The mere thought invigorated Jiang Qiu. Furthermore, the entire house boasted an advanced smart system that could be entirely controlled via smartphone. This included the lighting, central air conditioning, underfloor heating, fresh air system, electric curtains, and even the pool's water management. All of these could be effortlessly managed through his phone, enhancing the efficiency of the home. For instance, while on his way home, he could set the indoor temperature to ensure a pleasant arrival. Additionally, he could pre-fill the swimming pool, saving considerable time. Security was also a non-issue, as the system featured its own remote protection plan, independently bound to his phone. Even in the event of a power outage, a backup power source would ensure 24-hour monitoring of the home's safety. "Mr. Jiang, is there anything you find unsatisfactory? We can still make adjustments," Wu Zhaiyulai remarked, her envy palpable as she surveyed the transformed villa. It was indeed a joyful experience to reside in such a splendid abode. "It's quite good," Jiang Qiu nodded, indicating his approval. "You can rest assured that you may move in at any time," Wu Zhaiyulai added. "All materials used are of national grade A environmental standards and have undergone professional testing, so you can be at ease." How considerate. There was no need for him to invest time and effort. The steward had anticipated every detail. Jiang Qiu felt immensely comfortable. Chapter 75, Onward. Sherlock Ling outside the villa. Li Lingling was sneakily recording a video on her phone. She had skipped class that day, originally intending to dine outside the community, but happened to spot Jiang Qiu walking into the complex with a woman. What was happening? Could this be Jiang Qiu's girlfriend? Li Lingling did not recognize Wu Zhaiyulai, but after scrutinizing her, she noted that her figure was quite appealing. After all, a steward in such a high-end community must possess both looks and grace. Oh no, Xiaoxi might be getting cheated on. Li Lingling felt a pang of anxiety for her friend. Internally, she began to grumble. Men are all swine. They feast on what's in front of them while yearning for what's in the pot. The problem was, though this woman was attractive, the disparity compared to her friend was still evident. Why would Jiang Qiu reject Chu Yanxi only to associate with someone like her? In an instant, Li Lingling's imagination ran wild. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, you must catch the stolen goods. To catch an affair, you must catch the couple. She resolved to follow them and discover where these two were headed, capturing evidence along the way. Without concrete photos, Chu Yanxi would surely struggle to believe the truth and might end up deceived by Jiang Qiu. Instantly transformed into Sherlock Ling, she was buzzing with excitement. neglecting even her lunch. She trailed behind until they reached Villa number 9. Oh, isn't this right next door? Li Lingling thought to herself, incredulous at Jiang Qiu's audacity. Not only was he playing both sides, but he was also rendezvousing next door? Was this truly exhilarating for men? Not daring to dwell on it further, she quickly opened her messaging app and sent the recorded video to Chu Yanxi. Li Lingling, Xiaoxi, something's happened. A major incident. Chu Yanxi, what is it? Li Lingling, just watch the video first. Li Lingling, stay calm. You must remain composed. Chu Yanxi, somewhat exasperated, thought her friend always overreacted. As the president of a billion-dollar company, when had she ever lost her composure? She calmly opened the video, only to see herself in the community with a man and a woman walking ahead. Wait, the one on the left appeared to be Jiang Qiu. Who was the woman on the right? In an instant, Chu Yanxi's eyes widened in shock, and she sprang to her feet. Stay calm. You must remain composed. She chanted internally, but truly, it was beyond her control. At that moment, she was no longer the CEO of a billion-dollar company, but merely a young girl caught up in her emotions. Li Lingling, Xiaoxi, are you all right? Chu Yanxi, I'm feeling very upset right now. Li Lingling, it's all right. With your qualities, you can find anyone you desire. There's no need to hang your hopes on a single tree. Li Lingling, I never would have guessed Jiang Qiu was such a person. Chu Yanxi, you mustn't speak ill of Jiang Qiu. At this moment, Li Lingling wore a bewildered expression. With undeniable evidence present, how could one still defend Jiang Qiu? For goodness sake, I am on your side. Chu Yanxi inquired, are they still there? I will head over now. Li Lingling replied, yes. But perhaps it's better if you see for yourself. Feeling quite helpless, she realized that she had no choice but to wait for Chu Yanxi to confirm the situation herself. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiu conducted a final check of the inventory within the room. This renovation entailed not just an upgrade of the hardware, but a complete overhaul of the furnishings as well. Even many daily necessities have been arranged by the property manager, achieving a state of true move-in readiness. Mr. Jiang, here are the detailed accounts. Wu Zayulai said respectfully, if everything is in order, could you kindly sign a list? All right, no problem, Jiang Qiu. The total expenditure for this renovation amounted to over 4.8 million, which could be considered a small fortune. Unfortunately, the larger the house, the greater the expenses incurred during renovation. Nevertheless, Jiang Qiu felt content with this expenditure. After all, he would be living here in the future, and a pleasant environment could only enhance one's mood. Once the final procedures were completed, Wu Zayulai discreetly prepared to take her leave. Jiang Qiu politely escorted her to the door. Just as he opened the door, a figure suddenly rushed in, colliding directly into Jiang Qiu's embrace. What's going on? A familiar scent of perfume wafted into Jiang Qiu's nostrils. Senior, what are you doing here? Upon recognizing Chu Yanxi, he couldn't help but chuckle. Here was a formidable female CEO of a billion-dollar company, neglecting her duties to eavesdrop on my doorstep. At that moment, Chu Yanxi nestled in Jiang Qiu's arms, found her mind completely blank. She had intended to catch him in a compromising situation, but upon seeing Jiang Qiu, all her worries evaporated. His embrace was so warm. She resembled a small kitten caught by the scruff of her neck, content to remain still in Jiang Qiu's arms. Behind them, Li Lingling stood in stunned silence. Was it not a tad inconsiderate for the two to embrace so openly, especially with another woman present in the room? Casting a wary glance at Wu Zayulai, her eyes brimmed with hostility. Now that her friend was utterly smitten with love, it was time for her to take action. Onward, Sherlock Ling. Miss Ju, greeting. Wu Zayulai stepped forward, respectfully acknowledging Chu Yanxi. As a competent head concierge, it was imperative for her to remember the profiles of all homeowners. This was her duty. What is this? Do they know each other? Li Lingling was momentarily stunned, realizing that all the dramatic scenarios she had concocted were completely off base. So it was you, Xiao Wu. At this juncture, Chu Yanxi reluctantly withdrew from Jiang Qiu's embrace. Upon entering the house, she had noticed Wu Zayulai and had retained some recollection of the property manager. It turned out that Jiang Qiu was accompanied by a member of the property staff. Jiang Qiu had previously mentioned that he had purchased Villa number 9 nearby. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for the two to view the property together. Miss Ju, so you and Mr. Jiang are acquainted, Wu Zayulai remarked with a smile. I just finalized the handover with Mr. Jiang and was about to leave. Should you require anything, feel free to call me anytime. Thank you, I appreciate it, Chu Yanxi replied, adopting a hostess demeanor on Jiang Qiu's behalf. After Wu Zayulai departed, she finally exhaled a sigh of relief. She had completely misjudged the situation. What had initially seemed so complicated was nearly transformed into a farce. With this realization, Chu Yanxi prepared to confront Li Lingling about the misunderstanding. She had nearly wronged Jiang Qiu. How unreliable could her friend be? Huh? Where did she go? Chu Yanxi turned to look outside, only to find that Li Lingling had vanished without a trace. Senior, she bolted. Jiang Qiu chuckled, bemused by the unfolding events. However, Li Lingling's swift escape had been quite astonishing. In the ensuing chapter, as they tidied up Jiang Qi's residence, the double standards of Chu Yanxi became apparent. Following Jiang Qi's pointed gesture, Chu Yanxi noticed the fleeing figure of Li Lingling. Initially, she had appeared somewhat portly, yet to her surprise, she could sprint with remarkable speed. Chu Yanxi couldn't help but cover her eyes, finding the spectacle rather hard to bear. Senior, you still haven't explained when you appeared at my doorstep. Jiang Qiu inquired curiously. Well, I happened to be on my way home to fetch something and saw you had company, Chu Yanxi replied, omitting the truth, as explaining would be rather embarrassing. All right then, Jiang Qiu conceded, not pressing further. Your house has been beautifully renovated. Chu Yanxi casually closed the door behind her, then, with an air of nonchalance, expressed her desire to explore the interior. It's all right, I just arrived myself, Jiang Qiu stated, leading Chu Yanxi on a tour of the villa. Upon encountering the expansive underground swimming pool, she could hardly contain her excitement about swimming. Ahem, senior. This isn't a public pool, Jiang Qiu said with amusement. If you desire, you could always dig one for yourself. No, I can't afford that. Chu Yanxi suddenly looked at Jiang Qiu with hopeful eyes and suggested, what if I moved in here? Jiang Qiu was taken aback. I recall you being a billionaire CEO. How can you claim to be broke? To be precise, my net worth is at least 300 billion after going public, Chu Yanxi replied proudly. And yet, you still dare to say you're short on funds. Jiang Qiu teased, which billionaire behaves like you do? Chu Yanxi calmly responded, one must be frugal. It is a crucial quality in wealth accumulation. You are the most coveted treasure of my life. Marry me, and I'll gladly share half my wealth with you. Chu Yanxi couldn't help but indulge in her daily flirtation with Jiang Qiu. However, Jiang Qiu had no intention of allowing her to move in. If he acquiesced, he would be placing himself in a precarious position. Senior, aren't you the CEO? I imagine you have a lot of work on your plate. Jiang Qiu deftly shifted the topic. I'm the boss. I delegate tasks to various departments, leaving me with plenty of free time. Chu Yanxi replied earnestly. Man, I know what you're thinking. Give it up. You can't escape, she added. Clearing his throat, Jiang Qiu said, well, I'll tidy up the house now. Feeling a bit overwhelmed, he decided to ignore her for the moment. Although the room was already quite orderly, preparing for someone to move in required a thorough clean. Seeing Jiang Qiu begin to work, Chu Yanxi squatted down to assist him. Senior, I can handle it. You should head back, she insisted. No witties. I'm here to help. Then just sit over there and watch, Jiang Qiu countered. No, I'm concerned you might tire yourself out. Jiang Qiu underestimated Chu Yanxi's determination. No amount of persuasion could sway her. Thus, the two of them toiled for over an hour, finally leaving the place spotless. They say that when men and women work together, the task becomes less arduous. Surprisingly, they complemented each other quite well. Who would have guessed that the typically unhelpful Chu Yanxi would so diligently assist in tidying someone else's home? Had Li Lingling witnessed this scene, she would undoubtedly chastise her for being a hypocritical woman. Time flew, and before long, evening arrived, ushering in mealtime. Chu Yanxi wiped her hands and suggested, shall I reserve a private room at the garden restaurant? Forget it, there's a good noodle shop nearby. I'm just planning to grab a quick bite. Jiang Qiu replied, not wishing to complicate matters further. That works. I'll eat whatever you choose, Chu Yanxi stated, indicating her lack of dietary preferences. Jiang Qiu picked up his phone and ordered 2 bowls of noodles. Since she had claimed to be easygoing, a simple meal would suffice. Approximately 20 minutes later, there was a knock at the door. The delivery had arrived. Jiang Qiu stood to open the door. Don't move. Chu Yanxi rose to her feet, positioning herself before Jiang Qiu. You sit tight. I shall take care of this. Jiang Qiu's expression was peculiar. Well, isn't this bold? Taking the initiative while exuding such confidence? Chu Yanxi made her way to the door, collected the takeout, and returned to the room. Jiang Qiu, dinner is served. Thank you for your hard work. Now, please hand it over, Jiang Qiu said. No need for that. My man shouldn't have to toil so hard. Just sit back and relax. Without waiting for Jiang Qiu's protest, she promptly retrieved the takeout, arranged the disposable utensils, and laid them out before Jiang Qiu. Senior, your actions make me feel as though I am living off you, Jiang Qiu remarked, both amused and exasperated. Indeed, as long as you desire it, it can be so, Chu Yanxi replied, leaning down to plant a swift kiss on Jiang Qiu's cheek. Ahem, let's eat. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Qiu had grown accustomed to this diet, even growing too lazy to resist. As the two dined, conversation was sparse. Jiang Qiu finished her meal in under 5 minutes and glanced at Chu Yanxi. noticing she had also made significant progress. How does it taste? Jiang Qiu inquired. Can you get used to it? It's quite delectable, Chu Yanxi replied, savoring each bite. Whenever she was with Jiang Qiu, her appetite was inexplicably heightened. Once they finished, Jiang Qiu took the initiative to clean up the dishes this time. Chu Yanxi did not stop her, primarily owing to her fatigue. Earlier that afternoon, she had hurried back from school, her mind taut with tension. After discovering it was a misunderstanding, she had helped Jiang Qiu with the chores. Although the workload was not particularly heavy, it was still taxing for Chu Yanxi. With dinner concluded, she felt an overwhelming drowsiness and sprawled out on the sofa. When Jiang Qiu returned to the living room after tidying up in the kitchen, she found Chu Yanxi had already drifted off to sleep, her delicate feet peeking out adorably. Jiang Qiu hesitated to wake her, to avoid disturbing her rest. Jiang Qiu retreated to the study and entertained herself with a few rounds of gaming. After more than an hour, she checked the time. It was already past 8 in the evening. If she didn't wake Chu Yanxi soon, she might not make it home that night. With this thought in mind, Jiang Qiu returned to the living room. Senior, she attempted to rouse her, but to no avail. Chu Yanxi remained unresponsive. Senior, it's time to go home. She tugged at Chu Yanxi's arm, yet there was still no reaction. Senior, you're drooling. Jiang Qiu could not resist employing her trump card. This time, Chu Yanxi's brow twitched, and she finally awoke. Did I fall asleep? Indeed. Did you do anything naughty while I was out? Chu Yanxi sat up, her expression expectant. Jiang Qiu assured her, absolutely not. I'm a paragon of virtue. You can rest assured on that front. Suddenly, Chu Yanxi leaned forward, burying herself in Jiang Qiu's embrace. At that moment, she genuinely wished time could freeze. Waking up to see the person she adored was a feeling beyond compare. Chapter 77. 3 Kisses earned 300,000. Jiang Qiu found herself slightly breathless from the unexpected intimacy. Summer was already scant, and with Chu Yanxi holding her so tightly, the warmth between them was electrifying, igniting sensitive nerves. After a 5-minute embrace, Chu Yanxi reluctantly withdrew from Jiang Qiu's arms. Senior, we ought to head back. Jiang Qiu took a few deep breaths to regain her composure. Oh, understood. Chu Yanxi pouted, genuinely reluctant to leave. After a moment, she had a thought, turning to retrieve her phone and snapped a selfie with Jiang Qiu. Normally, she seldom took selfies. Whenever she saw Li Lingling snapping pictures, she would roll her eyes, finding it overly vain. Yet today, she longed to capture a moment with Jiang Qiu. Chu Yanxi realized her previous aversion to selfies stemmed from a lack of memorable moments and cherished people. Now, since Jiang Qiu entered her life, everything had transformed. After lingering for a while, she finally prepared to depart as night approached. It's quite late, and the roads are treacherous. Perhaps I should stay? At the doorway, she attempted one last time. No way, Jiang Qiu firmly declined. Are you joking? You live next door. The walk isn't that long. Could I sleep on your sofa? I promise I won't be a bother, Chu Yanxi pleaded with a pitiful expression. Absolutely not, Jiang Qiu reiterated. What if I pay you rent? Chu Yanxi quickly proposed. 10,000 for a night, 1 million for a month. What do you say? For some reason, she felt a profound sense of security, even imagining sleeping on Jiang Qiu's sofa. That's not feasible, Jiang Qiu maintained her stance. Yesterday, it was 10,000 for a kiss. Now it's 10,000 for a night stay. If I agree, wouldn't that mean I'm being kept? Why? Are you hiding something from me? Absolutely not. Then give me a reason. I don't plan to stay the night. I need to buy some essentials in the next few days, Jiang Qiu explained. As it was the truth, she hadn't even fetched her luggage yet, making an immediate move-in somewhat impractical. Can I come back tomorrow then? Chu Yanxi's beautiful eyes remained fixed on Jiang Qiu. If I say you can't come, will you still come? Jiang Qiu inquired. That's true. Then we shall meet tomorrow. Chu Yanxi's lips curved into a delightful smile as she departed contentedly. The following day, Jiang Qiu attended classes as usual. University life was quite pleasant. A few idle moments on her phone made the morning pass swiftly. At noon, Jiang Qiu went to the office for lunch. Today, Chu Yanxi donned a stylish light blue suit, radiating vitality and affluence. Upon seeing Jiang Qiu, her cheeks flushed. She had hardly slept the previous night. Her mind filled with thoughts of kissing Jiang Qiu. Such moments can often be overwhelming, where one might not consider much at the time, but later reflect with shyness. As Jiang Qiu sat down, she turned to Chu Yanxi and said, Senior, thank you for your generous tip. In the span of just 2 days, she had been kissed 3 times, each priced at 100,000, totaling 300,000. Initially, Jiang Qiu had thought a jest, but to her surprise, Chu Yanxi had indeed paid. No need for thanks. Can I transfer you money in advance from now on? Chu Yanxi's eyes sparkled, as if she had devised a brilliant plan. What I mean is, I could transfer you 30 million. and you could cooperate with me a bit more. Jiang Qiu was taken aback by this. Senior, are you just overflowing with cash? No. I genuinely wish to support you. Chu Yanxi blushed as she continued. From now on, you must not kiss anyone else if you wish to kiss. It can only be me. Senior, it's time to eat. Jiang Qiu used her chopsticks to pick up a cucumber from the lunchbox and directly fed it to Chu Yanxi. Delicious. Chu Yanxi relished the offering. The meal was consumed swiftly, as Jiang Qiu needed to step out for shopping, and Chu Yanxi had her own work to attend to. At 2 in the afternoon, after finishing her tasks, Chu Yanxi arrived at Jiang Qiu's home to assist with tidying up. After a couple of days of arranging, the new home finally exuded warmth and liveliness. Chu Yanxi even took the opportunity to catch a brief nap on Jiang Qiu's sofa. For some unknown reason, she found the best quality of sleep there. Around 4 o'clock, Chu Yanxi awoke and called Jiang Qiu to eat early, as she needed to visit the company shortly for a live streaming event hosted by the brand in the evening. She had prearranged the delivery service from a private dining establishment. Jiang Qiu had no objections. Having expended considerable energy in the afternoon, an early meal was quite acceptable. If hunger struck later in the evening, ordering takeout would suffice. However, he was merely overthinking. Chu Yanxi had already anticipated Jiang Qiu's potential hunger, and thus had ordered a feast ample enough for 5. The cold dishes included a splendid assortment from the Jinxiu Wu Fu brand and inventive seaweed rolls. The soup featured a sumptuous blend of fish maw and winter melon. For dessert, there was a delightful pairing of swan-shaped pastries with peach gum. The hot dishes consisted of braised sea cucumber with scallions, Spanish-style roasted suckling pig with flower mushrooms and carrots, Australian beef ribs, pan-seared cod with royal scallops, and shrimp stuffed with meat floss. It was indeed a lavish spread. The two dined rather quickly, yet the sheer volume of food left a substantial amount remaining. Jiang Qiu intended to store the leftovers in the refrigerator, planning to heat them up later as a late-night snack. Did you enjoy the meal today? Chu Yanxi inquired after they had eaten their fill. It was satisfactory, he replied. Which dish did you like the most? After some contemplation, Jiang Qiu pointed to the shrimp, remarking, this dish was quite good. All right, I shall remember that, Chu Yanxi responded, pulling out her phone to update her notes on Jiang Qiu's culinary preferences, adding the shrimp to the last line. This memo was filled with a plethora of Jiang Qiu's likes and dislikes, showcasing Chu Yanxi's diligent efforts to cater to him. Chapter 78, Chu Yanxi. You're becoming a bit cocky now. Men require pampering. This was a tactic she had gleaned from romantic novels. Only by thoroughly understanding Jiang Qiu and his myriad preferences could she truly indulge him, especially in matters of cuisine. As the saying goes, to capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. Yet, Chu Yanxi was aware of her lack of culinary talent. Her sole experience in the kitchen had been boiling instant noodles. Although she could gradually learn to cook, it was not feasible at the moment. Since she couldn't cook personally, she resorted to hiring professional 5-star chefs for customized meals. After all, with her financial means, she could afford to order a variety of dishes daily, ultimately discovering Jiang Qiu's favorites. Pursuing a man requires not only financial investment, but also thoughtful consideration. Feeling a step closer to success, Chu Yanxi found herself smiling foolishly. Senior, you're drooling. What has you so delighted? Jiang Qiu remarked, stealing glances at her, sensing something peculiar. Ah, am I drooling again? Chu Yanxi instinctively wiped the corner of her mouth and fished out a mirror, scrutinizing her reflection to confirm that she was indeed drool-free. Jiang Qiu, you're getting a bit cocky, she pouted, her tone laced with mock threat. You dare tease me, relying on my affection for you? Jiang Qiu paused momentarily before chuckling. Indeed, this demeanor suits you well as a billionaire CEO. Instantly, Chu Yanxi's ears flushed crimson. This tactic was also borrowed from romantic novels. To seize a man's heart, one must not always be overly accommodating. Occasionally, a playful display of temper is necessary to keep him in check. However, executing this in practice proved exceedingly challenging. The moment she met Jiang Qiu's gaze, her shyness overwhelmed her, leaving her devoid of any anger. The sensation was akin to a kitten caught by the scruff of its neck, rendering her utterly at a loss. Had it been anyone else speaking to her in such a manner, she would have erupted in fury. Yet, with Jiang Qiu, being teased brought her unexpected delight. This was a secret she vowed to keep from Li Lingling. Chu Yanxi knew her friend well. Were she to learn of this, she would surely accuse her of double standards. Well, I have a live streaming event shortly, so I shall take my leave, Chu Yanxi said reluctantly. You stay home and don't miss me too much. With that, she departed, satisfaction etched on her face. Jiang Qiu observed that Chu Yanxi always attempted to project a strong persona in his presence. To be honest, he found this rather endearing. At 8 p.m., while Jiang Qiu was engrossed in a game, his phone alarm suddenly blared. Upon checking, he realized it was time for Chu Yanxi's livestream. As the president of Douyin, although he could delegate tasks to his team, he still needed to make personal appearances at significant events. Tonight's livestream was an official brand promotion held online, crucial for attracting advertisers and for the future valuation of the company. Chu Yanxi would serve as a guest, making a few remarks at the end, while the majority of the event would be managed by her assistant. As the livestream commenced, Jiang Qiu entered the room punctually. After having gifted 3,000 carnival tokens previously, his account had been elevated to level 56, endowing him with attention-grabbing effects in any streaming room he entered. Welcome, Jiang Qiu, to the live stream. Whoa, is that the same tycoon who gifted nearly 10 million last time? His level indicates it's truly him. And he is here for CEO Chu. Indeed, Jiang Qiu had appeared in response to Chu Yanxi's livestream, and many wondered if he would bestow gifts again. He glanced at his gift interface and noted that Douyin had granted him an exclusive gift option, a supreme cannon worth 666 tokens, equivalent to 666 yuan. This was particularly noteworthy, considering that the previous carnival gift valued at 30,000 tokens translated to 3,000 yuan, already the priciest gift on the platform. It seemed that once one reached a certain financial threshold, even the gift interface would provide unique privileges. This recognition from Douyin was something ordinary users could never experience. With such an advantage, Jiang Qiu decided against gifting another carnival and opted instead to launch the Supreme Cannon. Jiang Qiu gifted a Supreme Cannon in Dear Chu Yanxi's livestream. Jiang Qiu gifted a Supreme Cannon in Dear Chu Yanxi's livestream. Jiang Qiu gifted a Supreme Cannon in Dear Chu Yanxi's livestream. Jiang Qiu was fervently tapping the gift interface. Many viewers had previously seen videos of Jiang Qiu gifting lavishly, yet witnessing such opulence in a live stream was still a rarity. Now, with the live viewership soaring to 300,000, the majority of these viewers had never witnessed Jiang Qiu's gifting prowess firsthand. Often, when people hear about someone's wealth, they might dismiss it as mere boasting. Yet, only through direct observation can one truly grasp the reality of such affluence. At this moment, Jiang Qiu was tapping away at his phone screen with the dexterity honed over 20 years of singlehood. His adept fingers worked their magic, launching a supreme cannon every second, equating to an astonishing 666 yuan per second. Within a mere minute, he had gifted 400,000 yuan worth of present. Such terrifying generosity propelled the live stream into the top 10 of the platform's trending topics. As time progressed, Jiang Qiu's gifts dominated the live chat, drawing an increasing number of viewers from other streams. 400,000, 500,000, 800,000, 1,000,000. Unlike other platforms, Douyin's viewer count reflected genuine numbers, and reaching 1 million live viewers was simply astounding. What is even more astonishing is the staggering contribution of gifts from the illustrious Jiang Qiu, which continues to surge at an unfathomable pace. It simply cannot be halted. In less than 10 minutes, Jiang Qiu has showered over 600 supreme gift cannons, translating to approximately 4 million in currency. Once again, the live broadcast room erupted in excitement. It had long been rumored that Jiang Qiu was a lavish spender, but witnessing it firsthand today filled everyone with immense awe. However, this was not the end of the spectacle. 20 minutes later, the viewers were plunged into frenzy once more. Chapter 79, another 10 million spent, and the room erupted again. Jiang Qiu continued to furiously tap the screen. He had now dispatched over 500 supreme gift cannons, equating to a staggering 10 million. Such wealth, truly remarkable. 500 supreme gift cannons, my goodness. The big shot is incredibly extravagant, having spent 10 million. Not just 10 million, but with the previous day's donations, the total has reached 20 million. Iam utterly astonished. Iam genuinely av. Does the big shot still need a loyal follower? I would gladly serve as an ornament. Woof woof. The barrage of comments in the live stream soared. Typically, those who lavish gifts and live broadcasts are often affiliated with guilds. They contribute to assist the streamer, only to have the funds returned in full. Additionally, some big spenders expect reciprocation when gifting female streamers, such as private meetings where effort yields reward. However, Jiang Qiu was distinct from these individuals. His generosity was purely for the sake of gifting, without even a single word of acknowledgement. Simultaneously, in another small influencer's live stream, the enchanting Zhao Yining was broadcasting, while her top spender, known as Principal Wang, was pursuing her after recently breaking up with his ex-girlfriend. Yet, Zhao Yining did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, she requested that Principal Wang elevate her to the top of the Douyin popularity chart. Only by fulfilling this wish would she consider accepting his confession. Showering gifts to climb the charts was a common tactic for Principal Wang to display his financial prowess. Naturally, he readily agreed to her request. Typically, spending a few $100,000, at most $1 million, could secure a top position on the popularity chart. Such an amount was insignificant to Principal Wang. However, today, an unexpected contender, Jiang Qiu, emerged, gifting $10 million to Chu Yanxi, propelling her to the top of the chart. Principal Wang's brows furrowed immediately. In truth, $10 million was not beyond his means. However, spending such an amount for a minor influencer felt unjustifiable. After all, he was known for frequently changing girlfriends. He couldn't possibly spend $10 million on each. Moreover, the critical point was that the reigning top influencer was Chu Yanxi. If he were to usurp the top position for a mere internet celebrity, it would be tantamount to slapping Chu Yanxi in the face. With this thought, Principal Wang's body was covered in a cold sweat. He genuinely feared offending Chu Yanxi. The previous incident had left him with a profound psychological scar. If he were to anger her again, he would surely face his father's wrath upon returning home. However, Zhao Yining remained oblivious to his concerns and continued to urge him. For a small influencer like her, it was all about whose leg to cling to. Principal Wang was known for his generosity. She had to seize this opportunity to extract as much wealth as possible. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were reveling in the chaos, eagerly encouraging the principal. Come on, principal, go all in. Xiao Ning is getting anxious. Indeed, we cannot allow this newcomer, Jiang Qiu, to surpass you. Principal, are you backing down? You can't show weakness in front of beautiful women. The crowd erupted in uproar, creating a lively atmosphere in the live stream. Zhao Yining, feigning reluctance, said, Brother Wang, perhaps we should reconsider. This Jiang Qiu seems quite formidable. All right then, I'll heed your advice. I shall let it go this time. Principal Wang replied, casually typing his message. Upon reading his words, Zhao Yining was left utterly bewildered. What was happening? Why was he not following the script? Typically, when a woman feigns vulnerability, it stirs the man's chivalry. This is precisely where the beauty's prowess lies, using reverse psychology to compel men to comply. You may say no, but I will insist. For men, it is imperative not to lose face in front of women, especially for the wealthy, who must prove their worth at such times. After all, once a man acquires wealth, isn't it to capture the attention of beautiful women? Yet, Principal Wang was entirely unfazed. His romantic experience was quite extensive. He had long transcended the ordinary man's level. He saw through such juvenile tactics with clarity. At this moment, the entire livestream audience was at a loss. Was this truly the same fearless Principal Wang of before? Principal Wang, if you're being coerced, just blink. In an instant, this phrase inundated the chat. Unfortunately, no one could witness the scene on Principal Wang's end, but even if they could, he remained composed. He would never oppose Chu Yanxi for the sake of a minor influencer. After completing his generous gifting, Jiang Qiu took a moment to rest. This was truly exhausting. He had been clicking nonstop for over 20 minutes to finish gifting 10 million. If it were someone less physically fit, they might have given up halfway. Thankfully, the gifting was now complete. Jiang Qiu exited the live stream and discovered a plethora of private messages in his inbox. Most were from female streamers seeking offline transactions. Jiang Qiu disregarded them and scrolled past. At that moment, a message from a level 52 account caught his attention. Hello, I am Jiang Qiu. Let's be friends. I have a WeChat group filled with individuals from the Magic Circle, where we support each other. Would you be interested in joining? The levels on Douyin are determined by the amount gifted. Jiang Qiu currently stands at level 60, corresponding to over 20 million in gifts. Jiang Qiu, being level 52, corresponds to having gifted over 3 million. While his contributions were lesser, it still represented considerable wealth. Jiang Qiu contemplated the idea of joining a group of affluent individuals and saw no harm in it. Thus, he sent his WeChat number. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Qiu's friend request arrived. Jiang Qiu accepted it, and he was promptly added to a WeChat group. The group contained about 20 members. And as soon as Jiang Qiu joined, the chat exploded. Welcome, big shot to the group. Welcome, big shot to the group. Welcome, big shot to the group. Jiang Qiu first changed his nickname to Jiang Qiu and greeted everyone. Hello everyone, I am Jiang Qiu. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Instantly, the group erupted once more. Wow, is this the real big shot? Incredible, we actually got the big shot in the group. I feel the group status has just skyrocketed. Ha ha ha, from now on, I can say I know Jiang Qiu. Let others envy me. Big shot. Please take care of us in the future. Chapter 80, A New Circle. buying a Ferrari to impress. This WeChat group primarily consisted of wealthy individuals above level 50. Of course, among the affluent, there are various tiers. Individuals like Jiang Qiu, capable of gifting tens of millions, rank among the elite even within the wealthy circles. As for Lin Jiangao, who introduced Jiang Qiu into the group, although he was wealthy, he could not compare to Jiang Qiu. However, Lin Jiangao possessed his own unique advantage, an extensive network of connections. He managed the largest 4S dealership in the metropolis, specializing in parallel imported cars, and held substantial resources at his disposal. It was he who had established this group, gathering numerous affluent patrons encountered in various live streams. After all, having multiple acquaintances meant multiple avenues. For the wealthy, such a circle provided a platform for interaction and mutual assistance. Boss, are you in the city? If you have time, I'd like to invite you for a gathering. Lin Jiangao, the group owner, spoke up, tagging Jiang Qiu. Gentlemen, no need for formalities. Just call me Jiang Qiu. I'll follow your arrangements. Jiang Qiu replied courteously, new to the group and keen to show humility. Mr. Jiang, you are too modest. Who could bear the title of boss in your presence? Mr. Jiang, you're too polite. Mr. Jiang, are you into cars as well? Next time, we can head to Hao's racing circuit and enjoy a few laps together. Great idea. After racing, you're welcome to my private restaurant for some drinks and tea. Old Wu, your private restaurant is dull. Come to my bar. I'll treat everyone to a lively evening. That is no fun either. How about my golf course? It's perfect for refining one's character. Jiang Qiu watched their lively banter, recognizing that they were indeed affluent, each owning their own enterprises. This was the benefit of joining such a wealthy circle. It granted access to a variety of resources and connections. Naturally, the prerequisite was that one must possess sufficient strength oneself. At this point, Jiang Qiu's capability was beyond question. After all, casually gifting tens of millions was no ordinary feat, Mr. Jiang. I'm in the 4S dealership business, especially dealing in luxury cars that other dealers can't get. I have channels for many such vehicles, Lin Jiangao continued. Also, I own a racing circuit. If you have time, why not come drive there sometime? Upon reading this, Jiang Qiu hesitated. He currently didn't own any sports cars. Driving a Tesla to a racetrack to compete against supercars seemed absurd. This prompted him to consider purchasing a sports car. On one hand, with his changing status and identity, a luxury car was necessary for appearances. On the other, he still possessed an unused voucher for a discount on an entry-level supercar within his system's inventory. Since someone in the group dealt in imported cars, buying from him seemed advantageous. Do you have a Ferrari? Jiang Qiu tagged Lin Jiangao in the chat. The atmosphere instantly livelied up. Mr. Jiang, as expected of you. You go straight for Ferrari. Impressive. Ferrari has many limited edition models that are nearly impossible to acquire domestically without connections. No problem buying from Boss Hao. I recently got a Ferrari 488 from him, and it was handled swiftly. Mr. Jiang, I have several cars in stock. We could discuss privately. Lin Jiangao quickly replied to Jiang Qiu, who responded with an OK emoji. Since they had just added each other as friends, Lin Jiangao messaged him directly. Mr. Jiang, which Ferrari model are you interested in? I can get any. Lin Jiangao added, however, I do take a 5 commission. How does that sound? That's acceptable. Jiang Qiu acknowledged, knowing that paying a commission was normal when acquiring such luxury vehicles. After all, going through a dealership might entail a long wait. By the way, I want the Ferrari LaFerrari. Is that feasible? Jiang Qiu added. This surprised Lin Jiangao. He had assumed Jiang Qiu sought a regular Ferrari model priced in the millions, or at most, a limited edition worth up to 10 million, which was manageable. But the LaFerrari was a top-tier luxury car valued at over 20 million yuan. I thought you wanted a standard Ferrari model. Who knew you actually want the LaFerrari? Lin Jiangao marveled. Apologies, Mr. Jiang, I don't have the LaFerrari in stock currently. Give me a few days. I'll try to find channels. Jiang Qiu frowned slightly. Was this car really that hard to acquire? He recalled that Chu Yanxi had once driven this very car at the school gate. All right, try to find the channels, he replied. I'm not in a hurry. I just want this specific car. Lin Jiangao was speechless. This deal was proving difficult. The luxury cars he usually dealt with range from 2 to 3 million yuan, with a maximum of 10 million. But the LaFerrari S price was about 23 million. Even with his extensive network, this was a stretch. Mr. Jiang, would you consider a Lamborghini Aventador or a Ferrari SF90? Both are excellent choices, he suggested. If you choose these models, I can waive the commission. To entice Jiang Qiu, he sent several pictures. Jiang Qiu glanced over them and thought the Aventador was quite appealing, but at just over 9 million yuan. It was too cheap for his voucher's maximum usage limit of 20 million. That meant purchasing a 20 million yuan supercar could yield up to 60 million in cash back. Buying the Aventador would be a loss. This is what I call a husband? Jiang Qiu mused to himself. Being alone is fine. It's got to be the LaFerrari. Price is no concern. Contemplating further, Jiang Qiu was determined to maximize the benefits of his supercar cashback voucher. No problem. I'll find the channels now. Lin Jiangao nodded, preparing to mobilize all his resources to secure this deal. This was their first collaboration. Profit was one aspect, but showcasing his capabilities was even more crucial. Without that, no one would seek his services in the future. Lin Jiangao understood this well, and indeed had the resources and competence to thrive within the circle. This deal alone could earn him at least 1,000,000 yuan in commission. Such was the difference when mingling in affluent circles. Even a casual meal could seal deals worth billions. After concluding the car purchase discussion, Jiang Qiu prepared to play a few more rounds of his game. Just then, his phone notified him of a new WeChat message. Chu Yanxi, hubby, thank you. Chu Yanxi. Jiang Qiu's spirits lifted immediately. Wasn't that just a gift of 10 million? Could it be? Was this progress too rapid? He picked up his phone and messaged, Senior, did you mean to send that? Hubby, stop being stubborn. A faint smile curved Chu Yanxi's lips. I've seen through everything. From now on, you belong to me. This is calling me husband already? Jiang Qiu rubbed his hands nervously at a loss for words. His two recent gestures had totaled 20 million in gifts. Anyone would interpret that as a confession. Yet, Jiang Qiu had never been keen on relationships. He enjoyed playing games alone when bored, ordering takeout when hungry, and sipping a little wine alone when thirsty. That was the true, blissful life. Once in a relationship, shopping outings, hospital visits, even meals would require company. Just thinking about it was exhausting. Had it not been for Chu Yanxi's appearance, Jiang Qiu would have likely succumbed to apathy. It's quite agreeable to be alone like this. On the other hand, Chu Yanxi did not appear as composed as she seemed. Her palms were clammy with sweat, and her gaze was fixated on the screen of her phone. President Chu, are you all right? At that moment, her secretary noticed her unease and approached her with concern. Oh, Chu Yanxi snapped back to reality and replied slowly, I'm fine. You may carry on with your tasks. Certainly. Before departing, the secretary handed her a note. President Chu, this is the speech for the celebration banquet later. Please take a look when you have a moment. After saying this, she turned to leave. To excel in the role of secretary, one must possess keen insight. Zhang Yatong had been serving as Chu Yanxi's secretary for 3 years, making her a stalwart of the company. Regardless of the situation, she always prioritized Chu Yanxi, diligently performing her duties while respecting her boss's privacy. This unwavering loyalty afforded Chu Yanxi great peace of mind. However, in recent times, Zhang Yatong had become acutely aware that her boss was not wholly focused on the company. Such a distraction was rare during their 3 years of entrepreneurship. In the past, Chu Yanxi had worked with unparalleled dedication, often multitasking with ease. It seemed that aside from her career, she held little interest in anything else. Yet now, the circumstances appeared to have shifted. Zhang Yatong pondered what could possibly divert her boss's attention. After a while, noticing that Jiang Qiu had yet to respond, Chu Yanxi felt increasingly restless. I just finished a live session and will soon be attending a celebration banquet with a brand partner, she texted. I want to come to see you tonight since it's late. Make sure to stay home and behave. Upon receiving the message, Jiang Qiu thought for a moment before replying, Go ahead and take care of your things. Don't tire yourself out. All right, she responded. I'll visit you at home tomorrow. See you at noon. After sending the message, she felt a lingering desire to express herself, so she added a kiss emoji. Jiang Qiu smiled at the message, but chose not to respond. He suddenly realized that having someone express concern for him felt rather pleasant. Setting aside his phone, he indulged in a bit of gaming. It was getting late, and he decided against returning to the dormitory. Instead, he opted for a refreshing shower in his new home, enjoying the cool breeze from the air conditioning. Just then his phone rang. It was his mother calling. Given the late hour, he wondered if she was checking up on him. Hello, Mom. Is there something urgent? He answered cautiously. Nothing urgent. I was just wondering what you're up to. His mother, Qiu Junlin, replied nonchalantly. Jiang Qiu thought, as expected, his mother was worried about him. I'm not doing anything, just getting ready for bed, he replied. Oh, going to bed early? Aren't you going out with your classmates? Qiu Junlin inquired, leaving him speechless. Mom, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Wait, I need to ask you something, she said. What is it? Jiang Qiu immediately became vigilant. Could you give me your dorm address? I'd like to buy you some things. Qiu Junlin said somewhat sheepishly. Since you went to university, your dad and I have been busy and didn't get a chance to see where you live. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiu thought to himself, busy? More like you and Dad were enjoying your own world without me. There is no need to buy anything. I'm not lacking anything at the moment, he added. And I told you, don't always rely on Pindaidao to buy things. There is not much equality there. I know, and it irritates me to bring it up. Qiu Junlin exclaimed, last time, I had to ask so many relatives for help, and in the end, we couldn't team manage it. Well, you should just uninstall it. Jiang Qiu recalled how his mother had enlisted dozens of acquaintances for assistance last time, but they always fell just short. Later, he read in the news about a game streamer rallying support for the same cause. Despite having 60,000 viewers, they still couldn't achieve their goal. Only after the public outcry did the company reluctantly send out a phone. It was utterly outrageous. If 60,000 people couldn't manage it, a handful of relatives wouldn't make a dent. Let's change the subject. I want to mention that incident again, Qiu Junlin said, steering the conversation away. This time, I'll buy you something nice, so please give me your address. I can't tell you right now. I have something to attend to, Jiang Qiu said earnestly. A classmate is here, so I'll talk to you later. With that, he hung up the phone, feeling triumphant. He reflected on how he had managed to keep his living situation under wraps. If his mother discovered where he was staying, it would surely lead to complications. He walked to the fridge, pulled out a can of cold soda to calm his nerves, and continued gaming, achieving a winning streak until past midnight. After stretching his neck, he decided to retire for the night. Before sleeping, he opened the Big Tomato app and casually selected a business warfare novel titled Rebirth, starting from selling water to becoming the world's richest. Jiang Qiu had always had the habit of listening to audiobooks to fall asleep. Thus, he drifted off into a peaceful slumber. The next day, Saturday, he awoke at 9 in the morning. After washing up and dressing, he prepared to head out for breakfast. However, upon opening the door, he was taken aback. 3 people were approaching him, chatting and laughing. Leading the group was the property manager, Wu Ziyulai, followed by his mother, Qiu Junlin, and father, Jiang Qingfeng. Jiang Qiu stood there, utterly bewildered, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Good morning, Mr. Jiang, Wu Ziyulai greeted him politely. You have guests, and I've brought them to you. As an experienced and esteemed manager, she understood the nuances of propriety, aware of what to say and what to withhold. Although she recognized the middle-aged couple as Jiang Qiu's parents, she refrained from revealing this connection until he did so himself. Knowing the various protocols and sensitivities that often exist in affluent circles. However, Jiang Qiu was not particularly concerned about such formalities. Initially, he had preferred to keep his living arrangements secret from his parents to avoid any complicated explanations. Yet, now that they had arrived, he felt no need for reservations. Thank you, Manager Wu. Jiang Qiu considered for a moment and then said, These are my parents. Could you please arrange 2 access card for them? Certainly. I will take care of it right away. Wu Ziyulai nodded with a smile before turning to leave. Dad, Mom, how did you find this place? Jiang Qiu asked, still in a state of shock. What, aren't we welcome? Qiu Junlin teased. Of course I would dare say that. Jiang Qiu chuckled helplessly. I'm just curious. I never told you where I was living. It was a mystery to him how they had discovered his whereabouts, considering he had arrived at school alone. So, did you forget that the iPhone you bought before starting school is linked to my account? Jiang Qingfeng proudly explained. So, your mother and I have been monitoring your movements and followed the GPS to find you. Jiang Qiu was left speechless. He realized he had been rather careless. That iPhone had been relegated to a backup phone and had been brought to the villa. With that, they could indeed track him down. One had to admit, Apple's GPS was impressively accurate. But is this truly a blessing or a curse? During tumultuous times, could this smartphone be utilized by foreign entities to gather intelligence? Or even become an accomplice in executing targeted strikes? Jiang Qiu resolved to take the time to purge the private information stored on his Apple device. What are you waiting for? Open the door quickly. Qiu Junlin did not hesitate to assert herself, scrutinizing the surroundings once she stepped inside. To her surprise, the villa was quite impressive. Jiang Qingfeng glanced around before turning to inquire, Son, how much is the rent for this place per month? Huh? Jiang Qiu was momentarily taken aback, silently commending Wu Ziyulai for her prudence as a steward, knowing precisely what to say and what to withhold. Actually, it's free. Jiang Qiu replied with a serious demeanor. A senior of mine, she is our assistant class leader, and she offered me her extra room. Oh, I see. Jiang Qingfeng nodded. Then couldn't help but ask further. That senior of yours must be quite wealthy, right? After all, a villa in the Magic City would cost at least 10 to 20 million. Jiang Qingfeng genuinely doubted that his son could afford, let alone rent, such a luxurious residence. Yes, she is indeed quite affluent, Jiang Qiu affirmed, intending to attribute all matters regarding the house to Chu Yanxi. Oh, Qiu Junlin suddenly perked up with interest. How old is she? What does she look like? Where's her family from? Do you have a photo? She is 3 years older than me, and to be honest, her looks are quite average, Jiang Qiu earnestly replied. I'm the class leader, and she is my assistant, so we're somewhat familiar, but there is nothing more to it. Is that so? Qiu Junlin raised an eyebrow, casting a skeptical glance at Jiang Qiu. Suddenly, Jiang Qiu was struck by a terrifying realization. Last night, Chu Yanxi had sent a message, saying she would come and visit him at noon. What if, during this time, his mother and Chu Yanxi crossed paths? Jiang Qiu checked the time. It was already 10 o'clock. She shouldn't he arrive early, should she? Since it's almost noon, why don't we go out for a meal? Jiang Qiu hastily suggested. I'll treat you both to a nice lunch. His intention was to take his parents out to eat, thereby avoiding a potential encounter with Chu Yanxi. Otherwise, if they did meet, what would he do? However, Qiu Junlin raised the fresh vegetables she had just purchased. Your father and I made a special trip here to cook for you and prepare something delicious. On the other side, Jiang Qingfeng added, indeed, you often eat out and we both worry. What could Jiang Qiu say? He understood that he couldn't easily dismiss his parents' intentions, so he needed to swiftly change tactics. As long as Chu Yanxi didn't arrive at noon, he could still navigate this crisis with finesse. With that thought, Jiang Qiu ceased his resistance. All right then, their SA kitchen on the first floor, fully equipped. Jiang Qiu gestured to the location, then continued, make yourselves comfortable. I have some matters to attend to upstairs. Wait a moment, this house is quite large. Qiu Junlin interrupted Jiang Qiu. You should first give us a tour. After all, it's someone else's property. Let us know what we can and cannot use. Fine, Jiang Qiu replied, feeling anxious but knowing he couldn't show it. He spent another 10 minutes giving his parents a brief tour. How's your studies? Are you feeling overwhelmed? In the living room, after the three of them settled in, Jiang Qingfeng turned to Jiang Qiu and asked, not bad. I have a strong capacity for learning. So there's not much pressure, Jiang Qiu said, picking up his phone to glance at messages while responding. At that moment, he felt a twinge of nervousness. Chapter 83. Are you hiding something from me? Don't feel too pressured. Your father and I don't expect you to support us in our old age. We just want you to be happy. Qiu Junlin spoke from the heart. She didn't wish for her son to be overly burdened. Safety and peace of mind were all she desired. Understood, Jiang Qiu nodded. Even though his mother's words weren't particularly comforting, they did convey genuine concern. In life, many people only care about your outward appearance. It is only parents who truly care about your happiness. By the way, are there any pretty girls at school? Qiu Junlin suddenly shifted the conversation. No, there really aren't. Jiang Qiu quickly shook his head. He initially thought today would be a heartwarming occasion. But after just a couple of exchanges, his mother had revealed her true intentions. Son, let me tell you, it's better to start dating early. By the time you're in your second year, all the good girls will have been scooped up, Qiu Junlin continued to advise. We don't need to aim too high. A chubby girl is good for childbearing. Then, after graduation, you can marry and give me a grandchild sooner. Stop right there. Jiang Qiu felt a bit embarrassed. He was only a freshman. Was there really a need to rush into having children? His mother was evidently worried about him being idle and not marrying. I'll tell you, I actually adore girls, but unfortunately, the policy only allowed us to have one child back then. Qiu Junlin lamented. So, you can rest assured, I will treat my future daughter-in-law well. As if she were my own daughter. Is that so? I actually have an idea. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but say. I think if you and Dad put in a little effort, you should aim to give me a younger sister. That would be far more reliable than a daughter-in-law. You little rascal, how old do you think your father and I are? Qiu Junlin interrupted her son, then cast a wistful glance at Jiang Qingfeng. Sometimes I do think about it, but alas, someone is willing but unable. Cough cough in front of the child. Jiang Qingfeng couldn't help but blush, turning his head away. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Qiu couldn't help but laugh. Family gatherings were always filled with joy. Subsequently, his parents headed to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Jiang Qiu quickly pulled out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Chu Yanxi. Jiang Qiu, Senior, are you there? Chu Yanxi replied almost immediately. Yes, I'm here. Jiang Qiu, I have something to attend to at noon, so I want to be able to join you for lunch. Chu Yanxi, oh, that's fine. You focus on your work. I'll wait for you. Chu Yanxi, without you, I don't feel like eating alone. Jiang Qiu frowned, feeling a bit stuck. How about I join you a little later for a meal? After pondering, he continued to send messages. I heard a new restaurant opened next to the community, and it's quite good. His intention was to delay as much as possible. First, he would find a reason to say he was hungry, prompting his mother to start cooking early. And after dining with his parents, he could then fabricate an excuse to slip out and join Chu Yanxi for a second lunch. This plan was nothing short of perfect. As long as he could prevent Chu Yanxi from meeting his mother, Jiang Qiu believed it wouldn't be a problem to have an extra meal. Chu Yanxi, oh hot? That sounds good. Chu Yanxi, or you can get busy first, and I'll take some food back for you. Jiang Qiu, no need, no need. Bringing it back would be too troublesome. He couldn't help but think if she brought it back, then what was the point of him going? Therefore, he absolutely could not allow Chu Yanxi to take food back. Chu Yanxi, it's not troublesome. I can have someone deliver it directly. Oh well, that works too. Jiang Qiu strategically retreated, then immediately made a turn. However, Cleaning up after takeout can be a hassle. It's much simpler to eat at the restaurant. Chu Yanxi, no worries. You just lay back after eating. I'll handle the cleaning. Chu Yanxi, how can that be? Jiang Qiu desperately struggled. I think the taste at the restaurant is better. Let us just go eat there. This time, Chu Yanxi did not reply immediately. After a while, Jiang Qiu saw several messages pop up on his phone. Are you hiding something from me? If you don't want me to come to your house, why not say so directly? Is there another woman in your home? Upon reading these messages, Jiang Qiu couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The sixth sense of women is truly terrifying. You're overthinking, there's really nothing. Jiang Qiu continued to explain. I simply want to take a look at this newly opened establishment. Chu Yanxi inquired. Are you really not hiding anything from me? Jiang Qiu asserted, of course not. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yanxi replied, all right then. She, in truth, was not fond of dining at restaurants, especially those below 5 stars, as they tended to be overcrowded and the ambience generally mediocre. Nevertheless, since Jiang Qiu expressed a desire to go, she decided to accompany him. After all, men need to be cherished. Upon receiving her reply, Jiang Qiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. This meant he needed to hasten his mother's cooking, as he must eat lightly at noon. However, just as he intended to head to the kitchen, his phone suddenly pinged with a message. Chu Yanxi, how about I come to your house to rest for a bit, and then we can go eat? She was indeed feeling somewhat fatigued, having had a busy day yesterday and visiting the company that morning. This period had been undeniably hectic. Yet, regardless of her busyness, she could not let it interfere with her meal with Jiang Qiu. Moreover, at that moment, she found herself yearning for the comfort of the sofa at Jiang Qiu's home. If she could sleep on it every day, it would surely be a source of immense happiness. Goodness, if Li Lingling were to discover this thought, she would undoubtedly mock her mercilessly. Why forsake a luxurious bed worth hundreds of thousands at home to sleep on someone else's sofa? The most absurd part was that she actually found sleeping on the sofa rather delightful. Wasn't that a hint of masochism? On the other side, Jiang Qiu was utterly flabbergasted. Women can be so capricious. I'm actually a bit hungry. Why don't we go eat now? Jiang Qiu resolved to alter his plans on a whim. He would first accompany Chu Yanxi to dine out before returning home to eat with his parents. Although the sequence had changed, it was surely preferable to meeting up with her parents first. Are you hungry too? Chu Yanxi responded, that works. I'll come over to pick you up right away. All right, you can wait for me in the car. After sending the WeChat message, Jiang Qiu promptly prepared to head back to his room to get dressed. Chu Yanxi was far too perceptive. She must have sensed something. Jiang Qiu decided to take the initiative and wait at the villa's entrance. Regardless of the outcome, he would rather sacrifice his appearance than let her inside. Chapter 84. Will she cry? Jiang Qiu confessed the reason for his hasty departure. Just then, Qiu Junlin emerged from the kitchen. Noticing Jiang Qiu had already put on his shoes. It's nothing. I have a sudden matter to attend to at school. Jiang Qiu added, you all can eat without me. That's out of the question. Your father and I made this meal especially for you. After some thought, Qiu Junlin advised, no need to rush. You go take care of your business first and eat when you return. Fine, I'll be quick. With that, Jiang Qiu prepared to leave. However, just then, a knock resonated from the door. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Qiu's heart raced. Oh no. Standing outside was none other than the just-returned Chu Yanxi. She sensed something was amiss with Jiang Qiu today. A woman's intuition is remarkably accurate, especially for Chu Yanxi. She keenly perceived that Jiang Qiu was concealing something from her. Mom, could you check on the kitchen? I think Dad might have burnt the food. Jiang Qiu hesitated to open the door, suddenly pointing towards the kitchen. Burn it? Qiu Junlin sniffed the air and remarked, I don't smell anything. However, years of cooking instinct prompted her to hasten back to the kitchen to investigate. This provided Jiang Qiu with a golden opportunity to slip away. As soon as his mother's attention was diverted, he swiftly opened the door and made a dash outside. That was close. After shutting the door, Jiang Qiu exhaled a sigh of relief. That was terrifying. Was so terrifying. At that moment, Chu Yanxi stood quietly outside the door, observing Jiang Qiu. Jiang Qiu quickly regained his composure. The danger had not yet passed. He needed to whisk Chu Yanxi away immediately, lest his mother emerge to check on things. Let us go eat, Jiang Qiu suggested, eyeing Chu Yanxi. She wore a deep blue dress, standing there with a charming demeanor that looked exceedingly sweet. Chu Yanxi remained silent, leaning in closer to Jiang Qiu to catch a whiff of his scent. You smell like a woman, and I heard voices inside, just now. Who else in there? Your friend? May I meet them? Do you really want to know? Jiang Qiu continued to struggle. Let us eat first, and I'll tell you afterward. No way. You are the man I've chosen, and I want to know everything about you. Chu Yanxi spoke earnestly, her beautiful long eyelashes fluttering. If one looked closely, they would see tears welling in her eyes, making her appear exceedingly pitiable. At that moment, Jiang Qiu felt a pang of sympathy. All right then, he realized he could no longer keep it hidden. Chu Yanxi was far too intelligent. If he concocted another excuse, he might genuinely make her cry. It wouldn't be easy to console such a beautiful girl once she was in tears. With that thought, Jiang Qiu gritted his teeth and said, "It's my mom and dad inside." Instantly, Chu Yanxi ceased her intention to cry. She had only wanted to avoid getting angry with Jiang Qiu. Yet she was eager to understand who was in the house. Had Jiang Qiu not divulged, she might have truly prepared to shed tears to elicit a confession. This was a little trick from her strategy to win over her man, and Chu Yanxi had skillfully employed it. There was no denying her anxiety regarding Jiang Qiu. "So it's your parents, huh? Why didn't you say so earlier?" At this moment, an epiphany struck Chu Yanxi. The individuals inside were Jiang Qiu's parents, which meant they were her future in-laws. Oh no, she was entirely unprepared for this encounter. Realizing this, Chu Yanxi felt a wave of nervousness wash over her. In the 3 years of her entrepreneurial journey, she had never flinched before stakeholders, media interviews, or countless viewers in live streams. Yet now, she felt a genuine sense of apprehension. Jiang Qiu, noticing the unease in Chu Yanxi's demeanor, suddenly had a bright idea. Indeed, meeting one's parents was a serious matter. Today, Chu Yanxi was unprepared. She must be feeling anxious too. Clearing his throat, he said earnestly, "I had planned to mention it later, but my mom can be quite daunting and difficult to deal with. So, I was thinking of giving you a heads up." "Oh, is that so?" Chu Yanxi glanced at Jiang Qiu and suddenly found herself wanting to laugh. She recalled her previous life, where she had met Jiang Qiu's mother, who was nothing like he described. Though they had only met once, his mother had treated her exceptionally well. With that memory, her nerves began to ease, feeling that it wasn't as frightening as she had imagined. "What are you laughing at? Aren't you afraid of meeting my parents for the first time?" Jiang Qiu, oblivious to Chu Yanxi's thoughts, assumed she was simply rendered speechless by fear. "Thus, today's setting is really not suitable, and you didn't bring a gift either." Jiang Qiu continued to embellish. "My mom is quite particular about meeting gifts. If you aren't prepared, she might genuinely get upset." "What you say makes sense. What should we do?" Although Chu Yanxi voiced concern, her thoughts drifted elsewhere. "I say, let us just postpone it." Jiang Qiu secretly relished his success, believing he had outsmarted her. "Before I leave, could you give me a hug?" With a glimmer of mischief in her eyes, Chu Yanxi suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. She intended to seize this opportunity to trick Jiang Qiu into giving her a loving embrace. Until now, she had always been the one to take the initiative, and she had yet to relish the sensation of being enveloped in Jiang Qiu's arms. "Not a problem." Jiang Qiu stepped forward and held Chu Yanxi tightly in his embrace. It was merely a hug, nothing too significant, as long as he could swiftly resolve the situation and prevent their meeting. Sacrificing a bit of charm was a small price to pay. "Senior, is this sufficient?" 5 minutes later, Jiang Qiu sensed that Chu Yanxi had no intention of letting go. "That will do." A triumphant expression adorned Chu Yanxi's face as she continued to negotiate. "Kiss me, and then we can leave." Jiang Qiu furrowed his brows. With both his parents in the house, engaging in such intimate actions felt rather provocative. "All right, just a kiss, and then we part ways." After saying this, Jiang Qiu leaned down and pressed a kiss to her cheek. This was the first time Jiang Qiu had taken the initiative. However, Chu Yanxi felt unsatisfied. She rose slightly on her toes and captured Jiang Qiu's lips with her own. This marked her 4th kiss with him, as she planned to transfer him 100,000 yuan later. Just then, a sudden click echoed, and the door swung open unexpectedly. Chapter 85. The need for hugs and kisses in that moment. Jiang Qiu felt as if the world had collapsed around him. The two swiftly separated and adjusted their clothing. Since he was facing away from the door, his situation felt somewhat manageable. Chu Yanxi, however, was in a dire predicament. Just when the kiss was progressing beautifully, who could have anticipated that the door would swing open, revealing Jiang Qiu's mother? Upon locking eyes, Chu Yanxi's face flushed crimson. Kissing someone's son in front of his mother. She felt as if she had been caught in a scandalous act. "Who are you?" Qiu Junlin was equally bewildered, having merely stepped out to take out the trash. Who could have imagined her son would be at the door, embracing a girl, and engaging in such behavior? The atmosphere grew rather peculiar. "Hello, Auntie. My name is Chu Yanxi, and I am Jiang Qiu's classmate." Once she composed herself, Chu Yanxi felt it necessary to introduce herself. After all, they had met, and there was no escaping it now. "Oh, hello. Qiu Junlin appraised Chu Yanxi. The girl was truly stunning. Despite her casual attire, her natural beauty was undeniable. "Mom, this is the senior I mentioned before," Jiang Qiu added. "She is the president of Duyan Company and lives next door. This apartment also belongs to her." After saying this, He shot Chu Yanxi a furtive glance, anxious that she might slip up. I see. Please come in and sit down. Don't linger in the doorway. Qiu Junlin's eyes lit up as she warmly grasped Chu Yanxi's hand. From a parental perspective, the girl before her was impeccable in both appearance and family background. As for the president of Duyan Company, while Qiu Junlin was unaware of the exact figures, the title alone conveyed a sense of prestige. All right, Andy. Chu Yanxi, my sweetly, displaying no airs, and willingly linked arms with Qiu Junlin. The two engaged in light conversation as they entered the house. Jiang Qiu stood momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Hadn't it only been a short while? To an outsider, it would seem as though they were a family. Reluctantly, Jiang Qiu trailed behind them, shutting the door once they were inside. Auntie, Jiang Qiu hasn't agreed yet. What? Were his thoughts? It's all right. Annie, don't worry. I will continue to pursue him. That simply won't do. A girl as exceptional as you deserves far better. I am not wronged. I like Jiang Qiu and am willing to invest in him. What a wonderful girl. This foolish boy truly doesn't know how fortunate he is. As Jiang Qiu entered the living room, he was met with such forthright declarations. He was utterly dumbfounded. What was going on? Had they already laid everything bare? Miss, did you say you like Jiang Qiu? At that moment, Jiang Qingfeng emerged from the kitchen, intrigued. Hello, uncle. I have already confessed my feelings to him, Chu Yanxi boldly admitted. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingfeng's jaw dropped in astonishment. Qiu Junlin, however, felt a wave of relief. It seemed the heavens were finally smiling upon her. She had long been troubled by her son's lack of romantic pursuits. Jiang Qiu, who possessed such good looks, had never engaged in a relationship throughout his life. While most parents might not mind, Qiu Junlin was different. She adored children immensely. Unfortunately, now that she was older, since she could not fulfill her desires, her hopes rested entirely on her son. She yearned for Jiang Qiu to marry soon and have 2 chubby little ones. No, ideally a pair of twins. That way, their home would be filled with laughter and joy. However, Jiang Qiu rejected me. Chu Yanxi cast a forlorn glance at Jiang Qiu and continued, moreover, he has turned me down numerous times. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but chuckle. Was she really beginning to play the blame game? Come on. My mom and dad will undoubtedly side with me. Your complaints are futile. Jiang Qiu, what is the meaning of this? Qiu Junlin stated sternly, what a wonderful girl. Have you lost your mind? Indeed. I support your mother in this matter. The essence of a man lies in his responsibility and accountability. On the other hand, Jiang Qingfeng wore an expression of exasperation. Jiang Qiu's heart sank. Dad, Mom, please let me explain. It's not what you think. Enough. Don't try to argue. You are clearly at fault here. Qiu Junlin waved her hand and then smiled warmly at Chu Yanxi. Don't be upset, dear. I'll chastise him on your behalf. Auntie, you could just call me Xiaoxi. Chu Yanxi quickly interjected. It's really not Jiang Qiu's fault. I was just too hasty. Could you please not scold him? Despite knowing that they were Jiang Qiu's parents and that they were merely defending her, Chu Yanxi felt an inexplicable discontent in her heart at the sight of Jiang Qiu being reprimanded. Look at this wonderful girl. Qiu Junlin seemed genuinely moved, fully aligning herself with Chu Yanxi's side. Xiaoxi, is it alright if I call you that? No problem at all. Chu Yanxi zet ponde pomti li. Good, Xiaoxi. I actually want to share a little secret with you. Qiu Junlin couldn't help but chuckle. You see, Jiang Qiu has never had a girlfriend from childhood to now. He has always been rather apathetic. Wait, Jiang Qiu protested vehemently. Mom, that constitutes a breach of privacy. His objections fell on deaf ears. Xiaoxi, you must be patient with him. His character is quite good. Yes, Annie, I understand. Chu Yanxi note that, although her cheeks flushed slightly. Hearing about Jiang Qiu's childhood brought her joy. By the way, do you have any plans for lunch? Qiu Junlin suddenly inquired. Chu Yanxi zipli. Jiang Qiu mentioned that a restaurant opened outside the community. Ahem, Jiang Qiu abruptly interrupted. Senior, perhaps you should reconsider. He was a bit apprehensive about Chu Yanxi giving away too much information. If his mom discovered that he was deliberately avoiding her by dining out, he would undoubtedly face a scolding. Observing this scene, a delightful smile graced Chu Yanxi's lips. She picked up her phone and sent Jiang Qiu a message. Chu Yanxi, I want a hug, I want a kiss. Jiang Qiu replied instantly. Okay. At this moment, he had no choice but to comply. Chu Yanxi felt a surge of pride. Today truly was her lucky day. Auntie, here's the situation. Chu Yanxi pondered for a moment before continuing. There is a delightful restaurant outside the community. I initially intended to have Jiang Qiu accompany me. Oh, I see, Qiu Junlin remarked, glancing sideways at Jiang Qiu and then back at Chu Yanxi. However, dining out may not be the most hygienic option. How about we dine at home instead? The ingredients are almost ready. Chapter 86, Learning to Cook. For the sake of the baby in her womb, Jiang Qiu felt that things were progressing rather swiftly. Were they really preparing to eat at home? Mom, that's unnecessary. We can just eat out, Jiang Qiu quickly interjected. However, his words were promptly disregarded. Qiu Junlin turned to Chu Yanxi and asked, Xiaoxi, if you don't have any particular preferences, why don't you stay for dinner? Sure, Auntie. I'd love to sample your culinary skills, Chu Yanxi replied, nodding obediently. Today, she suddenly realized that Jiang Qiu also had his fears. It seemed she was one step closer to winning him over. All right, do you have any favorite dishes? Qiu Junlin inquired cheerfully. Braised pork, stewed ribs, lion's head meatballs, and shrimp dumplings. What do you think of these? Jiang Qiu attempted to resist, saying, Mom, she can't eat such greasy food. Is that so? Qiu Junlin considered this. Noting how slender Chu Yanxi appeared, she must be keen on maintaining her figure. With this thought, she turned to Jiang Qiu. Go to the market and buy some green vegetables. Jiang Qiu promptly fell silent. It's all right. I'm not picky, Chu Yanxi quickly reassured. There's no need to buy more. This is sufficient. That simply won't do. It's your first visit, and we must make it a feast, Qiu Junlin insisted, already envisioning Chu Yanxi as her future daughter-in-law. Fine, I'll order some rice balls, Jiang Qiu said, pulling out his phone. He then looked at Chu Yanxi and said, If there's anything you wish to eat, just let my mom prepare it for you. Upon hearing this, Chu Yanxi felt a bit shy and replied, Whatever you like, I will eat. All right then, I'll order casually. Jiang Qiu tapped on his phone, selecting a few cucumbers, a bunch of cilantro, and some broccoli, okra, and pumpkin, along with a few mushrooms. Is this sufficient? He asked, showing the phone to Chu Yanxi. I trust your judgment. Meanwhile, Qiu Junlin observed the interaction between the two children with great delight. All right, you two take a break. I'll tidy up in the kitchen. Let me help. Chu Yanxi offered. No, you're a guest. It's not right for you to cook, Qiu Junlin insisted. It's fine, Annie. Don't treat me like a guest. Hearing this, Qiu Junlin felt even more pleased with Chu Yanxi. Subsequently, the two women chatted and laughed as they headed to the kitchen, leaving Jiang Qiu behind. He found it difficult to join the conversation between the two women, so he sat facing his son, unsure of what to say. So, why didn't you mention this earlier? Jiang Qiu asked. You know your mother is eager for you to find a partner. She truly has your best interests at heart. Who could have imagined that today would turn out like this? Jiang Qiu suddenly recalled something. Wait, why did you inform me in advance about you and Mom arriving early? Ahem, you know how it is, Jiang Qiu replied awkwardly. Your mother is quite meticulous. If I had told you beforehand, she would have certainly caught on. So, it's a matter of self-preservation at the expense of your son? Jiang Qiu lamented. Dad, you can't sacrifice me just to avoid trouble. Well, you can dodge the first day, but not the 15th, Jiang Qiu remarked. So, I can tell that girl is quite nice, and she seems to care for you. Jiang Qiu remained silent. After spending some time together, he realized he had developed quite a fondness for Chu Yanxi. However, he hadn't yet decided whether to progress things so swiftly. Well, if you're not saying anything, I'll take it as a silent agreement, Jiang Qiu chuckled. And besides, your mother is quite fond of this girl. Your objections will be futile. Jiang Qiu could see that his mother was very pleased with Chu Yanxi. After all, she was not only beautiful, but also possessed a certain grace. Her family background was commendable too. She owned a villa in Shanghai and had her own company. He decided not to dwell on it any longer. It seemed his mother was already preparing for him to get a marriage certificate. At that moment, the delivery rider arrived. Jiang Qiu brought the ingredients to the kitchen and chanced upon Chu Yanxi diligently learning to cook. This must be quite a challenge for her, considering she was the president of a billion-dollar company, accustomed to a life of ease and rarely cooking for herself. Indeed, the kitchen reflected this reality. Chu Yanxi had hardly ever set foot in one throughout her life. Yet, in a bid to leave a good impression on Jiang Qiu's mother, she was giving her all. Xiaoxi, it seems you rarely cook, Qiu Junlin remarked with a smile. Let me teach you. Cooking can be quite enjoyable, and you'll find yourself interested after a few tries. Mom, please don't put her on the spot, Jiang Qiu interjected as he entered, placing the purchased vegetables aside. With the time spent cooking, we might as well order takeout for convenience. Child, takeout is hardly hygienic, Qiu Junlin admonished earnestly. Consider not only yourselves, but also the health of the baby in your mother's womb. Upon hearing this, Chu Yanxi's face flushed bright red. Although she had always wanted to be with Jiang Qiu, the thought of having a little baby had never crossed her mind. She had never been particularly fond of children and had not contemplated having a child in the near future. However, the prospect of carrying a little Jiang Qiu seemed rather appealing. Mom, you're being ridiculous, Jiang Qiu could not help but say. President Chu is quite affluent. She could hire a 5-star chef and have a different meal every day. Ah, that is true, Qiu Junlin mused. Previously, she had always looked down upon the extravagant lifestyles of the wealthy. You're rich, so you must be exceptional and above others. Each time she watched drama, she would empathize strongly with the protagonists who were bullied by the entitled rich kids, feeling furious. She had even advised Jiang Qiu not to sacrifice his dignity by marrying into a wealthy family for money. Yet now, upon learning about Chu Yanxi's background, her perspective seemed to shift. Chapter 87. Choosing a partner must include handsomeness. Auntie, I'll wash the vegetables now, Chu Yanxi said, quickly taking the bag of vegetables from Jiang Qiu as he entered. Good, Xiaoxi is truly diligent, Qiu Junlin praised, increasingly pleased with Chu Yanxi. Seriously, Mom? You're going overboard, Jiang Qiu retorted, unable to suppress his sarcasm. You never praised me so much when I was washing vegetables and cooking. Well, you're a boy. It's only natural for you to help out, Qiu Junlin continued. Now go and help Xiao, she washed the vegetables. You're just sitting around doing nothing. It's all right, Auntie. I can manage, Chu Yanxi said, her ears slightly reddening. Jiang Qiu's mother was being too kind to her. This feeling was something she hadn't experienced since she grew up. Senior, let us do this together, Jiang Qiu shrugged, realizing he couldn't escape today. It was better to be proactive than to be passive. After all, working together would be quite efficient. Jiang Qiu could sense that this was indeed Chu Yanxi's first time in the kitchen. Although she seemed somewhat clumsy, she was earnest and putting forth genuine effort. Are you regretting coming to my house? Jiang Qiu joked. You're a perfectly capable president, yet here you are doing menial labor. If someone were to capture this on camera and post it online, you'd surely make headlines tomorrow. I actually like it, Chu Yanxi replied, licking her lips. Once I return home, I'll learn to cook properly and feed you every day. Hold on. Jiang Qiu glanced at the 2 cucumbers in Chu Yanxi's hands. Their skins nearly rubbed off. Let me take over. Your grip is a bit too firm. Chu Yanxi felt a wave of embarrassment having mistaken the cucumbers for Jiang Qiu. She had indeed been a tad heavy-handed. Thus, they busied themselves for a while longer until all the vegetables were thoroughly cleaned. At that moment, Qiu Junlin approached, smiling as she asked, so how does it feel to be hands-on? Quite fulfilling, I presume. Momomo, Zhuanxi not that, oh ni. I would love to learn more from you. Absolutely. I shall teach you a few key phrases. Be sure to remember them. Qiu Junlin nodded in satisfaction, relieved to have someone to pass on her culinary skills too, and Chu Yanxi's arrival was indeed timely. Heat the oil in the pan. Coat with egg wash. Then roll in breadcrumbs. Fry until golden and crispy, then drain the oil. Both young and old alike relished the dish, and even the neighboring children were tempted to tears. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the 4 of them gathered around the dining table, where a sumptuous spread awaited, a delightful array of 8 dishes and a soup. A harmonious balance of meat and vegetables that sparked appetites. Xiaoxi, do try Annie's cooking. Qiu Junlin, brimming with enthusiasm, incessantly served Chu Yanxi. Certainly, Annie, you should eat as well, Chu Yanxi replied. Though she typically refrained from indulging in such copious amounts of meat, today was an exception. After all, it was Jiang Qiu's mother serving her. Declining would surely leave a negative impression, and she was quite concerned about how Jiang Qiu's parents perceived her. Thus she behaved very demurely. Jiang Qiu, witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback. Their rapport was remarkably close. One might easily think they had known each other for ages. You should eat too. At that moment, Chu Yanxi mustered her courage and served Jiang Qiu 2 hefty pieces of meat. Instantly, both his parents turned their gazes toward Tisk. I told you this lad is quite fortunate, Jiang Qingfeng couldn't help but exclaim. I never imagined he would encounter such an exceptional girl so soon after school commenced. Indeed, look how well suited they are, Qiu Junlin remarked, directing her gaze at Jiang Qiu. Xiaoxi is a wonderful girl. You must cherish her. What on earth is this? Jiang Qiu decided to focus on his meal instead. Meanwhile, Chu Yanxi was all smiles, her dimples appearing as she felt elated. Gaining Jiang Qiu's parents' approval surely indicated that securing a relationship certificate wouldn't pose much of a challenge. By the way, Xiaoxi, Qiu Junlin suddenly inquired, may I ask how you two met? Chu Yanxi hesitated slightly. This question seemed rather delicate to address. Noticing her discomfort, Jiang Qiu quickly interjected. We met at the school gate on registration day. He had no desire to recount the incident of being knocked over, lest his mother begin her relentless questioning. Oh, I see. Qiu Junlin nodded, then curiously looked toward Chu Yanxi. Xiaoxi, tell Annie the truth. What do you like about Jiang Qiu? Jiang Qiu nearly spat out his juice. One had to admit, his mother had a knack for asking pointed questions. He himself was eager to hear the answer to this query. After pondering, Chu Yanxi realized she could not divulge details from her past life. Moreover, she wished for Jiang Qiu to fall for the current version of herself. After a moment of contemplation, she slowly responded, because Jiang Qiu is handsome, and I truly like him. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. You're done for. My mother has always told me that boys shouldn't rely solely on their looks. Inner beauty is paramount. The outside world is fraught with danger. Being good-looking means you must learn to protect yourself, especially when encountering beautiful girls. You need to discern whether someone is genuinely interested in you or merely attracted to your appearance. Keep your distance from those who are drawn to your looks. After all, the world is vast, and there will always be someone more attractive than you. Wouldn't that put you in jeopardy? At this thought, Jiang Qiu truly felt a wave of concern for Chu Yanxi. After an entire afternoon's effort, this remark would surely leave a bad impression on his mother. However, events did not unfold as Jiang Qiu had anticipated. Yes, Jiang Qiu does possess this singular quality. Qiu Zhenlin beamed, grasping Chu Yanxi's hand. Let me tell you, many pursued me in my youth. The reason I chose your uncle was for the sake of our future offspring's genes. Look at Jiang Qiu. His excellence is entirely inherited from our fine traits. Thus, when selecting a partner, one should indeed seek out a handsome individual. Chapter 88. Chu Yanxi rolled her eyes and boldly replied, Mom, I recall you telling me in my childhood that one must look beyond appearances and value inner qualities. You also mentioned that the world outside is perilous, and boys must learn to safeguard themselves. Jiang Qiu could not resist the urge to interject. Did you really? Qiu Zhenlin feigned forgetfulness. Jiang Qiu nodded resolutely, indeed. Throughout my life, I've shared so many conversations with you. Why don't you focus on the key points? Qiu Zhenlin continued. Yet you seem to have forgotten my advice on dating and getting married early. Jiang Qiu found himself utterly speechless. What was he to do with such a mother? He was in dire need of assistance. Meanwhile, Chu Yanxi watched this exchange, stifling her laughter. Come, Xiao, undicesi, eat some meat. Qiu Zhenlin offered Chu Yanxi a heaping bowl with her serving chopsticks. Thank you, Annie, Chu Yanxi said, holding the bowl with both hands, displaying utmost politeness. Qiu Zhenlin observed this and felt even more pleased. Initially, her standards for Jiang Qiu's girlfriend were quite low, as long as she was female and possessed a good temperament. That would suffice. As for looks and family background, those details were inconsequential. Qiu Zhenlin had even prepared the betrothal gifts, eagerly awaiting Jiang Qiu to bring someone home. Now, upon seeing Chu Yanxi, her satisfaction was palpable. The only concern remained that Jiang Qiu was not yet very proactive. Qiu Zhenlin felt a sense of urgency greater than Jiang Qiu himself. She wished to solidify their relationship promptly. Otherwise, if any unforeseen circumstances arose, it would be a tremendous loss. After all, where could one find a daughter-in-law as remarkable as Chu Yanxi? Not only was she stunning and graceful, but she was also affluent and, most importantly, treated Jiang Qiu well. Meanwhile, Chu Yanxi was simultaneously enjoying her meal while textingly lingling under the table. Chu Yanxi, are you there? Chu Yanxi, where are you? I need help urgently. Miss, what is the matter that has you so flustered? Li Lingling replia instantly. Let me guess, it must be about Jiang Qiu again, right? Wrong. This time it concerns Jiang Qiu's parents. I'm at Jiang Qiu's home, and unexpectedly, I've run into his family. We're currently dining together. That's wonderful news. Do eat more. The parents' generation prefers girls who are a bit plump for childbearing. After sending the message, she checked her reflection in the mirror, satisfied with her figure. Chu Yanxi, I know, I'm already stuffed, but I want to mention it. Li Lingling, I must say, you're quite tenacious. If it were any other time, you would surely have retorted a few words. However, given the urgency of her situation, she couldn't afford to dwell on that now. Chu Yanxi, I need your advice on something. Li Lingling, no problem. I've got your back. Chu Yanxi, since it's my first time meeting Jiang Qiu's parents, should I bring a gift? Li Lingling, absolutely. Think of it as a betrothal gift for Jiang Qiu. Chu Yanxi, then could you help me select a few impressive items? I'll transfer the money to you. Upon finishing her message, she promptly sent a transfer of 1 million. Li Lingling was left utterly dumbfounded. She had anticipated a gift that would be merely a nutritional supplement or health product. A brand costing 10,000 would have been quite generous. Who would have thought Chu Yanxi would start with 1 million? That was simply outrageous. Li Lingling, are you sure you want to spend that much? Won't it be a bit overwhelming? Chu Yanxi, it probably won't be an issue, right? Chu Yanxi, could you help me choose? Just spend within this budget. All right then. Li Lingling, I'm at the mall right now. I'll contact you once everything's ready. Chu Yanxi, mama. Only after making these arrangements did she finally exhale in relief. Meeting her parents for the first time, Chu Yanxi was genuinely at a loss about what gift to bring. Fortunately, her dear friend was more knowledgeable in such matters, so entrusting her with the task was no great concern. In that moment, Chu Yanxi suddenly noticed a radiant glow about Li Lingling, as if she weren't so utterly insignificant after all. Were Li Lingling to overhear such a thought, she would likely never lend her assistance again. Just as Chu Yanxi was sending her message, Chu Junlin seized the opportunity to confirm a matter with Jiang Qiu. After repeated inquiries, she finally accepted the reality that the demure young woman sitting before her, quietly enjoying her meal, was indeed the CEO of Duyan Group. Initially, she had assumed Chu Yanxi ran a modest enterprise. Though the name resembled the Duyan app she used daily, she thought it was merely a coincidence of homophones. Chinese culture is vast and profound. Identical pronunciations can correspond to many different characters. Only upon searching for the chairman of Duyan and seeing Chu Yanxi's photo at the top of the results did she come to terms with the truth. Normally, Chu Junlin often browsed Duyan, never imagining she would actually meet the boss, and more importantly, share a meal with her, even entertaining the idea of her becoming her daughter-in-law. In that instant, she could understand why her son had not immediately accepted the confession. The pressure must have been overwhelming. Meanwhile, Chu Yanxi had just put down her phone when Chu Junlin hurriedly asked, "Xiaoxi, there is something else I'd like to ask you." "Auntie, please go ahead." Chu Yanxi replied softly, "I was just wondering. Your family must be quite wealthy, right?" Chu Junlin quickly clarified, "Don't misunderstand me. I mean, in affluent families like yours, does one need the approval of the entire clan for marriage matters?" Hearing this, Chu Yanxi immediately understood the concerns of Jiang Qiu's mother. "Auntie, rest assured," she said with commanding confidence. "Though my family is wealthy, all decisions are mine to make. There will be no issues regarding my marriage to Jiang Qiu." That's good. That's good." Chu Junlin nodded repeatedly, her smile widening. Jiang Qingfeng also breathed a sigh of relief, having genuinely worried about potential problems. Only Jiang Qiu wore a puzzled expression. "Isn't the marriage supposed to be agreed upon by me first?" Now it seemed that neither Chu Yanxi nor his parents would consult him at all. Chapter 89. Gathering for a mahjong game. A tale of contrasting fortunes after dinner. Chu Yanxi took the initiative to help clear the dishes. Her enthusiasm was so earnest that Jiang Qiu couldn't bring himself to. After half an hour of tidying, Chu Yanxi was ready to leave. "Lingling, are you ready?" "All set. Everyone has been waiting at home for quite a while." "You're amazing. I'll waive your rent for the next semester." "Thank you so much. Come to Jiang Qiu's place quickly. I'm about to leave." "Okay. I'll be there in half a minute." Just as Chu Yanxi was about to rise, Chu Junlin, visibly excited, suggested, "Xiaoxi, I noticed there is a mahjong table at home. Why don't we gather for a game?" "Auntie, but I don't know how to play," Chu Yanxi admitted bashfully. She had never really engaged with such games. Before meeting Jiang Qiu, her sole passion had been making money. "No worries. Jiang Qiu knows how to play and can teach you," Chu Junlin encouraged. "Oh, that works," Chu Yanxi agreed immediately upon hearing Jiang Qiu was involved, surprising even him with her swift change of heart. Thus, under Chu Junlin's orchestration, a four-person mahjong game was assembled. Jiang Qiu briefly explained the basic rules and demonstrated a practice round. Chu Yanxi, being quick-wit, grasped the game after just one try. The formal game began with each player rolling dice to determine their seats. Chu Yanxi rolled the lowest number, Jiang Qiu the highest, making them neighbors by fate. Jiang Qiu was highly skilled at mahjong, or more precisely, all card and board games, largely thanks to his extraordinary luck. For instance, in poker, he always seemed to draw the best hands, making defeat nearly impossible. This led to his family no longer wanting to play with him. During holidays, the family switched to mahjong, a game requiring more strategy and varied skill levels. If you face an opponent who could count cards, no matter how good your hand was, winning would be unlikely. As a beginner, Chu Yanxi didn't yet remember discarded tiles or infer others' hands, a common novice trait. She played based solely on her own cards and intuition. Consequently, Jiang Qiu dominated the game, winning 5 consecutive rounds as Chu Yanxi repeatedly discarded the tile that allowed him to win, often the highest scoring one. On the 6th round, with Chu Yanxi as dealer, she played cautiously and began trying to memorize the tiles. Given her rapid learning, this was impressive. Unfortunately for her, Jiang Qiu was her opponent again. "Yaji," Jiang Qiu exclaimed as Chu Yanxi hesitated to discard a tile. She clenched her fist, clearly frustrated. Jiang Qiu had just claimed another top-scoring win, leaving her utterly defeated. Yet she said nothing. Under different circumstances, she might have left in frustration, but playing with Jiang Qiu made even defeat enjoyable. "Wait, you didn't win," Chu Junlin interrupted, returning the winning tile to the table. "Can't you be more considerate?" She chided. It's her first time playing, and she is doing well. "You winning 6 rounds in a row is hardly fair." Jiang Qiu was taken aback. He had realized mahjong could be played so generously. "Fine, I want to claim the Yaji." He relented, discarding both of his Yaji tiles. "That's better." Chu Junlin nodded approvingly. Watching this, Chu Yanxi felt a pang of envy. The warmth and harmony among family members was something she hadn't experienced since growing up. For a moment, Her emotions wavered, tears welling up unbidden. Xiaoxi, what is wrong? Xiao Junlin frowned. Don't cry. It's all Jiang Qiu's fault for being too harsh. I'll stand up for you, she said. Jiang Qiu said nothing, but quickly took out a tissue to gently wipe away her tears. All right, I'll let you win this round, he admitted sheepishly. He reflected on whether he had been too severe. After all, she was just a girl and a novice. Did he want to leave a negative impression? A steady approach was better than constant victories. Otherwise, no one might want to play with him anymore. I'm fine, I just suddenly thought of my mom. Chu Yanxi said, composing herself. She passed away when I was very young, and I rarely kept in touch with my father. So I really envy this. For a moment, the atmosphere grew somber. Jiang Qiu was somewhat taken aback, for this was the first time he had heard of such a matter. Xiaoxi, if you don't mind, we can consider ourselves family from now on. Qiu Junlin felt a pang of tenderness. Her initial feelings for Chu Yanxi had been purely affectionate. Yet now they had morphed into a deeper concern and care. Thank you, Aunt. Chu Yanxi genuinely appreciated this familial sentiment. My dear, I can see the bond you share with this child. Why not adopt her as a goddaughter? At that moment, Jiang Qingfeng, who had been silent, suddenly dropped a bombshell. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiu felt as though he had been struck by a bolt. How can we have a goddaughter? Qiu Junlin decisively responded, Xiaoxi, from now on, consider me your mother. If you have any concerns, you can confide in me. I will speak on your behalf. Achoo! Jiang Qiu couldn't help but sneeze, suddenly feeling a chill in the air. Meanwhile, outside the villa on the first floor, Li Lingling's situation was the complete opposite. She was sweltering. Glancing at she realized she had been waiting for over an hour. What's taking so long? Li Lingling internally grumbled. My dear friend has always been unreliable. Could she have forgotten me? Chapter 90, Official Announcement. A man must take responsibility. Li Lingling had been waiting for quite a while. However, Chu Yanxi had yet to emerge, and her messages went unanswered. Were it not for the promise of a runner's fee, she would have already retreated to her couch to scroll through her phone. Earlier, while shopping at the mall, she had received a message from Chu Yanxi and had conveniently purchased a gift. Typically, one would bring some health supplements when meeting the parents for the first time. Yet, Chu Yanxi had directly transferred $1 million. Who could resist such a gesture? Li Lingling initially wanted to advise her, fearing that such generosity might intimidate Jiang Qiu's parents. However, upon reflection, considering Chu Yanxi's status, it seemed that anything less would appear rather paltry. Ah, the world of the wealthy truly inspires envy. In the end, armed with a budget of $1 million, Li Lingling first visited a jewelry store. It was common for older relatives to appreciate gold, she pondered. Thus, she meticulously selected 3 exquisite pieces, a gold cloisonné enamel ring, a hollow Kuan Yin gold pendant, and a gold filigree bracelet inlaid with a design from the Palace Museum. At checkout, she spent a total of $380,000. This was her first time purchasing such valuable gifts. Although her family was well off, parting with her own money always felt a tad painful. Next, she ventured to a Cartier boutique. After the staff's recommendations, she chose a men's watch, costing $550,000. The Cartier Special Series HPI 00696 mechanical watch was particularly suited for a successful businessman. Li Lingling found it quite appealing, especially given its reasonable price. The two gifts combined totaled $930,000. She doubted Chu Yanxi would request the remaining $70,000 back. With that thought, Li Lingling felt invigorated. Knowing her friend, as long as she pleased Chu Yanxi, the runner's fee would certainly be forthcoming. A $70,000 runner's fee? How delightful. Waiting an hour was a small price to pay. She would gladly wait another hour if need be. Inside the villa, Chu Yanxi checked the time. Though reluctant to leave, it was getting late. Uncle Aunt, I shall take my leave now. She proactively bid farewell. Just moments ago, Jiang Qiu's mother had expressed a desire to adopt her as a goddaughter. But Jiang Qiu had quickly diverted the conversation, and now Chu Yanxi felt shy to bring it up again. After all, it was their first. Gaining the approval of Jiang Qiu's parents was already a source of great satisfaction for her. You're leaving already? Qiu Junlin expressed her reluctance, saying, do visit often. I'll cook for you. Chu Yanxi eagerly nodded, adding, Aunt, rest assured I will strive to learn how to cook for Jiang Qiu. What a lovely girl. Qiu Junlin turned to Jiang Qiu and tugged at him, saying, your girlfriend is leaving. Why don't you go out and see her off? Upon hearing this, Chu Yanxi was momentarily stunned, yet she quickly regained her composure, excitement bubbling within her. Is this an official announcement? To be designated as Jiang Qiu's girlfriend by his mother meant that they could openly express their affection from now on. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiu felt bewildered. What is happening? In the span of a single meal, I have gone from being a senior to a boyfriend? What is wrong? Is there an issue? Qiu Junlin looked at Jiang Qiu. Speaking earnestly, As a man, you must take responsibility for your actions. Do not be bold without being accountable. Wait, what have I done? Jiang Qiu pondered, reflecting that he hadn't committed any wrongdoing. Have you forgotten already? Qiu Junlin said mysteriously. Wipe the lipstick off your face and think carefully. Gasp. Jiang Qiu inhaled sharply. It must have been a passionate kiss they shared outside. Oh no. He realized he had no words left to defend himself. They had kissed. Any explanation would be futile. Have you remembered now? Qiu Junlin smiled gently, then looked earnestly at Jiang Qiu. This matter is settled. Treat her well. If things go smoothly, consider taking the next step. Jiang Qiu remained silent as he glanced at Chu Yanxi. He had witnessed all her efforts during this time. Although he had been quite passive, it would be disingenuous to say he wasn't moved. Their feelings had been steadily warming, almost ready to break through the barrier. Thank you, Aunt. I will certainly treat Jiang Qiu well. Chu Yanxi expressed with genuine joy, marking the happiest moment of the past 3 years. What thanks? We are family now. Qiu Junlin beamed, relieved that her son had finally found a girlfriend. Turning to Jiang Qiu, Chu Yanxi gazed at him affectionately, saying, Boyfriend, do you have anything to say? Ahem, you should head back now, Jiang Qiu replied. We can chat on WeChat later. All right, Chu Yanxi nodded obediently, preparing to leave. Before departing, she contacted Li Lingling. At that moment, Li Lingling had been waiting for quite some time. She had been standing outside, and once Chu Yanxi opened the door, she presented 2 elegant gift boxes. Uncle, Aunt, I have a token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Chu Yanxi had already seen the contents via WeChat and began to unveil the gift boxes, saying, Aunt, these are few pieces of jewelry. They aren't too expensive, but please have a look. Uncle, this is a watch that I believe would suit you well. Upon receiving the gifts, Qiu Junlin and Jiang Qingfeng were pleasantly surprised. They had already been fond of Chu Yanxi, and now her thoughtful gesture only heightened their admiration. Such a daughter-in-law was truly delightful. Chapter 91. Sending Chu Yanxi home. A kiss before departure? Xiaoxi, this gift is too extravagant, Qiu Junlin remarked, examining the jewelry. Although Chu Yanxi claimed it wasn't very expensive, she was well aware of its true value. Each piece was quite precious. Indeed, Xiaoxi, Jiang Qingfeng quickly added, there is no need for such lavish gifts. Your thoughtfulness is already a joy to us. He had a fondness for watches and often tinkered with them in his spare time. Yet the Cartier Special Series HPI 00696 mechanical watch she gifted was indeed exceedingly valuable. Goodness, to present such an extravagant gift at our first meeting. Aunt, Uncle, these were all generously provided by the company as sponsors. I have no use for them myself. Chu Yanxi continued, please accept them as a favor to me. At the entrance, Li Lingling could not help but gasp upon hearing those words. A gift given freely? One person cannot possibly utilize it all? Just consider it a favor done for me? Li Lingling couldn't help but scoff inwardly. After all, that was nearly $1 million gift. Why couldn't she encounter such fortunate circumstances? At that moment, she fervently wished for someone to bestow gifts upon her in a similar manner. Mom and Dad, please accept it. She thought. Jiang Qiu chuckled. She has wealth, so consider it a lavish treat for you. You rascal, how can you speak of your girlfriend like that? It was well known that in the previous generation, being considered a lavish treat was hardly a compliment. Thus, Qiu Junlin felt a twinge of concern that Jiang Qiu's words might not have a favorable impact. Oh no! Jiang Qiu glanced at his mother and then at Chu Yanxi. The two seemed to have conspired together. Auntie, I enjoy being treated lavishly by Jiang Qiu, Chu Yanxi said with a smile. After all, I have money. So even if he does nothing, I can still support him. Enough of that, it's getting late. You should head back, Jiang Qiu said, taking hold of Chu Yanxi's arm as they exited the house. Be careful. Don't hurt little Xi's arm. Qiu Junlin frowned, concerned that Chu Yanxi, being so slender, couldn't withstand too much roughness. It's fine. I know my strength. Jiang Qiu waved his hand dismissively. Mom, you can close the door now. I'll see her off. All right. I understand. Young people need their privacy, Qiu Junlin responded, her expression indicating her understanding. Auntie, may I add you on WeChat? Chu Yanxi suddenly remembered something before leaving. Having Jiang Qiu's mother's WeChat would allow her to report on him at any time, and if Jiang Qiu misbehaved. The thought excited her. Of course. Qiu Junlin nodded. I completely forgot amidst the busyness. We should have added each other first. Thank you, Auntie. After successfully scanning the code, Chu Yanxi glanced at Jiang Qiu. Wearing a victorious expression, Jiang Qiu covered his eyes, unable to bear the sight. The days of tranquility would likely be a thing of the past. She had been so proactive even before they had WeChat. What would happen once they added each other? By the way, Xiaoxi, is your residence nearby? Qiu Junlin suddenly inquired curiously. Yes, it's that villa right next door. Chu Yanxi pointed to villa number 8, indicating that their homes were indeed quite close. I see. Qiu Junlin waved her hand. If possible, let Jiang Qiu spend some more time with you. You needn't return home tonight. Jiang Qiu opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Is that really all right? Chu Yanxi's eyes widened with anticipation. Yes, you are both adults now. Cultivating a relationship earlier is beneficial. Qiu Junlin stated earnestly. I agree, Chu Yanxi shyly added. In fact, I rather like children. Qiu Junlin's eyes sparkled as if she had discovered a shared interest between the two. That's wonderful. You two should marry right after graduation. And, of course, one child isn't enough. Have several. With such excellent genes, it would be a waste otherwise. I'll take care of the children. You two just focus on having them. I particularly adore girls. But wait, we were supposed to leave. Jiang Qiu lamented, given this conversation. Wouldn't it be better for us to just go back inside and sit and chat? That's true. Should we sit a while longer? Sure, that sounds good. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiu could no longer tolerate the conversation. He promptly closed the door and took hold of Chu Yanxi's hand, leading her away. Women could be terrifying. They could talk for so long over such trivial matters. As they strolled along the path within the estate, Chu Yanxi offered no resistance. She genuinely relished this sensation. Whenever Jiang Qiu was by her side, she felt an unwavering sense of security. Not far off, Li Lingling stood in astonishment. Was this really the same friend she knew? When did she start enjoying conversations with middle-aged women? And what were they discussing? Children and having multiples. Such audacious talk. The most astonishing part was how patient she was around Jiang Qiu. In the past, she wouldn't allow anyone to touch her, let alone hold her hand. Tisk tisk. Truly remarkable. At that moment, Li Lingling felt her faith in love rekindled. At this juncture, Jiang Qiu escorted Chu Yanxi to her doorstep. You should hurry back. No. A kiss first, just a kiss before you go. Is that really appropriate? Jiang Qiu glanced nearby, noticing someone else was present. It's fine. Annie already approved it. I'm your girlfriend, so what is there to fear? Then, just a kiss and you'll return? Jiang Qiu was highly skeptical. Of course. I'm a person of my word. After saying this, Chu Yanxi felt a bit shy. It seemed she often resorted to tricks in front of Jiang Qiu. But she couldn't help it. The urge was overwhelming. All right then, close your eyes. Okay, just don't trick me. Chu Yanxi obediently shut her eyes, gripping Jiang Qiu tightly. She could sense him drawing closer. At last, the two were pressed together. In that moment, she felt as though her lips were being drawn in by something. This extraordinary experience was utterly irresistible. She found herself instinctively responding to Jiang Qiu's advances. At that moment, her body became still, as if struck by an electric current, yielding to Jiang Qiu's tongue as it caressed and drew her in. The sensation was akin to having her essence sapped away. Chapter 92, Unfinished Business. But it wasn't me who hesitated for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. The two lingered in their kiss for so long that they could scarcely catch their breath. It felt like two fish drowning, clinging tightly to one another, gasping for fresh air. After a while, their breathing steadied, and only then did they part their lips. Your mouth is so sweet. Chu Yanxi looked at Jiang Qiu, satisfied as she wiped the corner of her mouth, feeling a sense of longing. All right, you should head back now. Jiang Qiu touched his lips, sensing they might have been bitten. Is everything all right? It seems to be bleeding. Chu Yanxi felt a bit embarrassed upon noticing. She had been too excited, and in her fervor, accidentally nipped him. How about you come to my place for a bit? I can apply some medicine, Chu Yanxi suggested eagerly. That might not be wise. I'm quite concerned about what might happen afterward, and I want to take responsibility. Jiang Qiu replied, lifting his shirt to reveal his well-defined abs. Chu Yanxi's face flushed crimson. She pretended to cough and then looked away. What is wrong? Are you refusing me entry? Is this you backing down? Jiang Qiu teased with a smile. No, it's just that I'm not in the best mood today. Chu Yanxi clutched her stomach, defiantly gazing at Jiang Qiu. It's not that I'm backing down. All right then, we've been standing outside long enough. Let us hurry back, Jiang Qiu suggested. Okay, Chu Yanxi was reluctant to leave, but today truly wasn't convenient. Moreover, the thought of what might transpire made her heart race like it was about to explode. Jiang Qiu escorted Chu Yanxi to her door, watching as she slipped into her slippers. To his surprise, they were the limited edition Sakura shoes he had worn that day, adorably pink and charming. Hey, your shoe cabinet is quite full, Jiang Qiu remarked, noticing the many pairs of slippers. Well, what do you think? Aren't they all cute? Zhuanxi zito playfully. That is not the point. Jiang Qiu could not help but voice her discontent. When I came here not long ago, why did you tell me there was only this pair left? Was it merely to trick me into wearing your slippers? Oh, is that so? Chu Yanxi felt a twinge of guilt, but was reluctant to concede. All right, I understand now. Jiang Qiu found the situation amusing and chose not to pursue the matter further. Are you really not coming in for a while? Chu Yanxi extended another invitation. Not this time. I'll head back now. You should rest well too. Jiang Qiu waved her hand dismissively before turning to leave. At this point, Chu Yanxi refrained from insisting further. In her strategy to woo her partner, it had been mentioned that during those uncomfortable days, a girl could fulfill a boy's needs in alternative ways. However, when it came to practical application, she had long forgotten those techniques and found her mind blank, particularly when faced with Jiang Qiu, which made her exceedingly bashful. Upon returning home, Jiang Qiu found her parents tidying up the dishes. She stepped forward to assist. The house has a fully automatic dishwasher. Just place them inside. Will it clean them thoroughly? Qiu Junlin, having never used a dishwasher, asked with some skepticism. Rest assured, it works splendidly. Jiang Qiu approached and demonstrated a simple operation. The results were remarkable. The greasy plates, once filled with remnants of food, emerged sparkling clean after a brief cycle in the machine. Witnessing this transformation, her parents could hardly resist the allure of such convenience. We should definitely get one of these when we return, Qiu Junlin remarked with a smile. I agree. It will certainly make things much easier. Jiang Qingfeng nodded in agreement. Thus, with the dishwasher now in use, the dishes were swiftly cleaned. Jiang Qiu opened the sterilizer and placed all the utensils inside. This house is truly splendid. The amenities are thoroughly comprehensive. Qiu Junlin couldn't help but exclaim. Xiaoxi treats you very well. You ought to cherish her, she added. Ahem, understood. Jiang Qiu nodded, surprisingly refraining from retorting. The family sat together in the living room, chatting for a while longer. That evening, Qiu Junlin and Jiang Qingfeng settled into a room on the first floor, while Jiang Qiu returned to her bedroom on the second floor. The villa was indeed delightful. Even with many people residing together, there was no intrusion upon one another's space. After taking a shower, Jiang Qiu luxuriated in the cool air of the air conditioner, reclining on her spacious bed. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was 10 o'clock in the evening. She played games for a while and successfully achieved a triple victory in the King S Canyon. Perfection. Before drifting off to sleep, Jiang Qiu glanced at her system. If memory served her correctly, there was still a Patek Philippe watch awaiting collection. Having been rather busy, she had forgotten about it. Upon confirming, she found that the timepiece had already been delivered to the Yuan Yin in Modu and could be collected at any time. She planned to retrieve it the next day if her schedule permitted. With her thoughts settled, Jiang Qiu lay down and promptly fell into a deep slumber, the night passing in silence. The following morning, Jiang Qiu awoke and proceeded to wash up. With her parents present, breakfast had already been prepared for her. Do you have classes today? Qiu Junlin inquired. Yes, I have classes for the next 2 days. There are only 2 days left before the National Day holiday, Jiang Qiu replied. With the long holiday approaching, she would have to attend classes during the weekend. Suddenly, she asked, by the way, aren't you both working these next 2 days? We both took leave for you, Qiu Junlin answered. For me? Jiang Qiu couldn't help but scoff. So it's just to keep an eye on me and stage a surprise attack. Ahem, son, your mother is doing this for your own good, Jiang Qingfeng firmly stated, aligning himself with his wife. All right then. Jiang Qiu found herself lacking any further argument. After all, she had grown accustomed to such paternal oversight. Your father and I were right to come this time. Qiu Junlin chuckled. If it weren't for this surprise visit, how could we have met such a wonderful daughter-in-law? It would be a shame if you missed out. So quickly changing your tune? Jiang Qiu couldn't resist teasing. If I recall correctly, you haven't even paid for the change of address yet. After breakfast, Jiang Qiu arrived at school. At 8 o'clock, the first class, management, commenced. Brother Qiu, where did you go partying last night? A few dorm mates gathered together, eagerly inquiring. My parents are in town, so they're staying outside for a few days. Jiang Qiu replied. Chen Hongliang, sporting a mischievous grin, asked, Oh really? Are you sure you didn't go out with a girl? Of course not. Jiang Qiu replied earnestly. Do I look like that kind of person? Yes. Her roommates chorused in unison. At noon, the student council held a general meeting. After class, Jiang Qiu arrived early at the venue, where a dozen or so people had already gathered. As they were all freshmen, familiarity among them was limited. Jiang Qiu observed that they mostly clustered in small groups based on their departments. Brother Qiu, come sit. At that moment, Zhou Hongru spotted him and greeted him warmly. Jiang Qiu held a favorable impression of the chubby boy. Once they settled down, they discussed the agenda of the meeting. Have you heard? Today's meeting is primarily about the upcoming sports event next month, Zhou Hongru said mysteriously. I heard from a senior that the student council has been exceedingly busy, particularly the external relations department. Why is that? Jiang Qiu asked, intrigued, as he had not paid much attention to such matters. Think about it. Organizing a sports event involves various expenses, all of which require funding, Zhou Hongru continued. Every year around this time, our department has to seek sponsorships. I see. It seems like it will be hectic Jiang Qiu mused, realizing that as a mere bystander, it likely wouldn't be his responsibility to chase after sponsors. Why are you so calm, Brother Qiu? Zhou Hongru noticed Jiang Qiu's lack of reaction and decided to elaborate further. You might not know, but if we fail to secure sponsorships, we could lose points in our evaluations. After saying this, Zhou Hongru scanned the surroundings to ensure no one was listening. Look at those two sophomores in our department. They were supposed to be promoted to vice president, but now they can only serve as regular members. Zhou Hongru frowned. It's because they couldn't secure funding, which led to their demotion. That can't be right, Jiang Qiu interjected. Isn't it just the student council? If it becomes too much, who would want to endure that nonsense? This remark startled Zhou Hongru, who quickly gestured for Jiang Qiu to lower his voice. Brother Qiu, you can't say that. Everyone worked hard to get in. How can they leave so easily? Jiang Qiu considered that perhaps joining the student council wouldn't be too difficult after all. Brother Qiu, let me share a secret with you, but you must keep it confidential. Zhou Hongru leaned in conspiratorially. Our chairwoman Chu is not only the campus beauty, but also the president of Duyan Company. Just think, if you could make an impression in front of Chairwoman Chu, securing a position at Duyan would be a breeze. Is that so? Jiang Qiu pondered this and feigned a look of sudden realization. Brother Qiu, why do you seem unfazed by this news? Zhou Hongru observed Jiang Qiu's reaction, recalling his previous attitude towards Minister Liang Zijian. It dawned on him. I get it. You must have connections through your college, right? Zhou Hongru gave him a knowing look. Yes, we're all in the same circle. Jiang Qiu nodded, casually deflecting the inquiry. After all, he couldn't just tell them that he was quite familiar with Chu Yanxi. Just then, the meeting was about to commence as Minister Liang Zijian arrived and took his seat in the external relations section. To everyone's surprise, upon spotting Jiang Qiu, he greeted him warmly. Jiang Qiu, you're here. Liang Zijian proactively inquired. How have the past few days been? Are you settling into university life? Well, yes. I've already adapted. Jiang Qiu nodded, his estimation of Liang Zijian subtly shifting. One had to admit, this individual was both resilient and flexible, likely to become someone of significance in the future. However, Jiang Qiu paid little heed to such thoughts. After all, during his tenure in the external liaison department, as long as Liang Zijian refrained from causing trouble, peaceful coexistence was perfectly acceptable. Nearby, Zhou Hongru observed the scene and couldn't help but silently applaud Jiang Qiu. In just a few days, he had managed to win over the department head. To an outsider, one might assume they had shared a long-standing camaraderie. At precisely 11:40 a.m., the meeting commenced officially. Chu Yanxi was the last to arrive at the venue. Standing before the podium, she first cast a sweeping glance across the room, then fixed her gaze on Jiang Qiu. Their eyes met. Chu Yanxi faltered first. Her eyes instinctively withdrew. Despite having faced countless grand occasions, she inexplicably felt a trace of nervousness. The meeting proceeded. Jiang Qiu listened briefly. The content largely mirrored what Zhou Hongru had previously conveyed. Each department received its respective assignments, with the external liaison department burdened with particularly arduous tasks. The meeting concluded swiftly. Department heads returned to their offices to conduct smaller gatherings. Jiang Qiu intended to follow along. However, as he approached the podium, Chu Yanxi stopped him. Are you from the external liaison department, student? Yes, senior, Jiang Qiu replied, somewhat bewildered yet cooperative. Excellent. Could you do me a favor? Chu Yanxi said earnestly. Please help me carry these items to the office. Thank you. She then gestured toward the desktop. Jiang Qiu's gaze followed her finger and glanced at the desk. There lay merely a notebook and a single pen. How utterly trivial. He mentally scoffed. Was this really a request for assistance? Seeing Jiang Qiu's expression, Chu Yanxi almost laughed but restrained herself. Is that all right, student? She asked, stifling a smile. All right, senior. Jiang Qiu acquiesced helplessly. There was no point in protesting. Playing this little charade in public seemed rather amusing. Satisfied, Chu Yanxi turned and left, with Jiang Qiu hastily picking up the items and trailing closely behind. Present were many others in the room, all casting envious glances toward Jiang Qiu's departing figure. To be entrusted with tasks by Chairman Chu. How fortunate. Why me? Why not someone else? Alas, fate had it that he happened to be at the podium when Chairman Chu noticed him. Such luck. Indeed, others murmured, so enviable. Chapter 94. Endearing terms. Just pick one. One to you? Senior. Is it truly appropriate to play such games so openly? What did you call me? See, I'm your girlfriend now. Should I still address you as senior? In the office, Chu Yanxi extended a hand, gently resting it upon Jiang Qiu's cheek. Ahem. Jiang Qiu lightly evaded, feeling somewhat uneasy with such intimacy. It was simply too passive for his taste. Yet Chu Yanxi offered no chance for resistance. You cannot escape, man, she said, extending her other hand to softly cradle his chin. Again, Jiang Qiu surrendered without struggle this time. Senior, I must tell you something. Please don't be too upset. At this, Chu Yanxi's brow twitched. Speak, I promise I won't cry. Jiang Qiu smiled wryly. Actually, all those things my mother said yesterday were just jokes about you. Chu Yanxi's long, beautiful eyelashes fluttered repeatedly. Are you certain? Absolutely. Very well. Wait here. I shall message Ani on WeChat. Upon saying this, Chu Yanxi reached for her phone. Oh no, she had forgotten they were already connected on WeChat. Jiang Qiu felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. He quickly grasped Chu Yanxi's delicate hand and gently placed the phone aside. Actually, it was a joke between you and me. Chu Yanxi's expression immediately shifted to one of triumph. Jiang Qiu looked irresistibly adorable. Now what shall you call me? Chu Yanxi pondered before continuing. Generally, close friends like to call me Xiao Shi. Xiao Shi. Jiang Qiu responded without hesitation. That seemed perfectly ordinary, a commonplace term of endearment. No, I suddenly changed my mind. Seeing Jiang Qiu's promptness, Chu Yanxi inexplicably felt slightly shortchanged. I've noticed in novels, couples often use names like baby, darling, sweetheart, cutie, silly mommy, and so forth, she said, counting on her fingers. Having reached 10 fingers, she was already overwhelmed. All right, pick one from these terms. Satisfied. Chu Yanxi fixed her eyes expectantly on Jiang Qiu. Jiang Qiu opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. Which melodramatic novelist had concocted these saccharine appellations? Well, they all sound quite pleasant. He feigned agreement, then abruptly added, Are there any others? Chu Yanxi mused thoughtfully. There are, but I need to think further. Excellent. Jiang Qiu eagerly responded. No rush. Take your time to choose the one you like best. Women's decisions were surely complicated affairs, he mused. They would agonize and procrastinate. And eventually, the matter would simply fade away. Jiang Qiu felt quietly triumphant. No matter how outstanding Chu Yanxi was, she was still a woman. Then how about this? During those few days when I Haven Tea decided, you must initiate kisses, he proposed. Chu Yanxi stuck out her tongue and licked her rosy lips. Jiang Qiu suddenly felt as if he had been outwitted. No kissing? Fine, I'll message Ani, she threatened. Alas, Chu Yanxi's tactics were becoming increasingly adept. Jiang Qiu denied her the phone. Instead, he lowered his head and gently bit her lips. At that moment, Chu Yanxi transformed into a little kitten. Nestled in Jiang Qiu's embrace, she wriggled softly, emitting delicate sounds. Their kiss deepened, breaths forgotten, an exquisite sensation of endless mingling and yearning, savoring the sweetness. Chu Yanxi closed her eyes tightly, luxuriating in the bliss bestowed by her partner. She longed to hold Jiang Qiu forever, a pure, unadulterated happiness. All right, that's enough. Jiang Qiu finally withdrew after 10 minutes, stretching his neck, stiff for maintaining one position too long. Husband, you performed admirably today. Chu Yanxi wiped the corner of her mouth and smiled contentedly. Keep it up tomorrow. Tomorrow? Again? Of course. Or should I chat with Ani? She teased in a mock-ferocious manner, charmingly adorable. There was no choice. She could not truly threaten Jiang Qiu. Being a straightforward man, he required her initiative. Since she had chosen him, she would cherish him. Let us eat first. Jiang Qiu glanced at the clock, past noon, and having just expended considerable energy, he was indeed hungry. Meanwhile, Chu Yanxi had originally intended to continue teasing, however, at that moment, her stomach suddenly let out a low growl. Senior, did you hear that sound just now? Jiang Qiu could not help but chuckle. In an instant, Chu Yanxi's cheeks turned crimson. Typically, her appetite was quite modest, and she rarely felt hungry. Yet today, she found herself embarrassed in front of Jiang Qiu. For reasons unknown, a pang of hunger struck her. Blushing, Chu Yanxi explained, I usually don't get hungry. That was purely an accident. Under different circumstances, she would never have offered an explanation, especially in the office. There, even the most embarrassing blunders went unspoken. A single chuckle could lead to immediate dismissal. Yet, in Jiang Qiu's presence, she transformed into a more vulnerable version of herself, unable to resist offering an explanation. You need not explain. It is hardly a flaw, Jiang Qiu observed, feeling a sudden twinge of tenderness. Had his laughter been inappropriate? No. I must present my finest self before you. Chu Yanxi pouted, regaining her composure. All right then, let us eat. Jiang Qiu opened the lunchbox, and to convey his apologies, he took the initiative to feed her. The two swiftly finished their lunch. After stretching a bit, Jiang Qiu settled onto the sofa to indulge in a game of PUBG. Meanwhile, Chu Yanxi sat nearby, watching him play and admiring his profile. How handsome he is! Jiang Qiu was already striking, but in his concentrated state, he appeared even more captivating. Chu Yanxi surreptitiously took a few photos. One of Jiang Qiu's profile and another of the two of them. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Qiu prepared to leave. Chu Yanxi had her own work to attend to, so she did not insist on his staying. With no classes for a while, Jiang Qiu intended to visit the Patek Philippe boutique to claim his system reward. Chapter 95, Luxury Timepieces. Should the child bear the maternal surname? When discussing premier timepieces, the first brand that sprang to Jiang Qiu's mind was Patek Philippe. Among ultra-luxurious brands, Patek Philippe stands at the pinnacle, surveying all others from its lofty perch. Once on par with Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin has now fallen behind significantly. Similarly, the Audemars Piguet Royal Oak has also seen a decline. With Jiang Qiu's current wealth, acquiring a few million worth of Patek Philippe poses no challenge. However, purchasing a 17 million yuan astronomical tourbillon 6002 series watch would indeed be extravagant. The crux of the matter is that even with money, such a piece cannot simply be bought. These multi-million yuan timepieces require advance reservations, often necessitating a wait of several years. Nevertheless, with the system granting him a complimentary opportunity, Jiang Qiu graciously accepted. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Qiu drove his Tesla to the Patek Philippe boutique in the bustling metropolis. Situated in the former British Consulate's No. 2 building, the boutique spans over 200 square meters. Having made a prior appointment, Jiang Qiu's Tesla was permitted entry. Under normal circumstances, only luxury vehicles worth tens of millions would gain access. A Tesla would likely not even make it through the gates. Upon alighting from his car, a sales representative approached. "Good day, sir. I am Wang Xiaoyi. Welcome to Patek Philippe." Wang Xiaoyi greeted him warmly. "Hello," Jiang Qiu replied nonchalantly. "I have an appointment to collect the astronomical tourbillon 6002 watch." "Mr. Jiang?" Wang Xiaoyi inquired. "Yes," Jiang Qiu nodded. "Welcome, Mr. Jiang. Please follow me." Upon realizing he was in the presence of a mysterious tycoon here to collect a watch worth 17 million yuan, Wang Xiaoyi's demeanor grew even more respectful. Such an exquisite timepiece warranted a visit to the VIP room on the second floor. "Please have a seat, Mr. Jiang. Would you like something to drink, coffee or tea?" Wang Xiaoyi inquired politely. "Coffee will suffice," Jiang Qiu responded. "Certainly, please hold on." Wang Xiaoyi poured a cup of coffee and contacted the store manager to verify Jiang Qiu's identity. Once all details were confirmed, the staff retrieved the 17 million yuan watch from the back. "Mr. Jiang, this highly complex chronograph watch is crafted using a unique engraving technique. Its case is made from a massive block of platinum, entirely hand-carved, making it a true work of art." Wang Xiaoyi elaborated on the watch, demonstrating the intricately carved flip cover. As he opened the timepiece, the Patek Philippe's extraordinarily complex movement dazzled through the transparent case back. "Mr. Jiang, I can assure you that in 5 years, this watch's value will undoubtedly exceed its current price." Patek Philippe's motto states that no one can truly own a Patek Philippe. One merely preserves it for the next generation. This statement alone speaks volumes about its eternal worth. Hence, many understand that acquiring a Patek Philippe is not merely for wearing, but for collecting and investing. Jiang Qiu slipped the watch onto his wrist. The 38 millimeters diameter exuded an imposing presence. "Is there a mirror? I would like to see how it looks," Jiang Qiu asked. Wang Xiaoyi fetched a small mirror, allowing Jiang Qiu to observe his wrist. "It looks quite good," Jiang Qiu nodded in satisfaction, reveling in the joy of receiving something without spending his own money. "By the way, Mr. Jiang, we would like to express our gratitude for your support of Patek Philippe with a special gift, a Patek Philippe branded silk scarf, 2 Patek Philippe keychains, and 4 Patek Philippe embroidered coasters." "Thank you," Jiang Qiu acknowledged, thereafter picking up the 2 Patek Philippe shopping bags and preparing to leave. "Take care, Mr. Jiang." Wang Xiaoyi courteously saw him to the door. After Jiang Qiu entered his car, Wang Xiaoyi turned back, pondering, "This gentleman is truly low-key. He can afford a 17 million yuan watch, yet drives a 1 million yuan electric vehicle. Perhaps that is the essence of a true tycoon." Inside the Tesla, Jiang Qiu suddenly received a message notification. "Chu Yanxi, what are you busy with?" "Chu Yanxi, have you been thinking of me?" Jiang Qiu, "No." "Chu Yanxi." Jiang Qiu, "I'm out at the bund handling some matters." Chu Yanxi, "Oh, are we heading back together tonight?" Jiang Qiu, "Are you coming to my house?" Chu Yanxi, "I am your girlfriend. Of course I should come home with you tonight." Jiang Qiu, "All right. Just say you want to come over for dinner." Chu Yanxi, "Oh." Chu Yanxi, "What are we having for dinner? Should I make a reservation?" Jiang Qiu, "I'll ask around." Chu Yanxi, "Okay." Setting down his phone, Jiang Qiu decided to return home first to assess the situation. 40 minutes later, upon entering his home, he noticed that everything appeared even cleaner than before. His parents had tidied up the space once again, and the coffee table bore not a speck of dust. There's no need for such trouble. The house has a robotic vacuum. It would suffice to tidy up a bit, Jiang Qiu remarked. That won't do. Your father and I are here. Of course, we must help you clean thoroughly. Qiu Junlin insisted, unfazed by the effort. Fine, I just worry you might tire yourselves out. And that would be good. Jiang Qiu felt a warm sensation in his heart. A sense of home arises only where his parents are. I'm fine, Qiu Junlin replied, right now. Your father and I wish for you to quickly obtain a marriage certificate with Xiao Shi and have a child. A boy or girl will do. Though a girl would be even better. As for the surname, it matters little. After all, blood ties cannot be severed. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but interject. How do we get to discussing whose surname the child would take? Your mother did some digging. It seems that Dian is quite large. Xiao Shi should be quite wealthy. At that moment, seated in the living room, father suddenly remarked, isn't it always portrayed like this in dramas? In such high society marriages, it seems the children invariably take their mother's surname. Jiang Qiu furrowed her brow. Dad, whose side are you on? Your stance seems somewhat wavering. Coughing lightly, Jiang Qingfeng glanced over at his wife before declaring with firm resolve, I am undoubtedly on your mother's side. All right then, I shall head upstairs. As Jiang Qiu reached halfway up the stairs, she suddenly halted. By the way, Mom, what's for dinner? Qiu Junlin responded, your father is making spare ribs and dampo pork. Great, that sounds wonderful. Jiang Qiu mused aloud, but dampo pork is so rich. Surely, Chu Yanxi wouldn't fancy it? Chapter 96. The first time. Will it be painful? Upon returning to her room, Jiang Qiu took a shower before picking up her phone to open the WeChat chat with Chu Yanxi. Jiang Qiu, I just asked. And we're having dampo pork for dinner. Chu Yanxi replied instantly. Oh, won't it be a bit greasy? Jiang Qiu, I think so too, after eating it. I might gain weight. Chu Yanxi. Then how about I order some takeout and get a few light dishes? Jiang Qiu, no, takeout isn't good for you. My mom dislikes it the most. Jiang Qiu, how about you come over another day instead? After sending the message, Jiang Qiu felt a twinge of anxiety. Girls are often concerned about gaining weight, and since Chu Yanxi is so slender, she surely wouldn't enjoy fatty meat. This likely meant she wouldn't come over, right? However, half a minute later, a notification chimed with a new message. Chu Yanxi, I've changed my mind. I suddenly feel like having dampo pork. Jiang Qiu, aren't you worried about getting fat? Chu Yanxi, well, as long as I eat a little, it shouldn't be a problem, especially since your mom is making it. It will surely be delicious. Jiang Qiu, all right then, see you soon. She surrendered to the inevitability. With their homes so close, even if she sought excuses, it was likely Chu Yanxi would still come over. Jiang Qiu didn't dislike this. She simply felt an unexplainable discomfort seeing the camaraderie between her mother and Chu Yanxi. Meanwhile, Chu Yanxi had just returned home. Xiao Shi, you've finally come back. Li Lingling lay on the couch, her stomach growling. What are we having for dinner? I saw a nice place on Meituan. Oh, I'm going out for dinner. Chu Yanxi smacked her forehead, realizing she had momentarily forgotten about her best friend. Li Lingling shot up. You're not going to Jiang Qiu's house again, are you? Just for a meal, Chu Yanxi nodded. Be a decent person. Li Lingling couldn't help but tease, I just helped you snag a boyfriend, and now you've forgotten the matchmaker. Hearing this, Chu Yanxi felt a bit embarrassed. In the past, they would always dine together. Now that she had Jiang Qiu, she hardly considered her best friend. Ahem. How about I send you a red envelope so you can treat yourself to something nice? All right, I want a big red envelope. Li Lingling perked up instantly. Thank you. My lady, you are so kind. After sending a 1,000 yuan red envelope, Chu Yanxi headed upstairs. Wait, weren't you just coming back to inform me? Li Lingling asked curiously. It's already dinner time. Why not go directly instead of going upstairs? I need to touch up my makeup, Chu Yanxi replied. I must look presentable when meeting Jiang Qiu's parents. Fine, truly a case of teaching the disciple while starving the master. Li Lingling had not anticipated their progression would be so swift, already dining together with their parents. In the future, it seemed she would be left out. By the way, have you two done that thing? What thing? You know, between a man and a woman. Chu Yanxi pondered for a moment before shaking her head. We've only kissed. Does that count? Oh, so you haven't gone further? Li Lingling circled around Chu Yanxi, inquisitively probing. Not yet. Upon hearing this topic, Chu Yanxi felt a blush creeping up her cheeks. Tisk, tisk, judging by your expression, you must be ready to make that leap, right? Li Lingling continued to tease. You're asking for a beating. Chu Yanxi playfully pinched Li Lingling's arm. Wait, sis, I was wrong. Li Lingling begged for mercy. Mind your image. We still have to go to Jiang Qiu's house. I'll spare you this time. After a moment of thought, Chu Yanxi suddenly asked, by the way, do you think the first time will hurt? It definitely won't be as painful as when you pinch me. Li Lingling kipat. How about I pinch you to give it a try? No. Chu Yanxi familial zezet. If it's Jiang Qiu, even a pinch wouldn't hurt. Hiss. Li Lingling was at a loss for words. Her best friend seemed hopeless. I actually want to, but Jiang Qiu doesn't give me the chance. Chu Yanxi bit her lip, feeling a tinge of frustration. Though she appeared strong when with her best friend, she turned into a different person around Jiang Qiu, her heart racing each time. Well, if he doesn't give you a chance, you can create one. Li Lingling's eyes sparkled with a brilliant idea. How do I create an opportunity? Chu Yanxi inguit inji. Ahem, this is my secret method for charming men. I don't usually share it with just anyone. Li Lingling fainat mistei. Chu Yanxi thought for a moment before casually saying, I'll cover this month's meal expenses. All right, boss. Very generous. Li Lingling grinat. It's quite simple. Just invite him out for drinks next time. Drinks? Yes, indeed. It's very effective. Perhaps fearing Chu Yanxi wouldn't believe her, Li Lingling added. Romance novels always say so. When men drink, they let their guard down, and then your opportunity arises. After hearing this, Chu Yanxi fell into contemplation. But wouldn't that be taking advantage of him? She hesitated, thinking it would be bad if Jiang Qiu thought of her as a bad woman. How could that be? Men are all just big fools. Li Lingling said exasperatedly. Let me tell you, under the influence of alcohol, such things will unfold naturally. No. Jiang Qiu is different from others. Chu Yanxi was still conflicted. What if Jiang Qiu resisted? Then just get him drunk. Li Lingling continued to offer suggestions. Once he is drunk, he'll know nothing and will be at your mercy. Ha ha ha. That's a brilliant idea. Chu Yanxi's eyes lit up. Should I give it a try? I support you. But he seems to drink quite well. I'm a bit worried. Don't worry. I can help you. Really? That'll be fantastic. No problem. Just don't forget, I have quite the drinking capacity. Li Lingling's tolerance was indeed impressive among girls. She had once boasted during a drinking session, half a gene is not liquor. A gene and I can walk against the wall. Add another 1/2, and the wall may walk away, but I won tea. As long as the Qingdao beer doesn't fall, neither will I. As long as the snowflake beer doesn't drift, neither will I. If the guy looks good, just when are you there? And I'm done. Chapter 97. For little Jiang Qiu, I must eat more. In his bedroom, Jiang Qiu lay on his bed scrolling through videos when he suddenly sneezed. He looked up at the air conditioner. The temperature wasn't even that low, was it? He couldn't shake the feeling that his neck was slightly chilly. At 6 p.m., Chu Yanxi sent a message. Chu Yanxi, honey, I'm at your door. Please let me in. Jiang Qiu did not reply. He simply headed downstairs to open the door. Who is it? Qiu Junlin, in the kitchen, called out after hearing the door open. Before Jiang Qiu could respond, he heard, Auntie, it's me. After receiving a sweet response from Chu Yanxi, she proactively offered to assist in the kitchen. Ah, Xiaoxi has arrived. Qiu Junlin, busy in the kitchen, quickly wiped her hands and hurried out. Please have a seat. I was just about to message you to invite you over for dinner this evening. Thank you, Annie. Chu Yanxi replied obediently. In the future, if you need anything, just message me directly. Well, I mainly worry about disturbing you. Qiu Junlin smiled. Someone like you, being the president of a major corporation, must be quite busy, right? Not at all. I have entrusted everything to my manager, Chu Yanxi continued. Moreover, nothing is more important than Jiang Qiu. Look at how wonderful Xiaoxi is. Qiu Junlin marveled, glancing at Jiang Qiu. You must not take her for granted. Treat her well. Jiang Qiu turned his head, unable to bear the gaze. How could he possibly relate to this? Xiaoxi, tonight we'll have Dongpo pork. It's Annie's specialty. I hope you like it. Qiu Junlin asked with a smile. Chu Yanxi nodded, saying sweetly, it's my favorite. Tisk, tisk. Jiang Qiu observed Chu Yanxi until she became shy. Just moments ago, she claimed that eating Dongpo pork would make her feel bloated and worried about gaining weight. And now, in such a short time, her demeanor had completely transformed. What's wrong with you? Qiu Junlin looked at Jiang Qiu, sensing the atmosphere had grown a bit odd. At such moments, shouldn't he be supportive of his fiancée? Oh, it's nothing, I just feel. Jiang Qiu was about to elaborate when he caught sight of Chu Yanxi's pitiful expression, as if she might cry. Never mind, perhaps this joke was best left unsaid. He pondered that if he voiced his thoughts, Chu Yanxi might genuinely shed tears. After all, she too wished to foster a good relationship with her mother. Sometimes, he reflected, there was an endearing quality to her demeanor. By 6:30 p.m., dinner was ready. The meal was quite sumptuous, featuring braised pork ribs and Dongpo pork, with Qiu Junlin adding a stir-fried bamboo shoot dish at the last minute, considering Chu Yanxi's potential aversion to too much meat. As the four of them sat at the table, a warm familial atmosphere enveloped them. Xiaoxi, please eat more. Consider this your home and don't hold back. Qiu Junlin said, serving Chu Yanxi with dishes. Thank you, Auntie, Chu Yanxi replied, her eyes glistening slightly as she gazed at the food in her bowl. It had been many years since she felt such warmth. In her memories, family gatherings around the dining table occurred when she was much younger, with her mother lovingly serving her food just like this. Back then, she had been quite mischievous and picky, often scolded by her mother, yet she paid no heed. After her mother's passing, no one had nagged her again. She could eat whatever she wanted. Although her grandmother treated her well, for some reason, that life did not bring her joy. Now, Qiu Junlin's attentiveness rekindled a sense of home within her. Lost in thought for a moment, Chu Yanxi quickly regained her composure, attempting to suppress her emotions before taking a bite of the donpo pork. The flavor was sweet, with a delightful balance of fat and lean meat. How is it? Is it to your liking? Qiu Junlin asked with a smile. I believe this tastes even better than at a five-star restaurant. Chu Yanxi nodded, taking another bite. That's wonderful. Eat more, eat more. Qiu Junlin beamed with delight. Chu Yanxi savored her meal heartily, for the first time not being picky, sampling each dish. With 2 portions of rice, her appetite today matched what she used to consume in an entire day. Jiang Qiu watched this unfold, unable to suppress a chuckle. Senior, aren't you worried about gaining weight? Not all. I'll just exercise more. Chu Yanxi replied, a hint of shyness creeping in. I'll tell you, it's actually good for girls to have a little weight. Qiu Junlin interjected decisively, being too thin isn't ideal for childbearing. It could be quite exhausting in the future. Jiang Qiu thought his mother was hopeless, always fixating on the topic of children. Meanwhile, Chu Yanxi absorbed the information, silently taking another bite of rice. For the health of little Jiang Qiu, perhaps she should consider eating a bit more. Half an hour later, the family finished dinner. Jiang Qiu retrieved a bottle of soda from the refrigerator, guzzling down a significant portion before comfortably burping. The family believed that soda was unhealthy, yet Jiang Qiu remained indifferent. He possessed a perfect physique and had no worries about gaining weight. Rarely did he engage in exercise. Why would he? After a meal, nothing was more pleasurable than lounging on the sofa, watching television. In the kitchen, Chu Yanxi took the initiative to help clear the dishes. Please, you should rest. Qiu Junlin stopped her, unwilling to let her assist. It's fine, Annie. I've enjoyed your meals for 2 days. I should do something in return, Chu Yanxi said, feeling slightly embarrassed. Don't be so polite. We're all family. Qiu Junlin waved her hand, and the two began conversing softly. Chu Yanxi typically refrained from gossip, but tonight, discussing Jiang Qiu with his mother piqued her interest. Not long ago, I saw Jiang Qiu's help. His ballroom dancing is truly remarkable. Chu Yanxi pondered before continuing. His skill is comparable to that of a master. Really? Qiu Junlin paused, then quickly regained her composure. That must be hereditary. His father and I excelled in this area, and even won awards. Ah, that explains it. Chu Yanxi couldn't help but think that if she were to have children with Jiang Qiu, they would undoubtedly inherit his dance prowess. Thus, the two chatted until past 9 p.m., when it was time for Chu Yanxi to depart. Qiu Junlin felt a twinge of reluctance. However, it was inevitable. After all, they weren't officially married yet, and living together would be inappropriate. Xiaoxi, you must visit often. Qiu Junlin smiled at Chu Yanxi, her satisfaction evident. Auntie, I will frequently come over for meals. Chu Yanxi nodded obediently. Have you finished your conversation? At that moment, Jiang Qiu stood up from the living room. He anticipated that in just a few days, they would bond so well. If they met more frequently in the future, would he become unnecessary? Jiang Qiu, you should accompany Xiaoxi home, Qiu Junlin added with concern. Take it slow on the road and ensure her safety. For some reason, Jiang Qiu felt as though this statement had a double meaning regarding driving. It's south very close. I can go back by myself. Typically, Chu Yanxi would yearn to spend more time with Jiang Qiu, but now, with his parents present, she felt a bit shy. It's fine. Jiang Qiu has no pressing matters. It's only right for him to escort you home. Qiu Junlin waved her hand, pushing Jiang Qiu forward. Mom, who is your biological child? Jiang Qiu couldn't help but retort. It's such a hassle to send her back and forth daily. Why not just let her move in with you? As soon as he spoke, the atmosphere in the room grew tense. After a moment, Qiu Junlin suddenly slapped her thigh. Of course. Why did Ti think of that? Her eyes brightened. The villa we live in has plenty of empty rooms. It would be a problem for us to live together. Oh no. Jiang Qiu hadn't expected his casual remark would be taken seriously by his mother. Wasn't this moving a bit too fast? Jiang Qiu hastily remarked. Moreover, even if you were willing, the girl may not be inclined. This matter requires careful consideration. I'm willing. Before Jiang Qiu could finish her sentence, Chu Yanxi eagerly nodded. Annie, I'll choose any room I like. I can also supervise Jiang Qiu well from here. All right, then it's settled. The two reached a consensus, and what initially seemed a complex matter was resolved with surprising simplicity. Wasn't this a tad too swift? And wasn't it rather inconvenient? Jiang Qiu still wished to resist a little. Chu Yanxi pursed her lips. I think it's quite good. Whereas the inconvenience? It's inconvenient everywhere. Jiang Qiu replied helplessly. Senior, you are a girl, and I am a boy. Do you think it's appropriate for us to live together? It is quite appropriate. You are my boyfriend, Chu Yanxi declared, her demeanor exuding newfound confidence. Isn't it reasonable for a couple to cohabit? Jiang Qiu, have you forgotten that the house originally belongs to Xiaoxi? Qiu Junlin spoke earnestly. It's perfectly normal for Xiaoxi to move in now. It's been a delightful decision. Jiang Qiu had indeed mentioned that the house was lent to him by Chu Yanxi. At that time, he merely wished to keep a low profile, never anticipating that he would end up shooting himself in the foot. Fine then, Jiang Qiu relented. There's an empty room on the 3rd floor, if you don't mind. Yes, I don't mind at all, Chu Yanxi murmured. If only we could share the same room. That would be even better. Senior. What did you just say? Nothing. May we go take a look at the room? Now, if you wish to see it, let us go. Thus, Jiang Qiu led Chu Yanxi to the 3rd floor. At that moment, Chu Yanxi was filled with excitement, her eyes sparkling with vibrant enthusiasm. She was about to cohabit with Jiang Qiu. Although they wouldn't be in the same room, they would reside under the same roof. The thought of living with Jiang Qiu every day brought her immense joy. Senior, what are you thinking about? Jiang Qiu waved his hand in front of her eyes. Surely you're not drooling. Chu Yanxi snapped back to reality, hurriedly wiping the corner of her mouth. Man, we will be cohabiting from now on. She clenched her fist, strongly protesting Jiang Qiu's use of senior to address her. Cohabit? Jiang Qiu pondered, feeling an inexplicable discomfort with the term. Moments later, Chu Yanxi spoke again. So from now on, you should call me wife. Another demand? Jiang Qiu sighed, already accustomed to such requests. Chu Yanxi relished Jiang Qiu's exasperated expression, continuing, or you could call me baby or dear. You choose. Jiang Qiu refrained from responding to this inquiry. He swiftly covered Chu Yanxi's hand, denying her the opportunity to speak further. First, take a look at the room. If you need anything, I can purchase it for you. After saying this, he finally released her hand. Chu Yanxi pouted, expressing her strong discontent with Jiang Qiu. However, that was where it ended. She couldn't bear to be harsh with him. Her man could afford to be a bit rough at times. It was somewhat thrilling. I don't need anything. I have everything at home. Chu Yanxi glanced around the room and added, I'll find a moving company tomorrow and move in directly. Wait, a moving company? Jiang Qiu was taken aback. You don't intend to stay here long term, do you? Initially, he thought Chu Yanxi was merely indulging a whim, planning to stay just a day or two. However, now it seemed her intentions were quite different. Of course, from now on, this will be my home. As she spoke, Chu Yanxi's delicate hands intertwined, her nails pressing slightly, betraying her nervousness. Nonetheless, the prospect of living with Jiang Qiu made it all worthwhile. Why abandon your grand villa to squeeze in here with me? Jiang Qiu reached out to touch Chu Yanxi's forehead. It was even warm. I'm willing, Chu Yanxi affirmed earnestly, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Fine. I'll lock the door at night. Don't even think about sneaking into my room, Jiang Qiu said nonchalantly, as if wary of being at a disadvantage. Chu Yanxi's face flushed crimson. She had just contemplated sneaking over that night, only to have Jiang Qiu articulate her thoughts. No problem. I'm not that kind of person. Really? Well, I can't guarantee that occasionally. Chu Yanxi lowered her head. You truly satisfy me. Why don't we just get married? After saying this, she lifted her gaze to Jiang Qiu, her eyes slightly alluring. After a period of diligent study, her skills in seducing her man had become increasingly refined. Jiang Qiu felt a flutter of unease from her gaze. Senior, please be mindful. There's still others downstairs. I know. Chu Yanxi bit her lip just a kiss. Then I'll go. With that, their eyes locked and their lips met. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, leaving only the sound of their racing hearts.